Chapter 153. The energy of the entire planet was manipulated by Alex and forcibly infused into Peter's body. During this process, the dormant celestial gene within Peter began to awaken and gradually perfect itself. As the immense energy poured into Peter, his body started to break down. However, under the influence of Alex's reverse curse technique, Peter's body was immediately repaired every time it collapsed. Simultaneously, the celestial gene within him evolved toward an even more flawless state. At the same time, Ego felt a massive portion of his energy being rapidly drained into an invisible black hole. In just a few seconds, 1/10 of his total energy had vanished completely. He immediately tracked the direction of the disappearing energy and saw Alex leisurely siphoning off his energy while Peter's celestial gene awakened under the influx of power. "No! You damn thieves!" Ego roared. Abandoning his attack on Rocket and the others, Ego attempted to stop Alex from further draining his energy. This energy had taken him millions of years to accumulate. However, just as he moved, Rocket and the others intercepted him. Despite his immense strength, Ego, not yet fully awakened, was unable to break through their blockade quickly, especially against their formidable devil fruit powers. Another dozen seconds passed, and Ego felt another 2/10 of his energy disappear. The loss drove him into a frenzy. The overwhelming emotional turmoil, combined with Alex's relentless energy siphoning, finally triggered Ego's full awakening as a celestial. The ground cracked open as countless energy tendrils, each as massive as mountains, erupted skyward, twisting and writhing in the air. Ego's energy body rapidly grew in size, fully transforming into a colossal energy form hundreds of meters tall. Now fully awakened, Ego became an overwhelming force. Rocket and the others, who had been holding their ground, were no longer his match. Even the strongest among them, Drax, was overpowered. Drax activated his tattoos, unleashing power surpassing that of Thanos, the Titan of Titans, and reaching Odin's level. Yet, even with this strength, he was swatted away by a single blow from Ego. Drax flew out of the palace, smashing through a mountain dozens of kilometers away. Finally, Ego broke through the blockade and approached Alex. His towering energy form reached out like a mountain, aiming to crush Alex beneath it. "Thieving brat, stop it. That's my energy!" Ego bellowed in rage. But no matter how furious he was, Ego was still just a celestial. And against Alex, it made no difference. Annoyed by the interruption, Alex swatted at Ego dismissively. "Stop being a nuisance." With a simple slap powered by his vector manipulation, Alex redirected a repulsive force comparable to that of a supernova straight into Ego's energy form. The blow shattered Ego's colossal body into fragments, the shockwave rippling outward and devastating everything in its path. Half of Ego's planet was obliterated in an instant by that single strike. Nearby, Rocket and the others felt the overwhelming force brushing past them. Wide-eyed, they shouted in unison, "Oh my God!" At first, Rocket and the others thought their end was near. But in the next moment, Alex displayed an astonishing level of power. With a casual strike, he obliterated half the planet. Does such a human really exist, they wondered. It was no surprise now that Alex had the confidence to propose annihilating all the Celestials. He truly had the power to back up such a claim. "No! Stop it!" Ego screamed in fury. The Celestial reformed his energy body and charged at Alex, only to be shattered again with a single slap. After being obliterated several times, Ego finally realized he was no match for Alex. Changing his strategy, he resorted to begging. "Mighty One, please spare me. I will serve you as my master. You're transferring my energy to Peter, presumably to create a strong subordinate to share your burdens. But why not choose me? I've survived for millions of years, my control over energy is far more precise than Peter's, and my combat ability and knowledge far exceed his." But his pleas were futile. Alex, clearly annoyed by Ego's rambling, calmly immobilized the remaining half of the planet. Once the area fell silent, Alex spoke again. "No, you're wrong. In the end, everything I've done is just because I find it fun." Ego's energy form trembled violently, reflecting his rage and despair. To kill a celestial, a being as grand as himself, just for amusement, such absurdity was maddening. But there was nothing Ego could do. Even speech was beyond him now as Alex confined the entire planet, draining every ounce of energy into Peter. When the planet's energy was finally depleted, Ego could no longer create energy forms. The core at the heart of the planet also fell silent. With a gentle stomp, Alex sent a twisting vector force into the planet's core, shattering it completely. In the next moment, the planet began to disintegrate. Large sections of land broke apart and floated away into space as debris. By this time, Alex had already teleported himself, Rocket, and the others back to their spaceship. The group stood at the viewing port, watching Ego's planet crumble into dust and fade into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Afterward, everyone gathered around Peter, eager to witness the changes in him. Peter raised his arm, flexing his fingers as he carefully sensed the immense energy within him. With just a thought, a vast surge of energy erupted from his body, moving effortlessly under his control. He even had a sudden realization: if he unleashed his full strength, he could destroy an entire planet with ease. After taking a moment to adjust to his newfound power, Peter turned to Drax. "Drax, let's spar. I want to test this power," Peter said with determination. Drax, as expected, didn't hesitate to accept. "Oh, my dear Peter, let's see how strong you've become now. Judging by your new form, I'd say you'll last much longer than before." The two made their way to the ship's spacious training room and began their battle. Peter, recalling Ego's guidance, channeled the energy within him to strengthen his body. Trading punches with Drax, their duel became a test of raw power and precision. Ripples visibly spread from the point where Peter and Drax collided, radiating outward. When these ripples hit the surrounding metal walls, they tore the ultra-high alloy apart, a material that made up the interstellar flagship structure. This wasn't surprising, though. Both fighters had now stepped into the realm of all-father-level powerhouses. Particularly Peter, who had fully awakened the celestial gene within him and absorbed Ego's energy reserves accumulated over millions of years. His strength now likely surpassed Odin and the Sorcerer Supreme, approaching a level comparable to universal-class beings. In a direct clash of raw power, Drax was sent flying, crashing through the walls and tumbling into outer space. Peter emerged victorious. Alex had anticipated this outcome. With a casual wave of his finger, he teleported Drax back from space, then reversed the surrounding spacetime. The damaged ship's cabin and the shattered debris reassembled before their eyes, restoring everything to its original state within seconds. After this sparring session, the hierarchy of strength among the crew had shifted. The strongest was no longer Drax the Destroyer but Peter, the once sassy galactic thief. He had now fully transformed, becoming the most powerful all-father level being in the universe, strong enough that even an awakened Thor would stand no chance. Once everything settled, Peter was still brimming with energy. The immense power he had gained filled him with a restless desire to act. Turning to Alex, he asked eagerly, "Alex, what's next? I feel incredible. I could probably take down an entire civilization by myself." Alex smiled slightly and replied, "All right, let's fulfill that wish. We'll head to the Kree Empire. You'll defeat their fleet and demand more ships from them." Peter's expression froze, and he stammered, Boss Alex. I was just joking. I mean, I think we're better off working together. I'm not really capable of taking on an entire civilization alone." But Alex smiled warmly and said, "I know you were joking. But I'm not." Alex had already decided on the next steps in his plan: to conquer the universe and bring every power under his command. He would unify languages and standards of measurement, establishing himself as the cosmic emperor of the universe. The first stop was the Kree Empire, either to bring them to heel or to destroy them. Afterward, he would track down Thanos and settle their past grievances. Next would be other cosmic powerhouses like the High Evolutionary and the Elders of the Universe. Finally, he would eliminate the Celestials entirely and establish dominion over Earth. Imagine, when Alex descended on Earth with thousands of warships, how would the Sorcerer Supreme and Nick Fury respond? As the ship glided through space, Alex didn't waste time. Besides enjoying the breathtaking views of the cosmos, he continued honing his skills, leveling them up steadily. Lower-level abilities gained experience more quickly and required fewer resources to improve. So, even without targeted training, these skills advanced faster than higher-level ones. Mirror Dimension EXP +1. Mirror Dimension EXP +1. Mirror Dimension EXP +1. Ding! Congratulations, your skill Mirror Dimension has leveled up. Mirror Dimension LV4, January 5000 create a permanently stable dimensional space. Current maximum size, approximately equal to the solar system. The upgrade to LV4 brought Alex an unexpected surprise: the ability to create a permanently stable dimensional space at this scale. Upon processing this newfound memory, Alex immediately opened a portal back to his pocket dimension. Within that space, he unleashed the upgraded Mirror Dimension skill. A low hum filled the air as subtle vibrations spread throughout the pocket dimension. The residents, including Selena, felt the waves and observed the rapid expansion of what was once a confined space. Within seconds, the dimension stretched beyond their sightlines. Selena, already accustomed to Alex's feats, reassured newcomers like Luffy and Nami, "Don't worry. This is just the master expanding the space again. As his strength grows, this dimension also expands. It used to be no bigger than a town. Now." She gazed into the far distance. "It's probably as large as Earth now." Nami, familiar with concepts like Earth and multiverses from her time in the pocket dimension, was awestruck. "Does this mean Alex can now create worlds as vast as ours?" Luffy, however, was thrilled. To him, following Alex wasn't about understanding, it was about chasing adventures beyond his imagination. And Alex's power always exceeded expectations. When the vibration subsided, the pocket dimension had expanded to solar system size. At this scale, it no longer felt appropriate to call it a pocket dimension. The upgraded mirror dimension had transformed it into a dimensional universe, a full-fledged alternate reality. The energy from the Power Stone further enhanced the dimensional universe's core energy quality. This accelerated Alex's fusion template with the Root's mystic eyes to an astonishing 80% synchronization rate. Ding! Template fusion, 80% complete. New skill acquired, Root LV1. Root LV1, 1 out of 100 perceive and connect to the root of existence. Understand and manipulate the universe's foundational rules. The skill provided Alex with a newfound perception of the universe's underlying fabric, allowing him to manipulate its fundamental laws. Gravity, alter its strength or direction. Light speed, adjust the speed of light. Mass, change an object's inherent mass. Unlike vector manipulation, which twisted the rules forcefully, Root allowed Alex to align with them seamlessly. Though its destructive capacity was less than vector manipulation, Root consumed less energy and sustained changes for extended periods. Even at LV1, Alex could alter universal rules for months with minimal effort. Moreover, Root could stack with vector manipulation and amplify all other abilities, boosting Alex's overall strength by 20%. As Alex trained, news of his exploits spread across nearby galaxies. The looming presence of his fleet unnerved every faction in the region. When it became clear that Alex was heading toward the Kree Empire's capital, Hala, in the Magellanic Cloud, the reactions were mixed. The Skrulls and Shi'ar Empire celebrated the news, delighted that Alex might weaken the Kree, a longtime rival. High alert protocols were immediately activated. Some officials fumed at Ronan the Accuser, blaming him for provoking a foe of Alex's magnitude. Others dismissed the rumors, convinced they were exaggerated. How could a mere Terran possess such destructive power? Destroying planets? Controlling lightning and fire? Even Thanos fears him. Preposterous. If even the mighty Kree cannot achieve such feats, how could a primitive Earthling possibly succeed? They eagerly awaited Alex's arrival, determined to prove their superiority by crushing him and cementing their place in galactic history. Chapter 154. After hundreds of intermittent warp jumps, Alex's interstellar fleet was about to reach the coordinates of the Kree homeworld. At this moment, Star-Lord, sitting nervously in his chair, couldn't hold back his doubts any longer. After much hesitation, he finally turned to Alex with a plea. "Hey, Boss Alex, about the upcoming battle with the Kree Empire, can we, maybe approach this differently? I mean, don't you think, me single-handedly taking on an entire civilization sounds a bit too crazy?" Alex glanced at Star-Lord briefly before returning to manipulating the energy sphere in his hand. Over this time, Alex had mastered the simultaneous activation of both Third Tree, Abyss State and Root State, allowing the two enhancements to stack. He had also discovered that as his Root skill leveled up, his control over both this universe and his dimensional universe grew immensely stronger. Based on his observations, Alex theorized that once Root reached a high enough level, he could forcibly sever this universe from the Marvel Multiverse, transforming it entirely into his own dimensional universe. Moreover, at an even higher level, he might even be able to seize other dimensional universes controlled by interdimensional deities. Through consistent practice, his Root skill had already reached LV3. Root LV3, 32/1000 perceive the Root, connect with the world's essence, and command its deeper fundamental rules. Root and Third Tree, Abyss were equally advanced skills, both far harder to level up than ordinary abilities. By reaching LV3, the difficulty of further upgrades now rivaled skills like Cursed Technique Reversal, Blue, though requiring slightly less experience points. Star-Lord, seeing Alex ignoring him, mustered his courage and asked again. Boss Alex, how about letting Rocket and the others fight alongside me? Wouldn't that be safer? Dispelling the compressed energy sphere in his hand, Alex finally replied. Come on, dude, is your vision that narrow? Look at your current power. You've achieved celestial level strength. At full force, you can easily destroy planets. What's a mere Kree fleet compared to that? Star-Lord looked as if he were about to cry. But I still don't fully control the energy within me. And the Kree also have planet-destroying weapons. Alex encouraged him with a smile. Believe in yourself. You can absolutely handle this. If you can't, Rocket and the others will back you up. And besides, there's always me. At the thought of Alex's overwhelming power, Star-Lord's confidence soared. He finally responded with determination, alright, Boss Alex, I won't let you down. Sometime later, outside the Kree Empire's capital, Hala, hundreds of starships emerged from a wormhole and faced off against the Kree fleet, already in battle formation. One of the Kree officers initiated contact with Alex's flagship. At Alex's nod, Rocket established the communication link, and a blue-skinned Kree appeared as a projection on the screen. The Kree officer scanned the room before fixing his gaze on Alex. Information about Alex had already spread across all major galactic factions. Nearly every leader had memorized the appearance of this rising cosmic overlord. The officer spoke solemnly. Supreme Alex, we welcome your visit to Hala. However, don't you think this is overkill? Our docking ports cannot accommodate hundreds of ships. Alex glanced at Star-Lord, who had sworn to become his #1 follower. Immediately understanding Alex's intentions, Star-Lord stepped forward and taunted the Kree officer loudly. You idiot! We're here to declare war, not to visit. What makes you think the great Alex would visit your Kree empire? You think you're worthy? The Kree officer's forced smile cracked under Star-Lord's insults. I don't know how our Kree empire may have offended Supreme Alex, but if there is any misunderstanding, we are willing to offer compensation. Misunderstanding? Compensation? Ha! Star-Lord, emboldened by Alex's support, felt a rush of satisfaction. In the past, he would have cowered before someone like this Kree officer. But now, with the chance to berate a former big shot, he was reveling in the moment. Not long ago, Commander Ronan dared to attack us. Are you seriously claiming that wasn't the will of the Kree Empire? The Kree officer protested. Ronan acted on his own. His actions do not represent the Kree Empire. Star-Lord wanted to argue further, but Alex interrupted him. Star-Lord, as my subordinate, you are failing miserably at your job. Confused by Alex's sudden critique, Star-Lord tried to explain himself, but Alex cut him off again. My philosophy is simple, if you're strong enough to fight, then let your fists do the talking. When you've destroyed the Kree Empire's entire fleet and beaten them into submission, they'll naturally adopt a different tone when addressing you. Now, get moving, Star-Lord. Before Star-Lord could respond, Alex kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him flying forward. Right in front of Star-Lord, a portal opened and teleported him directly to the front lines of Alex's fleet. On the other side, the Kree Armada was waiting in full battle formation. The Kree officer, still aboard his ship, was baffled. Why had Alex just kicked his own subordinate out of the ship? Was this some form of punishment? Or was he abandoning him? But soon, the officer noticed something peculiar. Even in the vacuum of space, Star-Lord showed no signs of discomfort. His body wasn't freezing, and he moved as if the void were no issue at all. This Ravager isn't just an ordinary man, the Kree officer murmured, puzzled. How can he survive in open space? Before he could make sense of it, Alex's voice rang out mockingly through the communicator. If you can defeat Star-Lord, I'll accept your apology and withdraw my fleet. Defeat him? The Kree officer's face twisted into a strange expression. The Kree had already gathered intelligence on all of Alex's subordinates, including Star-Lord. Stripped of his association with Alex, Star-Lord was just a minor cosmic outlaw, not even worth the Empire's attention in the past. And now, Alex wanted them to fight him. The officer thought he understood Alex's intentions and softened his tone. Perhaps Alex wanted to resolve things peacefully through a symbolic contest. Thank you, Supreme Alex. We accept your terms. Seeing the officer's reaction, Alex instantly knew what he was thinking. His grin grew wider. Good. I'll be waiting here for your good news. After the communication ended, the Kree officer relayed Alex's demands to his fellow commanders. Upon hearing the news, the officers burst into derisive laughter. I told you Alex couldn't possibly be as powerful as the rumors claim. Now that he's facing us head-on, he's already showing signs of cowardice. Exactly. If you ask me, we should attack Alex directly, crush him under the might of the glorious Kree Empire, and show everyone that the Kree are not to be trifled with. The Kree officers all chimed in, their words dripping with disdain for Alex and his subordinates. But suddenly, one of them pointed to the distant void of space and exclaimed, "Look! What's that so-called Star-Lord doing?" Everyone turned in the indicated direction and saw a humanoid figure, enveloped in terrifying energy, speeding toward their fleet. The sight sparked a deep sense of familiarity among the officers. It reminded them of footage from decades ago, when Ronan had been defeated on Xandar. In the recording, there had been a figure just like this, one who had since become one of the most powerful beings in the universe, Captain Marvel. The Kree officers' confidence began to waver. Perhaps this situation wasn't as simple as they'd assumed. Meanwhile, Star-Lord, initially panicking after being booted into space, quickly realized he could use his newfound energy to propel himself. Gradually regaining composure, he looked toward the Kree fleet, enveloped himself in energy, and launched forward at high speed. The Kree immediately fired upon him, unleashing everything from missiles to laser cannons. Yet none of it mattered. Star-Lord easily deflected every attack, the projectiles bouncing harmlessly off his energy shield. As Star-Lord drew closer, panic began to spread among the Kree. How could a mere scavenger suddenly possess such godlike power? In desperation, they activated their planetary annihilation cannon. But the weapon required significant time to charge, and before they could fire, Star-Lord breached their flagship. What happened next was eerily reminiscent of Captain Marvel's rampage years ago. Star-Lord tore through the fleet like a beam of destruction, his energy turning him into an unstoppable force. Within minutes, the flagship was obliterated. Star-Lord didn't stop there. Channeling his energy, he created massive tendrils spanning kilometers, effortlessly destroying multiple Kree ships with each swing. The process became a repetitive massacre. Half an hour later, the fleet, representing the bulk of the Kree Empire's military power, was annihilated by Star-Lord alone. When the battle ended, Star-Lord returned to Alex's flagship, beaming with excitement. For the first time, he felt invincible. The once terrifying Kree warships now seemed as fragile as paper before his power. Rocket Raccoon greeted him with a thumbs up. "Nice work." At that moment, another communication request came through. When Rocket accepted it, the holographic projection of a middle-aged woman appeared. With a respectful tone, the woman spoke, "My highest respects to you, Supreme Alex." Alex, lounging casually with one leg crossed over the other, responded with a smirk, "What's the deal, Supreme Intelligence? Did you really have to wait until I crushed your entire fleet to show yourself?" The Supreme Intelligence maintained her calm smile. "Of course not. That was only a small portion of the Kree Empire's military power. You must understand, we have the galaxy's most advanced shipyards and can produce hundreds of warships in a very short time. Additionally, we possess quantum bands and countless warriors enhanced by them. While these warriors may not match the strength of your subordinates, their numbers far exceed yours." Alex nonchalantly dug his finger in his ear and asked with a casual tone. "So, what exactly are you trying to say? Are you here to flaunt the strength of the Kree Empire, or are you planning to declare war on me directly?" The Supreme Intelligence, a top-tier biocomputer capable of experiencing emotions, visibly trembled at Alex's thinly veiled threat. Its holographic form faltered, betraying the calm facade it had tried to maintain. With a forced smile, it replied. "Of course not. The Kree Empire holds the great Supreme Alex in the highest regard. On the contrary, I've come to humbly request that the Kree Empire be allowed to join your forces and seek your protection. In return, we pledge to obey all your reasonable commands." Alex nodded, flicking away the debris from his finger. "That doesn't sound too bad. I can accept the Kree Empire's allegiance." A more genuine smile spread across the Supreme Intelligence's face. "But..." Alex's tone shifted. "I don't like the idea of an artificial intelligence leading a faction under my command. So, can you self-destruct for me?" Though Alex's words were phrased as a question, everyone present understood it was an order. The Supreme Intelligence's smile froze, and its holographic form began to distort. The AI's expression became comically stiff. Despite its shock, it dared not openly defy Alex. After all, a lowly scavenger like Star-Lord had been transformed into a godlike entity under Alex's tutelage. Alex himself must be even more terrifying. You're joking, right? The Supreme Intelligence's voice wavered. What do you think? Alex raised an eyebrow, his tone casual yet commanding. Realizing Alex wasn't bluffing, the Supreme Intelligence dropped its facade. Its expression turned twisted and feral as it snarled. Damn you, Alex. Don't think you've won yet. You'll regret this. No, I don't think I will. Alex replied calmly before disappearing from the ship in a single step. Reappearing in the atmosphere of Hala, the Kree homeworld, Alex overlooked its bustling cities. Deep beneath the city center lay the Supreme Intelligence's primary servers, housed in futuristic machinery. However, Alex knew that these were merely illusions. The Supreme Intelligence had long fused with the Kree Empire, existing across all its technological systems. As long as a single device survived, so would it. The AI unleashed an army of cyber-enhanced soldiers equipped with quantum bands to intercept Alex. Alex sneered at the sight. I don't even care about the original quantum bands, let alone these pathetic knockoffs. If you had the power to create hundreds of Captain Marvel-level warriors, maybe I'd be impressed enough to let you live. But since you're throwing these cheap imitations at me, you can die now. With a wave of his hand, an invisible field enveloped the entire planet. The cyber soldiers instantly disintegrated into dust, blown away by the wind. Simultaneously, all data regarding the Supreme Intelligence was eradicated from Hala's systems. However, Alex knew that replicas of the Supreme Intelligence existed elsewhere in the universe. Using his connection to the root, Alex manipulated the fundamental laws of the universe. Guided by the threads of causality, he wiped out all traces of the Supreme Intelligence across the cosmos. In mere moments, the artificial intelligence known as the Supreme Intelligence ceased to exist. Having destroyed the Supreme Intelligence, Alex contacted the Nova Corps, instructing them to take control of the Kree Empire's territories. The Nova Corps was stunned by the news. They couldn't believe that the Kree Empire, which had ruled the universe for millions of years, had fallen in less than an hour. Shock quickly gave way to elation. With the absorption of the Kree territories, their power would expand significantly. Truly, joining Alex's forces had been the best decision they had ever made. After ensuring the Nova Corps took control, Alex didn't stop to rest. He set his sights on another target, Thanos. It was time to settle some old scores with his old friend. Chapter 155. The Mad Titan, Thanos, was infamous across the universe, and his movements were closely monitored by all major cosmic factions. Because of this, Alex easily pinpointed Thanos' current location. To Alex's surprise, Thanos was heading toward Terra, Earth. In the vastness of space, Terra was relatively insignificant, but its inhabitants called it Earth. Thanos' destination meant he was planning to confront Earth directly. Alex immediately deduced Thanos' intentions. Thanos must have learned of Alex's reappearance and, anticipating a future conflict, intended to seize the Time Stone from the Sorcerer Supreme. With the power of the Infinity Stones, he hoped to counter Alex's immense strength. Furthermore, Alex suspected that Thanos had likely already acquired the Soul Stone. Obtaining the Soul Stone required the ultimate sacrifice, the life of a loved one. In the original timeline, Thanos had no choice but to sacrifice his daughter, Gamora, due to various constraints. However, without the urgency of that timeline, Thanos now had more freedom to find someone else to make the sacrifice. This was better for Alex. Once Thanos acquired the 2 Infinity Stones, Alex planned to take them for himself, sparing himself the trouble of hunting them down. With all 6 Infinity Stones in his possession, Alex would gain the power to snap his fingers, wielding the unimaginable strength of the Infinity Gauntlet. Although such power couldn't affect cosmic entities of a singular universe like the Celestials, it would still significantly enhance Alex's strength. Moreover, Alex's unique vector manipulation could further amplify the Infinity Stone's power. When the time came, Alex would single-handedly annihilate the Celestials. The fleet set course for Earth, but on the way, they encountered the High Evolutionary's ship. For Rocket Raccoon, the High Evolutionary was a hated enemy. Seeing him again made Rocket's blood boil. Without hesitation, he donned his portable space suit and launched a lightning-fast assault on the High Evolutionary. Of course, Rocket alone wasn't enough to defeat the High Evolutionary. But the Guardians of the Galaxy, including Star-Lord, 2 versions of Groot, and other members, weren't going to sit idle. Together, they attacked and destroyed the High Evolutionary's ship, freeing the experimental subjects aboard. These experimental subjects, who had undergone countless experiments, now possessed various superhuman abilities. Even the children among them could contribute and wouldn't become burdens. As for the High Evolutionary himself, Rocket didn't kill him. Instead, he imprisoned the villain and subjected him to periodic electric therapy. For Alex, an immortal being, entertainment was crucial. Without it, the endless passage of time would erode all emotions. Even though Alex could have opened a portal and reached Earth instantly, he chose to experience the journey through space. During the voyage, one of Alex's skills leveled up. Purple +1 experience. Purple +1 experience. Purple +1 experience. Congratulations, your skill, Purple, has leveled up. Purple LV5, 1/20th, 000. By combining the flow style, blue, and the reversal, red, a conceptual mass is created. This mass can be manipulated with precision and even preserved for extended periods. If a massive amount of energy is consumed, the conceptual mass can be made permanent. Purple was one of Alex's most powerful skills, second only to his mastery over the root and the third tree, Abyss. Due to its immense strength, leveling up this skill was incredibly challenging. But through relentless practice, Alex had finally achieved its next evolution. As the skill leveled up, a torrent of information surged into Alex's mind, threatening to overwhelm him. However, Alex quickly absorbed the influx, preventing it from affecting him. After half an hour, Alex fully assimilated the knowledge and gained a detailed understanding of the upgraded Purple. The newly enhanced skill allowed the conceptual mass to persist for extended durations, even under normal energy consumption. If Alex expended massive energy reserves, the mass could become permanent, defying the constraints of time. Additionally, the strength of the conceptual mass had increased significantly. If Alex simultaneously entered the states of the third tree and the abyss while deploying the conceptual mass, even he couldn't fathom its true limits. Thinking ahead to his confrontation with Thanos, Alex drew upon the power of the Infinity Stones. He used this energy to form several conceptual weapons, crafted from imaginary mass, and distributed them among Rocket Raccoon and the others, further enhancing their abilities. Meanwhile, on the other side of the universe, a global war was raging on the blue planet, Earth. The mad titan Thanos, a terrifying overlord who struck fear into countless galactic factions and the most powerful member of the Titan branch of the Eternals, had launched a sudden invasion of Earth. Thanos came equipped with technology far more advanced than anything Earth had ever seen, along with an army composed of numerous species with physiques vastly superior to humans. Previously, when Alex had roamed Earth, Nick Fury had used his pager to call Captain Marvel. She had since arrived on Earth. Because of Alex's influence, Tony Stark had taken up the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme, wielding powers that had grown exponentially stronger compared to the original timeline. In addition, heroes like Captain America and others now possessed symbiotes that Alex had personally enhanced. As a result, Earth's defenders were far stronger than Thanos had anticipated. At first, Thanos' forces caught Earth off guard, dealing a significant blow. However, the tables quickly turned. Captain Marvel, Sorcerer Supreme Tony, and the symbiote-enhanced Avengers retaliated with overwhelming force. Even with 2 Infinity Stones in hand, Thanos found himself outmatched. The Avengers defeated Thanos, capturing most of his lieutenants. While scattered soldiers from his vast army continued wreaking havoc across the globe, their efforts were increasingly futile. Under normal circumstances, this timeline's Thanos would have been destined to fail. But something unexpected occurred. During his battle with Captain America and the others, fragments of their symbiotes had unknowingly bonded with Thanos. The symbiotes enhanced by Alex were far more potent than their original versions, with heightened vitality and the ability to rapidly create offspring. Due to the symbiote's generational rule, where offspring are stronger than their progenitors, Thanos' symbiote evolved into something terrifying. As a Titan, Thanos could easily withstand the immense influx of genetic and ability information carried by the symbiote. Abilities from Captain America and others were dismissed, but traits from the Hulk and other eternal beings within the symbiote were activated. Something more extraordinary happened. Thanos established a connection with a great will and replaced this universe's Hulk as the one link to the one below all, Toba. Through this connection, Thanos gained near-limitless power. As the antithesis of the one above all, Toaa, even a fraction of the Toba's power was unimaginable, far exceeding the complete Phoenix Force in scale and magnitude. Thanos' newfound abilities were staggering. Most notably, he inherited the Hulk's power to grow stronger with rage. As the Mad Titan, he could control his emotions with precision, fueling himself to become angrier and exponentially more powerful. Breaking free from the shield prison where he had been confined, Thanos stormed Kamartaj, reclaiming the 2 Infinity Stones stored there. With them, his power surged even further. The freed Thanos unleashed chaos upon the world. Enhanced by his symbiote and fueled by rage, he became nearly unstoppable. Not even the combined might of Captain Marvel, Sorcerer Supreme Tony, and the other Avengers could subdue him. Thanos' original plan had been to leave Earth once he reclaimed the stones. However, his heightened strength and rage began to cloud his judgment. Consumed by fury, he vowed to annihilate all the heroes opposing him. As the Avengers struggled to hold their ground, and Thanos grew ever stronger, salvation came from beyond the stars. Outside Earth's atmosphere, countless wormholes opened. From these portals, hundreds of massive starships emerged, descending upon the planet's orbit. Hidden high in the atmosphere, the SHIELD aerospace carrier quickly detected the incoming fleet of alien starships. Nick Fury, his face grim, relayed the alarming news to the gathered superheroes. More alien warships are arriving through the wormholes, and their numbers surpass Thanos' fleet. They represent a variety of styles and civilizations. I see Kree warships, Xandarian designs, and even Ravager vessels among them. I can't determine their purpose here, but we must prepare for the worst. They may share the same goal as Thanos, to conquer Earth. Tony Stark's expression was equally severe. He stood clad in a highly advanced magical battlesuit, vastly different from his earlier designs. His latest suit had undergone multiple upgrades, now brimming with unprecedented energy readings. It even allowed him to channel arc reactor energy as a substitute for magical power, eliminating his reliance on external sources. Clenching his hands tightly, Tony spoke in a grave tone, "Damn it. What's going on lately? First, that ball sack comes to Earth, declares war, gets stronger, and snatches up 2 Infinity Stones. And now, another alien faction shows up with hundreds, no, thousands of warships. It's obvious they're not here to make friends." As he spoke, Tony shot a sharp glare at Steve Rogers, clearly harboring resentment. A year ago, when he discovered Bucky Barnes' whereabouts and sought to kill him, Steve had intervened. Although Tony ultimately defeated Steve with magic and captured Bucky, he hesitated to deliver the killing blow. Realizing that Bucky had been brainwashed by Hydra and wasn't entirely at fault for his parents' deaths, Tony decided to imprison him instead. Using magic, he confined Bucky in the mirror dimension, where he continues to endure torment. Tony plans to keep Bucky there for 9 years before releasing him as penance for his crimes. This unresolved history left Tony and Steve on poor terms. Were it not for the immediate threat of Thanos, they might have reignited their old conflict. Tony's frustration with Steve had only deepened in recent weeks. Somehow, Thanos had acquired a symbiote fragment from Steve, significantly amplifying his power. With this newfound strength, Thanos escaped the vibranium prison holding him and reclaimed 2 Infinity Stones, once again overpowering the Avengers. The situation only added fuel to Tony's simmering anger towards Steve. Thinking of this, Tony Stark's mind wandered to Alex, who had disappeared 2 years ago. Tony's feelings toward Alex were deeply conflicted. Alex had saved his life, but he had also secretly used the Mind Stone to control him. Even without that, while Tony might have felt gratitude for being saved, he would never have willingly cooperated so closely with a figure so distinctly anti-heroic. But as he reflected on their current dire situation, Tony couldn't help but sigh, if Alex were still here, things would be different. Before he left, he was powerful enough to stand against the Celestials. Even with Thanos' terrifying strength now, he'd be no match for Alex wielding 3 Infinity Stones. The moment Tony said this, silence fell across the aerospace carrier. The name Alex had become taboo among everyone present in the past 2 years. For most, his memory was laced with hatred, though a few also felt a measure of gratitude. The hatred stemmed from Alex's brutal actions. Single-handedly, he had toppled the US government and military, plunging the world into chaos. Countless lives were lost because of him. Alex's ruthlessness knew no bounds, even extending to his own kind, mutants. He had once slaughtered all of Professor X's students and used the Mind Stone to seize control of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Both SHIELD and Hydra, lurking in the shadows, had also fallen under his sway. If not for the sudden emergence of the Celestials, Alex might have succeeded in conquering the entire world. Yet, despite the fear and hatred he inspired, it was Alex who had inadvertently given Earth a fighting chance against Thanos. For as ruthless as Alex was to his enemies, he was fiercely loyal to his allies. Thanks to him, Tony Stark had become the supreme sorcerer, the most powerful among them. Others had been gifted symbiotes, which significantly enhanced their powers, making them tens of times stronger. These symbiotes weren't ordinary either, they had immense reproductive capabilities. Now, even proud warriors like Thor and Captain Marvel wore symbiote suits, amplifying their abilities. Only Tony Stark had refused, relying on his arc reactor-powered magic instead. Unfortunately, due to Captain America's oversight, Thanos had also acquired a symbiote. For reasons unknown, this had awakened in him the Hulk's ability to grow stronger with rage. This twist had once again turned the tide against the Avengers. Breaking the heavy silence, Nick Fury finally spoke, steering the conversation away from Alex. "I suggest we establish contact with the alien fleet and determine their intentions. If they're willing to ally with us against Thanos, that would be ideal. If not, if they have hostile intentions, perhaps they can at least serve as a distraction. But if they're here to reinforce Thanos, we'll need to focus on escaping Earth and preserving a seed of Earth civilization elsewhere." The superheroes nodded in agreement, accepting Fury's proposal. Fury initiated a transmission to the alien fleet, anxiously awaiting a response. As the seconds dragged on, tension among the group grew palpable. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the communication was answered. This alone was a good sign, suggesting the newcomers were open to negotiation. But when the screen lit up, the sight before them left everyone stunned. Standing on the screen was a figure burned into their memories, white-haired, with familiar piercing blue eyes that gleamed with suppressed amusement. Pretending to be serious, Alex addressed the Avengers. "Hello, everyone. It's been 2 years since I've been gone. Did you miss me?" Chapter 156. Everyone present had studied Alex's profile thoroughly, even those who had never directly interacted with him, including Captain Marvel. They were all familiar with his appearance and past deeds. So, when Alex, who had disappeared for 2 years, suddenly reappeared, the room was filled with shock and complex emotions. Tony Stark, upon seeing Alex, instinctively shouted, "Alex! I knew you weren't dead. You survived even against the Celestials. You cockroach bastard." Thor added with a broad grin, "Oh, my friend. Where have you been these past 2 years?" Unlike Tony and the others, Thor didn't care much about what Alex had done on Earth. Among everyone present, Thor's attitude toward Alex was the warmest. Even after Alex left the Marvel Universe and the influence of the Mind Stone faded, Thor's perspective hadn't changed. But not everyone shared Thor's goodwill. Captain America and Nick Fury greeted Alex with obvious hostility. Captain America shouted angrily at him, "Damn you, Alex. You're back again. Are you planning to invade Earth once more? Let me tell you, in these 2 years, we've completely destroyed your new Hydra along with the original one. They're now buried in the dust of history. You'll get no second chances here." Captain Marvel stepped out from behind Nick Fury, her gaze full of fighting spirit. She knew Alex's strength before he left, but now that she had bonded with a symbiote, she believed her powers had increased enough to stand against him. She taunted Alex, "You devil, just you wait, I'll defeat you." The room filled with a mixture of reactions, joy, fear, and provocation. Alex, however, paid no mind to the hostility from Captain America, Captain Marvel, and the others. Instead, he turned to answer Tony Stark's question, "Of course, I'm not dead. A mere Celestial couldn't possibly kill me." Then, he looked toward Thor, one of the few people he considered a friend in this universe, and said, "I've been to other universes, exploring new worlds. Now, I've just returned to see you, my friends, before I settle some old scores with the Celestials." Thor's eyes widened in surprise. "Other worlds? You mean parallel universes?" Tony Stark was equally astonished. "So, parallel universes really exist?" Alex smiled but didn't elaborate further, allowing them to draw their own conclusions. Then, his gaze shifted to Captain America, Black Widow, and the others. With a playful smirk, he said, "Relax. I've turned over a new leaf. I have no plans to take over the world anymore. Back then, I had to act aggressively under the constant pursuit of military forces and other powers. But for someone like me now, Earth holds no appeal. Why would I bother ruling a backward planet that hasn't even entered the interstellar age when I could conquer empires across the galaxy? Better yet, I'd rather explore different parallel universes, see new sights, and improve myself along the way." Tony Stark and the others fell silent. They hadn't expected that, upon meeting again, Alex would completely dismiss Earth. Every word he spoke was about the vastness of the universe and even conquering parallel dimensions. They realized they were no longer on the same level as him. Having spent decades in the cosmos, Captain Marvel was more aware of the challenges the universe posed. She scoffed and said mockingly, You want to conquer galactic empires? Do you have any idea what you're talking about? Every major power in the universe has weapons capable of destroying entire planets. You're no match for them. Alex had no desire to argue with Captain Marvel, it was beneath him. So, every time she said something, he simply nodded and replied. Ah, yes, yes. You're absolutely right. Behind Alex, Rocket Raccoon and the others couldn't help but stifle their laughter, trying not to interrupt Alex's conversation with his old acquaintances. However, they ultimately failed to contain themselves, especially after hearing Captain Marvel's remarks. Ha ha ha, what a fool. Alex has already conquered 2 galactic empires. Pfft, this is killing me. So this is the famous Captain Marvel. Turns out she's nothing but an idiot. Captain Marvel, mocked by everyone, was instantly enraged. She activated her binary state and shot out of Earth's atmosphere at full speed, yelling, "Just you wait." Her speed was so astonishing that Nick Fury and the others didn't have time to stop her as she transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the sky. Nick Fury sighed, shaking his head, hoping that Captain Marvel might somehow prevail over Alex. Meanwhile, Captain America once again stepped forward, glaring at Alex as he questioned him. You claim you've turned over a new leaf, but what about your past crimes? What about the countless innocent lives you've taken? Those people can't die in vain. Alex rubbed his nose, as if Captain America's persistent accusations had given him the false impression that he might be softening his stance. His smirk grew even more mischievous. I happen to have an ability that allows me to resurrect the dead. Hearing this, Captain America's face briefly lit up with joy before he quickly masked it with skepticism. Narrowing his eyes, he questioned whether Alex truly possessed such an incredible power. Even so, Captain America's sense of duty compelled him to press on with a commanding tone, then bring back the people you've killed. Even if this doesn't absolve you completely, it will at least lessen your guilt. Alex ignored his demand and continued with a smirk, but I'm not some saint. I only look after those who pledge their loyalty to me. So, I've changed my mind. I'll kill Thanos, take his place, and conquer Earth instead. After that, I might consider resurrecting those innocent people who were just collateral damage, since they had no real quarrel with me. Nick Fury's already dark complexion seemed to grow even darker as he exclaimed, as expected. You haven't given up on conquering Earth. Captain America chimed in. And what about those who held grudges against you? The hundreds you executed in front of the White House, will you resurrect them too? Alex chuckled, no. They hated me, insulted me, and slandered me. They ain't getting back up, of course. You. Captain America began, but Alex cut him off, raising a hand. Oh, look who's here. Captain Marvel made good time. Rocket, you guys go entertain her. Be careful not to kill her, though. Star-Lord, who had become increasingly cocky since gaining his newfound powers, eagerly volunteered, let me handle this. I've been itching to test my strength against a top-tier opponent like Captain Marvel. Led by Star-Lord, Alex's crew left the main ship and intercepted Captain Marvel in space. Nick Fury and the others watched in stunned silence via satellite, utterly shocked by what they were seeing. They couldn't believe that Alex's companions, standing behind him, were so powerful that they could survive in the vacuum of space without any protective gear, using nothing but their physical bodies. This was undeniably shocking. Everyone present understood what this meant. Without an incredibly durable physique and the ability to survive without oxygen, living in the vacuum of space was impossible. The extreme cold and lack of pressure would first cause the air in the body to expand, tearing the skin apart, and then freeze the blood solid in mere seconds. Death would be unavoidable. Yet here they were, watching Alex's followers moving freely in the void of space as if it were nothing. And these weren't the pseudo-superhumans he had previously created through symbiotes. These individuals possessed their own overwhelming strength and abilities. Perhaps the raccoon's boastful claims were true after all, Alex really had conquered 2 powerful galactic empires. The group fell silent, turning their attention back to the satellite feed, eager to see who would triumph in the battle between Captain Marvel and Alex's followers. Despite everything they'd witnessed, they still placed their bets on Captain Marvel, even Thor. Thanks to the enhancements from the symbiote, Captain Marvel was now the strongest among them, far surpassing even Tony Stark. They believed she should be able to handle these enemies with ease. After all, if even Alex's followers couldn't be defeated, then Alex himself had truly become unimaginably terrifying. In the void beyond Earth, Captain Marvel raised her chin, gazing down at the group before her with contempt. She was slightly surprised by their ability to survive in space without any external support, but her confidence remained unshaken. After decades spent traversing the cosmos, she had rarely encountered opponents capable of matching her. Outside of the Celestials and a handful of the universe's strongest beings, she ranked among the elite. As for these unfamiliar faces before her, they were nobodies. There was no way they could be counted among the universe's renowned powerhouses. Brimming with self-assurance, Captain Marvel charged forward. In her binary state, she could ignite stars themselves. She feared no one. But when she clashed with Star-Lord, her confidence crumbled in an instant. Shrouded in golden energy flames, she unleashed incredible power. Yet Star-Lord, wrapped in white energy that mirrored her binary aura, was her equal in every way, and perhaps even stronger. Her shock deepened as the battle continued. When had the universe produced such a formidable powerhouse? Things only got worse for her. Rocket Raccoon and the others began unleashing their unique powers against her. Some summoned bolts of lightning, others distorted space itself or transformed into molten lava. The sheer diversity of elemental forces coming her way was staggering. Individually, none of them could match her. But together, their combined onslaught was overwhelming. And then there was Star-Lord, who was clearly stronger than her on his own. Captain Marvel was finding it increasingly difficult to hold her ground against such overwhelming odds. What had started as a clash of confidence was rapidly turning into a desperate struggle for survival. Star-Lord unleashed the celestial power within him, releasing a surge of violent energy that radiated outward from his body. His form transformed into pure energy, resembling the energy constructs that Ego had initially created. In this state, Star-Lord could freely manipulate his body, growing to colossal proportions and wielding his inner power with remarkable precision. In their next collision, Captain Marvel, in her binary form, was sent hurtling into the dark, desolate depths of space. Back on Earth, aboard the helicarrier, everyone fell into a heavy silence. Captain Marvel was their strongest member, yet she was utterly outmatched by Alex's subordinate. Her defeat seemed inevitable. What could have happened to Alex in the past 2 years that even his followers had become so overwhelmingly powerful? What followed was a brutal, one-sided beatdown. Star-Lord pinned Captain Marvel down, and the rest of Alex's team joined in. Within moments, she was bloodied and bruised, her eyes swollen and blackened. Particularly concerning were the wounds caused by residual, false matter energy. These injuries couldn't heal, as the residual energy disrupted her cells, worsening her condition with every passing moment. In mere moments, Captain Marvel lost her ability to resist. Her eyes rolled back as she passed out, and the team carried her aboard the main ship. Alex lit a cigar with a flick of his energy, taking a deep drag before exhaling a plume of smoke. The gray mist enveloped the unconscious Captain Marvel, infused with an energy so intense it felt like the Hulk's hand slapping her. Blood dripped from her nose as she jolted awake. Standing over her, Alex looked down with disdain. "Well, little girl, you think you're tough. Being tough doesn't mean jack. In this world, you need real power and connections." He sneered and added, "I thought you were some big-shot warrior, but it turns out you're just a nobody." Captain Marvel understood every word. The humiliation and anger were almost unbearable. Since awakening her powers through the Space Stone, she had never been treated this way. Across the galaxy, every faction respected and even feared her, including her adversaries, like the Kree Empire. Yet now, she had been thoroughly humiliated. She tried to speak, but Alex silenced her with another slap. His strike was so powerful that even Captain Marvel felt dazed, her head spinning. When she finally quieted down, Alex extracted the symbiote from her body and quickly realized it was a descendant of the symbiotes he had once gifted to Captain America and others. Without hesitation, he returned the symbiote to her body and turned his gaze to the projection showing Nick Fury, Tony Stark, and the others. "Who's next for a lesson? Anyone?" Tony instinctively stepped back, knowing full well he stood no chance against Alex's team if even Captain Marvel had fallen so easily. Nick Fury's expression turned even darker. Alex turned his attention to Thor, asking about Asgard's current state. Upon learning that Ragnarok had not yet occurred, Alex expressed his intention to visit Asgard after dealing with Thanos. "Asgard would make a perfect addition to my dimensional islands," he mused. After a brief discussion with Tony and the others, Alex ended the call. His sights were set on his next target, the Mad Titan. A massive fleet of thousands of starships began descending toward Earth, piercing through the atmosphere like a storm of shadows. They blanketed the skies, casting the world below into darkness. The awe-inspiring sight was visible to everyone on the planet, including Thanos, who was still rampaging and slaughtering civilians. Clad in a bright green symbiote, his eyes radiated a mad, emerald glow. His entire demeanor exuded both immense power and unhinged fury. As he saw the overwhelming fleet, Thanos didn't cower. Instead, his body expanded further, growing to over 10 meters in height. He roared a challenge in the direction of the flagship, instinctively knowing that a formidable opponent awaited him there. Chapter 157. The cosmic fleet loomed over the Earth like a vast canopy, blotting out the sun and casting countless shadows on the ground below. Alex had returned from other worlds. After conquering several powerful cosmic factions, he now set his sights on Earth once more. In mere moments, news spread worldwide about yet another intergalactic force invading Earth. Judging by the size of the fleet, this faction was even stronger than the Mad Titan, Thanos. The government and military of the United States, informed by Nick Fury, quickly learned the identity of this force, Alex's fleet. Their faces turned ashen in an instant. Even after all these years, they couldn't forget the White Devil who had once wiped out their previous leaders. Ironically, it was only due to Alex's ruthless purging of their predecessors that they themselves had risen to power. Yet they felt no gratitude toward him, only overwhelming terror that eclipsed all other emotions. As the ship's doors opened, Alex gazed down at the Mad Titan, Thanos, from a commanding height. Thanos, now linked to the one below all, had gained the power of gamma radiation and the ability to grow stronger with rage. His body glowed an ominous green, and his height had already reached 10 meters. With every surge of anger, he grew even larger. The moment Alex saw Thanos, he immediately noticed something amiss. Thanos' mind had been consumed by rage, leaving him in a frenzied state, a true Mad Titan. Recognizing Alex, Thanos let out a guttural roar, stamping his feet with such force that cracks spread across the ground and shook the very place. He leaped into the sky, charging toward Alex with murderous intent. "I know you. A mere ant who once killed my followers. I'll tear off your limbs and make you suffer." Hearing Thanos speak coherently, Alex realized he still retained some shred of sanity. Alex smirked at Thanos' words and replied mockingly, "I agree. So, a desperate man now wants to destroy my planet? I suppose I'll just have to tear off your limbs, then. Let's do this, Drax." With a wave of Alex's hand, a gravitational force grabbed Drax and hurled him toward Thanos. As Drax landed before Alex, Alex kicked him hard, sending him hurtling through the air. "Aha!" Drax screamed as he soared hundreds of meters into the sky. With Alex's assistance, he broke the sound barrier as he rocketed toward Thanos. Mid-flight, Drax activated the tattoos on his body, which boosted his strength several times over. The two collided mid-air, but Drax was no match for Thanos in his enraged state. Thanos struck him with a single blow, sending him flying into the distant ocean. A heavy silence fell over the main ship as everyone watched the ease with which Thanos had defeated Drax. Alex sighed, realizing the enormity of Thanos' power. Drax had started with physical strength on par with Thanos and had been further enhanced by his tattoos, multiplying his abilities several times over. For Thanos to casually punch Drax away, his strength had to far surpass Drax's, likely approaching, if not exceeding, the level of a singular universe powerhouse. Taking the situation more seriously, Alex gestured. "Rocket, Star-Lord, your turn. Go together." "Okay, let's take him down." Rocket Raccoon and the others immediately sprang into action, rushing toward Thanos. Star-Lord activated the energy within his body, transforming into an energy-based form as he launched the first assault on Thanos. Despite his formidable power, even Star-Lord was overpowered, quickly falling into a defensive position. The rest of the team joined the fight, attacking Thanos with their respective abilities. Lava, vibrations, thunder, and other forces converged on the Mad Titan, finally beginning to push him back. Drax emerged from the ocean once again, charging toward Thanos with unrelenting determination. Thanks to his powerful physique, his injuries had already healed by the time he reached the Mad Titan. With precise and relentless flying slashes, Drax attacked Thanos. Combined with the coordinated efforts of the others, Thanos finally began to show signs of injury. From a distance, a helicopter hovered above the battlefield, equipped with professional filming equipment. A reporter stood in front of the camera, speaking animatedly. It was a live broadcast. The reporter, clearly understanding the audience's interests, avoided focusing on the chaotic battle below. Instead, he instructed the cameraman to pan toward one of the massive spacecraft. As the camera adjusted, the familiar silhouette of Alex came into view, his white hair strikingly prominent. Alex noticed the helicopter immediately. At first, he chose to ignore it, but then he realized that one of its passengers was an old acquaintance, Eddie Brock. Eddie was no stranger to Alex. In the past, Alex had nearly killed him with a single punch, shattering every bone in his body and pulverizing his internal organs. Yet, thanks to the extraordinary regenerative abilities of his symbiote, Eddie had survived. 2 years later, Eddie had become a renowned journalist, celebrated for his coverage of superhero exploits. Spotting an alien fleet arriving on Earth, he had risked his life to report on the event. To his astonishment, he discovered that the fleet's leader was none other than Alex, the White Devil, who had inadvertently been both his savior and near-executioner. The sight of Alex filled Eddie with excitement, as if an ancient man had stumbled upon a mountain of gold. Ignoring the protests of his colleagues, he insisted on capturing footage of Alex for his live broadcast. Eddie knew that featuring Alex in his live stream would make it the most watched event of the decade. Facing the camera, Eddie's voice brimmed with energy. "Good day, everyone. This is your old friend, Eddie Brock, reporting live from the scene. I'm currently aboard a helicopter near the recently arrived alien fleet, documenting the clash between the newcomers and the Mad Titan, Thanos." As the camera panned downward, it captured Star-Lord and his team engaged in battle against Thanos. Eddie continued. "At first, like many of you, I assumed this massive fleet belonged to some unknown extraterrestrial force. But upon arriving on the scene, I discovered the truth was far from what I expected. The fleet's leader is neither alien nor a stranger, it's someone we all know, the White Devil." The camera then zoomed in on Alex, his face displayed prominently for viewers around the world. Eddie exclaimed. 2 years ago, we all witnessed the White Devil's battle against a Celestial. Afterward, he disappeared without a trace, leading many of us to believe he had perished. But the truth is undeniable, he's back. The broadcast continued, with Eddie Brock posing questions that captivated viewers worldwide. So, why has he returned? Is it to help Earth repel the Mad Titan? To continue his devilish reign of death? Or perhaps, he's here to conquer Earth? As Eddie prepared to delve further, he noticed something unusual. His cameraman, Carl, was visibly trembling, his hand shakily pointing behind Eddie. Eddie froze, dread washing over him like a tidal wave. Despite the 2 years that had passed, the familiar terror surged back. Slowly turning, he confirmed his fear. Standing behind him was Alex. With glowing blue eyes and an amused expression, Alex loomed over Eddie. Ignoring Eddie for the moment, Alex approached the camera with a smile and said, "Hello, everyone. It's me, your good old friend, Alex. In the 2 years I've been gone, I've ventured to other worlds, conquering civilizations and expanding my horizons. I returned to this universe just a month ago. Today, I have a special treat for you, a performance. I hope you enjoy." The moment Alex appeared on screen, the world erupted. Among the most ecstatic were the mutants. 2 years ago, Alex had toppled governments, destroyed military bases, and eliminated generals. His actions left such a mark that, after his departure, governments intensified their oppression of mutants to prevent the rise of another Alex. This escalation led to the creation of advanced sentinel robots, designed to hunt and exterminate mutants. Even Magneto couldn't stand against the sheer numbers and upgrades of these machines. Now, with Alex's return, mutants felt a resurgence of hope. Across the internet, anonymous posts from mutants began flooding in. "The savior has returned. Mutants will rise again. With Alex back, the government's tyranny will finally face retribution. You all thought he was dead. Now he's back, stronger than ever." Meanwhile, those who had opposed Alex 2 years ago voiced their disdain. "Freaks, if you're silent now, it's probably because the Sentinels have already wiped you out. So what if the White Devil is back? The Sentinels have been upgraded, with new capabilities specifically designed to target mutants. This monster who once fought a Celestial? The Celestials will destroy him this time, and you freaks will follow him into extinction." The fence-sitters remained silent, waiting to see how events would unfold before committing to a stance. The majority of people, however, supported Alex. Compared to Alex, their hatred for Thanos was far greater. The Mad Titan had taken too many lives, including loved ones. Now, with Alex challenging Thanos, they rallied behind him. Unconcerned with the online chaos, Alex directed the cameraman to focus on the fight below. Initially, Thanos struggled against the elemental attacks of Star-Lord and his team, falling into a defensive position. But as he adapted, his growing fury, combined with the power of 2 infinity stones, allowed him to turn the tide. At this point, the team was no match for Thanos. His connection to Toba, combined with the symbiote-enhanced power and his eternal heritage, had elevated him to a level nearing single-universe-class combat capability. From the start of the battle, Alex had activated his domain to contain the fallout of the clashes. Without it, the Earth's surface might have been devastated by the sheer force of the combatants' attacks. Rocket Raccoon and the others were the first to fall, gravely injured and unable to continue fighting. Even Drax, the strongest among them, was no exception, knocked unconscious by a single, devastating punch from Thanos. Now only Star-Lord remained, struggling desperately to hold on. But moments later, he too was struck down, crashing into the ground and lying motionless. As the scene unfolded, the internet buzzed with reactions. Alex's team is no match, just like the Avengers, they've all been defeated. What are we supposed to do now? Thanos wants to slaughter every living being on Earth. I don't want to die. Don't panic. Alex hasn't made his move yet. 2 years ago, his power was already terrifying, he's rumored to be a level 5 mutant. He must have grown even stronger since then. I hope Alex can defeat Thanos. If not, Earth is doomed. As Thanos advanced towards Star-Lord, his towering figure brimming with murderous intent, Star-Lord refused to cower. Instead, he raised his middle finger in defiance, taunting the giant. He knew he was safe. That man would act. Sure enough, just as Thanos was within 10 meters of Star-Lord, a white-haired figure materialized between them. Hands in his pockets, Alex faced the hulking green giant without a hint of fear. Seeing Alex appear out of thin air, Thanos' expression twisted further, his rage intensifying. His body grew larger once more as he swung a colossal fist at Alex. The sheer force of Thanos' punch distorted the air and even threatened to rend the fabric of space. Without Alex's domain, the punch could have obliterated the entire solar system. Fueled by boundless rage, Thanos had truly ascended to a single-universe level of power. However, he was still a novice at this tier, and the disparity between him and Alex was vast, greater than the gap between a celestial being and a mere mortal. For Alex, who had already begun to touch the multiverse level of power, Thanos was nothing more than a slightly larger insect. In an instant, Alex entered his third tree, Abyss state, activating his origin reinforcement skill. The vectors and scalars of the surrounding space twisted, forming vector threads that coiled around Alex's index finger. When Thanos' enormous fist collided with Alex's outstretched finger, the size difference between them, dozens of times over, meant nothing. For true strength, size was irrelevant. Boom! The kinetic energy of Thanos' full-force punch was magnified tenfold by Alex and rebounded. Combined with Alex's own immense power, the resulting shockwave struck Thanos head-on. Thanos vanished in an instant, propelled out of sight by the unimaginable force. Earth's instruments couldn't even track his trajectory. All they registered was a brief flash of light as Alex's surroundings were replaced by a fan-shaped crater. The crater extended for dozens of kilometers, obliterating Thanos' army in its path. Fortunately, all civilians had been evacuated due to Thanos' invasion. Otherwise, the collateral damage would have resulted in millions of casualties. Using Iron Man's AI and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tracking systems, investigators traced Thanos' path to his crash site. When they found him, they gasped in shock. The once mighty Mad Titan, who had terrorized Earth and beyond, was now barely recognizable. Half of his body was shattered, his luminous green blood pooling into a small lake. Thanos lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Chapter 158. Thanos' green symbiote squirmed across his body, attempting to heal his wounds. However, the injuries were infused with a high-level, unknown energy that nullified his immortality and suppressed his self-healing abilities. Yet, as Thanos teetered on the brink of death, a strange green energy emerged from some unknown corner of his body. It struggled to expel the remnants of Alex's energy, eventually regenerating his flesh and repairing his injuries. Thanos rose once more, his height now exceeding 20 meters. Sensing the growing power within him, his confidence surged. That's right, he bellowed. I am immortal. No matter what suppressive abilities you possess, it won't matter. I will adapt, and you are destined to fail. Even if you hold the upper hand for now, you cannot escape being torn to pieces. Despite his confidence, his mental faculties seemed severely diminished, forcing him to pause awkwardly to gather his words. His clumsy demeanor came across as somewhat comical. I am immortal. Every attack you use will only make me stronger. Over time, I will grow more powerful until I can destroy even the Celestials. Just as he finished speaking, a white-haired figure appeared before him. Before he could react, Alex's foot smashed into his face with incredible force, slamming the back of his head into the ground and embedding him into a deep crater. The ground beneath Thanos had become unnaturally durable, so much so that even with his newfound strength, he couldn't destroy it. Moreover, invisible bindings coiled around him, restricting his movements and leaving him immobilized. Alex's mocking voice echoed above him, "Those words sound familiar. I think I've encountered enemies like you before." In a neighboring multiverse called DC, there exists a powerful species of monsters capable of adapting to all kinds of powers, growing stronger over time. But in the end, I still killed them. Let's see how you differ from them. Standing atop Thanos' massive head, Alex gazed down at him with disdain, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Alex didn't waste time. With a casual tug of his right hand, he tore Thanos' massive arm from his body. Green blood sprayed everywhere but hovered in midair around Alex, unable to get any closer. Watching as Thanos' arm began to regenerate rapidly, Alex frowned slightly. With a small gesture, a conceptual sword of imaginary mass materialized in his hand. Using the sword, he severed Thanos' arm once more. This time, the remaining imagined mass eroded the wound. Thanos' regeneration, stronger than even Wolverine's or Deadpool's healing factors, was rendered completely ineffective. His arm would not regrow. What followed was a gruesome dissection. Alex systematically dismantled Thanos, testing various abilities on his body. It was his first encounter with a being at the single-universe level, and he intended to explore the limits of his powers. However, by the end of his experiments, Alex was disappointed to discover that even Thanos, who had only just stepped into the single-universe tier, was nothing more than an insignificant ant to him. Thanos offered no meaningful challenge. With a final move, Alex tore the green symbiote from Thanos' body and crushed it underfoot. He then stomped on Thanos' body, shattering it completely. And so, the reign of the Mad Titan came to an end. A being who had once terrorized the cosmos was destroyed effortlessly. But Alex was unimpressed. Thanos had been too weak. Nevertheless, he had gained something from the encounter. The symbiote that had bonded with Thanos had been enhanced by Toba's gamma-ray modifications, making it extraordinarily powerful. If someone like Star-Lord were to wear it, they might even reach the level of a single-universe powerhouse. This symbiote was of significant research value. Meanwhile, during Alex's battle with Thanos, Eddie Brock had arrived on site via helicopter, capturing the entire fight on camera. The footage of Thanos' brutal defeat quickly spread across the globe, sending the world into a frenzy. Holy crap! The White Devil is insane. He took down the Mad Titan, someone who could ignore nuclear weapons and crush entire armies with ease. It's clear now, Alex and the Avengers aren't even in the same league. Alex is the strongest of them all. Captain Marvel. The Mad Titan. They're all just stepping stones for him. The internet was filled with praise for Alex. Those who had previously criticized him vanished from public discourse. Any attempt to speak ill of him was met with severe backlash from the public, and even warnings from government agencies. In response to Thanos' defeat, military and governmental leaders held emergency meetings. Unlike the previous administration's antagonistic stance toward Alex, they unanimously decided to fully support and maintain peace with him. However, not everyone agreed. A small faction of officials viewed Alex as a monumental threat. They believed that the advanced Sentinel robots, now capable of defeating Alex, should be deployed to eliminate him as an unstable element. Despite their efforts to sway opinions, the majority disagreed. One senior official openly mocked them. The previous generals shared your mindset, and now they're dead. You're welcome to try, but be prepared to face the same fate. Embarrassed and enraged, the dissenters fell silent. From their satellite feeds, SHIELD agents had closely monitored Alex's battle with Thanos. A heavy silence hung in the air as the footage concluded. Finally, Tony Stark broke the quiet. He's becoming stronger, reaching a level we can't even begin to fathom. Thor sat deep in thought, emotions swirling. When he first met Alex, he hadn't seemed anywhere near this powerful. But over time, Alex's strength had grown exponentially. From enduring nuclear explosions to battling Celestials, Alex had achieved these milestones in mere months. Now, 2 years later, his abilities had reached an almost unimaginable scale. Thor, both envious and awestruck, remarked. He's probably achieved what my father once described as the single-universe tier. He's no weaker than some of the masters of dimensional planes. Curious, Captain America asked. What's a dimensional plane master? Thor explained, dimensional masters possess their own dimensions, each one equivalent to an entire universe. They have immense power, capable of easily destroying planets and devouring galaxies. After understanding the concept of dimensional masters, Captain America looked at the shield in his hand and decisively gave up any thought of opposing Alex. Although he didn't know why, he always seemed to have an even chance against any powerful enemy. But the idea of taking on a dimensional master with just his shield? No, thank you. Faced with someone as powerful as Alex, everyone felt helpless. No matter what they did, they couldn't fight him. All they could hope for was that Alex would continue to show goodwill toward Earth. After dealing with Thanos, Alex returned to his main ship. At this point, he had little attachment left to Earth. Still, he wanted to take care of a few things. He expanded his domain and, using his extraordinary computational ability, hacked into the entire Earth's network. He filtered through the data, identified those who had insulted him online, and transported them to his pocket universe, enslaving them. He also exposed all the inhumane experiments conducted on mutants by a certain powerful nation, placing the evidence prominently on every website's front page. The world went into an uproar. God, my bro just vanished right next to me. Does anyone know what's happening? My husband disappeared too. What's going on? I figured it out, all the people who disappeared had insulted the White Devil online. He's settling accounts. I knew this would happen. Ever since the White House incident, I've been the most loyal supporter of the White Devil. Ha! Before the discussion could go further, Alex's voice echoed in everyone's mind. Ahem, hello, everyone. I am Alex, the one you call the White Devil. However, I don't like that title. I would prefer you call me the Godslayer, as I will soon begin eradicating all the Celestials in this universe. But that's not the point. Here's what you need to know. First, those who insulted me online, I've taken them to my pocket universe, a dimension entirely created and controlled by me. I'll be educating them on the reality that some people can actually reach through the internet to deal with you. Once they sincerely apologize and I feel like it, I'll send them back. Their families don't need to worry. Second, I owe a great deal to the mutants who have supported me. Unlike Magneto, I'm not extreme and won't slaughter ordinary humans to create a world only for mutants. Instead, I'll plant an extraordinary tree, a miraculous seed that will allow everyone in the world to gain superpowers. This will resolve the fundamental conflict between humans and mutants once and for all. Finally, I have a job offer. I'm hiring talented people to work for me, helping build my dimensional universe. You'll leave this world and accompany me to other worlds. Your pay. I'll help you grow stronger, at the very least to Captain America's level. Once we establish ourselves in a new universe, you'll even have the chance to explore and travel through it. If you're interested, apply now. When my dimensional universe is fully constructed, you'll be its first inhabitants. The world erupted in shock, awe, and anticipation, with countless people eager to join Alex's offer. Finally, I will stay on Earth for a while, waiting for the Celestials to arrive. You don't need to worry about my battle with the Celestials destroying Earth, as I will create a temporary mirror space during the fight, placing the entire solar system inside it to ensure no harm comes from the battle's aftermath. As for the government and military leaders of a certain powerful nation, I suggest you recognize the vast gap between you and me. Stop sending annoying pests to bother me, or I might accidentally crush you all like the insects that you are. Alex retracted his domain, severing communication with everyone on Earth. He then took a divine tree branch from his dimensional universe, stepped out, and arrived at the Himalayas, planting it on the tallest peak. Boom! The entire Earth trembled, and nations near the Himalayas witnessed a colossal divine tree sprouting from the mountain range. Within mere minutes, it grew taller than the highest peaks in the world. When the divine tree fully matured, countless energy particles invisible to the human eye began radiating outward. Within half an hour, these particles, akin to chakra or natural energy from other worlds, spread across the globe. The energy began transforming people's physical capabilities, and those with mutant genes awakened their unique superpowers almost immediately. In just 1 hour, tens of millions of people worldwide gained superpowers. Even those without mutant genes started developing various abilities as time passed. In just one day, the world was shaken multiple times, but this was by far the most intense upheaval. Previous news about the White Devil was something people only saw on TV, detached from their own lives. It always felt somewhat unreal. But now, with tens of millions awakening superpowers, approximately 1 out of every 100 people had gained abilities. Nearly everyone knew someone who had awakened. This time, it was a personal experience, direct participation that made them realize the world had truly changed. When Alex planted the divine tree, the earth underwent a dramatic transformation. Those living closest to the Himalayas noticed giant inscriptions carved into the divine tree, Alex's method for extracting chakra. By following these inscriptions, people found their bodies continuously strengthening. As more people discovered this information, the technique quickly spread worldwide. Earth officially entered an extraordinary era. The hostility between mutants and ordinary humans faded as the world transitioned into this new age. Alex, with his actions alone, transformed the state of the planet. These changes, if described by some authors, would be enough to fill an entire spiritual revival novel. But Alex no longer cared about such things. While Star-Lord and others conducted interviews outside, Alex continued honing his skills. He was determined to upgrade a vital skill before the Celestials arrived. Constantly absorbing energy from his dimensional universe, Alex's energy absorption skill leveled up at a painfully slow rate. As the skill level increased, gaining experience became harder, requiring immense amounts of time and persistence. Finally, after relentless effort, Alex was about to achieve another breakthrough. Energy absorption EXP +1. Energy absorption EXP +1. Energy absorption EXP +1. Energy absorption EXP +1. Congratulations! Your skill energy absorption has leveled up. Energy absorption LV6, 1/50th, 000. Can absorb all forms of energy within a 10-kilometer radius. No limits on absorption speed or energy storage capacity. Can manipulate all forms of energy within a 1-kilometer radius. Can disassemble all matter within a 10-meter radius or create anything from energy. A flood of information surged into Alex's mind, so overwhelming that even his advanced cognitive abilities struggled to process it. Finally, after several days, Alex opened his eyes. Objects around him were continuously dissolving and reforming into new structures of energy and matter. He had gained the power of creation. Chapter 159. After upgrading his energy absorption skill to LV6, Alex was able to directly convert matter into energy. This meant he no longer needed infinite energy sources, he was infinite energy himself. Even if the dimensional universe's infinity stones, eternal flame, and other divine artifacts were no longer present, the dimensional universe could still expand by breaking down matter, completely unimpeded. Around Alex, matter continuously broke down and reassembled. During this process, vast amounts of energy dissipated and then reformed with virtually no loss. Moments later, Alex realized the efficiency with which he could convert matter into energy far exceeded that of a nuclear explosion. Matter would first decompose into fine molecules, then atoms, protons, neutrons, quarks, and ultimately, strings. Even an ordinary piece of material, when broken down, could unleash power rivaling that of the infinity stones in a short span of time. Alex immediately modified the runes within his dimensional universe, allowing energy absorption to contribute to energy fusion. This upgrade increased the final energies tier and further accelerated the dimensional universe's expansion. In addition to energy absorption, other skills like 6 eyes were also nearing LV6. Over the coming days, Alex's strength would undergo another massive transformation. But before he could continue refining his skills, the Celestials sensed his presence and descended to Earth from the void of space. While Alex was training in his pocket universe, Earth underwent significant changes. The sudden appearance of countless mutants and superpowered individuals threw society into chaos. However, under government intervention, order was gradually restored. Some countries, through unified effort, had even introduced preliminary laws to regulate superpowered beings. When Alex returned to Earth from his pocket universe, he could clearly sense that the energy particles in the atmosphere had grown denser and easier to absorb. As the divine tree continued to grow, the energy concentration would further intensify until it reached its limit. Because of Alex's overwhelming power, the United States no longer dared to show hostility toward him. Even online discourse had shifted, as Alex had taken the time to resurrect innocent bystanders caught in earlier battles and planted the divine tree. It was no exaggeration to say that if Alex expressed even the slightest interest in becoming president, people would clamor to elect him. But Alex had no interest in such trivial notions of power. Upon returning to Earth, his first stop was to find Tony Stark. He casually took a few Iron Man suits as collectibles for his dimensional universe. Tony filled him in on the events of the past 2 years while he was away. Tony had married Pepper Potts several years earlier than in the original timeline. Using Alex's intelligence and his own strength, Tony had defeated Captain America and Bucky Barnes, imprisoning Bucky. Now, fully lucid, Bucky was repaying his crimes in a mirrored dimension. Alex agreed with Tony's approach. Bucky, after all, had been a victim of Hydra's brainwashing and didn't deserve to die, despite killing Tony's parents. Neither of them was truly at fault. Tony's decision was undoubtedly the best resolution. Later, Alex met the current members of the Avengers. To his surprise, the team included Spider-Woman, Polaris, and even Peter Parker, who had turned into the Lizard. Alex didn't have much connection with Peter, but seeing the Peter Parker in this universe, retaining his humanity despite his beastly instincts, was heartening. As a gesture of encouragement, Alex strengthened Peter's body, enabling him to freely switch between his lizard and human forms. He also gifted Peter a symbiote that replicated Spider-Man's abilities, making him this universe's Spider-Man. Meanwhile, Polaris and Spider-Gwen looked at Alex expectantly, clearly hoping for gifts of their own. For Polaris, Alex had only met her once, but she had already passed Rocket Raccoon and the others' interviews to migrate to the dimensional universe. Alex treated his employees well. He unlocked Polaris's latent powers, making her an even stronger mutant than her father. He also enhanced her physical strength, allowing her to go toe-to-toe with Peter Parker based solely on raw physicality. As for Spider-Gwen, Alex took her upgrade more seriously. When he first arrived in this world, Spider-Gwen had helped him greatly. Now, it was time to repay the favor. First, Alex used technology from various worlds to design a custom symbiote suit for her. Just by wearing it, she could achieve Skyfather combat strength. He then strengthened Gwen's natural abilities and bestowed upon her a new Devil Fruit rune. After careful consideration, Alex chose the Sub Sub no Mi, which not only had vast developmental potential but also offered cosmetic benefits. What girl wouldn't love that? With this, Spider-Gwen became Alex's second Sky-Father level subordinate. After completing these enhancements, Alex opened a long-term portal that allowed his employees to freely travel between the dimensional universe and Earth. This gave his staff the chance to witness the breathtaking beauty of the dimensional universe, while inhabitants of the dimensional universe, like Luffy and Catwoman, came to visit Earth. When Nami discovered Earth's variety of food and fashionable clothing, she was ecstatic, declaring that joining Alex's team was the best decision of her life. One day, Alex was relaxing on a beach, basking in the sun, when he suddenly sensed something and looked toward the sky. At the same time, everyone on Earth seemed to feel a shift, turning their eyes toward the heavens. The events from 2 years ago were unfolding again. The mighty Celestials had descended upon Earth once more. Within minutes, the internet was abuzz, with everyone discussing the Celestials' arrival. The Celestials are back, and they must be here for the Godslayer Alex. Will he win this time, or will it be worse than 2 years ago? Will he fall in battle or even die at their hands? Oh my God, I hope Alex wins. He's brought magical revival to Earth. With him, we can grow stronger and even become a powerful magical civilization. Go, Godslayer. You're the man destined to slay gods. Don't fall here. Alex had anticipated the Celestials' arrival. After his battle with Thanos, his energy signature was exposed. If the Celestials were still searching for him, they were bound to show up. Their delay of a month was what surprised him the most. Alex's energy surged as he instantly entered peak combat form. The third tree, Abyss and Root powers stacked together, continuously amplifying his combat strength. With a single step, Alex appeared before the celestial Arishem the Judge. Behind him, Earth had already been relocated to the dimensional universe. Thanks to its constant growth, the dimensional universe could now easily accommodate an entire planet. Arishem's colossal form, larger than a planet, loomed over Alex. However, to Alex, Arishem no longer exuded an overwhelming sense of power. Instead, Alex found him almost underwhelming. The energy radiating from Arishem's body wasn't as imposing as Alex had anticipated. Arishem regarded the human before him, the faint ripples of energy emanating from his surface betraying his otherwise calm facade. He had clearly sensed the terrifying energy within Alex, an energy equal to, if not greater than, his own. Feeling an ominous foreboding, Arishem secretly sent a signal to his fellow Celestials. He planned to fall back on their traditional method, overwhelming their enemy with sheer numbers. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, Arishem maintained an air of indifference. To him, a Celestial's dignity was unassailable. Even if this mortal was far stronger than expected, he was still, in Arishem's eyes, just a more formidable ant. Looking down at Alex, Erashem spoke coldly, "White Devil, you dare to return to this universe. I see the sins intertwined with your existence. I, Erashem, shall judge you. You are hereby sentenced to death, and your soul shall be cast into hell for eternal torment." Alex was unfazed by Erashem's proclamation. He had already determined that the Celestial wasn't concealing any hidden reserves of power. This really is all he has, Alex thought. Before Erashem's signal could reach the other Celestials, Alex twisted the vectors and scalars around him, forming a massive arm of energy, far larger than a planet. Without hesitation, he swung it and slapped Erashem across the face. "And you dare act tough?" Alex sneered. The blow deformed Erashem's head, scattering components harder than any known metal across the cosmos. Against Alex's vector-twisting attack, Erashem's defenses were meaningless. For the first time since his creation, this mighty Celestial, revered for eons, was left dazed by a single strike. Before Erashem could even process what had happened, another colossal slap landed on the other side of his head, nearly obliterating it. Thanks to the third tree, Abyss, Alex's mastery over vector manipulation carried an added ability to sever immortality itself. The energy arm he had created possessed this same attribute, leaving Erashem's injuries agonizingly slow to heal. Erashem's head was now utterly mangled, exposing the radiant, kaleidoscopic energy core within. However, the Celestials were no ordinary beings. Lacking vital points in the conventional sense, they transcended such vulnerabilities. Despite the severe damage to his head, Erashem retained most of his combat capabilities. Instinctively, Erashem summoned a crimson portal, attempting to retreat from Alex and buy time to piece together his shattered consciousness. Erashem's portal spanned countless dimensions, instantly transporting him to the far side of the universe. However, just as he emerged, another portal materialized before him. Alex appeared through it, his fist already in motion. He struck Erashem squarely in the chest. Black and crimson lightning exploded across the cosmos as Erashem was sent hurtling through space, smashing through several planets before being engulfed by a black hole hundreds of times larger than the Sun. While the black hole, capable of annihilating most matter in the universe, posed no threat to a Celestial, it couldn't stop Alex's relentless onslaught. Erashem shattered the black hole, triggering an energy explosion that obliterated nearby galaxies. His chest armor fractured, revealing cracks spreading across its surface, evidence of the damage Alex had inflicted with a single punch. Finally shaken from his stupor after sustaining consecutive devastating blows, Erashem gathered energy and matter to construct a shield, temporarily holding Alex at bay. The situation was entirely against him. Erashem's emotions churned violently, his energies flickering in turmoil. For the first time, he, an ancient and exalted Celestial, found himself utterly suppressed by a mere ant. In disbelief, he demanded, "Where have you been these past 2 years? What have you done to grow so powerful in such a short time?" Alex didn't bother to stop his assault. Each punch and kick, amplified by overwhelming vector manipulation, carried the force to obliterate entire star systems. Even the residual energy of his strikes could extinguish stars. "I went where I needed to go. I did what I needed to do," Alex replied tersely, unwilling to reveal anything. Suppressing Erashem had become almost effortless for Alex. At the same time, he extended his awareness, scanning for signs of other Celestials. He hadn't stopped Erashem from sending out his signal earlier because his plan was to draw all the Celestials into one place and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Though Erashem possessed extraordinary regenerative capabilities, effectively immortal, Alex had multiple ways to counter them. His vector manipulation severed immortality, his mystic eyes of death perception targeted life's end, and his imagined mass could corrode even the toughest defenses. As the battle progressed, Alex fully grasped Erashem's power level. Though a formidable presence within a single universe scale, Erashem had no experience dealing with multiversal threats. Having touched the multiversal level, Alex could easily dominate him. Alex's domain unfolded across several star systems, ensuring his attacks would always land. After severing one of Erashem's arms with a spatial slash targeting his death lines, Alex noticed strange spatial fluctuations in the surrounding void. Massive entities were attempting to open portals into the area. Alex grinned. "Looks like the fish have taken the bait." With the Celestials closing in, Alex disrupted the surrounding space, preventing them from arriving directly. Then, he unleashed his full power. A barrage of abilities activated simultaneously, filling the region with countless supernovae and black holes, spanning hundreds of light years. These cosmic phenomena consumed and repelled everything in their path. Gathering the twisted vectors across this vast expanse, Alex compressed their force tenfold and infused them into his imagined longsword, overlaying it with fundamental rules of existence. This would be his ultimate strike. With a single step, Alex vanished from his position and reappeared beside Arishem, light years away. He swung his sword along Arishem's death line, cleaving through his form. In that instant, the ancient celestial, older than the universe itself, was bisected. His energy dimmed, fading into complete stillness as he sank into eternal slumber. The first celestial had fallen. Moments later, the other celestials finally arrived, crossing the vast cosmic expanse. They witnessed Arishem's severed form, their leader defeated. Several celestials attempted to heal and revive him, but the overwhelming higher-dimensional forces Alex had unleashed prevented even their collective efforts from succeeding. Before long, Arishem succumbed to eternal darkness. Chapter 160. Arishem's bisected corpse floated silently in the void of space. The celestials who had just arrived began reassembling his body, infusing it with energy in an attempt to resurrect him. However, no matter how much power they channeled into Arishem, there were no signs of revival. The forces unleashed by Alex's mystic eyes of death perception and other death-nullifying abilities had sealed Arishem's fate, an immutable death. Moments later, the gathered celestials realized the truth: Arishem could not be revived. Their great leader, the celestial judge, had truly fallen. They stored Arishem's remains in a newly opened independent dimension and turned their attention to Alex. Their gazes were sharp, their scrutiny unyielding as they studied the mortal who had slain their leader. As celestials, they rarely experienced emotional turmoil. Even in the face of civilizations collapsing or entire species being annihilated, they would remain detached, merely recording events without intervention. But now, as they faced a being capable of killing a celestial, they could not remain indifferent. For the first time, they understood the mortal fear of death. "We must kill him," declared the green-glowing searcher, scanning Alex's body. Through the depths of Alex's being, he glimpsed a vast and unfathomable abyss of energy. His strength is immense. Even Arishem was no match for him. He is the greatest threat to our order in this universe. His mere existence could destabilize cosmic balance. The yellow-striped eradicator added, "Agreed. We must eliminate him at once." The collector, another celestial, scanned Alex with meticulous precision. As a singular universe-level entity himself, he could discern fragments of Alex's capabilities from his previous battles. This human possesses a dimensional universe of his own, a remarkable research opportunity. His unparalleled physical prowess could be harnessed for biological augmentation. Perhaps we could create a new race far superior to the Eternals. The glowing green analyzer spoke, "Indeed. If we can uncover the secret to his rapid evolution, it may even allow us to replicate the ancient celestials of the prime universe and craft god-tier species to rival the pantheon of gods." The other celestials quickly chimed in, one after another. In their eyes, Alex was already a trapped prey with no means of escape. Though he had somehow managed to slay Arishem, they believed he was no match for the combined might of the celestials. When the celestials fought as one, their abilities complemented each other, amplifying their individual powers several-fold. Despite their confidence, Alex remained unfazed. He activated his 6 eyes, scanning the celestials in return. He quickly discovered that each of them possessed a powerful energy core deep within their bodies. These cores bore a strong resemblance to those of the Eternals, but the celestial cores were on another level entirely. Their energy was boundless, as if every celestial housed an infinity stone within them. Alex theorized that when Arishem had created the Eternals, he must have drawn inspiration from his own core, crafting a weaker imitation for his creations. The realization that these celestials were effectively walking infinity stones caused Alex's eyes to gleam with opportunity. If I can subdue and seal these celestials within my dimensional universe, the energy output of my universe could increase exponentially. Alex thought to himself. After absorbing energy and advancing to level 6, the energy supply from his dimensional universe was already struggling to keep up with his demands. The celestials, with their cores functioning independently of their native universe, were far more convenient than infinity stones. However, the current situation was precarious. While Alex was individually stronger than any single celestial, being surrounded and overwhelmed could still prove troublesome. Deciding not to wait, Alex chose to strike first. In an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing behind the green-glowing searcher. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most powerful attack. Alex activated every ounce of strength within his body, pushing himself to his absolute peak. His domain, already encompassing a radius of hundreds of light-years, ensured that all his abilities had unlimited range, able to strike anywhere within its boundaries. It was time to shatter the Celestials. With just a flicker of Alex's will, the mystical armor on the Searcher's body began to disintegrate into massive waves of energy, which Alex immediately absorbed. The sheer volume of this energy was so immense that Alex felt a rare sensation of fullness. Wasting no time, he channeled all his power, wielding his conceptual blade wrapped in twisted vectors, and struck along the Searcher's death line. Crunch. The grating sound of metal being sliced reverberated through the surrounding space, reaching the ears of everyone present. A moment later, a significant portion of the Searcher's body was cleaved apart. As the severed piece drifted away, its energy quickly dissipated, conceptually killed by Alex's ability. The remaining Celestials froze in shock. Their armor trembled violently, and waves of energy rippled uncontrollably through the surrounding cosmos. They had underestimated Alex's strength. He had just gravely wounded a Celestial in mere moments. Realization dawned on them: Alex's killing of Erishem earlier wasn't the extent of his power, it was part of a deliberate ruse. He had designed the entire encounter to toy with them. Such arrogance. The Searcher clasped his hands together, creating a miniature galaxy between his palms. He hurled this cosmic construct at Alex, but Alex cleaved it in two with a single swing of his blade. The Searcher couldn't help but ask, "What did you do in these past 2 years to become so powerful? Did you gain the favor of some higher cosmic being?" Even as a member of the Celestials, albeit not one of the ancient Celestials from the first cosmos, the Searcher was aware of the existence of powerful entities beyond their comprehension. He referred to beings of the multiversal scale, eternity, death, infinity, and oblivion, entities whose power spanned across all multiverses, far exceeding the single universe level of the Celestials. If Alex had been chosen by one of these gods and granted their strength, his rapid rise to surpass the Celestials wouldn't seem so impossible. However, Alex's path was far beyond what they imagined. He had already transcended the boundaries of Marvel's multiverse, leaving even the one above all behind. He could now freely venture into other worlds. His strength stemmed from his system, but once the system's fusion rate reached 100%, that power would fully integrate into Alex himself. As long as he worked hard, his power could increase without limits. At this moment, Alex summoned his conceptual greatsword again, its edges brimming with twisting vector energy, and swung it toward the Searcher. The Tester, another Celestial, rushed to intervene. Yet, the conceptual weapon's sharpness was unmatched, slicing through the Tester's blocking arm before continuing its trajectory toward the remainder of the Searcher's body. The attack ripped through countless galaxies, splitting the Searcher's form in half once more. With most of his body destroyed, the Searcher's internal energy fell into complete chaos. Prismatic energy spilled from the gashes in his armor, floating through space like blood. In the next moment, Alex effortlessly sealed the now helpless Searcher and stored him within his dimensional universe. The first massive battery was secured. It only took a few exchanges for Alex to defeat one of the Celestials. Stripped of resistance, the fallen Celestial was swiftly captured by Alex. Seeing this, the remaining Celestials no longer dared to underestimate him. They unleashed their most powerful attacks to bring Alex down. One of them created a black hole and hurled it at Alex. This rudimentary tactic was, of course, futile. Alex destroyed the black hole with a single punch and teleported above the Surveyor, placing his palm on the Celestial's head. The Surveyor's mysterious armor, composed of unknown cosmic material, began to break apart under Alex's touch, transforming into immense energy that he absorbed. Before the Surveyor could strike back, Alex summoned a spear of twisted vectors and drove it downward, piercing through the Celestial's head, neck, chest, and finally exiting through its lower body. Once the Surveyor's armor defenses were breached, Alex took control of the Celestial's internal vectors. Twisting them with unimaginable precision, he caused a devastating explosion from within, obliterating most of the armor and exposing the Surveyor's shimmering, prismatic energy core. With the Surveyor incapacitated, Alex sealed it just as he had done before, storing it in his dimensional universe. The second massive battery was secured. After the Surveyor's defeat, the remaining Celestials surrounded him, sealing off the surrounding space. They unleashed a torrent of energy, potent enough to destroy hundreds of galaxies, directly at Alex. At first, Alex's infinity blocked the energy surge. However, embedded within the Celestial's attack was a mysterious substance, one capable of warping time and space. It bypassed his barrier and even escaped the control of his vector manipulation. This, of course, was due to the current limitations of his abilities. His vector manipulation was only at level 4. Alex attempted to absorb the energy, but even with his level 6 energy absorption, he could not fully neutralize it. With space locked around him, escape was impossible. Faced with no other options, Alex resorted to using his own body to endure the attack. Enhancing his physical form with energy, he braced against the overwhelming onslaught. The moment the energy struck, Alex's skin, far more durable and flexible than adamantium, began to burn and disintegrate. However, his rapid regeneration quickly mended the damage. He had a sudden insight and layered a coating of conceptual matter over his body. This shield absorbed much of the incoming energy, reducing the impact. Through a cycle of injury and repair, Alex managed to withstand the combined assault of the Celestials. As Alex stepped out of the chaotic energy storm, the Celestials were stunned into silence. The Eradicator voiced their disbelief. How is this possible? Even with all of us striking together, we couldn't kill him. Is he on the verge of becoming a multiversal god? The Measurer carefully analyzed Alex's current state. No, he hasn't reached multiversal levels yet. But he's close. If we don't kill him now, it won't just be us. Every other Celestial in this universe, even those who haven't yet arrived, will be slaughtered by him. Our entire race will face extinction. The Calculator declared decisively. Kill him. At all costs. The Calculator burned with a blazing, radiant energy, his armor emanating waves of chaotic heat that made him shine brighter than a star. Overloading his body, he charged directly at Alex. Yet, all his efforts were in vain. In a head-on clash, Alex sent him flying, shattering his arm in the process. Streams of prismatic energy, resembling blood, dripped from the gaps in the Calculator's armor. While Alex was locked in combat with the Calculator, the Prosecutor launched a sneak attack. Manipulating time and space, the Prosecutor attempted to exile Alex to the desolate end of time. But Alex, being equally proficient in spatial and temporal abilities, effortlessly nullified the attack. Enduring the Prosecutor's assault, Alex allowed severe burns to ravage his body in exchange for piercing through the Prosecutor's chest. The Celestials clearly possessed some methods to counteract regeneration, but these were far inferior to Alex's abilities. Despite severe injuries, Alex's wounds visibly healed at incredible speeds, while any Celestial grievously injured by him lost their combat effectiveness entirely. Realizing this advantage, Alex adopted a strategy of trading injury for injury, focusing on delivering decisive blows even at personal cost. The battle between Alex and the Celestials shattered thousands of galaxies and obliterated the Milky Way. Civilizations observing the conflict from light years away trembled in fear, praying that the battlefield would not shift toward them. A single stray shockwave could spell the annihilation of their species and the destruction of their homes. As Alex continued to defeat Celestial after Celestial, his energy reserves began to dwindle. For the first time since his energy absorption ability had reached its highest level, Alex felt the terrifying sensation of running out of power. The energy he absorbed from his dimensional universe was immediately expended in his struggle against the unrelenting onslaught of Celestials. For every Celestial he defeated, another would arrive from the far reaches of the cosmos to join the fray. As time dragged on, each victory became more challenging. It started taking Alex days to subdue a single Celestial. After what seemed like an eternity, Alex fought on in a daze, his body moving on instinct. Suddenly, the system's familiar notification jolted him back to awareness. Vector Manipulation Experience +1. Vector Manipulation Experience +1. Vector Manipulation Experience +1. Congratulations! Your skill Vector Manipulation has leveled up. Vector Manipulation LV5, January 2000. Now able to manipulate the directions of all comprehensible vectors and create fictional vector axes. This includes force, velocity, acceleration, displacement, momentum, electric field strength, magnetic flux density, and more. After breaking its previous limits, the skill can also control most scalar quantities through continuous practice. Overwhelmed by the influx of new knowledge, Alex momentarily froze. Two Celestials seized the opportunity and struck him with powerful energy blasts, sending him hurtling through space. He smashed through countless planets and two massive black holes before regaining clarity. Now equipped with a vastly improved skill set, Alex warped the surrounding vectors. At level 4, he had been able to enhance vectors and scalars by 10-fold, at level 5, he could now amplify them by 50-fold. Even the Celestials' energy attacks were now within his control. Alex raised his hand, intercepted a Celestial strike, and reflected it back at them, amplified several times over. The devastating counterattack severely injured one Celestial, who was then sealed into Alex's dimensional universe. Alex immediately teleported above another celestial, throwing a single punch. The force of the twisted vectors, accompanied by black lightning, tore through space and obliterated the celestial's head. Another celestial fell. With his newfound power, Alex's efficiency skyrocketed. Weaker celestials fell to him in a single strike, while even the strongest among them required no more than 5 blows to subdue. Days passed, and finally, no more celestials remained on the battlefield. Surrounded by the shattered remnants of the galaxy, Alex sealed the remaining celestial bodies into his dimensional universe. Standing amidst the infinite, radiant fragments of a ruined galaxy, Alex panted heavily. He had nearly reached his limit. But he had won. The war was over. Chapter 161. The prismatic energy flowing from the celestials' bodies spread across the universe, scattered amidst the wreckage of countless planets. Dozens of celestial remains floated in the void, their indestructible armor forcibly torn apart and left in ruins. The battle lasted for several months, with more celestials arriving from the distant reaches of the cosmos to join the fight. The immense toll of the battle sometimes even overwhelmed Alex, but with the boundless energy of his dimensional universe and his ability to absorb energy from disassembled matter, Alex was able to face the entire celestial host alone. In the end, Alex's vector manipulation leveled up again, allowing him to control the high-tier powers unleashed by the celestials. With this newfound strength, he managed to slay dozens of celestials in a short period, bringing the battle to an end. Without a doubt, this was the most perilous battle Alex had faced since his journey began. Facing dozens of celestials alone proved to be a monumental challenge. The number of celestials in this universe far exceeded Alex's expectations. Even after killing dozens, many still remained, and numerous planets harbored dormant celestial embryos. To eliminate these threats, Alex opened portals and hunted them down one by one. After several more days, he finally exterminated every celestial in this universe. It's no exaggeration to say that Alex could now truly be called the Godslayer. The battle was grueling, but the rewards were immense. Alex collected dozens of celestial corpses. He decided to repurpose part of them into celestial robots, while the rest were sent into the eternal depths of his dimensional universe to serve as energy sources. This was a monumental undertaking, but with the ability to manipulate time and an eternal lifespan, Alex had plenty of time to complete the task. He spent a significant amount of time modifying the energy rune matrix of his dimensional universe, sealing the celestial bodies within and continuously extracting their energy as a power source. Once everything was complete, an endless stream of energy flowed from the dimensional universe and was absorbed by Alex. After upgrading his energy absorption abilities, the energy produced by the dimensional universe was no longer enough to fully sustain Alex's consumption. However, with dozens of energy sources comparable to infinity stones now powering it, the dimensional universe's energy production far exceeded his needs again. Aside from constantly absorbing energy to enhance his abilities, Alex used the excess energy to expand the dimensional universe. Using dozens of singular universe-level entities as energy sources to expand a dimensional universe, this feat was likely unique to Alex among dimensional lords. During this time, Alex also transformed 3 celestial bodies into robots. The process required combining scientific knowledge from multiple worlds and magical power, making it a challenging task. The transformed celestial robots experienced a slight reduction in power, but they still maintained singular universe-level strength. While analyzing the celestial bodies, Alex marveled at the complexity of their construction. The technological insights he gained from studying their bodies multiplied his understanding many times over. This deepened his curiosity and awe for the first firmament, the entity that created the celestial host. What kind of grand and powerful existence could achieve such a feat? Even the weakest celestial possessed singular universe-level strength, and these mighty beings were merely servants created by the first firmament. After completing his tasks, Alex realized he had yet to release the solar system from the mirrored dimension. Returning to its original location, he freed the solar system and then returned to Earth. After several months, Alex finally returned. Earth's media outlets quickly released urgent reports, spreading the news globally. Eddie Brock wrote. He, the Great One, the God-Slayer who struck fear into the hearts of the gods, Alex. He emerged victorious in the divine war from the far reaches of the cosmos and has now returned. Those lofty celestials were cast down into the dust, their bodies repurposed as energy sources by the God-Slayer, with some even transformed into God-Slayer armor. The era of the old gods has ended, and the new great deity, the God-Slayer Alex, will reign supreme in the heavens. When the government of a certain powerful nation learned this news, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they hadn't used Sentinel robots to continue retaliating against Alex. Suddenly, a general recalled something and immediately called for an emergency meeting. The meeting ended within minutes, and the general in question was swiftly dismissed and imprisoned. He had previously shown hostility toward Alex, and the government didn't want even the slightest possibility of provoking Alex's ire. On the SHIELD helicarrier, Captain America sighed deeply. "Ah, I really am a relic of the past. Feats like slaying gods unfold before my eyes, and yet I struggle to believe them." Others shook their heads in agreement. "No, Cap, it's not just you. None of us can believe it. It's simply too unbelievable." Meanwhile, Tony Stark had entered Alex's dimensional universe, standing on Themyscira and gazing up at the three colossal celestial mechs floating in the sky. He was utterly captivated by the mysterious and powerful machinery. Unable to resist, he piloted his Iron Man armor toward the celestial mechs to inspect the modifications. However, as he observed the intricate changes, he felt a heavy blow to his pride. "Ah, not only is my power inferior to Alex's, but even my technology can't compare. I can't even understand what techniques he used." Tony Stark, who often prided himself as the smartest person on Earth and looked down on others in his field of expertise, now found himself thoroughly outclassed by Alex. After learning of Alex's feats, Captain Marvel immediately abandoned her plans to train and improve her strength to one day challenge Alex again. She suddenly decided that between friends, there was no need to be so competitive. What did it matter if she had been beaten up once? Was it really such a big deal? As she prepared to leave Paradise Island and return to Earth, Alex descended from the sky. Seeing him, she greeted him with a broad smile. "Mr. Alex, after battling the Celestials, you didn't get hurt, did you?" Alex approached her, patted her shoulder, and said with an approving tone, "Of course not. But, it seems you've woken up, old lady. Finally stopped thinking about trying to beat me up, huh? That's progress." Surprisingly, Captain Marvel didn't feel the slightest hint of annoyance at being called old lady. Instead, her smile grew even brighter. "Absolutely. I'm your #1 fan now." The news of Alex's slaughter of the Celestials sent shockwaves through Earth, though the planet's limited understanding of the Celestials meant it couldn't fully grasp the magnitude of Alex's achievement. Other civilizations in the universe had a deeper understanding of the Celestials. The more powerful the civilization, the more they knew, and the more profoundly they were shocked by Alex. The most formidable forces, such as the Nova Corps, the Shi'ar Empire, the Sovereign, the Hidden Watchers, and the Ancient Elders of the universe, had taken notice of Alex's war with the Celestials from the very beginning. At first, they assumed Alex would be another Odin, bold and fearless in challenging the Celestials, but destined for a crushing defeat. However, as the battle continued, they realized the situation was far beyond their expectations. Alex wasn't Odin. He was far more powerful, a true god-slayer. His battle with the Celestials obliterated countless galaxies, and even a powerful civilization was caught in the crossfire and annihilated by the aftershocks. When Alex emerged from the endless fragments of planets at the heart of the battlefield, he had already become the strongest being in this universe. He was now the new Celestial. All civilizations now sought to align themselves with Alex, yearning for his protection. Yet none dared to disturb him on Earth, waiting instead for him to leave the planet and venture back into the cosmos. Among them, Xander had become the envy of many galactic factions. The Nova Prime was praised universally for her foresight and wisdom. Simply being under Alex's command elevated the Nova Corps into one of the most untouchable forces in the universe. What no one realized, however, was that the God-Slayer Alex, whom the entire universe was discussing, had quietly departed from his current universe to travel through others. Stepping through a portal, Alex entered a parallel universe within the Marvel Multiverse. It was night. Dark clouds veiled the starlight, with only scattered lights from distant ships illuminating the dim, turbulent sea. On the surface of the water, a situation was unfolding between two men, one that words could hardly describe. Charles clung to his future best friend, persistently using his powerful mental tendrils to delve into Eric's mind. He was desperately trying to awaken Eric from his hatred, fearing the man would drown otherwise. Charles's efforts bore fruit. The two finally broke through the water's surface, gasping for fresh air. As Eric took deep breaths and regained consciousness, he suddenly became aware of a man holding him tightly from behind. Panicked and uneasy, he twisted around and shouted in alarm, "Damn it, let go of me. Let me go." But the man behind him, Charles, refused to release his grip, holding him even tighter, his intentions unclear. Charles spoke soothingly, attempting to calm Eric down. "Relax. Breathe. We've made it. After much struggling, Eric and Charles finally returned to the deck, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for air. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached them. A carefree man, with a hint of disdain, stood before them and remarked, "Disgusting. Broad daylight and two men are out in the ocean, clutching each other, rising and falling with the waves. Even if your desires are that strong, you really shouldn't be doing that out on the sea." Alex clicked his tongue and shook his head, lamenting the decline of moral standards. Eric, flustered, instinctively tried to explain, "No, it's not what you think. He was trying to save me." Charles, on the other hand, was far more composed and wasn't affected by Alex's teasing. Instead, he stared at Alex in shock, realizing something extraordinary: he couldn't sense any consciousness from this man. This was an entirely unprecedented experience for Charles since gaining his psychic abilities. Moreover, Charles didn't recognize him. He clearly wasn't part of the ship's crew. Remaining cautious, Charles asked, "Who are you? And why are you here?" Eric, equally puzzled, asked, "He's not one of your crew." Charles shook his head and replied, "He's different. If we'd met before, I would definitely remember. He's not from this ship." Noticing the growing hostility in their gazes, Alex quickly explained, "I'm not part of this ship's crew, that's true. I'm just a traveler, and, well, I suppose you could say I'm one of you." Alex's voice carried a hint of uncertainty, as his body was no longer purely physical. It was now composed of energy, mimicking flesh and retaining all its abilities while eliminating its flaws. Though he still possessed an X gene, it was a simulated version, so he wasn't entirely sure if he could still call himself a mutant. Charles, unaware of these details, was elated by Alex's words. "So, you're one of us. In that case, why not join us? Together, we'll stop the Black King. He's trying to provoke a war between two superpowers." Alex looked at Charles and smiled, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Alex was now in the X-Men universe. After arriving, he immediately expanded his domain to encompass half the universe and quickly noticed the distinct differences here. This universe had no Avengers, and aside from Earth, other civilizations were pitifully scarce. It was far weaker than the cinematic universe. Alex hadn't come to this universe on a whim. He knew it contained fragments of the Phoenix Force. In the past, after defeating the Dark Phoenix, he obtained one such fragment and used it as an energy source for his dimensional universe. Now that his strength had grown sufficiently, it was time to consider collecting the complete Phoenix Force. If he could gather all the fragments and fully absorb and utilize the Phoenix Force, his power would reach immense heights. When he expanded his domain, Alex immediately sensed a fragment of the Phoenix Force in this universe. This particular fragment was likely the one fused with Jean Grey in X-Men, The Last Stand. Alex absorbed the fragment directly and then came to Earth in this universe, eventually crossing paths with Charles. Later, to counter the Black King's mutant faction, Charles began forming a team of mutants. With the help of Hank McCoy, the Beast, Charles created Cerebro that allowed his psychic waves to cover the entire Earth. Using this, Charles located friendly mutants and recruited them as allies. During the final use of the Cerebro, a curious thought struck Charles. He decided to try probing Alex's consciousness. Even after amplifying his psychic waves countless times, Charles was still unable to sense Alex's presence. Frustrated, Charles resolved to push the device even further. Just as he gritted his teeth and prepared to continue, Alex's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "That's enough, Charles. If you really want to die, just tell me, I'll grant your wish." A terrifying wave of killing intent enveloped Charles, causing him to tremble and break out in a cold sweat. Although Alex's tone seemed light-hearted, Charles knew he wasn't joking. Smiling awkwardly, he replied, "My apologies, Alex. Please forgive my curiosity." "There won't be a next time," Alex said. The surrounding mutants watched the interaction curiously, sensing that Charles had suffered a significant setback with Alex. This encounter only deepened their curiosity about Alex's mutant abilities. So far, he had demonstrated teleportation, immense physical strength, and the ability to psychically counter Charles's powers. Though they couldn't pinpoint his exact abilities, one thing was clear: Alex was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Later, Eric and Charles set off together to confront the Black King, while Alex stayed behind at the base with the younger mutants. When a group of young people gathers, mischief is inevitable. Suddenly, Mystique approached Alex, wrapping her arm around his with a playful smile. "Alex, it's been so long, and we still don't know what your abilities are. Care to share? The others stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to Alex, their curiosity about his powers palpable. Chapter 162. Seeing the younger mutant's keen curiosity about his powers, Alex smiled mysteriously and said, "Kids, some things are just understood. If you don't get it, even if I explain, you still won't understand. So why bother?" The room fell into an awkward silence. Everyone was speechless. He said so much, but it explained nothing at all. Banshee, clearly unimpressed, muttered, "He's obviously the same age as us, so why act all wise and mature? It's so annoying." Banshee didn't bother lowering his voice, so everyone in the room heard his complaint. Mystique felt a bit embarrassed. She thought she'd made a mistake by bringing up Alex's abilities in the first place. Alex shook his head and chuckled without responding. Although they were technically the same age, their life experiences couldn't have been more different. While they were still playing house, Alex was already traveling across worlds, toppling the shinobi world of Naruto, overturning the pirate world of One Piece, and most recently, annihilating the celestials of an entire universe. Now, he was traversing parallel universes to collect the Phoenix Force fragments. To him, Banshee and the others were little more than children. Sensing the tension in the room, Mystique quickly spoke up to lighten the mood. "We're government operatives now, we should have code names. I want to be called Mystique." Following her suggestion, everyone began showcasing their abilities to each other and coming up with code names. One by one, new and fascinating powers were revealed, and the atmosphere gradually shifted from awkward to lively. When Havoc, Alex Summers, demonstrated his power, cutting a metal statue on the lawn clean in half, the room erupted into cheers. The excitement reached its peak. Finally, everyone turned their eyes to Alex and began chanting in unison. "Alex! Alex! Alex! Show us your powers." At that moment, Banshee quietly grumbled again, "What powers? I bet he's too weak to even use them." Mystique overheard and immediately defended Alex. "No, Alex's powers are incredibly strong. They might even destroy the entire area if used recklessly, that's why he doesn't show them casually." Unlike the newer members like Banshee, Mystique was well aware of Alex's terrifying strength. His powers were immeasurable, far beyond even Charles and Eric. Most importantly, his temper wasn't as mild as it appeared. The others, however, remained skeptical, exchanging doubtful glances. After all, since the moment they'd met Alex, they hadn't seen him use any abilities. If Professor X hadn't personally invited him, they might have assumed Alex was just an ordinary guy. Alex began to rise, preparing to showcase a fraction of his abilities, and perhaps teach Banshee a small lesson. Of course, it wasn't because Banshee's taunts had annoyed him. No, Alex wasn't that petty. He simply wanted Banshee to learn some humility from this experience. Otherwise, he'd surely get himself into trouble in the future. Alex was doing this for Banshee's own good. However, just as Alex was about to act, he suddenly stopped. Looking toward the commotion outside, he settled back into his chair. The guest had arrived. Letting the guest deal with Banshee would surely leave a far more memorable lesson for him. A sly smirk crept across Alex's lips. Banshee, seeing Alex stop and make no effort to showcase his abilities, became even more convinced of his own theory. "I knew it. He's just a regular guy." Before he could finish, the sharp sound of gunfire suddenly erupted outside. The gunshot sent a wave of fear through the young mutants, most of whom had never experienced real combat. They cautiously made their way to the glass windows. As they peered outside, they saw a figure plummet from the sky, crashing into the ground with a sickening thud. Under the dim light, they could barely make out the figure. When they realized who it was, their faces turned pale. It was one of the agents they had casually chatted with just hours earlier. Now, the agent lay lifeless, his body broken from the impact. Bones jutted grotesquely through his skin, and his intestines spilled from his torso. The sight was both horrifying and tragic. "Ah!" Several of the young mutants screamed and stumbled backward instinctively. The grotesque image before them had paralyzed them with shock and confusion. Boom! A massive explosion erupted in the distance, followed by the sight of a tornado, towering over 10 meters high, ripping through the area. The remaining agents were caught in its ferocious winds, flung helplessly into the sky. As the tornado subsided, the agents rained down onto the blood-soaked lawn like ragdolls. The dim lighting, combined with the devastation of the destroyed buildings, painted a ghastly and nightmarish scene. A crimson phantom darted among the ruins, mercilessly eliminating any surviving agents. Occasionally, it stopped just long enough for the group to catch a glimpse of its face. It resembled a demon straight out of legend, ferocious, powerful, and merciless. Its gaze toward them felt like a predator sizing up helpless prey. When the chaos finally died down, two figures climbed through the broken window and entered the room. The young mutants huddled together around Alex, shouting and pressing toward him in panic. But if one observed closely, none of them actually touched Alex. They were stopped half a meter away by an invisible barrier, unable to move closer. From the double doors came a panicked voice, "Wait. Are you looking for mutants? Through that door, there they are. Just let us normal people go. We're no threat to you." The voice abruptly cut off, silenced by the unseen figure they were speaking to, who evidently had no intention of sparing them. A middle-aged man entered, wearing a strange helmet, a red tie, and a neatly tailored suit. He turned to the Azazel and asked calmly, "Where is the telepath?" Azazel replied, "Not here." "That's unfortunate," the man said, "but I suppose I'll have to make do." Removing his helmet, he stepped forward with a pleasant smile, looking around at the group. His expression was warm and inviting, completely at odds with the actions of someone who had just massacred dozens of agents. "My name is Sebastian Shaw," he introduced himself. "I'm not here to hurt you, my friends. A revolution is coming. When humanity realizes who you are and what you can do, each of you will face a choice. Will you be slaves? Or will you rise and rule? Make your choice freely," Sebastian Shaw said with a calm but commanding tone, "but know this, if you do not stand with me, you stand against me. You can stay behind and fight for those who hate and fear you, or you can join me and live a life fit for kings." The mutant known as Angel didn't hesitate. She stepped forward, her decision clear. Her life of being bullied and degraded as a dancer had left her yearning for power and respect. Aside from Angel, the others remained rooted in place, their silence speaking volumes about their choice. As Shaw prepared to leave, his gaze swept across the room, only to land on Alex, seated leisurely at the back. Unlike the others, who struggled to mask their fear, Alex was utterly nonchalant. He munched on a bag of chips and sipped from a can of soda, his demeanor so relaxed it was as though the carnage unfolding around him was nothing more than a show for his amusement. Intrigued, Shaw approached him and asked, "Young man, how about joining me? Together, we could live like royalty." The question drew the attention of everyone in the room. It was only now that Mystique and the others realized Alex had been casually snacking this entire time. Could it be that he truly felt no fear? After all, the man before him was a dangerous killer who had just taken the lives of dozens of agents. Alex finally put down his chips, still chewing as he answered vaguely, "Me." Swallowing the last bite, his voice became clearer. "Well, if I were them," he gestured toward the younger mutants, "I'd probably join you. It's inevitable that the relationship between mutants and humans will only deteriorate over time. If I were in their shoes, I'd strike first, wiping out humanity's power before they had the chance to respond." Shaw chuckled, sensing Alex wasn't finished. "And what about you?" "Oh, me? I'm not joining you. Humans aren't really a threat to me. Actually, their existence makes the world more interesting. Without them, life would be pretty dull." Shaw laughed louder this time, though it was more out of derision than amusement. He had expected some profound insight from this young man, but instead, he found his perspective laughable. Shaking his head, Shaw didn't press further. "You're not even worth my time," he muttered, turning away. He had bigger plans to execute and no interest in wasting time on Alex or the others. As Shaw stepped into the courtyard, Banshee couldn't resist a snide remark under his breath. "Interesting and boring. What nonsense. He's completely delusional." Mystique glared at Banshee, silencing him. She still believed Alex possessed immense power, far beyond their understanding. At that moment, Darwin broke away from the group and approached Shaw, claiming he wanted to join them. As he reached Angel, however, he suddenly shielded her with his body, transforming his skin into rock to absorb any incoming attacks. Simultaneously, Havoc unleashed his energy blasts, sending powerful waves of concussive force hurtling toward Shaw. Havoc smirked, confident in his ability to deal with the situation. After all, his blasts were strong enough to slice through solid metal. How could anyone withstand that? But he was too young and too naive to understand the limits, or lack thereof, of mutant powers. The crimson blast stopped mere inches from Shaw, who calmly absorbed them into his body, the energy dissipating without a trace. Havoc's smirk froze, his confidence giving way to sheer terror. Shaw's once amiable smile twisted into something darker and more menacing. Unlike the original timeline, where he might have walked away, Alex's presence had introduced a butterfly effect, and Shaw's patience was now gone. "You've mistaken my mercy for weakness," Shaw sneered. "It seems I need to teach you a lesson." With a single gesture, he subdued Darwin, conjuring a glowing energy sphere brimming with destructive force. He forced the sphere into Darwin's mouth, and moments later, Darwin's body was torn apart from within. Unfazed, Shaw turned and strode back toward the room. For the remaining mutants, it was clear, against Shaw, who could absorb and redirect any energy, neither Havoc's blasts nor Banshee's ultrasonic waves stood a chance. Thus, Sebastian Shaw easily defeated the young mutants one by one. The last to fall was Banshee, who was sent flying by a mere tap on the shoulder from Shaw. The force hurled him across the room, landing him at Alex's feet. When Banshee looked up and saw Alex still calmly snacking on chips, as though watching an entertaining play, he could no longer contain his anger. "You damned jerk!" Banshee yelled. "Whether you have mutant powers or not, help us out already." Alex, unfazed, smiled and replied leisurely, "Call me Dad. If you make me happy, maybe I'll help you." Banshee bristled with indignation, but, seeing Shaw approaching and faced with the prospect of imminent death, he reluctantly held on to a shred of hope and shouted, "Dad, help us." "Louder, I can't hear you," Alex teased. "Dad, help us, please." Banshee shouted louder, his voice tinged with desperation. Alex finally stood up, brushing off crumbs. "All right, then. Dad will help you." When Alex rose, Shaw didn't attack immediately. Instead, he smirked with amusement and said, "Go on then. Show me what mutant ability makes you think humans can't harm you." No sooner had he spoken than his expression shifted drastically. He felt a formless barrier pressing against him, forcing him to retreat as Alex approached. For the first time, Shaw's energy absorption powers failed him completely. He could not absorb even a shred of energy from the invisible force emanating from Alex. In an instant, Shaw, Angel, and Azazel found themselves pinned against the walls, utterly immobilized. Not even Azazel's teleportation powers could function. Banshee was left speechless. He had only half-heartedly pleaded for Alex's help, never believing Alex could actually defeat Shaw. His only hope had been to escape. But reality far exceeded his expectations. Mystique and Beast, while already aware of Alex's abilities, were nonetheless awestruck. They knew Alex was incredibly powerful in telepathy, but they hadn't realized he possessed other, equally terrifying powers. The seemingly invincible Sebastian Shaw was subdued effortlessly. Shaw, Angel, and Azazel were even more stunned. None of them had anticipated the young man before them to wield such devastating power, so overwhelming that even the mighty Sebastian Shaw was utterly helpless. Alex walked up to Shaw, scrutinizing his X-gene with a calm demeanor. "Your energy absorption potential is woefully underdeveloped," Alex remarked coldly. "You don't deserve this ability." Even bound, Shaw remained defiant. The immense energy within him was enough to obliterate everything around him, potentially freeing him from Alex's force field. "You don't know what you're talking about," Shaw retorted. "I started with the ability to absorb the heat of a lighter's flame. Now I can take in nuclear radiation itself. Nothing can harm me." Alex smirked dismissively. "That's just a minor increase in scale. No real transformation. Do you understand energy to matter conversion? Can you manipulate molecules to halt their movement entirely? Can you lower the temperature to absolute zero or stop time itself?" Shaw fell silent. He knew of such concepts and had tried to achieve them, but years of effort had yielded no results. He had concluded that such feats were beyond human capability, things only gods could achieve. Suddenly, Shaw felt the environment shift. Under Alex's influence, the very walls began to dissolve, breaking down visibly into atoms, protons, neutrons, and quarks, until finally only strings remained. An endless stream of radiant energy in shimmering shades of blue and violet flowed around them. Though the energy was unimaginably destructive, it remained contained, harming no one as it swirled protectively around Alex like a crown surrounding its emperor. "This is energy decomposition," Alex explained, his tone calm but firm. "When energy absorption reaches its true potential, you can disassemble matter and extract infinite energy from anything." Alex absorbed the surrounding energy effortlessly. Then, with a mere thought, he expanded the energy's influence. The temperature in the room plummeted rapidly, time itself slowing to a crawl. Eventually, even the quark stopped moving, the strings binding reality itself coming to a halt. All matter was frozen in time. Only Alex and his companions, shielded by a mysterious force, remained unaffected, moving freely through the frozen world. The others stared at Alex in utter disbelief as he continued. This is what it means to stop time. This isn't the domain of gods, it's achievable with effort and understanding. But you, Shaw, your potential is far too low. Chapter 163. Seeing Alex display one godlike power after another, everyone was overwhelmed with shock, frozen in place. Although they weren't affected by the stop time, at that moment, it felt as if their own time had also ceased to flow. Even Mystique and Beast were no exception. While they had known Alex possessed powerful telepathic abilities, enough to easily defeat Charles, they had never imagined he also wielded such otherworldly powers. Now, Alex had revealed two distinct abilities, powerful telepathy and energy absorption. Compared to telepathy, his energy absorption powers were far more terrifying. Disintegrating matter, halting time, and creating absolute zero, such capabilities were so formidable that if Alex had declared himself a god, everyone would have believed him without hesitation. Mystique and Beast were already astounded, but their shock paled in comparison to Banshee, who had doubted Alex from the start. Banshee had always assumed Alex wasn't a mutant, or if he was, he must have had a weak ability. But now, Alex's powers seemed comparable to divine strength. Banshee's heart raced violently, as if it might explode from his chest. A nameless terror engulfed him, and he felt as though one foot had already stepped into the underworld. How could he have dared to provoke such a being? Regret consumed him, and all he could hope for now was Alex's forgiveness. But he was overthinking it. How could a giant possibly care about an insect? If not for a fleeting whim, Alex wouldn't have even paid him any attention. With a casual wave of his hand, Alex caused Shaw and his companions to dissipate into the night breeze. If not for the gruesome bodies of the agents and the battle scars around them, everyone might have thought the terrifying events they just experienced were nothing but a nightmare. After meeting the mutants of this era and analyzing their abilities, Alex stretched lazily and said, "Raven, I'm leaving. Say goodbye to Charles and Eric for me." Raven wanted to say something, but Alex had already disappeared without a trace. This was clearly yet another one of his mutant abilities. The group fell silent again, each wondering just how powerful Alex truly was and how many secrets he still kept hidden. After leaving the agent's base, Alex didn't immediately leave this universe. Instead, he traveled to a remote small town where he sensed a tremendous energy, the Phoenix Force. In a modest white wooden house, a 7 or 8-year-old girl was playing with building blocks alongside her mother. At this moment, Phoenix's mother, who had died in a car accident in the original timeline, was still alive, and the girl had a happy family. Suddenly, young Phoenix noticed her mother frozen in place, the blocks slipping from her hand hovering in midair. Looking outside, she saw birds defying the laws of physics, motionless in the sky. She was too young to comprehend what was happening or the magnitude of the power at play. In fact, the entire town, except for her, had been frozen in time. The old wooden door creaked open, and a very handsome man entered the room, gently placing his hand on her forehead. Looking at the young Phoenix before him, Alex smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm your guardian angel, here to help you. Your mother is going to die soon. Do you want that to happen?" The young Phoenix girl, though unfamiliar with many things, already understood the concept of death. She immediately burst into tears. No, I don't want mommy to die." Alex gently comforted her. "Don't cry. Don't worry, your mother won't die. I can save her. But as a price, I will have to take something from you. Of course, your mother's life isn't as valuable as the Phoenix Force, so I'll make sure to leave something behind for you. Do you agree?" The young Phoenix girl nodded repeatedly. To her, nothing was more important than her mother's life. The next moment, the girl fell unconscious. Hours later, as she woke up, time in the entire town resumed its normal flow. From the young Phoenix girl, Alex had collected another fragment of the Phoenix Force. Now he had 3 fragments. The power radiating from these fragments alone rivaled that of 3 Infinity Stones. Moreover, the Phoenix Force, much like the Celestial Core, could unleash limitless energy even outside the Marvel Universe. Compared to the Infinity Stones, it was far more valuable to Alex. Leaving the movie universe, Alex opened another portal and stepped into a different parallel universe. By now, his strength had reached the peak of a single universe, and he was on the verge of stepping into the multiverse tier. It was time to seek out the Time Variance Authority, TVA, the agency responsible for managing the sacred timeline. Since Alex had entered the Marvel Universe, no TVA agents had come to prune this timeline, which brought him some relief. There were only two possible explanations for the TVA's absence. One was that Loki had become the god of stories, no longer focused on maintaining the sacred timeline. The other was that the parallel universe Alex was currently in wasn't within the TVA's scope of observation, which was why no agents had shown up. Alex hoped it was the latter. After all, if Loki had indeed become the god of stories, his power would have reached multiversal levels. Loki would be able to prune timelines at will and control the absolute flow of time. Facing a multiverse-tier being, Alex couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. However, unlike traditional multiversal beings, the god of stories' authority was primarily tied to time, and his direct combat ability wasn't particularly strong. Alex, on the other hand, possessed the Phoenix Force, which is easily multiversal tiers in essence. Additionally, he had mastered numerous time-controlling powers and had, to some extent, transcended the constraints of time itself. He was confident he could escape from the god of stories if necessary. What's more, Loki had to remain at the end of time constantly. Unless Alex caused significant trouble, it was unlikely Loki would leave the sacred timeline unattended to confront him. Stepping through a portal, Alex arrived in the middle of a city reduced to rubble. In the distance, the Chitauri were battling the Avengers, while ordinary people desperately fled for their lives. In the movies, the carnage and casualties weren't particularly graphic. But being on the actual battlefield was different. There were no PG-13 restrictions here. Blood and mangled bodies littered the streets. The battle clearly wasn't over yet, and Alex had arrived a bit early. He opened another portal to visit an old friend. Through the portal, Alex entered a new space. Standing nearby was a towering, 3-meter-tall green figure, staring at him warily. Beside the green figure stood the Sorcerer Supreme in her iconic yellow robes. The green figure, the Hulk from another parallel universe, turned to the Sorcerer Supreme and asked, "Is this one of your friends?" The Sorcerer Supreme shook her head lightly, her expression grave as she observed Alex. From her perspective, the energy radiating from Alex's body was endless, as if an entire universe had been condensed into human form. She understood what this meant. The man before her was a dimensional lord, a being on par with a celestial. But why had this man come to the New York Sanctum? And how did he master the spell for opening portals? Alex didn't greet the Sorcerer Supreme directly. Instead, he turned to the Hulk and said disdainfully, "You, like Thanos, gained immense strength by connecting with Toba. But while Thanos could control his rage and use it to amplify his power, you cannot. Your strength doesn't even reach the level of a Skyfather. You don't deserve this power." Suddenly reprimanded by a stranger, Bruce Banner looked a bit at a loss and cautiously asked, "What are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" Alex didn't bother explaining to Banner and bluntly said that ever since Banner had fused with the Hulk, he was essentially finished. By abandoning his most powerful cheat code, the once invincible Hulk had fallen to the level of a mere super soldier. Though Banner could now maintain control of his body and stay rational at all times, he was no longer capable of channeling the Hulk's boundless rage. His power had been capped at its lowest level, and the glory of the Hulk was gone. Brushing aside Hulk, Alex turned to the Sorcerer Supreme and directly stated, "All right, Ancient One, stop stalling. Hand over the Time Stone. I'd rather not resort to force against someone as old as you." Hearing this, the Banner immediately grew tense. He had been planning to take the Time Stone back to his universe and snap his fingers to save the half of all life killed by Thanos. If this mysterious figure took the stone, his universe would be beyond saving. Banner stepped forward to block Alex's path, trying to look fierce as he said, "No. I was here first. The Time Stone must go to me." In the next moment, Banner's vision blurred, and a resounding slap landed on the side of his face. The force of the slap was so immense it felt like a meteor had struck his head. His consciousness instantly faded, and he fell into unconsciousness. Oddly enough, despite the terrifying power behind the blow, Banner wasn't sent flying. Instead, he simply collapsed where he stood. Such precise control of strength was effortless for Alex at this stage. The Sorcerer Supreme's expression grew more complex as she observed Alex. The more she looked, the more extraordinary he seemed. Using the Time Stone, she attempted to foresee his future. Yet, she found no trace of him in any timeline, which meant that across infinite timelines, Alex was unique. There were no alternate versions of him in parallel universes. He had reached the supreme state of oneness with all existence. Facing such a powerful being, the Sorcerer Supreme cautiously asked, "Honored guest, you seem to know me quite well. Alex swaggered over to her and reached out to rub her smooth forehead. The Sorcerer Supreme tried to dodge, but the overwhelming force locked her in place, freezing her in time and space. Aside from her consciousness, she couldn't move or even channel a sliver of magic. Alex chuckled with satisfaction. I've wanted to do this for a while. The Ancient One I knew was kind to me. She taught me portal magic, the mirror dimension, and other spells that helped me a lot. So, of course, I had to show her some respect. Internally, the Sorcerer Supreme seethed, silently cursing Alex's outrageous behavior. So you came here to mess with me, huh? Young people these days have no decency. From the pendant on her chest, Alex retrieved the Eye of Agamotto and removed the time stone within. He then took out a time stone from another dimension and began attempting to merge the two. Alex explained as he worked. Don't worry, Ancient One. I'll return the time stone shortly. By the way, the Infinity Stones are all manifestations of the power of a cosmic entity. Since their essence originates from the same source, there's a chance they can merge with one another. If Infinity Stones from different universes could indeed fuse, their value would increase significantly. Even though the Infinity Stones couldn't function outside the Marvel Multiverse, fusing multiple stones together could provide Alex with enough power to ascend to a multiversal-level entity. Unfortunately, the results left Alex disappointed. Alex's thoughts were correct, Infinity Stones could indeed fuse. However, the energy required to merge them was immense, equivalent to the power needed to fuse two parallel universes. Such power would necessitate a being at the multiversal level. But if Alex were already at that level, why would he even need the Infinity Stones? Realizing this, Alex decided to abandon this shortcut. Tossing the time stone back to the Sorcerer Supreme, Alex was about to leave when a thought struck him. Turning back, he said, the Time Variance Authority, TVA, has already set its sights on this world. Soon, they'll prune this parallel universe. I'll handle the first wave of their attack, but after that, you're on your own. The Sorcerer Supreme's expression darkened, and she tried to ask more questions, but Alex had already vanished. Meanwhile, Bruce Banner, with a swollen forehead, wobbled to his feet. Oddly, not even the Hulk's healing factor could restore the injury on his head. The Mongolian Gobi Desert. The vast expanse of golden sand dunes stretched endlessly like a shimmering ocean, undulating all the way to the horizon where they kissed the azure sky. The sun pierced through the scattered clouds, baking the earth below. The desert was like a blazing furnace, cooking everything within its reach. Suddenly, a portal opened in the air above the desert, and a green figure plummeted onto the soft sand. Thanks to his durable physique, Loki emerged unscathed. Standing up, he tried communicating with some nearby residents, but the language barrier rendered his efforts futile. A/N, Loki doesn't have the all-speak in the show like he normally has in comics. Just then, a golden, rectangular portal appeared nearby, and a squad clad in black armor stepped through. Their target was clear, the Tesseract lying on the ground. Loki attempted to stop them but was forced to halt as another portal opened. From it emerged a slightly plump woman with dark skin, holding a peculiar device. She scanned the surroundings and confirmed. It seems to be a standard temporal violation. The branch timeline's growth rate is stable. Loki, confused, asked. What are you talking about? The woman ignored him, continuing. On behalf of the Time Variance Authority, I hereby arrest you for violating the sacred timeline. Hands up, and come with us. Naturally, Loki wouldn't surrender without a fight. But as he prepared to resist, a strange baton with a faint yellow tip struck him. His perception of time slowed to 1/16 of its original speed. As the woman prepared to take Loki into custody, a voice suddenly rang out from behind her team. So you're the legendary Time Variance Authority? Chapter 164. A sudden voice sounded behind the dark-skinned woman, beat 15, causing her to stiffen. Her pores contracted, and the hairs on her body stood on end. After securing the time collar on Loki's neck, she rolled forward immediately, creating distance between herself and the stranger. Raising her time baton defensively, she pointed it at the man and asked with caution, "Who are you?" Alex smiled and replied, "Just a traveler." Before he could finish his sentence, other TVA agents attempted to ambush him, swinging their batons to alter his flow of time. Though the TVA agents possessed strength comparable to that of Captain America, they were still far too weak to face Alex. With a snap of his fingers, several agents froze in place, unable to move. Seeing this, B-15's pupils contracted sharply. "You've stopped their time. Are you a fugitive time criminal?" She instinctively stepped back, realizing the man before her was incredibly dangerous and likely beyond her capability to handle. Alex's smile widened as he shook his head. No, dear agent. The power of time doesn't belong solely to the TVA. When one's personal power reaches its peak, they can command time without relying on scientific devices. B-15's expression grew more serious. The ability to manipulate time purely through personal strength, without using devices like the Time Stone or TVA equipment, was something she had never encountered in her centuries of service. Hey! What is this? Let me go. Loki suddenly returned to normal time flow as the force restraining him dissipated. Who are you people to dare attack the great god of mischief? You're all utterly disgraceful. At this point, Loki was still the cunning, arrogant, and self-absorbed figure striving to prove himself, far from the future Loki who would become the god of stories, willing to sacrifice himself for the multiversal order. Enraged after being subdued by a strange group, Loki's pride was deeply wounded. Seeing that Alex and B-15 ignored his ranting entirely, his self-esteem took another hit. Gathering his magical energy, he prepared to launch an attack. Before he could act, however, B-15 pressed a button on her controller, instantly resetting him to his original position. The magic Loki had gathered dissipated completely. B-15 then struck Loki again with her baton, forcing his time flow back to 1/16 of its normal speed. From the moment the TVA squad appeared, Alex began analyzing their technology. He was impressed by their devices, including the time baton, collar, and controller. These tools gave Alex tremendous inspiration, allowing him to significantly enhance his own abilities to manipulate time flow using blue and red techniques. Additionally, Alex had now developed the ability to absorb energy and create matter. With this newfound understanding, he could instantly replicate a device capable of traversing time and parallel dimensions, similar to TVA technology. Admiringly, he remarked, I must say, Kong the Conqueror, the creator of the TVA, is a genius. To control time and traverse parallel worlds using technology alone is truly remarkable. Hearing this, B-15 barked angrily. It seems your knowledge of the TVA is flawed. The TVA was created by the Timekeepers, not some Kong the Conqueror. Alex shrugged nonchalantly and didn't bother to argue. Yes, you're absolutely right. The TVA was created by those so-called Timekeepers, not Kong the Conqueror. And of course, you've always been loyal employees of the TVA, never assassins, blood-soaked enforcers, or, heaven forbid, time criminals with your memories erased over and over again. What are you talking about? Explain yourself. B-15 frowned deeply, instinctively feeling that Alex's words held immense significance for her. But Alex had no inclination to clear up her confusion. Instead of aimless acts of kindness, he found it far more amusing to stir up trouble. Without further explanation, he began walking toward the golden portal, casually saying to B-15, let's go. You still need to escort us time criminals for interrogation, don't you? After fully analyzing the TVA's technology, Alex had grasped their limits entirely. To put it bluntly, until the god of stories showed up, Alex was invincible in the TVA. Even within its walls, where extraordinary powers were supposed to be suppressed, he could still unleash his abilities. After all, while artifacts like the Eternal Flame or the Casket of Ancient Winters might be restrained, forces like the Celestial Core and the Phoenix Force were entirely beyond the TVA's reach. B-15 stared at Alex in shock. Fully aware of his overwhelming strength, she had already steeled herself for death. But then, she heard something utterly unexpected. This enigmatic man intended to return to the TVA with her. Her heart surged with joy. After all, within the TVA, no one could use extraordinary powers. Although she didn't know what Alex was planning, she was certain he was walking straight into a trap. Maintaining her composure, B-15 and the other TVA agents led Loki toward the portal, ignoring Alex entirely. They intended to deal with him once they were safely back in the TVA's domain. One by one, the group stepped through the golden portal and entered the TVA. It was as if they'd passed through an ordinary door and into another world. Alex found himself in a dimly lit chamber. Ahead, a Skrull was being interrogated. The moment they arrived, B-15 and the agents wasted no time. Tossing Loki aside, they lunged at Alex with full force. These agents were formidable fighters. If Alex had truly been unable to use his extraordinary abilities, they might have overwhelmed him with their martial skills alone, forcing him to rely on sheer physical strength to defeat them. But as Alex had expected, even in the TVA, his powers remained untouched. With a snap of his fingers, time around beat 15 and the agents froze once again. Their bodies were immobilized, though their consciousnesses remained active. From their frozen expressions, it was clear they couldn't believe what was happening. How could this mysterious man still wield his extraordinary powers? Had the TVA's suppression systems failed? Alex snapped his fingers again, breaking the silence with a wry smile. I trust you now understand the gap between us. From here on, don't speak. Lead the way and help me take control of what is rightfully my TVA. Oh, and you, don't even think about sneaking off. He directed his gaze at Loki, who had been inching toward the exit. Caught red-handed, Loki froze, his body stiff with tension. Attempting to wriggle out of the situation, he stammered, well, sir, I don't think there's any need for me to tag along. After all, I know next to nothing about this TVA business, and I have pressing matters to attend to. Alex smiled mysteriously. No, this is your destiny. You must come along. Afterward, Loki was processed as a time criminal. His clothing was disintegrated, replaced by the standard-issue prisoner uniform, and he underwent a series of bizarre registrations before being brought to meet the judge. Alex, however, was escorted by B-15 and other agents via the employee channel, bypassing the usual interrogation procedures and arriving directly at the judge's chambers. When Alex and Loki finally reunited, they were escorted together by B-15 and the agents toward the courtroom. Along the way, dozens of TVA employees were stationed along the path, standing ready in a heavily guarded formation. Clearly, by now, word of Alex's presence had spread. The TVA was fully aware of this anomaly, someone who could still use extraordinary powers within their domain. Loki's face turned slightly pale. He subtly distanced himself from Alex, glancing toward him and muttering. Hey, buddy, it looks like they're not exactly thrilled about us being here. If they catch us, I doubt things will end well. How about we work together, mutual benefit. Let's get out of this cursed place together. Loki, fully aware of Alex's power, still didn't know that extraordinary abilities couldn't normally be used within the TVA. He figured that if they teamed up, escaping would be well within reach. But Alex simply shook his head with a smile, no. When the time comes, I'll leave on my own. But you, my friend, you need to stay here. This place needs you. Loki couldn't make sense of Alex's cryptic words, but he realized that the mysterious man had no intention of collaborating with him. For the TVA, this was an unprecedented event. In all the countless years of its existence, the TVA had never been in such a state of chaos. Today was destined to be different. The TVA, which governed countless parallel universes, was now dealing with an intruder, a time criminal who had invaded their sanctum. What shocked them even more was that their advanced systems couldn't retrieve any meaningful information about the intruder. The only record they could find was the name Alex from one particular universe, along with details of his incredible exploits there. Beyond that, they had nothing. This left the TVA bewildered and fearful. Who was this intruder? How had he accomplished this? The initial response team consisted of a few dozen agents, but as time passed, their numbers grew steadily. By the time Alex and Loki were escorted into the courtroom, nearly the entire TVA staff had gathered there. All eyes were on the two of them, their expressions solemn and wary. Loki, unnerved by the sheer scale of the assembly, was visibly shaken. Though he prided himself on being the god of mischief, even he couldn't maintain his composure in this bizarre space. Trying to lighten the mood, Loki leaned toward Alex and whispered. Hey, buddy, are you sure you won't reconsider my plan? I mean, look at them, they look like they're ready to tear us apart. Before Alex could respond, the judge seated above them banged her gavel and barked. Order. Loki immediately stopped talking and began scanning the room, calculating the best route for an escape. Judge Ravana Renslayer looked down at the two of them from her elevated position and said calmly, Time criminals Loki and Alex, you are charged with violating sequence July 20th, 89. What do you have to say in your defense? Loki hesitated, hoping Alex would speak first. However, Alex was busy curiously examining the three statues behind Ravana and showed no intention of responding. With no other choice, Loki sighed and spoke, Madam, a god doesn't plead. This absurd drama is amusing, but I have more important matters to attend to. I'll be leaving now. Ravana, of course, had no intention of letting him go. As their debate heated up, Loki tried to shift the blame onto the Avengers but failed. Left with no other option, he decided to act. He shot a glance at Alex, hoping for assistance, but Alex remained motionless. As two TVA agents approached to escort him away, Loki spread his arms wide and exclaimed dramatically, "My crime? It's this." He clenched his fists and attempted to summon his magic. Loki had already identified the perfect escape route. If he could just create chaos with his magic, even without Alex's help, he was confident he could slip away. But when he tried to channel his energy, nothing happened. No, stay calm, he thought. It's just like when I was a child, sometimes spells fail. I just need to focus. Slowly, deliberately, Loki attempted again. He gathered his magical energy, formed the spell in his mind, and tried to unleash it. Still nothing. He tried once more. And failed again. The surrounding TVA agents couldn't contain their laughter, watching Loki like he was a jester performing a comedy routine. Embarrassed and increasingly frustrated, Loki stammered, "Wait, just give me a moment. Don't push me." Despite his growing desperation, he could not activate any magic. Judge Ravana, smirking, leaned forward and asked with mock curiosity, "What is he doing?" B-15, struggling to suppress her laughter, replied as seriously as she could, "Ma'am, it appears he's attempting to use his powers." After countless failed attempts, Loki finally gave up. He looked bewildered and muttered to himself, "Why the hell isn't this working?" Ravana's smirk deepened into a mocking smile. "Magical powers? They don't work here, Mr. Lawfeason. This court finds you guilty and sentences you to reset. Next case." But her smug expression faltered when Loki's outburst followed. "This is ridiculous. It's not fair. Why can't I use magic, but Alex can still use his powers? You bureaucratic clowns. Not only do you arrest people without cause, but you also play favorites. You have no right to decide my fate." At Loki's words, the laughter from the TVA staff instantly died. An uncomfortable silence filled the room. Punishing Loki wasn't the real challenge, he was merely the opening act. The real problem was still standing next to him. Clap. 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 Alex strode forward, brushing aside the two agents trying to restrain Loki. He looked up at Ravana with a mocking smile and said, "Well said. How utterly absurd, time criminals with wiped memories pretending to be righteous while aiding the true villains in destroying countless parallel universes and erasing billions of lives. When did criminals get the right to judge other criminals? Don't you agree, dear Ravana?" The room erupted in shock. All the TVA agents broke into hushed discussions, unsettled by Alex's words. However, as the initial chaos subsided, the agents regrouped, responding with loud jeers and mocking Alex. They accused him of fabricating lies to avoid punishment. Yet, beneath their harsh voices, who could say whether some of them weren't trying to drown out their own doubts and fears? Chapter 165. Among everyone present, only one person truly grasped the weight of Alex's words. Ravana Renslayer's emotions surged like turbulent waves. Damn it! Where did this bastard learn all of this? Ravana had long suspected something was wrong with the TVA. The employees seemed to have once been time criminals themselves, with their memories wiped repeatedly. She also knew that pruning timelines wasn't about resetting time but destroying parallel universes entirely. Even so, she didn't care. Her only concern was power. As long as she remained the judge, standing above all else, she was willing to sacrifice everything to preserve the current order. Forcing herself to stay calm, Ravana sneered, "Oh, my dear sir, I admit you're quite eloquent. In such a short time, you managed to craft a lie that almost sounds plausible. If I didn't know for sure that you aren't the god of mischief, I might have mistaken you for an even craftier Loki. Let me make one thing clear, this is the TVA. Every member here has unwavering faith in their mission and has dedicated their lives to maintaining the stability of the sacred timeline. None of us will be swayed by your nonsense. Now, it's time for you to atone. I sentence you to reset. Of course, you're welcome to resist like the last fool." That was amusing and brought us some laughs. The TVA employees erupted into laughter. Even though Alex had already demonstrated his powers earlier, they remained fearless. After all, their numbers far exceeded Alex's alone. And just minutes ago, B-15 had notified them that OB, the TVA technician, had cranked the suppression devices to overload. Now, even beings like Odin or the Ancient One would find their powers neutralized in the TVA. Not even Celestials could fully escape the suppression, let alone an unremarkable figure like Alex. Some TVA employees began cracking their knuckles as they approached Alex, eager to teach this overconfident time criminal a lesson. So what if he had a little power? Did he think he could act recklessly here? Did he not realize the TVA was the most powerful organization in the multiverse? D90 stepped forward from the crowd, leading the charge toward Alex while talking trash. "Oh, my little baby, don't cry too much when I'm done with you. Of course, for the sake of your poor backside, I'll go easy on you." The others cheered him on. "Go, D90. Crush this bug. Don't hit him too hard, we still want some fun with him later." Since the establishment of the TVA, even the gods of Asgard had bowed before its might. Alex's actions today were nothing short of a provocation. Amidst the jeers, Alex and D90 faced each other. D90 grinned maliciously and taunted, "So, time criminal, got any last words before I beat you to a pulp?" Alex shook his head calmly. "Nope. Let's get started." D90's grin widened. "Just what I wanted to hear." With that, he swung his fist at Alex's face. The next moment, everyone felt a blur flash before their eyes, followed by a thunderous crash. D90 was gone from where he stood, now embedded in the far wall, his body stuck there like a painting. The TVA maintained a constant, human-friendly temperature, but suddenly, the air seemed icy. A chill ran through every employee as they felt their hair stand on end. They couldn't understand what had just happened, and the fear of the unknown consumed them. One agent stammered, "This is impossible. How is he still using his powers?" Another echoed in disbelief, "No. I don't believe this is real." The second agent charged at Alex, only to be struck in the chest by a white singularity. The energy sent him hurtling through multiple walls before he finally flew out of the TVA building, plummeting from a great height. Once again witnessing Alex use his powers, the TVA agents finally confirmed that what they were seeing wasn't an illusion. Alex truly retained his abilities. But that was impossible. Just like Loki, anyone inside the TVA was unable to use magic. Even their physical abilities would be reduced to that of an ordinary human, leaving only their combat skills unaffected. Under the effects of the suppression devices, nothing beyond the realm of normal was permitted. Everything extraordinary would be reduced to mundane, and only technological weapons functioned as expected. This was the key to the TVA's ability to suppress powerful beings. If the suppression devices ever failed, the TVA would be utterly helpless against such beings. Seeing the morale of her agents plummet, Judge Ravana Renslayer immediately shouted to rally them. "Don't hesitate. Attack together. Defeat this time criminal and uncover why he's immune to the suppression devices." Ravana's command snapped the employees out of their confusion. They charged at Alex, attempting to mimic the Marvel protagonists by challenging a god as mere mortals. But even Marvel's favorite son, Iron Man, met a tragic fate when facing gods with his mortal body. The TVA agents were no exception. With a single burst of repulsive energy, Alex sent all the agents flying. They crashed to the ground, writhing in pain and groaning in defeat. Ravana's expression shifted dramatically as she watched Alex incapacitate the entire team with a single move. Without hesitation, she turned and fled. But just as she took her first steps, Alex appeared before her, his finger extended, a glowing white singularity spinning at its tip. Ravana recognized the white singularity and its devastating power. Resolute, she pulled out a glowing staff and aimed the illuminated end at herself before driving it into her chest. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a desolate, broken landscape. This was the void at the end of time, the final graveyard of the multiverse. Ravana gasped for breath, overcome with relief. She had survived that monster. As a judge of the TVA, she was well aware of the void's existence and knew that the true creator of the TVA resided in this forsaken place. If she could find him and gain his help, she could defeat Alex and reclaim the TVA. Zzz. The familiar sound of sparks crackling filled the air behind her. Realizing what it might be, Ravana's expression froze. Her body stiffened as she slowly turned around. A golden portal shimmered into existence behind her. And there he was, the monster, standing just beyond the portal, his fingers still extended toward her, the white singularity glowing even brighter than before. "No!" Amid Ravana's furious roar of defiance, Alex unleashed the singularity, tearing through space and obliterating her completely. The attack left a massive chasm at the end of time. Even Alioth, the monstrous entity capable of consuming everything, was momentarily dispersed by the white singularity. Closing the portal, Alex looked around with a faint smile and declared calmly, "From now on, the Time Variance Authority is under my command." Who agrees? Who opposes? The once arrogant TVA employees fell silent, unable to muster a single word of resistance. And just like that, Alex became the unquestioned ruler of the TVA. His first act as leader was to summon every employee to the chamber of the so-called timekeepers. Standing before the grand room, he addressed them, "I will show you the truth." Stepping into the chamber, they found the three timekeepers seated on their thrones, still unaware of what had transpired outside. They looked down on the intruders, their voices filled with authority and scorn. "Impudence! What are you doing here? Step back immediately. How dare you offend the timekeepers? I declare you guilty of resetting. Get out now. Do not bring ruin upon yourselves." Even Loki, who had just witnessed Alex's overwhelming power, instinctively stepped back, compelled to obey the commands of the timekeepers. The aura of the timekeepers' authority had been deeply ingrained into the minds of TVA employees. They believed the timekeepers to be immensely powerful beings, far beyond mortal reach. The very idea of defying them seemed unthinkable. Even those who had begun to doubt their legitimacy, like Loki, still hesitated. They expected a climactic battle to ensue, one where the almighty timekeepers would crush Alex, avenging Judge Ravana and restoring order to the TVA. But Alex simply glanced at the three imposing figures seated on their thrones. Ignoring their hollow words, he teleported directly in front of them. A distorted gravitational field enveloped the three timekeepers, the immense force tearing their bodies apart, leaving behind a twisted mess of steel and wires. At last, the true nature of the timekeepers was revealed for all to see. They weren't gods. They weren't all-powerful beings. They were just robots. The realization shattered the minds of the TVA employees. Some fell to their knees, howling in rage. Others stormed up to the remains of the timekeepers, kicking and punching the mangled metal. Still others broke into loud sobs, venting years of emotional repression. When the outburst subsided, silence filled the chamber. The employees, now fully convinced of Alex's words, faced the crushing truth. They were nothing more than pawns, brainwashed fools and complicit butchers, blindly serving a false cause. Mobius, a senior TVA agent and a respected figure among the staff, stepped forward. Bowing slightly, he addressed Alex, "Master, what do we do now? Please, guide us toward a new path." Alex pondered Loki's storyline and then spoke. "From now on, cease all operations and wait for a new leader to take over the TVA." Mobius caught on to the implication behind Alex's words and asked, puzzled, "What do you mean? Are you saying you don't want to lead the TVA yourself?" "Of course not," Alex replied calmly. "Becoming the He Who Remains would grant me control over absolute time and the ability to manipulate the timelines, but it comes at the cost of freedom. That's not what I desire. Soon, someone else will emerge. They will rebuild the TVA into something new." As Alex said this, he cast a knowing, enigmatic smile in Loki's direction. With that, Alex left the TVA's leadership to its fate. He began studying the organization's intricacies, allowing the altered storyline to progress on its own. Meanwhile, Mobius tasked Loki with finding Sylvie, not to capture her, but to open a dialogue. Eventually, Alex discovered that the two Lokis, through an unforeseen twist of fate, ended up at the end of time. He anticipated what would follow. Loki would return after the death of He Who Remains, marking the divergence of the timeline under the TVA's control. This would also begin Loki's first temporal escape, setting him on the path to becoming the god of stories. During this time, Alex secluded himself in the lowest levels of the TVA, honing his skills and observing the materialized timeline in front of him. The moment he saw the timeline, Alex had a premonition. If he were willing to give up everything, his freedom, his journeys through different worlds, and bind himself to the timeline, he could gain mastery over it and take Loki's place as the god of stories. But that was not a path Alex would ever choose. He had no interest in such shackles. Instead, he aimed to extract a single timeline, forcibly tether it to a dimensional universe, and use it as an energy source for that universe. However, much to his disappointment, the materialized timeline was akin to the Infinity Stones, functional only within the Marvel Multiverse. It couldn't be taken to another universe. Furthermore, the cost of manipulating and controlling the timeline was far too steep, so Alex abandoned the idea altogether. Time passed. Suddenly, Alex heard the system's notification in his mind. At the same time, his system interface erupted with radiant golden light, enveloping him entirely. The light fused with the energy inside him, completing the transformation of the root, Ryugi Shiki template into his own power. Template fusion complete, 100%. You have fully mastered all abilities of Root, Ryugi Shiki. You have unlocked a new character template, Steve. Energy points +1. Template fusion progress, 1%. You have gained a skill, My World LV1. An infinite surge of energy coursed through Alex's body, reconstructing his physique and fully integrating the skills Mystic Eyes of Death Perception and Root with him. Even without the system, these abilities were now permanently his. After the fusion completed, the energy within him didn't dissipate. Instead, it grew even stronger, reshaping his soul. Gradually, Alex became aware of a peculiar dimension forming within him, a unique dimensional universe. This universe was composed entirely of blocks, and its size continued to expand over time, with no discernible limit. The sight felt familiar to Alex. It struck him suddenly. Wait, is this Minecraft? To his shock, the new template he unlocked was none other than Steve, the protagonist of Minecraft. And as if to prove its overwhelming power, the template immediately granted him a formidable new skill. My World LV1, 1/100 an infinitely vast block-based world. By channeling energy, its size can grow indefinitely. Digesting the details of this newfound skill, Alex was certain, it was on par with or perhaps even surpassed abilities like Third Magic, the Abyss or Root. Fueled by this revelation, Alex conceived a bold new idea, to fuse his dimensional universe with my world, creating an entirely new cosmos, with Minecraft as its foundation. Chapter 166. With the thought in mind, Alex immediately channeled his vast energy into the strange block-based world. The size of my world expanded rapidly. Compared to the dimensional universe, it clearly had superior growth potential and infinite properties. As a result, under the same energy input, its expansion far surpassed that of the dimensional universe. A few days later, after pouring in energy with full force, the size of my world officially surpassed that of the dimensional universe. Alex then began transferring the dimensional universe, preparing to merge it into my world. Because Alex had absolute control over both worlds, the transfer process was quick. In just a few hours, the dimensional universe fully merged with my world, creating a brand new world. Once the fusion was complete, Alex felt a surge of pure energy flowing from my world into his body. This energy was far stronger than what he had previously wielded. After another transformation, the energy provided by my world had finally reached a multiversal level. This discovery thrilled Alex. Ever since unlocking the Steve template, he had noticed that the system's fusion progress had slowed to a crawl. To completely merge with the Steve template using single universe level energy would have taken hundreds of years. But now, with the energy from my world, the fusion progress could reach 100% in just a few months or even weeks. After completing the fusion of my world and the dimensional universe, Alex delved deeper into researching the Steve template. He entered my world and discovered that this realm was indeed identical to the Minecraft game world. It was entirely composed of blocks. However, compared to the game, this world was far more detailed, resembling a fully realized, authentic universe. Moreover, Alex noticed that this world operated under its own unique set of rules. For instance, when trees were cut down, their leaves would take some time to fall. Breaking wild grass could drop various seeds. Animals lacked genders, simply being near each other would instantly produce offspring. These peculiarities fascinated Alex, and he had an instinctive feeling that as the system's fusion progress increased, the skills he would unlock might be closely tied to these unique rules. It was possible that he could craft the magical items from Minecraft in the real world. Or perhaps, he might even extend my world's laws beyond its boundaries, allowing them to invade and reshape other worlds. If that happened, his arsenal of abilities would expand even further. For instance, he could use infinite water sources, fish in clear streams to catch anything imaginable, and so much more. After obtaining the new template, Alex ended his training arc and returned to the Time Variance Authority. Following a brief conversation with B-15, Alex learned about the current situation. Loki and Mobius were traveling to a specific timeline to handle certain issues. Alex surmised that they were likely searching for another Kong variant. This was part of He Who Remains' contingency plan. He intended for this Kong to replace him as the new He Who Remains. Alex, however, was indifferent to Loki and Mobius' actions. Having already gained access to all of the TVA's advanced technology, he was ready to leave. With He Who Remains now dead, the timelines that had been consolidated by the TVA had begun branching out on a massive scale, creating new timelines. These timelines would have to be managed by Loki, the god of stories. If left unchecked, the continuous branching would eventually reach a critical point and explode. When that happened, the parallel universes represented by these timelines would disintegrate under a catastrophic force. This force was on a multiversal scale. Although the timelines were not yet at their breaking point, Alex knew it was only a matter of time. Until then, he planned to collect as many fragments of the Phoenix Force as possible before leaving the Marvel multiverse for safety. This kind of multiversal scale disaster posed a significant threat even to someone as powerful as Alex, who was at a single universe level. He had no intention of being caught in the crossfire. Without hesitation, Alex opened a portal and stepped into another world. For some reason, the night seemed darker than usual. It was as if an invisible fog had blanketed the sky, blocking out the stars and suffocating the world in an ominous silence. Yuji Itadori stood at the school gates, repeatedly peering inside. The oppressive darkness swallowed everything, leaving him unable to see a single thing. Yet he kept looking. Perhaps he wasn't truly searching for anything, perhaps he was merely trying to quell the fear in his heart through the act itself. Just hours earlier, his grandfather had passed away. Though he had calmly handled the hospital arrangements and appeared unfazed, the sorrow had already consumed him. It surrounded him, suffocating him, and he was close to feeling completely numb. It was then that a strange peer appeared before him and unveiled the truth of the world. This world was indeed filled with cursed monsters, and they had always been lurking nearby. At this very moment, his upperclassmen were in danger because of a curse. Yuji was torn, unsure whether he should go and try to save them. Standing at the gates, Yuji once again glanced at the school. His fear rooted him in place, preventing him from moving forward. Just as he was about to give up, his grandfather's words echoed in his mind. Yuji, you're strong. You must save others. Yuji Itadori's heart suddenly ignited, his blood coursing through his veins at an incredible speed. With his naturally superhuman physique, he leaped several meters into the air, clearing the school gate effortlessly. He sprinted toward the school building. What am I afraid of? Yes, the stench of death is closing in, and I am afraid of dying, but if I don't go, there's no one else to save them. Megumi Fushiguro used cursed energy to enhance his body and raced toward the school building. When he arrived, he found that the situation had already gone berserk. 2 students were now bound by curses drawn to the finger, moments away from death. He realized he didn't have enough time to save both students. At that critical moment, a figure crashed through the wall, striking the curses away and rescuing the 2 students. It was Yuji Itadori, who had resolved to face his fears. Seeing the students out of danger, Megumi immediately ordered his divine dogs to destroy the curses, eliminating the immediate threat. However, the curses drawn by Sukuna's finger were far from over. Suddenly, a massive figure charged forward, sending both Yuji and Megumi flying. Megumi suffered severe injuries and could no longer fight back. Yuji engaged the new, powerful curse, but without cursed energy, he was no match for it. As he was about to be devoured, Yuji made a desperate choice, he swallowed Sukuna's finger. Yuji's eyes changed instantly as a new pair appeared beneath his own. Strange, ominous markings spread across his body. With just one casual strike, he obliterated the curse that had nearly killed him. A brief silence followed before Yuji, now Sukuna, burst into loud, unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Moonlight truly feels best when experienced firsthand. He suddenly tore off his shirt, revealing his upper body covered in eerie, cursed patterns. Curses taste so bland. Where are the women? Before he could finish speaking, a strange portal crackling with otherworldly sparks appeared in the sky. A silver-haired figure leaped out of the portal, landing squarely on Sukuna's head and pinning him to the ground. Blood dripped from Megumi's forehead as he lay gravely injured, yet the sight of the silver-haired figure filled him with relief. After all, this was the strongest sorcerer, Satoru Gojo. But as he looked closer, Megumi's faint smile froze, disbelief washing over his face. Though this figure resembled Gojo, Megumi knew him too well. The details of his hair, his clothing, everything was slightly off. This wasn't Satoru Gojo. Who is he? As Alex stepped out of the portal, he descended freely, only to feel as if he had stepped on something. Looking down, he saw a pink-haired boy struggling beneath his feet. This made Alex a bit embarrassed. Ah, sorry about that. I swear I didn't step on you on purpose. Realizing he was standing on someone, Alex stepped off Yuji Itadori's head and moved aside. The moment Alex arrived in this world, he immediately recognized where he was. This was the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. What surprised him was that this world was tied to his past. His first template, Satoru Gojo, had come from here. Additionally, the foundational design of the energy-producing rune matrix in my world also originated from this world's barrier techniques. The powers of Jujutsu Kaisen were the first abilities Alex acquired, helping him through his weakest times. As a result, he felt a certain obligation to this world. Alex gradually revealed a mischievous grin, the kind unique to someone who enjoyed a good laugh. Seeing this smile, Megumi Fushiguro couldn't help but think of his teacher, Gojo. However, this person seemed even less reliable than Gojo. Once Alex moved off Yuji's body, Yuji immediately leapt to a safer distance, his face full of wariness as he stared at Alex. At that moment, Sukuna was still controlling Yuji's body. Sukuna looked at Alex with both anger and caution. What shocked him was that Alex's arrival hadn't caused any noticeable cursed energy fluctuations. This meant Alex's power far surpassed his current state. Furthermore, when Alex stepped on him, Sukuna felt a weight as heavy as a mountain. Even though he could easily destroy a school building, he was utterly helpless under that crushing pressure. This enraged Sukuna to the core. As the king of curses, when had he ever been humiliated? Let alone being stepped on. What infuriated him even more was Alex's casual words about the incident being accidental, only to deliberately step on his head again. This blatant insult nearly drove Sukuna into a frenzy. Fueled by rage, Sukuna managed to suppress Yuji's consciousness entirely and temporarily seized full control of the body. You damn brat! How dare you humiliate me? I'll tear you apart. Sukuna vanished in an instant, reappearing before Alex, clawing at his waist with his sharp nails. As he'd declared, Sukuna wanted to rip Alex apart, and for some reason, he decided to start by cutting him in half. But the moment he reached Alex, Sukuna found that Alex had disappeared, reappearing several meters away, easily evading his attack. Sukuna launched another series of attacks, yet Alex dodged every single one effortlessly. It gradually became apparent that Alex wasn't taking the fight seriously at all. Although Alex could have teleported out of Sukuna's range entirely or struck him from behind, he chose not to. It felt as if Alex was playing a game, toying with Sukuna like a child with a new toy. Each dodge was narrowly executed, almost as if he was about to get hit. Whoa, that was close. So scary. If you try just a bit harder, you might actually land a hit. Alex exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, further provoking Sukuna. While Alex and Sukuna fought, a man dressed in black, sporting a blindfold, appeared next to Megumi Fushiguro, holding a shopping bag in one hand and fiddling with his phone in the other. Upon seeing the man, Megumi didn't immediately relax. He carefully confirmed that this was indeed Satoru Gojo before finally letting his guard down completely. With Gojo here, no situation could spiral out of control. Meanwhile, Gojo himself was frozen in shock, staring at Alex. His mouth hung open, his expression contorted as he observed the battle. With his 6 eyes, Gojo instantly recognized Alex's own eyes. They were 6 eyes as well. When did another person with 6 eyes appear in this world? No. Upon closer inspection, Gojo noticed something peculiar. Alex's bright blue eyes occasionally flickered with a crimson hue, something 6 eyes users didn't have. Even for someone like Gojo, a master of the 6 eyes, it was difficult to confirm what kind of power Alex wielded. What he was sure of, however, was that this man with 6 eyes was undeniably powerful. Shifting his gaze to Sukuna, Gojo observed how, despite being toyed with by Alex, Sukuna was still a special great curse, even with just 1 finger's worth of power. Gojo considered intervening to end the fight, but just then, Sukuna suddenly stopped. The black markings on Yuji's body began to fade, and the narrow second set of eyes under his normal ones slowly closed. Sukuna retreated, and Yuji regained control of his body. When Yuji woke up, he found himself being stared at by 3 imposing men. This naturally made him uneasy. Gojo used his 6 eyes to confirm the situation before crouching next to Yuji to observe him closely. Interesting. He's really in there. That's hilarious. Are you feeling any different physically? Yuji stretched his arms, replying, not at all. Can you switch places with Sukuna? Sukuna. The curse you swallowed. Oh, I think so. For the moment, Gojo ignored Alex, confident that Alex wouldn't suddenly attack him. After all, Gojo was the strongest sorcerer. It was common knowledge that even among 6 eyes users, there were vast differences in power. Gojo stretched, brimming with confidence. Alright then, let's try 10 seconds. Switch with him and come back in 10 seconds. He handed his shopping bag to Megumi and dodged Sukuna's attack after Yuji switched again. However, just as he was about to continue, Sukuna abandoned him, charging directly at Alex instead. "You damned brat, I'm going to kill you!" Sukuna roared, his rage boiling over. The once mighty king of curses had finally been pushed to his limit. Chapter 167. Gojo Satoru was prepared to face the storm of Sukuna's relentless attacks, counting down from 10. But unexpectedly, the so-called strongest sorcerer of this era was completely ignored. Sukuna abandoned him outright and charged toward Alex instead. At this moment, Sukuna was far more furious than before. The cursed energy within his body was boiling over, and he unleashed the full power of the single finger in his possession, determined to kill Alex. However, the outcome remained unchanged. No matter how much more powerful Sukuna's attacks were, several times stronger than before, he still couldn't touch Alex. Previously, his attacks missed by mere fractions, and now, they still missed by the same fractions. The reality remained, nothing had changed. Seeing that Alex was unharmed, Gojo decided not to intervene. Instead, he removed his blindfold and carefully analyzed Alex's technique. But something astonishing happened. The normally omnipotent six eyes couldn't penetrate Alex's body. In the six eyes' cursed energy vision, Alex appeared as a void, a patch of non-existence, nothing at all. Yet in normal vision, Alex was clearly there, effortlessly toying with Sukuna. Gojo's lips curled into a smile. Even his six eyes couldn't discern Alex's secrets. It seemed like things were about to get interesting. He resumed his countdown. 10, 9, 8. When he reached 5, his expression shifted slightly, and he almost couldn't hold back from intervening. But after seeing Alex's response, he stopped himself again. The school building ahead was now mostly destroyed by Sukuna's rampage. Amid the rubble, Alex deftly leapt from stone to stone, dodging Sukuna's strikes with ease. After attacking hundreds of times to no avail, Sukuna finally realized he couldn't hit Alex in his normal state. Clasping his hands together, he assumed a peculiar stance and declared. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. The cursed energy in the surrounding environment surged towards Sukuna, gathering at his command. An ancient shrine slowly rose behind him, its four corners lined with double rows of jagged teeth large enough to devour anything in their path. The sky above had transformed into a crimson sea, as though a blood-soaked ocean now hovered ominously in the air. This was the domain of the King of Curses, malevolent shrine, the slaughterhouse that had reaped countless lives. After 1,000 years, it had reappeared in the modern era. The moment the domain unfolded, even Gojo Satoru had to take it seriously. Placing a hand on Megumi Fushigiro's shoulder, he spoke in his usual teasing tone, things are getting more and more interesting. Megumi, don't stray too far from me, okay? Inside this domain, even I might not be able to protect you if you wander off. Why yes. Megumi instinctively replied, his eyes glued to the ancient shrine ahead. The domain expansion, this pinnacle of cursed energy manipulation, left Megumi in awe, igniting a longing within him. When will I be able to deploy my own domain? Suddenly, noticing Alex standing nearby, Megumi urgently asked. Gojo-sensei, aren't we going to help that man? Even if he's fast enough to dodge Sukuna's attacks, inside the domain, techniques are guaranteed to hit. He won't be able to escape anymore. Gojo's expression remained playful. Megumi, that man isn't just anyone. Someone who even Gojo couldn't fully understand and instinctively felt was dangerous. How could he possibly be killed by a single-finger Sukuna? Gojo's assessment was spot on. As Sukuna's domain took shape and he unleashed his deadly techniques, Alex didn't dodge or flinch. This time, instead of making subtle movements to avoid the attacks, Alex stood still. Even as the invisible slashes from Sukuna's attacks sliced through the remains of the school building behind him, Alex's body remained completely unscathed. It was as if an unbridgeable chasm separated Sukuna and Alex, rendering any attack incapable of touching him. Witnessing this, both Megumi and Gojo couldn't maintain their composure. In shock, they exclaimed. Infinity. The limitless technique was a hereditary cursed technique of the Gojo family, capable of manipulating space and even controlling atoms. Its use required incredibly precise cursed energy manipulation. However, such precision was impossible without the support of the six eyes. And the six eyes had a unique trait, there could only ever be one wielder at a time. When the current wielder died, a new one would manifest within the Gojo family. But the six eyes for this era had already appeared, Gojo Satoru. So how could this man, Alex, also possess them? As Gojo and Megumi wrestled with their confusion, the battle between Sukuna and Alex continued. Against Sukuna's malevolent shrine, Alex relied solely on the infinity to block every single attack. Throughout the encounter, Sukuna attempted various methods, unleashing abilities such as dismantle, cleave, and all, but none of them could break past the 1-meter radius surrounding Alex. For 5 full seconds, it was as though the two were in completely separate worlds. No matter what Sukuna did, he couldn't inflict any harm on Alex. When the 5 seconds passed, Sukuna halted his attacks, as Yuji Itadori within his body began forcibly reclaiming control. In the end, Sukuna's face twisted with rage and frustration as he spat bitterly, "Brat, just you wait. Once I gather enough fingers, I'll make you taste the tortures of 1,000 years ago." However, Sukuna's threat held little power over Alex, who simply responded with a raised middle finger and a mocking smirk. The next moment, Yuji Itadori woke up, looking a little confused as he asked, "Is everything alright?" Gojo Satoru, clearly pleased, responded with excitement. "I really didn't expect it, but you can really control it." Yuji Itadori replied. "But it's so noisy, I can still hear that guy's voice. That's all. It's a miracle." Gojo Satoru said as he slowly walked over to Yuji, suddenly bringing his 2 fingers together and tapping Yuji's forehead. With precise cursed energy control, Gojo used some technique, causing Yuji to close his eyes and fall into a deep sleep. After handling Yuji and handing him over to Megumi Fushiguro, Gojo finally turned his attention back to Alex, his gaze turning serious. "Well then, now that the overly energetic one has been dealt with, it's time we had our talk." At that moment, Alex revealed an extremely familiar mischievous smile to Gojo and laughed, "Haha, my dear grandson, I'm your 6th grandfather, and now I'm back." "Gojo, the fuck?" At the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu High, one of only 2 jujutsu schools in the entire country, the government had poured substantial resources into the institution. Its campus size and training facilities rivaled those of the University of Tokyo. Due to its location in the mountains with high humidity, the campus was often shrouded in a thin mist. This mist not only made the atmosphere feel damp and uncomfortable but also formed part of the protective barrier around the school. At that moment, in the most luxurious building at the center of the campus, Alex, Gojo Satoru, and Principal Yaga were sitting in the principal's office, brewing tea. "So, Mr. Alex, are you really Gojo's 6th grandfather?" Yaga asked calmly, setting down his teacup. Before Alex could respond, Gojo suddenly stood up, slamming his hand on the table with a loud noise. "I say, old man, how is this possible? This guy looks younger than me, at most about 20 years old. How could he possibly be my grandfather?" Yaga remained calm, taking out a file from his side and handing it to Gojo. "This is the information I found. 50 years ago, you really did have a 6th grandfather. However, he disappeared from the Gojo family after an accident when he was very young. This is all we could find, the rest of the information was destroyed by some unknown force. And Mr. Alex also has the 6 eyes and can release the limitless technique, right? So it's very likely that he really is your 6th grandfather." Gojo quickly skimmed through the file, reading it in minutes before putting it down. He slumped onto the sofa, weakly saying, "No way, no way. I can't really be expected to call someone around 20 years old my grandfather, right?" Cough, cough. Alex cleared his throat. Once Gojo and Yaga's attention was on him, he continued. "My dear grandson, I really am your grandfather. During the decades I was gone, I was sealed beneath the Antarctic glaciers, and both my mind and body fell into a deep slumber. It wasn't until a few years ago that I was rescued by an Antarctic exploration team. However, after being frozen for so many years, my memory was damaged, and I lost my past recollections. I stayed abroad for some time, and it wasn't until recently that I started to recall things from before. That's why I came to find my family. So, Gojo, my dearest grandson, I really am your 6th grandfather." Once Alex finished speaking, Gojo Satoru could no longer hold back and shouted. "How is any of this possible? Let's not even mention how someone could survive being frozen for decades, or why you haven't aged. Just the 6 eyes in your eyes are abnormal. Everyone in the jujutsu world knows that only one pair of 6 eyes can exist in a generation. If you truly have 6 eyes and are my 6th grandfather, then it would be impossible for me to have 6 eyes. Everything you're saying is a lie, and no one here will believe it." After Gojo's firm analysis, Principal Yaga clapped his hands vigorously and visibly believed. I see now, you really are Gojo's sixth grandfather, my apologies. Gojo? Wait a second, you actually believe this? Perhaps sensing Gojo's confusion, Principal Yaga explained. Gojo, there's no need to doubt. Mr. Alex is very likely your sixth grandfather. Firstly, during our investigation, we found many records about your sixth grandfather, and it was specifically noted that he was a genius not inferior to the 6 eyes. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Alex has 6 eyes, but he's a mutated version of the traditional 6 eyes, which is why you were born. Secondly, we investigated Mr. Alex's background and found that several years ago, a scientific team from the US did indeed bring someone back from Antarctica, and Mr. Alex has left traces of his life back in US. Thirdly, you have 6 eyes, so you should be able to judge whether someone is speaking or not. Clearly, from the moment Mr. Alex started speaking until now, he hasn't uttered a word, which means you haven't detected him speaking. If Mr. Alex can lie in front of you and hide it, this too would require the precise control of 6 eyes. So, in any case, it proves that Mr. Alex is from the Gojo family and most likely your 6th grandfather. Gojo Satoru turned his head and looked at Alex, who was lovingly watching him, and a wave of discomfort swept over him. He never imagined that at the age of 28, he would suddenly have a 20-year-old grandfather. Alex just smiled and watched the conversation between the two without interrupting. What Principal Yaga said was, of course, true, but it was a history that had been altered by him. For someone like Alex, who was on the verge of becoming a multi-universe level powerhouse, forging history in the Jujutsu Kaisen world was too easy. Frankly, even in the Lord of the Mysteries world, he could easily forge history, manipulate time, and complete the Fool's ceremony without breaking a sweat. After a while, once Gojo Satoru had completely processed the information from Principal Yaga, he finally resigned himself to the situation. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked Alex, "That's 6. 6 grandfather, what's the difference between your eyes and the 6 eyes?" Alex, who had already prepared an answer, replied, "My 6 eyes, in addition to the basic abilities of the 6 eyes, also have the ability to see death." Death? Gojo Satoru asked, intrigued. Alex nodded. "That's right. I can see the lines of death on the surface of objects, and by cutting along these lines, I can cause fundamental destruction to the object. Even reversal techniques can't heal it." Gojo Satoru was a bit envious. That's a powerful ability. Having such a powerful ability comes with a cost. Alex said, his expression turning serious. Gojo Satoru became curious. 6 grandfather, what's the cost?" Alex sighed and said. "Well, I gained the ability to see death, and with it, the power to bring about death. My eyes not only allow me to see death, but the basic abilities of the 6 eyes have also been strengthened to some extent. In addition, my physical strength has been greatly enhanced. I might even be comparable to the likes of heavenly restriction or a result of a binding vow when it comes to physical condition." Principal Yaga. Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru thought to himself, this isn't a cost, this is clearly a benefit. Is he bragging? Gojo Satoru realized that his 6th grandfather might be even more unrestrained than he was, truly worthy of the 6 eyes of the Gojo family. He asked Alex, 6 grandfather, now that you've regained your memory, what are you planning to do next?" "I don't like those people from the Gojo family. I prefer freedom and the distant horizon." Alex replied. Gojo Satoru's eyes gradually lit up. He realized that his 6th grandfather's personality was very similar to his own. Alex continued. "So, I plan to enroll as a first-year student at the Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu High alongside that Yuji Itadori." Ah! Although Gojo Satoru wasn't sure about Alex's full strength, with just the 6 eyes and his ability to directly bring about death, he could already be considered a special grade sorcerer. For such a special grade sorcerer to enroll as a first-year student and compete with others? Isn't that just bullying? Gojo Satoru and Principal Yaga exchanged glances, both reading each other's thoughts. Great, here's another unstable element. Chapter 168. From outward appearance alone, Alex looked about 20 years old, making it entirely plausible for him to enroll as a new student. Gojo Satoru suddenly became interested and said with a grin. "Of course, Grandpa, you can absolutely enroll. But before enrolling, every student must go through a small test. Most of the time, I'm the one who conducts it. All you have to do is spar with me for a while and avoid losing. If you manage that, you'll earn your spot." Alex immediately guessed what Gojo was planning. Clearly, he wanted to test Alex's current strength. After all, in Gojo's understanding, Alex, who possessed the six eyes and wielded the limitless curse technique, already had the combat power of a special grade sorcerer. Not only that, Alex likely stood at the pinnacle of special grade power. Beyond testing his strength, Alex suspected Gojo might also be looking for an exhilarating battle. After all, Gojo had been undefeated for so long that he must have felt lonely. Principal Yaga didn't stop Gojo's impulsive decision, as he was just as curious about Alex's power. A confrontation between an unprecedented variant six eyes and the traditional six eyes, who would emerge victorious? The prospect was too intriguing for Yaga to resist. Even so, Yaga already had a prediction in his mind. After all, even if they both had the six eyes, Gojo Satoru was the strongest. The six eyes were merely a tool for him, not the reason behind his unmatched strength. Thus, Gojo was the likely victor. Another factor influencing Yaga's judgment was Alex's apparent youth. Compared to Gojo's 28 years, Alex lacked several years of growth. For a genius, a few years could make an astronomical difference in power and experience. The trio weren't ones to hesitate. After making their decision, they left the principal's office and headed to a wide-open area outside. Along the way, they passed other members of the Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical School, Nanami Kento, Yeri Shoko, and the second-year students. When these individuals saw Alex, who had a similar six eyes, about to spar with Gojo, they immediately dropped what they were doing. They couldn't wait to witness this unprecedented clash between two six eyes users. The second-year panda was especially excited. Clenching his fists, he anxiously watched the two figures in the distance and turned to Zenin Maki to ask, "Maki, who do you think will win?" Maki didn't hesitate, answering directly, "It's obvious. Of course, it's Gojo-sensei. He's the strongest of our era. Even if he's unreliable." Inumaki Toge nodded in agreement. Bonito flakes. In the arena, Gojo began stretching and warming up for the fight, while Alex remained standing with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of indifference. This annoyed Gojo. Six, Grandpa, come on now. Don't underestimate me. At the very least, I'm the strongest in our era. Alex, wearing an earnest expression, replied, "Of course not. Don't be fooled by how I look right now, this is all just a facade. In reality, I'm already on high alert and fully prepared." Gojo's forehead twitched with frustration. From his perspective, Alex's entire stance was full of openings. There was no way this was what fully prepared looked like. But fine. Once he launched an attack and Alex took a heavy hit, the latter would surely stop slacking off. Lowering his stance, Gojo said in a serious tone, "Six Grandpa, get ready." As soon as the words left his mouth, Gojo vanished from his original position, reappearing instantly in front of Alex and aiming a powerful punch at his abdomen. What Gojo Satoru hadn't anticipated was that his attacks, much like Sukuna's during a prior fight, always seemed like they were about to land on Alex but never managed to touch him. This immediately reminded Gojo of what Alex had said earlier, his physical abilities were comparable to heavenly restriction. At first, Gojo hadn't taken those words seriously, but now he fully grasped their significance. This wasn't just on par with heavenly restriction, Alex's physical prowess was likely on the same level as Toji Fushiguro himself. The onlookers also noticed this phenomenon and couldn't help but marvel at it. Zenin Maki, in particular, had stars in her eyes as she stared intently at Alex's ethereal, smoke-like evasion movements. Even against Gojo, Alex precisely minimized his dodging range while completely avoiding all of Gojo's attacks. Wasn't this the state of mastery she had always dreamed of achieving? The others were equally engrossed in the fight. None of them had expected Alex's mastery of hand-to-hand combat to be so formidable, entirely superior to Gojo's own. Principal Yaga, pushing back his slightly slipping sunglasses, chuckled and commented, "Looks like another extraordinary one has arrived." Suddenly, Panda, the artificial life form with the keenest hearing, hesitated before asking uncertainly, "Did I mishear something? Why did I just hear Gojo-sensei call that guy his six grandpa?" Inumaki Toge nodded firmly, "Tuna." Shoko chimed in, "No, I heard it too. I thought I was imagining things." At this, Yaga adjusted his sunglasses and cleared things up for the group. "You didn't mishear. Alex is, indeed, Gojo Satoru's six grandpa." Everyone, huh? Yaga then recounted the backstory Alex had fabricated, explaining his past to the stunned crowd. Realizing his martial arts couldn't match Alex's, Gojo quickly shifted gears, deciding to attack using cursed techniques. Extending his hand toward Alex, he shouted, cursed technique lapse, blue. However, Alex responded immediately in kind, cursed technique lapse, blue. The two identical sapphire-colored singularities collided and cancelled each other out. Though they appeared evenly matched, Gojo's expression grew heavier. He had struck first, yet their techniques completely neutralized each other. This meant Alex had precisely calculated the power of Gojo's blue and, in an instant, adjusted his own cursed energy to unleash a technique of equal force. As the battle continued, Gojo began to feel an immense pressure. No matter how he tested Alex, he couldn't find his limits. Now, he finally understood why Sukuna had been so enraged after fighting Alex. For a powerhouse like Sukuna, nothing was more infuriating than being toyed with like this. After yet another clash, Gojo pulled back. The smile that had graced his face was gone, replaced by a serious expression. "Six Grandpa, be careful. I'm not going to hold back anymore," Gojo warned as he began the preparatory movements for Curse Technique Reversal, Red. Then, he noticed Alex mimicking the exact same actions. It was an outright provocation. By now, Gojo fully understood Alex's intentions. He wanted to defeat him using the very same techniques. Rather than making him angry, this only made Gojo's grin return, wider than ever. After being undefeated for so long, he was finally starting to feel the joy of a real battle. Black-red singularities bloomed simultaneously at the fingertips of Alex and Gojo Satoru. As their energy surged, the singularities expanded before finally colliding under Alex's precise control. Boom! The deafening roar of the collision sent shockwaves rippling outward from the impact point, forcing Yaga and the other spectators to retreat further to avoid being caught in the devastating aftermath. When the smoke and debris cleared, everyone's eyes fell upon the battlefield. A massive crater, several dozen meters wide, now scarred the earth between the two combatants. Hovering above the destruction, Alex and Gojo continued their battle, the intensity undiminished. However, unlike the initial exchanges, Gojo was now fully immersed in the fight, frequently deploying Cursed Technique Reversal, Red and Cursed Technique Lapse, Blue. It was evident that he was no longer holding back. Yet, even with all his strength unleashed, Gojo still couldn't land a single hit on Alex. Minutes passed, the fight still deadlocked. Gojo hovered in the air, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. The relentless use of cursed energy and his all-out attacks had drained him significantly, leaving him unable to maintain this pace for much longer. During these few minutes, Gojo experienced something he hadn't in years, a sense of defeat. Since childhood, he had been a prodigy, a divine figure who shattered the balance of the jujutsu world. Even as a student, he had already ascended to the title of the strongest. But now, he was faced with the stark realization that if he didn't use his ultimate techniques, he might not be Alex's equal. What made this even more humbling was the absurdity of their circumstances. Despite being his sixth grandpa, Alex's actual age was 8 years younger than Gojo due to being sealed in ice for decades. Gojo ceased his attacks, a trace of resignation in his tone as he said. "Has the mutated Six Eyes truly become this powerful? Not only is your physical strength unrivaled, but even the original abilities of the Limitless are far superior to mine." Alex landed gracefully, his appearance untouched by the long battle. His clothes remained spotless, unmarked by the dust or damage of combat. Hearing Gojo's lament, Alex shook his head, his expression stern as he offered some guidance. "Youngster, you're still too inexperienced. In this world, the Six Eyes and jujutsu techniques are merely tools. True strength lies in something far greater, an indomitable will and unparalleled mastery over oneself. Only dominion over all can reign supreme." Dominion over all. Gojo frowned, confusion evident in his expression. He had never heard of such a concept before. Alex coughed awkwardly, realizing he had slipped into another narrative. My bad, wrong reference. What I meant to say is that jujutsu is merely supplementary. True power comes from the individual. Take Sukuna, the king of curses, as an example. His jujutsu techniques were originally nothing more than basic slashing attacks. Yet, in that chaotic era of curses, he rose to become the most dominant force of his time. Gojo didn't seem convinced. Shaking his head, he argued. "No, while personal strength is crucial, jujutsu is equally important. Take us, for instance. With just the Six Eyes and Limitless Curse technique, we start where others end. These tools alone make it easy to ascend to the level of a special grade sorcerer. Even if Sukuna's raw power were unmatched, there's no way he could develop his abilities enough to overcome the infinite defense of the Limitless." As the battle raged on, the spectators grew silent. Gojo's declaration about the dominance of jujutsu techniques and their integral role in the jujutsu world weighed heavily on everyone. His words were undeniable truths. The importance of bloodlines and innate techniques had shaped the very foundation of the jujutsu world. Among those watching, Maki Zenin gripped her weapon tightly. More than anyone, she understood the bitter reality Gojo described. Due to heavenly restriction, her body had been blessed with immense physical strength but cursed with almost no cursed energy. Her inability to wield jujutsu techniques had led to her rejection by the Zenin clan, a pain she could never forget. The silence was finally broken by Alex's calm voice. "No, Satoru, you're wrong. My strength isn't defined by the 6 eyes or the limitless technique alone. I've worked relentlessly, pushing the boundaries of what jujutsu can achieve. That's how I've reached my current power in such a short time." His tone grew more confident. "Let's do this. You can freely use any technique you want, while I won't use any of the Gojo clan's techniques, not the limitless, nor curse technique reversal, red, nor curse technique amplification, blue, nor even hollow technique, purple. I'll only use techniques I developed myself. If I win, then it proves my point, that personal strength and hard work surpass innate power." Gojo was intrigued but didn't hesitate. He couldn't imagine losing to Alex under such constraints. "Alright, I accept. Let's see what you've got." With that, he raised 2 fingers and declared, "Domain expansion, unlimited void." A wave of immense cursed energy surged outward, instantly expanding to encompass a 100-meter radius. The infinite flow of information from the unlimited void sought to overwhelm Alex, dragging him into its trap. But Alex simply stood there, motionless. Without lifting a finger, he rendered Gojo's domain powerless. Gojo stared in disbelief. He had expected Alex to counter his domain with his own, but Alex did absolutely nothing. The unlimited void couldn't even affect him. "How is this possible?" Gojo muttered, trying to make sense of what just happened. Based on his knowledge, the only explanation was that Alex had used a simple domain, a technique designed to nullify the automatic hit effect of a domain. Yet Alex's method didn't merely block the effects, it completely neutralized the unlimited void. Even the flow of information, its core feature, was suppressed. "Is this something beyond a simple domain?" Shaking off his shock, Gojo sighed. "It seems I have no choice but to use that." Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself. "6 Grandpa, you know how terrifying this technique is. Be careful. Don't die." He raised his hand and unleashed his most devastating attack. Hollow technique, purple. By combining cursed technique lapse, blue and curse technique reversal, red at full power, Gojo summoned a massive, swirling purple sphere. It radiated destruction, capable of obliterating space itself. Gojo launched the sphere with a flick of his finger. It hurtled toward Alex at supersonic speed, a force that no one could withstand head-on. "Grandpa, dodge it. That's purple. It'll destroy everything." Gojo shouted, genuine concern in his voice. But Alex didn't move. He stood calmly, watching as the deadly sphere approached. In the moments before impact, Alex raised his hand. A gleaming purple longsword materialized in his grip. With a single swing of the blade, Alex sliced the unstoppable sphere cleanly in half. The 2 halves veered off course, their residual energy carving through the landscape, leaving a path of destruction in their wake. The remaining sword energy from Alex's slash shot past Gojo, tearing through the space behind him and obliterating everything in its path. Gojo froze, stunned by what had just happened. The indestructible hollow technique, purple, had been neutralized so effortlessly. Before he could react, he felt a sharp chill at the back of his neck. A thin line of blood trickled down his skin as Alex's voice, laced with mockery, echoed behind him. "See, Satoru? I told you. True strength doesn't come from cursed techniques or even the 6 eyes. It's all about personal mastery. Strength of self. That's what truly reigns supreme." Gojo clenched his fists, half in awe, half in frustration, as Alex's laughter filled the battlefield. Chapter 169. A hypothetical longsword bypassed the infinity and rested on Gojo Satoru's shoulder. Sharp sword energy radiated from the blade, slicing into his neck. Instinctively, Gojo Satoru tried to use reversed cursed technique to heal the injury. However, after activating it, he suddenly realized that the reversed cursed technique couldn't heal the wound. A peculiar force was preventing the recovery and even worsening the injury. He had a gut feeling that the energy lingering on the wound hadn't even reached Alex's full potential. If Alex wanted, just this residual energy alone could end his life. Since birth, Gojo Satoru had always been seen as a genius, a prodigy blessed by heaven. Apart from encountering exceptional opponents like Toji Fushiguro, the sorcerer killer, he had never suffered a setback. But today, in his fight against Alex, he finally experienced fear and a sense of insignificance. What kind of cursed technique was this? A hypothetical sword with mass conversion? Could imaginary mass change in such a way? Gojo Satoru began to understand what Alex had meant. Personal ability transcends cursed techniques. Seeing Gojo lost in thought, Alex retracted his longsword. In a tone that carried both weight and wisdom, Alex said to Gojo Satoru. Listen, kid. Personal ability surpasses everything. There's no such thing as a useless curse technique, only a useless sorcerer. What else can you do besides relying on the legacy of your ancestors? You have no innovation, no personal understanding of curse techniques, and your manipulation of cursed energy is rudimentary at best. You're squandering your natural talent. Against average opponents, sure, you can win with sheer numbers. But against true powerhouses, you'll inevitably be defeated. The onlookers felt deeply insulted by his words. What did he mean by average opponents? Was he calling them average? If Gojo Satoru's understanding of cursed techniques was considered crude, and his mastery of cursed energy simplistic, what were they supposed to do as sorcerers who lived under his shadow? Still, none dared to voice their dissatisfaction. From the battle just now, they had already recognized that this Alex, Gojo's long-lost, sixth grandpa, was an even more terrifying existence than Gojo himself. Even Gojo Satoru couldn't hold his ground for long against Alex. So what chance did ordinary sorcerers like them have? After a moment, Gojo snapped out of his daze. He couldn't help but ask Alex, Grandpa, the power you just used, did you develop it all on your own? Since the system belonged to Alex, anything created by the system naturally counted as Alex's own work. Alex didn't hesitate and nodded. Of course. These are just some minor tricks. If you want to learn, I can teach you. But I strongly suggest you forge your own path. Only what you create yourself will truly suit you. Gojo fell silent once more. He had been struck hard again. In the past, he had tried to create his own curse techniques based on the existing ones, but the process was too difficult. It involved bloodlines, cursed energy, mental fortitude, and many other factors. Even with his 6 eyes, which allowed him to observe the flow of cursed energy and manipulate it with precision, he had been unable to create anything truly his own. At most, he had only developed new ways to use existing techniques, like teleportation and others. Eventually, he gave up, believing that cursed techniques imprinted in one's bloodline were immutable. But today, his long-lost grandpa revealed that it was entirely possible to create one's own cursed techniques, and Alex himself had done so. More shocking was the realization that, excluding the time Alex had been in stasis, his physical age was actually younger than Gojo's by 8 years. In his 28 years of life, ever since his early struggles to learn the reversed cursed technique, Gojo Satoru had never felt this defeated. He continued his questioning. What other powers do you possess, apart from the hypothetical longsword? Alex explained, well, as you know, the essence of the limitless cursed technique is spatial manipulation. So, being able to control space for teleportation or unleash spatial slashes shouldn't be considered excessive, right? Gojo Satoru paused slightly. Yeah. And you're aware that the core of the technique blue lies in creating a powerful gravitational field. Therefore, creating an artificial black hole shouldn't be considered excessive either, correct? This time, Gojo Satoru remained silent for a longer period. Finally, he bit his lip and replied. Yes. And surely you understand that the essence of the technique reversal red is infinite repulsion. If I combine and condense that repulsion into a single point, creating a man-made supernova isn't excessive, right? Gojo Satoru fell completely silent. As someone who also mastered technique reversal red, he knew how simple Alex made it sound, but how impossibly complex it truly was to execute. After a full minute, Gojo Satoru finally ground his teeth and forced out. Not excessive. Alex continued, in that case, you also know that when technique reversal red and technique lapse blue are combined, they form the purple orb, which is essentially hypothetical mass. Since it's mass, it can be manipulated. So, me forging weapons like long swords from this mass and using them to unleash sword energy isn't excessive either, right? This time, Gojo Satoru said nothing for an extended period. He began to deeply question whether Alex's curse techniques were even the same as his own. It wasn't that Alex's words were impossible. In theory, with enough control and cursed energy, all of it could be achieved. But it was akin to understanding that, with precise control of electromagnetic forces, one could manipulate molecular motion. The precision required was so astronomical that even with 6 eyes, Gojo couldn't imagine achieving it. While Gojo Satoru questioned his very existence, Alex didn't stop and continued speaking. You also know that space and time are interconnected. A strong gravitational field can influence time. So, combining the limitless technique, blue and red, I can control the flow of time, or even reverse it. That's only logical, isn't it? At this point, Gojo Satoru could no longer endure. He protested. No. How is that even possible? Reversing time, that is the domain of gods. The others chimed in as well. Principal Yaga Mazamichi gave an awkward laugh. Alex, surely you're joking. No human could wield cursed techniques like these. Since ancient times, the only cursed technique linked to time is Master Tengen's immortality technique. And even Master Tengen pays an enormous price to maintain eternal life. Zenin Maki muttered under her breath, exactly. Sure, you're impressive, but you can't just make things up like that. There's no way a human could achieve such feats. Hearing her, Panda tensed up immediately. He glanced nervously at Alex. Seeing that Alex hadn't noticed Maki's comment, Panda sighed in relief and then whispered urgently to her, Maki, stop talking. Even if Alex is exaggerating, he's still stronger than Gojo-sensei. If he hears you, you're in trouble. From just a few moments of observation, they all realized that Alex, like Gojo Satoru, had a deeply mischievous streak. He wasn't malicious, but his personality often left others feeling helpless. Just as Panda finished speaking, he suddenly felt a hand moving over his body, touching him here and there. When he turned to see who it was, his body stiffened, and he trembled slightly, not daring to move. Alex was petting Panda's fur, finding it exceptionally soft and satisfying. After a while, when he had indulged enough, he turned to Zenin Maki and said, that's right, this Panda has a point. If I had overheard such remarks, the consequences would have been quite dire. Hearing Alex's blatant threat, the expressions on the surrounding people's faces froze. Panda quickly stepped in to plead for Maki, Mr. Alex, Maki didn't mean it. It's just that your abilities are so overwhelmingly powerful that she found it hard to believe. If you're willing to forgive her, I can let you pet my fur again. You know it's very soothing. Alex petted Panda again, nodding in agreement. It is quite soothing. Alright, for Panda's sake, I'll forgive her this time. Panda sighed in relief, thinking the matter was resolved. But then Alex continued, however, it's unwise to draw conclusions without knowing the full truth. So, as a slight punishment, Maki, I'll have you clean Panda's fur every day from now on. Upon hearing the punishment, Panda immediately raised both hands in support. I agree, I agree. This is an excellent form of discipline. Maki, however, protested vehemently, no way. I need to focus on my training. I don't have time to groom Panda. Besides, everything I said was true. Those techniques you mentioned are absolutely impossible. You're clearly just boasting. From start to finish, you've only talked about these abilities. Other than the hypothetical longsword, you haven't demonstrated anything. I have every reason to doubt the truth of your claims. Her words attracted the attention of everyone nearby, and they all turned to look. It was clear that most of them didn't believe Alex's earlier statements either. Alex didn't seem bothered by their skepticism. Instead, he smirked and said calmly, all right then, it seems it's time for me to show the natives of this jujutsu world what I'm capable of. Clearing his throat, he gestured for everyone to step back. Ahem, ahem. Everyone, stand clear. It's time for me to make a grand demonstration. The crowd quickly stepped back, giving Alex ample space to begin his demonstration. He raised his hand, and a glowing azure orb formed above his palm. With a calm tone, he explained. This is the standard version of the cursed technique lapse, blue. The sphere slowly darkened, turning from brilliant blue to an ominous black, as if it were maturing over time. Alex continued. When gravity reaches its absolute limit, what you get is a true black hole. Without restraining the black hole's pull, the area around them began to distort. The earth beneath their feet was torn apart and consumed. Even the sunlight above was dragged into the void, plunging the surroundings into an eerie twilight. Panicked cries filled the air as everyone begged Alex to stop. He let the black hole persist for a moment longer before dispelling it, just in time to prevent irreversible damage. The group, now disheveled from the gravitational pull, looked around in shock. Alex, unfazed, smiled brightly and said, "Similarly, when repulsion reaches its absolute peak, it creates a supernova." A black and red singularity appeared in his hand. As its power grew, the singularity shifted through shades of red and white until it became a dazzling point of pure light. Unleashing the supernova, an unstoppable wave of force blasted everyone backward. Before they could even recover from the black hole's effects, they were hurled away again by the sheer force of repulsion. Alex's smile widened as he began manipulating the flow of time. He made time rewind and fast forward deliberately, causing the group to repeatedly relive the effects of gravity and repulsion. The sensation of being pulled and pushed back and forth continued for what felt like hours. In reality, it lasted only minutes, thanks to Alex's control over time. By the time Alex stopped, everyone was thoroughly exhausted. Even Satoru Gojo, who prided himself on being untouchable, was doubled over and retching from the strain. Some of the weaker individuals, if not for Alex's protective measures, might have been torn apart by the chaotic forces. As the group tried to recover, Alex smiled and concluded, "This is what mastery over gravity and repulsion, combined with time manipulation, looks like." So, any further questions? Everyone shook their heads frantically, responding in unison. No more questions. No one dared to challenge him further. The mere thought of enduring that torment again was enough to quell their doubts. Seeing their obedience, Alex sighed with a hint of disappointment. What a pity. I was hoping for another round. He turned to Gojo with a grin and asked, "So, my dear grandson, have I passed your little test?" Gojo, clearly defeated, sighed and replied, "Of course, you've passed. From now on, you're officially a first-year student at the Tokyo Jujutsu High." As everyone dispersed, they still felt as though they were dreaming. Alex's demonstration had completely shattered their understanding of what was possible with cursed techniques. They realized that Satoru Gojo, once thought to be the pinnacle of jujutsu sorcery, was not the end of the road. There was still so much more to achieve, as Alex had proven by transforming existing techniques into something unimaginably powerful. Alex's performance didn't just inspire awe, it caused waves across the entire jujutsu community. Within days, word of the godlike sorcerer Alex, a figure far beyond Gojo's strength, spread throughout Japan. For Gojo himself, the experience was humbling but oddly invigorating. While his title as the strongest was no longer his, he found a new sense of purpose. For the first time in his life, he had someone to aspire to surpass. Returning home, Gojo wasted no time diving into intense training. He was determined to create his own unique curse technique. His defeat had ignited a fire within him. The same could be said for the others. Both students and teachers at the school began training with newfound motivation, inspired by Alex's display of power. Unknowingly, Alex had sparked a revolution in the jujutsu world. His existence pushed the boundaries of what sorcerers thought was possible. In doing so, he not only shook the foundation of Jujutsu High but also left an indelible mark on the entire cursed sorcery world. For now, one title echoed across the land, Alex, the Heavenly God. Chapter 170. After Alex's sparring match with Satoru Gojo, everyone in the jujutsu world who had heard of Alex's name began frantically gathering information about him, eager to learn more about this so-called Heavenly God. The big three families, being the most influential clans in the jujutsu world, naturally had access to the best intelligence. They immediately began collecting every scrap of data about Alex. Because of Alex, the Zenin and Kumo families joined forces to pressure the Gojo family into a week-long negotiation. The details of this negotiation were heavily classified. Other than the upper echelons of the big three families, no one knew what was discussed. After the meeting concluded, someone from the Gojo family arrived at Tokyo Jujutsu High to seek out Alex, hoping to convince him to acknowledge his familial ties and return to the Gojo lineage. Alex, naturally, ignored them. Frustrated, the envoy grew increasingly aggressive. In response, Alex silenced the envoy with a single slap, snuffing out his anger and helping him achieve a state of eternal stillness, death. This made it abundantly clear to the Gojo family where they stood in comparison to him. After Alex eliminated the grade 1 sorcerer sent by the Gojo family, they wisely stopped making further attempts to contact him. Seeing Alex's complete disregard for the Gojo family, the Zenin and Kumo families assumed he had no ties to them. Eager to win him over, they offered Alex immense wealth and rare cursed objects. Alex accepted all their gifts but gave no promises in return. When the two families realized they had been played, they joined forces with the Gojo family to confront Alex. However, Alex wiped out every single one of their envoys. Following this massacre, the big three families finally became docile. They publicly announced that Alex, the heavenly god, was a permanent friend of their families. Alex remained indifferent to these petty squabbles. He understood the nature of such people. They bullied the weak but submitted when faced with overwhelming strength. A single show of force was all it took to keep them in line. Beyond the big three families, Alex's name began to spread among rogue sorcerers and cursed spirits alike. Among these groups, some rogue sorcerers dismissed Alex as overhyped, much like how some viewed Satoru Gojo. These individuals, eager to make a name for themselves, flocked to Tokyo with the intent of killing Alex and cementing their reputations. Meanwhile, Alex's name also reached the ears of cursed spirits. On the sunny beaches of Dagon's domain expansion, cursed spirits often gathered in their free time. Among them, Kenjaku, inhabiting Suguru Geto's body, Mahito, and others were each holding dossiers filled with information about Alex, carefully reading through the contents. Kenjaku set his papers down, took a sip of coconut juice, and remarked with a hint of admiration. Heroes in this world are as numerous as the grains of sand on a riverbank, appearing one after another. I thought Satoru Gojo was already the strongest sorcerer in existence. Who would have thought someone even stronger would emerge? Having lived for over 1,000 years, Kenjaku understood the nuances of the world and was well aware of Satoru Gojo's unparalleled strength. In his eyes, Gojo represented the pinnacle of sorcerer capabilities. Yet Alex's existence shattered that belief. What shocked Kenjaku even more was that, according to the reports, even Satoru Gojo couldn't last a few minutes against Alex in a fight. Jogo, on the other hand, scoffed at the reports. Even when he first learned of Satoru Gojo's strength, he had dismissed him as nothing more than a show-off. He now felt the same about Alex. I'll prove they're nothing but inflated legends, Jogo thought to himself. Still bitter about being stopped by Geto before he could confront Gojo, Jogo grumbled, Suguru Geto, if you hadn't held me back before, I would have already killed Satoru Gojo. Without him, humanity would have lost its strongest sorcerer, and no one could stop us. But it's not too late. I'll find Alex and Satoru Gojo, kill them both, and then we'll launch our plan. Kenjaku chuckled, his emotions barely stirred. Deep down, he looked down on these cursed spirits. Though their strength was decent, they completely lacked brains. Satoru Gojo's title as the strongest wasn't just empty talk, it was earned, blow by blow, through countless battles. Over the years, countless sorcerers and curse users had tried to make a name for themselves by challenging Gojo, only to fail miserably. Most sorcerers didn't even have the courage to face Gojo head-on. Even if all these cursed spirits were to gang up on Gojo, Kenjaku was certain they'd face crushing defeat. And if one of them dared to go alone, they'd be eliminated the moment Gojo noticed them. If such was the case for Gojo, then there was no question about Alex, who could completely overpower him. Kenjaku even doubted whether these cursed spirits had the courage to face Alex head-on. If it weren't for the fact that these cursed spirits still had some use to him, Kenjaku would have been more than happy to let them charge to their deaths. But since they were valuable assets, he decided to offer some advice. No, Jogo, you've got it wrong. Satoru Gojo fully deserves his title as the strongest. And Alex? He's transcended the limits of a jujutsu sorcerer, that's why he's called the heavenly god. You may not believe it, but don't gamble with your life. If you insist on testing your strength against them, I suggest you start with Gojo rather than Alex. That way, while your chances of survival are slim, they're not non-existent. Jogo almost laughed in disdain but held it back at the last moment. Though he hadn't been alive for long and lacked extensive experience, he wasn't an idiot. He recognized that Kenjaku's suggestion was the wisest choice. When it came to matters of life and death, it was better to proceed cautiously. He snorted coldly. Humph, fine. I'll kill Satoru Gojo first. After that, I'll deal with this so-called heavenly god, Alex. Kenjaku smiled faintly, though a trace of mockery flickered in his expression. Then I wish you a triumphant return. Beside them, Mahito couldn't contain his excitement upon learning that Jogo planned to confront Satoru Gojo. He cheered gleefully. Ha ha ha, this is going to be so much fun. I want in. However, both Kenjaku and Jogo flatly rejected his request. Kenjaku couldn't afford to lose Mahito, who was vital to his future plans. Meanwhile, Jogo refused out of genuine concern, arguing that Mahito hadn't yet reached his full potential as a cursed spirit. Hanami and Dagon silently observed the conversation without participating. While Alex was busy dealing with the big three families, Yuji Itadori had enrolled at Tokyo Jujutsu High. A few days later, Nobara Kojisaki arrived from the countryside. With that, all the first-year students were finally assembled. Not long after, Satoru Gojo assigned the first years a mission to exorcise curses at a school, intending it as training. Alex, of course, knew what awaited them. He was fully aware that Yuji Itadori would consume a third of Sukuna's fingers during this mission, only to have his heart ripped out by Sukuna, leaving him in a state of pseudo-death. After making a small pact with Sukuna, Yuji would eventually return to life. No one suggested Alex join this mission, they all understood that it was far too trivial for him to gain any meaningful experience. So, while Yuji and the others went on their mission, Alex spent his time leisurely exploring modern society, indulging in food, drink, and entertainment. Of course, all the money he was spending came from the compensation provided by the big three families. Holding a freshly bought ice cream cone, Alex was about to head to a movie theater to check out the films of this world when he suddenly noticed a lively commotion on the side of the road. Looking up, he saw a banner written in Japanese, Takada's autograph event. Takada. Alex rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That name feels familiar. Oh, right, she's Tadou Aoi's idol. Since he was already here, Alex decided to line up, taking it as an opportunity to experience something unique to Japan. Takada was quite a popular idol, so the line was long, stretching out ahead of Alex like a winding dragon. Most people waiting were fueled by their love for Takada, while Alex's motivation was much simpler, he was bored. At his current level of strength, a being capable of unraveling the mysteries of the entire universe with a mere activation of his domain, there was little that could genuinely pique his curiosity. Everything lay bare before him, ready to be understood and conquered. But to know everything was to lose the joy of the unknown, the excitement of discovery. Without mystery, the world would be unbearably dull. That's why Alex often chose to suppress his heightened senses, sealing away his omnipotent awareness in favor of finding small, fleeting moments of interest. And now, here he was, a single universe-level powerhouse, standing in line with ordinary humans, not because he needed to, but simply because it amused him. Time meant nothing to him, so if it was wasted, so be it. Before long, it was finally Alex's turn. Stepping forward, he greeted Takada in fluent Japanese, "Hello." The moment Takada saw Alex, she could tell he wasn't a fan. It was obvious from the lack of joy or excitement in his eyes. Still, maintaining her professional attitude, she took Alex's hand and offered him her signature blessing. "Stay strong, and always remember to be happy." Alex smiled and replied, "I will, thank you." After meeting Takada, Alex found her to be a cheerful and cute girl, though she didn't leave much of an impression on him. He had encountered countless stunning women in his lifetime, whether it was Catwoman, Natasha, Mystique, Nami, or Robin, they were all remarkable in their own way. To most people, Takada might seem incredibly charming, but to Alex, she was just ordinary. Still, he had to admit that playing the role of an average person and strolling through mundane human experiences had its own unique appeal. As Alex left the venue, he spotted a tall, muscular man in the line, a figure he immediately recognized as Tadou Aoi. Alex didn't bother hiding his gaze, and Tadou soon noticed him. Misunderstanding Alex's attention as a shared admiration for Takada, Tadou gave Alex a hearty thumbs up, flashing his white teeth in a dazzling smile. Alex returned the smile with one of his own before turning and walking away. It was clear that Tadou Aoi hadn't recognized Alex's identity. Alex continued heading toward the movie theater. The film had just started, so being a little late wouldn't matter. However, as he passed a cafe, his steps came to an abrupt halt. Running his fingers through his white hair, he sighed in resignation. "Looks like I won't be watching that movie today." Inside the cafe, 4 figures sat in a corner booth by the wall, deep in conversation. Suguru Geto was the first to speak, addressing Jogo. "So, you want to overturn the current balance between humans and curses?" Jogo replied, "Something like that, but there's more to it." He glanced over his shoulder disdainfully before continuing. "Humans are full of lies. Their outward emotions and actions always hide ulterior motives. But negative emotions, hatred, malice, the intent to kill, those are the undeniable truths. We curses, born from those truths, are the real humans. The imposters should disappear." Suguru Geto didn't seem bothered by Jogo's extreme rhetoric and calmly responded, and yet, right now, it's you who's being wiped out. That's why we're here, to ask you how we can defeat the sorcerers. Jogo demanded. Suguru raised 2 fingers. There are 2 conditions you must meet before going to war if you want to win. And what are those 2 conditions? First, we must ensure that Alex and Satoru Gojo are unable to fight. Second, we need to recruit Sukuna to our side. I have a special grade cursed object, Prison Realm, which can seal anything inside. Originally, I only had one. But with the appearance of Alex, I went to great lengths to create a second Prison Realm, one even more powerful than the first. Just as Jogo was about to ask another question, the cafe manager suddenly approached their table and turned to Suguru, politely asking, "Excuse me, sir, have you decided on your order yet?" Jogo, naturally irritated by the intrusion of a bothersome human, immediately tried to ignite the manager with his cursed flames. But when he activated his cursed energy, the manager didn't react. It was as though the curse had been nullified. Suguru noticed this as well, his expression growing serious as he stared at the manager. Could this manager secretly be a powerful sorcerer? Suguru wondered. The manager, sensing their odd stares, checked his clothing for stains or rips and asked, confused. "Is something wrong, sir? Did I do something to offend you?" Jogo continued trying to activate his curse technique, desperately attempting to burn the manager alive. But no matter what he did, his power seemed completely ineffective. Enraged, he decided to abandon curses altogether and simply crush the human with his bare hands. But just as he moved, a lazy voice sounded beside him, "Ugly freak, I suggest you don't do that, unless you want me to get a little carried away and erase all of you in one go." At that moment, all attention turned to Jogo's side, where a hand had appeared on top of his head, effortlessly sealing all his cursed energy. It was none other than Alex. The reason Jogo couldn't activate his curse was that Alex had completely suppressed it. Suguru wasn't shocked that someone could subdue Jogo, after all, Satoru Gojo could easily do the same. What truly stunned him was that until Alex spoke, none of them had even realized he was there. They had no idea how long Alex had been sitting next to them, quietly eavesdropping on their conversation. What kind of power allowed for such complete concealment? This was the Heavenly One. No matter how detailed the reports had been about Alex's strength, reading about it felt abstract, almost unreal. But now, faced with Alex in person, Suguru and the others finally understood what the name truly meant. At that moment, only one thought echoed through their minds. We're doomed, 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 doomed. Chapter 171. The cafe manager, noticing the sudden appearance of Alex and the visibly frozen Kenjaku, felt confused. He asked once more. "Sir, have you decided what to order yet?" Still, no one replied. Kenjaku didn't dare move. Invisible, intangible killing intent was binding him like chains, even the slightest movement felt as though it would tear him apart. In such a situation, he had no energy to respond to the manager's question. Before the manager could ask again, Alex spoke up, "2 lattes, please, manager." The manager finally let out a sigh of relief. For some reason, standing near these strange men made his body feel uncomfortably hot. Yet while his body was hot, his heart felt ice cold, as if he were teetering on the edge of a cliff, moments away from falling to his death. Hearing Alex place an order, the manager bowed slightly, visibly relieved. "Please wait a moment, sirs. Your coffee will be ready shortly." Once the manager left, silence enveloped the group again. Alex simply didn't want to speak, while the others didn't dare to. When the waiter brought the coffee, Alex took a sip. Only then did Kenjaku, suppressing his fear as best as he could, speak with forced calm. "You must be Alex, the so-called heavenly god who's been making waves in the jujutsu world lately?" Ignoring Kenjaku's question, Alex leisurely finished his coffee before finally glancing at the group and musing aloud, "Should I just deal with all of you now?" The moment those words left his mouth, panic struck the group. Without hesitation, they sprang from their seats, smashing through the wall in an attempt to flee. However, their vision blurred for a moment, and before they could react, they found themselves back inside the cafe, sitting in the exact same seats. The wall they had broken through was completely intact. Their expressions turned grim as they tried to flee again, several times, in fact, only to experience the same result. Each time they moved to escape, they were instantly transported back to the cafe. Jogo slid to the far end of the bench, pressing himself against Hanami to put as much distance as possible between himself and Alex. His face was pale with terror, his voice trembling. "What kind of power is this? Hypnosis? An illusion?" Or is it, as the rumors say, time reversal? In the moment he had seen Alex, all of Jogo's former arrogance had crumbled to dust. The instant they faced Alex, the gap between them became painfully clear, a gap vaster than the one between him and ordinary humans. Just as he could effortlessly slaughter humans, Alex needed only a thought to erase him. The proof of this lay in the bizarre, unexplainable way they kept being forced back into the cafe without realizing it. Without answering Jogo's question, Alex placed his hand on the cursed spirit's head once more. Then, he accelerated time specifically for his body. Even for a cursed spirit, the concept of time was inescapable. In an instant, centuries passed for Jogo. His body visibly decayed and withered, crumbling to ash before everyone's eyes, leaving behind only his skull. Alex casually kicked the skull under the table like a soccer ball, idly toying with it as he looked toward Kenjaku. Kenjaku, seeing Alex's gaze shift to him, broke into a cold sweat. The overwhelming pressure of Alex's presence was suffocating. Internally, Kenjaku cursed in terror. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Not even Ryaman Sukuna 1,000 years ago was this terrifying. Observing Kenjaku for a while, Alex suddenly snapped his fingers. Suguru Geto's head split open, revealing the disgusting brain-like entity with a mouth inside. Alex frowned with a look of distaste and remarked, "Although I knew your true form was revolting, it still exceeded my expectations. I must admit, I have a certain respect for you. To have survived so long in such a grotesque, neither human nor ghost form is, quite the feat." With his brain-like body twitching and writhing, Kenjaku was visibly tense. He resisted the urge to use his emergency escape method and abandon Geto's body because his instincts told him it would be useless. In the face of this, heavenly god, escape was simply not an option. Kenjaku didn't dare show any anger at Alex's mockery. Instead, he forced an awkward smile to mask his unease. Kicking Jogo's head toward Hanami, Alex casually finished his coffee and snapped his fingers again. A red box, covered in eyes, appeared in his hand. The moment they saw this box, everyone's expression changed drastically. It was the prison realm, the tool they had planned to use against Alex and Gojo Satoru. The prison realm possessed unparalleled sealing power, capable of trapping anything, even Gojo Satoru himself. Now that Alex had taken control of it, their chances of stopping him had vanished entirely. Alex examined the prison realm but quickly lost interest. While it was a pinnacle of sealing techniques in Jujutsu Kaisen, it was far too simplistic for someone like him. With ease, he activated the prison realm, sealing Hanami along with the remains of Jogo, whom Hanami was holding. He then handed the restored box to Dagon and, smiling, turned to the last two remaining individuals. "Well, looks like there are only two of you left. Dagon, with your current strength, you're far from being Kenjaku's match. So tell me, Kenjaku, will you take this opportunity to devour these weakened cursed spirits?" Leaving that final remark hanging in the air, Alex turned and walked out of the cafe. He had no intention of killing them. Without them, the world of Jujutsu Kaisen would be far too boring. Once Alex left, Kenjaku let out a long sigh of relief. He turned to Dagon with narrowed eyes, his expression unreadable. Dagon, on the other hand, remained on high alert, carefully watching Kenjaku for any sudden moves. It seemed Alex's parting words had done their job. A massive rift had formed in the fragile alliance between Kenjaku and the cursed spirits, and now they began to doubt one another. After a tense standoff, Kenjaku smiled and said to Dagon. "Dagon, surely you haven't let Alex's words drive a wedge between us? We're partners. I wouldn't harm you." After careful consideration, Kenjaku decided against absorbing the remaining curses with his cursed spirit manipulation. While doing so would strengthen him, it was ultimately unnecessary for his larger plan. What mattered most was Mahito. Losing these curses wouldn't affect the grand scheme, but disrupting his plans over something so trivial would be disastrous. Hearing Kenjaku's attempt to reassure him, Dagon slowly relaxed. But deep down, both of them knew their relationship could never return to what it once was. Unknowingly, an invisible wall of distrust had formed between them, a sad, unbridgeable divide. When Alex returned to Tokyo Jujutsu High, he was greeted with the news that Yuji Itadori was dead. He wasn't surprised. He knew Yuji wasn't actually dead. At that very moment, Yuji was training in a hidden chamber to refine his cursed energy. When Yuji finally reappeared, Alex knew he would deliver a massive surprise to everyone. At this moment, on the training field of Tokyo Jujutsu High, the first and second year students were training to prepare for the upcoming exchange event between Japan's two jujutsu schools. Meanwhile, Alex looked off toward a specific area. Through the six eyes perspective, he could see Gojo Satoru teaching Yuji Itadori the basics of cursed energy control. If all went well, once Yuji mastered cursed energy, he would likely develop his initial attack technique, Divergent Fist. When the students noticed Alex's arrival, they quieted for a moment before eagerly surrounding him, seeking his guidance. Maki Zenin was the first to step forward and ask, "Alex, how did your physical strength become so overwhelming? Is there some kind of trick to it?" The others quickly chimed in one after another. "Alex, where did you get the inspiration to refine and improve your technique?" "Salmon. Alex, I want to be as strong as you. Can you teach me some curse technique skills?" Initially, Alex considered brushing them off and continuing his stroll through Tokyo. However, when he saw the eager looks on their faces, an idea struck him. These people were perfect test subjects. He would start with Jujutsu High and revamp the entire Jujutsu world. Pressing his hand to his cheek to appear more serious and credible, Alex cleared his throat. "Ahem. So you all want to get stronger, huh? Well, you've come to the right person. No one knows how to improve better than I do. Since we're all part of Tokyo Jujutsu High, I've decided to take responsibility. Over the next month, I'll train you all personally and help you significantly boost your strength. You already know I defeated my grandson and became the strongest in the Jujutsu world. You also know I've developed countless powerful curse techniques. So, rest assured, my training is highly authoritative." Hearing Alex's declaration, the students erupted in cheers. "Alex is the best." But before they could celebrate too long, Alex continued. "However, if you want to join my training, there's a small training fee. Each of you needs to pay 10 million yen. Don't push or shove, line up one by one to make your payments." As Alex somehow pulled a desk and chair out of nowhere and sat down to collect the money, everyone froze. "Wait, we have to pay for this?" Alex responded matter-of-factly. "Of course. After my training, every one of you will see your strength multiply several times over. If you're smart enough, you might even become special grade sorcerers. And tell me this, what's 10 million yen to a special grade jujutsu sorcerer? It's pocket change. Do you think paying 10 million yen for such progress isn't worth it? If you want to quit, you can do so now. But think about this, when the training ends, and your peers, who were once your equals, can now wipe the floor with you, will you be able to handle that humiliation?" The image of being utterly outclassed by their companions sent shivers down the students' spines. Most of them had already started considering ways to scrape together the money. Seeing that his words had struck a chord, Alex stoked the fire even further. "Oh, by the way, I heard there's a genius second-year sorcerer named Yuta Okatsu, right? If you join my training, there's a good chance you'll become special-grade sorcerers before he even returns to Tokyo. You might even surpass him and become the strongest student at Jujutsu High, second only to me, of course." "Imagine this," Alex said, his voice carrying weight and authority. "When Yuta Okatsu returns, you casually defeat him, leaving behind a single line, 'Your era of being the strongest is over. Now, I am the strongest.' Or better yet, imagine years later, you defeat even Gojo Satoru. You take a photo of him passed out in the background and post it on social media, declaring yourself as the strongest sorcerer in all of Japan's jujutsu world. Don't you want that? Or are you all just aimless slackers without dreams?" Inspired by Alex's words, the crowd roared in unison, "No, we have dreams, even if we're slackers with goals." "Alex." He blinked. Why do these guys seem so dim-witted? Realizing their phrasing had been off, the students paused, reorganized their thoughts, and then shouted again with renewed vigor. "No. We are people with ambitions. We want to become the strongest." Alex nodded approvingly. "Good. Since you all have dreams, I'll help you achieve them. Starting now, your 1-month hellish training begins. The first step of your training, every day, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Can you do that?" "Yes," they reflexively shouted. But then, as the realization set in, Panda hesitantly raised his paw and asked cautiously, Teacher Alex, isn't this just the Saitama training method from One Punch Man?" The other students nodded in agreement. They, too, had heard of Saitama's training regime. They also knew it was fictional and wouldn't work in real life, especially for jujutsu sorcerers. Rather than getting angry at their skepticism, Alex smiled confidently. "Oh, you don't think it works? Allow me to prove otherwise." He casually raised his fist and swung it through the air. The punch carried pure cursed energy and kinetic force, a condensed hurricane of destruction that surged toward the nearby forest. In an instant, trees were uprooted and turned to dust as the ground cracked and splintered, leaving a deep chasm in its wake. When the wind settled, a scene of devastation lay before them, exactly like the aftermath of a Saitama punch. Wiping imaginary dust from his hand, Alex said seriously. "How is this useless? With my carefully developed herbal baths, you'll be able to break the limits of the human body, unlock your genetic potential, and step into an entirely new realm of power. Do you think I got this strong by accident?" The students stared wide-eyed at the destruction Alex had caused with a single casual punch. Slowly, doubt gave way to awe. If Alex could do this with Saitama training, then maybe, just maybe, it wasn't a joke. The realization dawned on them: the reason the method hadn't worked for anyone else was because they didn't have Alex's special herbal baths. One by one, the students convinced themselves. Their eyes began to shine with determination as they shouted in unison, "Teacher Alex, please accept us as your students." Seeing their newly inspired faces, Alex nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, he quietly began altering the fundamental rules of their bodies with his root powers, ensuring they could withstand Saitama-style training. Combined with the special herbal baths, it would push them beyond their natural limits. And so, the hellish training officially began. Chapter 172. If ordinary people tried this training method, even with the same herbal baths, the most they would achieve would be better health. Breaking through physical limits would be impossible, let alone reaching superhuman levels. However, for someone like Alex, a being of immense strength, it was a simple matter of altering the rules to make this possible. The core of their training wasn't the Saitama-style regimen or even the herbal baths, it was the special rules Alex had modified. Under Alex's guidance, the group threw themselves into the training with enthusiasm. After just a few days, they began to notice remarkable changes in themselves. In only a short period, their physical abilities had improved significantly, increasing by several degrees. Even more astonishingly, the speed of their improvement showed no signs of slowing down. This meant they could continuously enhance their physical abilities at this rapid rate, an absolute miracle. It was well known that every person's physical potential has a limit. Humans are bound by these natural limits. To surpass them without cursed energy reinforcement, one would have to cease being human altogether. However, despite nearing their natural limits, the group was visibly surpassing them with ease, breaking through at a pace that defied logic. It was as if the fundamental laws of the universe governing their bodies had been rewritten. As long as they followed the Saitama-style training method, there were no limits. The students were overjoyed by this discovery. Their admiration and reverence for Alex deepened as they trained. Meanwhile, other sorcerers who heard about the miraculous results of the training tried to replicate it themselves. They attempted the same exercises and even recreated the herbal baths, which Alex had designed using simple and easily obtainable ingredients. But no matter how hard they tried, they achieved no results beyond basic fatigue. This left only one conclusion: the key to the miracle was Alex himself. The Saitama training method was ordinary by nature, but Alex had turned it into something extraordinary. To wield the power to rewrite the very rules of reality, could Alex truly be a god? Some of the students began to wonder. For the first 10 days, the first and second-year students of Tokyo Jujutsu High followed the Saitama-style training during the day and continued their usual training routines afterward. However, Alex wasn't about to let them slack off like that. As their devil instructor, he transported the entire group to the middle of the ocean, where he increased the gravity in their surroundings tenfold. He then ordered them to swim back to Japan. The students were dumbfounded, thinking they had misheard him. They protested, saying this was impossible. But their complaints and defiance were swiftly crushed by Alex's overwhelming authority. He casually tossed them into the ocean, and in order to survive, they had no choice but to follow his instructions and start swimming. When they finally reached land, drenched and exhausted, hoping for rest, Alex transported them to the Himalayas. Wearing nothing but swimsuits, they had to climb down from the freezing peaks before succumbing to the cold. If that wasn't enough, Alex then brought colossal beasts from One Piece world into the JUJUTSU KAISEN world. The students were forced to fight these giant monsters, with the condition that only the victors would survive. Amid such grueling and perilous training, tragedy finally struck. While battling a 100-meter-long sea king in the ocean, Toji Inumaki was swallowed whole. His body was crushed into a bloody pulp. The sight shattered the group's morale. They broke down and screamed in fury at Alex, voicing their anger and despair. But just as they started to protest, they froze in shock. Alex casually reversed time and brought Toj back to life. Turning to the now silent group, Alex mused aloud, why bother holding back? I can just resurrect you all anyway. Everyone, only by truly embracing death can you understand the preciousness of life. So, from now on, the training intensity will increase tenfold. No. The group protested collectively, but Alex easily suppressed them once again. From that point onward, they found themselves repeatedly cycling between death and resurrection. While training, or more accurately, tormenting, the students, Alex didn't neglect his own development. He continued to practice his abilities and absorbed energy to increase the fusion of his templates. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and Alex's power had reached new heights. Skill improvements. My world, +1 EXP. Congratulations. Your skill My World has leveled up. My World LV2, 3/300 a boundless cubic world with a self-growth characteristic. Its size expands naturally over time at a low rate and can grow exponentially faster when infused with energy. The world has no size limits. This skill alone was enough to turn Alex into a powerful dimensional overlord. However, My World was also the hardest skill to upgrade due to its complexity. Even with its slow progression, Alex relentlessly trained and poured energy into it for 20 days, finally achieving level 2. At level 2, My World no longer required energy to expand, meaning Alex's power would grow passively over time, even if he did nothing. 6 Eyes Upgrade. 6 Eyes, +1 EXP. Congratulations. Your skill 6 Eyes has leveled up. 6 Eyes LV6, 11/50,000 grants 360-degree vision over vast distances, the ability to see energy flow, remarkable dynamic vision, and X-ray vision. It allows for absolute precision in energy manipulation and the ability to disregard the law of energy conservation, greatly reducing energy consumption. With this upgrade, Alex's control over energy reached atomic-level precision. The most critical improvement wasn't in manipulation, it was in efficiency. At level 1, 6 Eyes reduced his energy consumption by 20%. Now, at level 6, it reduced energy usage by a staggering 40%, essentially doubling Alex's effective energy reserves. Alex couldn't help but wonder, if the energy reduction doubled with every level, would 6 Eyes reach 100% reduction at level 9, effectively making his energy usage infinite? As Alex made his way to the training field to check on the students, he observed the results of their hard work. In just 1 month, their physical abilities and cursed energy reserves had increased at least tenfold. After numerous battles against giant beasts and sea kings, their strength had undergone a complete transformation. Just as Alex was about to reach the field, he noticed someone standing in his path, Gojo Satoru. Although Gojo's clothing was spotless, Alex could detect a faint, familiar smell of molten lava and scorched limestone. It was clear that Gojo had just encountered the cursed spirit Jogo and thoroughly humiliated him. Alex briefly worried that Jogo might lose all confidence from the repeated beatings. After all, if the cursed spirit stopped causing trouble, this world would become far too dull. Just then, Alex sensed something else and turned toward the school building. After quickly bidding farewell to Gojo, he made his way over to enjoy the unfolding drama. Inside the building, Megumi Fushiguro and Nobara Kujisaki had just crossed paths with Kyoto students Aoi Tedu and Maizenin. Unsurprisingly, their meeting was far from pleasant. By the time Alex arrived, tensions had escalated, and they were seconds away from fighting. As Alex entered the scene, Aoi Tedu, who had been about to attack Megumi, froze in his tracks. His eyes lit up with excitement as he stared at Alex. "Best friend!" Tedu shouted. "You're a sorcerer too." Alex swatted away the charging Aoi Tedu with a single slap, looking at him disdainfully. "Who said we're best friends? And stay away from me. I'm not Yuji Itadori, I don't swing that way." From afar, Maizenin saw how effortlessly Alex subdued Tedu. Her expression shifted slightly before she yelled at Tedu in frustration. "You idiot! How could he possibly be your best friend? Look at his eyes and white hair. He's clearly Gojo Satoru's sixth uncle or something. The god of the jujutsu world, Alex." Mai's gaze lingered on Alex. Recently, rumors about him had spread like wildfire in the jujutsu community, all emphasizing his incredible strength. Specifically, over the past month, she'd heard whispers that the students of Tokyo Jujutsu High had undergone Alex's unique training and were growing stronger at a terrifying pace. This piqued her interest. If the rumors were true, then perhaps under Alex's training, she could become a grade 1 or even special grade sorcerer and finally free herself from the Zenin family's oppressive control. So, as soon as her school arrived in Tokyo, she and Tadu quickly teamed up to stir up trouble at Tokyo Jujutsu High, hoping to confirm the truth behind the rumors. But just as they provoked Megumi Fushiguro and Nobara Kuchisaki's anger, the god himself, Alex, appeared. It had to be said, Aoi Tadu's physical endurance was impressive. While Alex had sealed most of his power, that slap would have knocked out most grade 1 sorcerers. Yet Tadu regained consciousness within seconds, groaning as he awoke to Mai's scolding. Turning to her, he yelled back angrily. He may be Alex, the strongest god, but he's definitely my best friend. He likes tall women with big butts, just like me. Tadu then turned back to Alex and began to step forward, arms outstretched for a hug. But remembering how Alex had knocked him out, he hesitated, instead clenching his fists and looking at Alex with fiery passion. Best friend. I saw you at the Takata-chan fan meet. I had no idea you were the Alex, the legendary god of Jujutsu. This is incredible. I knew my taste in women was perfect, because even the great Alex likes tall women with big butts. Seeing the increasingly bizarre looks from Megumi and the others, Alex felt a wave of exasperation. Unable to hold back any longer, he slapped Tadu on the head again. Tadu's head visibly distorted from the impact before he was sent flying past Megumi and Nobara, crashing through several walls before landing unconscious in the rubble. After sending Tadu flying, Alex immediately regretted it. That was way too easy on him. Alex dragged Aoi Tadu's unconscious body out of the rubble, healing him completely. He even left a small amount of energy in Tadu's body to ensure any injuries he sustained would instantly recover, restoring him to peak condition. With a wicked expression, Alex turned to Megumi and Nobara. This big gorilla is all yours. Don't be afraid to go all out, beat him to a pulp. Megumi and Nobara exchanged sly smiles, blocking the now panicked Maizenin from escaping. They surrounded her and the groggy, newly awakened Tadu, cracking their knuckles ominously. Don't worry, Alex-sensei, they said, their grins growing darker. We'll be sure to give them a proper lesson. Mai panicked, her voice trembling. Wait, no. Don't come any closer, stay away. The eerie echoes of screams, both male and female, rang out from the depths of the school building for hours before everything finally fell silent. After Kyoto Jujutsu High arrived in Tokyo, the exchange event was only days away. During this time, Alex noticed a bizarre death on a TV program and immediately recognized it as Mahito's handiwork. This meant Junpei Yoshino, Yuji Itadori's friend, would soon be transformed and killed by Mahito's idol transfiguration. However, Alex had no intention of intervening in this tragedy, even though he could easily prevent it. Why? Simply because it wasn't entertaining enough. He didn't want to scare Mahito and disrupt the natural progression of events in the Jujutsu world. Finally, the big day arrived, the much-anticipated sister school exchange event. At the school gates, everyone stared at Alex in disbelief, their faces twitching. Even Satoru Gojo couldn't help but react similarly. After a moment of silence, Gojo gritted his teeth and asked. Alex, you're planning to join the exchange event too? Alex nodded casually. Of course. This kind of excitement is rare, I'm definitely participating. The rest of the group objected loudly. With your strength, entering a student competition is outright bullying. If you participate, the whole purpose of the exchange event, to train the students, will be lost. Alex nonchalantly cleaned his ear and flicked away imaginary earwax. With your current strength, you'd absolutely crush the Kyoto students. Ever since you started my training, the outcome of this event was already decided. It's lost its intended purpose. Besides, I won't interfere much in the event. You've got nothing to worry about. But Gojo started to argue, only for Alex to cut him off sharply. No buts. I've decided to participate. Of course, you're welcome to try and stop me. But remember, my dear descendant, if you do, I won't hold back. Don't worry, you won't sustain any injuries even if I hit you with an attack moving at the speed of light. Though the accumulated pain will be something else entirely. Seeing the increasingly sinister smile on Alex's face, Gojo immediately shut his mouth. Being threatened by Alex gave him an unusual feeling. Gojo, who had always used his overwhelming power to intimidate others, now found himself on the receiving end of such treatment. When did everything start going wrong? Right, it was the moment his so-called sixth grandfather, Alex, showed up. Since Alex's arrival, everything had changed. Gojo's title as the strongest was stripped away, the students' admiration was stolen, and even the attention of Yutaheim and Mei shifted to Alex. Damn it, Alex. I'll never forgive you. A dark cloud of depression enveloped Gojo as he spiraled into despair. He was completely defeated. Chapter 173. Although Alex's unexpected participation surprised everyone, they quickly refocused. After all, they were eager to finally use the strength they had honed over the past month to utterly crush their rivals from Kyoto Jujutsu High. Their excitement was palpable. When Yuji Itadori appeared, alive and well, and having trained hard during his time away, the team's morale soared even higher. Soon after, the Tokyo team arrived at the designated meeting spot, where they came face to face with the Kyoto Jujutsu High team. Led by an elderly man, the Kyoto student stood behind him, ready for confrontation. As the two sides faced off, Aoi Tadu, who had previously been brimming with arrogance, visibly shrank back the moment he laid eyes on Alex. The enthusiasm he had shown during their last meeting was nowhere to be seen. Alex turned to Megumi and Nobara, curious. What exactly did you do to Tadu to make him this terrified? While the Tokyo team's spirits were soaring, the Kyoto group was noticeably subdued. The announcement of Alex's participation in the exchange event had dashed any hope of their victory. If even Satoru Gojo couldn't stand against Alex, what chance did they have? Principal Gakuganji of Kyoto narrowed his eyes at Alex, voicing his displeasure. Even this guy is joining the battle, isn't that a bit too much? Before Gojo could respond, Alex smiled faintly, narrowing his own eyes. What's too much? I'm a student too, aren't I? The Tokyo students immediately burst out laughing, with Gojo laughing the hardest. He had always disliked the old principal but had been forced to tolerate him due to the rules. Alex, however, was different. If Gakuganji tried his usual tactics on Alex, he was bound to regret it. Hearing Alex's words, Gakuganji furrowed his brow. His original plan had been to order the Kyoto students to kill Yuji Itadori during the exchange event and destroy Sukuna's 3 fingers. But with Alex now participating, such a plan was doomed to fail. Gakuganji spoke gravely. The purpose of the exchange event is to help students from both schools improve. If you participate, the match will become a one-sided massacre, defeating its original purpose. Alex waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I see. And here I thought you had some ulterior motive. Relax. As long as none of you target me during the event, I won't attack you. My main goal is simply to enjoy watching the battles up close. Gakuganji opened his mouth to argue further, but Alex suddenly appeared right in front of him, towering over him with a cold gaze. Placing a hand on Gakuganji's head, Alex's tone turned icy. Listen, old man. Have I not been polite enough? Let me make this clear, I will participate in this event. Even if you wanted to withdraw now, I wouldn't allow it. Did you hear me, old man? One more word, and I'll crush you like a bug. Gakuganji's frail body froze. The tangible killing intent emanating from Alex left no room for doubt. If he continued to resist, Alex would absolutely kill him. Realizing this, Gakuganji dared not bring up Alex's participation again. Instead, he attempted to deflect. Is this how you treat an elder? Alex smiled and pressed his palm down with force, pinning Gakuganji into the ground like a nail. He then turned to Gojo and asked. Grandson, tell this old geezer who I am. Gojo raised his hand enthusiastically and shouted, Grandfather Alex. Alex turned back to Gakuganji, placing his foot on the principal's bald head and grinding it. Crimson streaks of blood began to trickle down from Gakuganji's scalp. Mockingly, Alex said, in terms of seniority, I'm probably older than you. Elder? You're not even qualified to call yourself that. The Kyoto students wanted to step forward to assist their principal. However, as they approached within 5 meters of Alex, it was as if they hit an invisible wall, unable to move forward. Confused, they reached out, only to feel a solid, intangible barrier. Their hands trembled from the force. Suddenly, the invisible wall expanded rapidly, pushing the Kyoto students back and pinning them against a distant wall. Before they could figure out what was happening, the Tokyo students, familiar with Gojo's abilities, exclaimed. Infinity. Indeed, the Kyoto students' plight was the result of running into Alex's infinity. But there was disbelief in their eyes. Until now, the only known user of the infinity was Gojo, and his effective range extended just 1 meter. What they saw now was completely different. Alex's infinity had an effective radius of about 20 meters, at least 20 times larger than Gojo's. The stunned Kyoto students looked at Gojo, silently asking if this was truly the infinity. With a complex expression, Gojo nodded. While it was theoretically impossible for the infinity technique to extend this far, the evidence was right in front of him. This was, without a doubt, the infinity. And yet, this display of mastery was beyond anything Gojo could achieve. The strongest had been dealt another blow to his pride. Meanwhile, Gakuganji struggled desperately to escape Alex's suppression, but no matter how hard he tried, Alex's foot felt as immovable as a mountain, keeping him firmly pinned. Humiliated in front of all the students, Gakuganji seethed with rage, gritting his teeth as he snarled. "Alex, no matter how strong you are, you cannot humiliate me like this." Alex said nothing but simply stomped down a few more times, knocking Gakuganji unconscious. "I am humiliating you. What can you do about it?" Retracting his infinity, Alex turned to the Kyoto students and said, "Hey, you lot. Come pull this old man out of the dirt. I don't want him ruining my view." Snapping back to reality, the Kyoto students rushed to extract Gakuganji from the ground. They then quickly moved as far away from Alex as possible, as though he were some terrifying monster. Seeing this, Alex frowned and turned to the Tokyo students. "Am I really that scary?" Instinctively, the Tokyo students nodded before shaking their heads wildly and shouting, "Not scary." Satisfied, Alex smiled. "I thought so." The exchange event eventually began as scheduled. Gakuganji, now in poor condition, was treated by Shoko Yeri, who had arrived shortly afterward, restoring him to health. During the treatment, Shoko Yeri asked the Kyoto students who had inflicted such heavy injuries. Gakuganji's entire skeletal system had been crushed by immense force, and even his internal organs had suffered severe damage. "If I had arrived a bit later," she said, "Gakuganji would have died." The Kyoto students averted their eyes, avoiding the question and refusing to speak. Finally, Noritoshi Kamo stepped forward and admitted, it was Alex. Upon hearing this, Shoko Yeri's surprise shifted dramatically. "Oh my! Alex didn't kill Principal Gakuganji. That's incredible." Over the past month, Shoko had witnessed Alex killing Tokyo students multiple times. At first, she had been furious. But when she discovered that Alex could revive the dead, her anger quickly dissipated. Instead, she often sought him out, asking how to improve her reverse curse technique. Not only had the students' abilities improved dramatically under Alex's training, but even Shoko, as a teacher, had gained significant advancements. Knowing Alex's ability to revive others, she was genuinely surprised that he had spared Gakuganji's life. After all, Alex's favorite pastime seemed to be killing people only to bring them back. Unaware of this, the Kyoto students trembled with fear. They now understood how terrifying Alex truly was. The fact that they were still alive seemed like an extraordinary stroke of luck. Soon, the students from both schools entered the arena to begin their hunt for cursed spirits, earning points by exorcising them. Unlike the original storyline, the Kyoto students avoided taking the initiative. Instead, they tried their best to dodge attacks from the Tokyo students. From the information brought by Aoi to do, the Kyoto students were well aware of how much the Tokyo team had improved and desperately sought to avoid direct confrontation. However, Aoi to do and Yuji Itadori still ended up clashing. Since Yuji hadn't undergone Alex's training, he was no match for To-Do and took a serious beating. He was the only Tokyo student to fall behind in this exchange event. While the students from both schools fiercely competed, there was a peculiar figure in the arena, Alex. He strolled aimlessly around, seemingly looking for something. Alex felt puzzled. He hadn't seen a single cursed spirit in the area. Clearly, they were still traumatized by his presence in the coffee shop before. With a sigh, Alex glanced toward the arena's entrance, where two interesting individuals caught his attention. At least it wasn't a total waste of time. At the entrance, two sorcerers, holding the nodes for the barrier, leisurely walked by. The first was a young man with yellow hair. He suddenly turned to his companion and said, "Hey, Juzo. Isn't this strange? Why haven't we seen any cursed spirits yet?" Juzo, a bald, middle-aged man with a muscular build, odd goggles, and a butcher's apron, shrugged indifferently. "Who cares about the cursed spirits? Our goal is slaughter and enjoyment. As long as we can kill, that's enough." Haruta nodded, his expression brightening. "Exactly. Let's enjoy the bloodbath." Suddenly, both of them stopped, exchanged a glance, and turned to face a specific direction. Juzo licked his longsword, his face growing increasingly twisted. How lucky. The barrier isn't even up yet, and we've already found prey. Haruta gripped his dual blades tightly, his expression contorting further as he exuded a violent, bloody aura. Yes, yes. Juzo, we can't kill him too quickly. We must torture him for as long as possible. The two ran swiftly toward the sound of approaching footsteps. Juzo was the first to reach the corner but suddenly stopped in his tracks. His abrupt halt caused Haruta to crash into him. Annoyed, Haruta grumbled. Juzo, what are you doing? We need to incapacitate our prey quickly, or it won't be any fun. Juzo didn't respond. He remained frozen, staring blankly ahead. Sensing something was off, Haruta turned to look as well. What he saw made his blood run cold, a white-haired man with eyes slowly approaching them. Haruta gasped. Gojo Satoru. Wait, no. Gojo wears a black uniform. This is, the god, Alex. Realizing who stood before them, Haruta began trembling uncontrollably, mirroring Juzo's earlier reaction. Overwhelmed with excitement, Haruta grabbed Juzo in an embrace and exclaimed, Juzo, do you see this? The strongest man alive is standing right in front of us. I can't wait to kill him. I want to hear him scream in agony, to see him writhe in pain. Yet no matter how passionately he spoke, Juzo didn't reply. Confused, Haruta turned to look at him, shaking him repeatedly. What's wrong, Juzo? Are you so excited you can't move? Get it together. This isn't the time to freeze up. After being shaken for a while, Juzo finally regained a sliver of clarity from his overwhelming fear. He muttered under his breath. We can't win. We have no chance of winning. Suddenly losing control of his emotions, Juzo frantically retreated. Unable to maintain balance due to sheer terror, he resorted to crawling away on all fours. He's a monster. We can't fight him. He'll kill us. Haruta was stunned. Only now did he realize Juzo wasn't trembling with excitement, he was paralyzed with fear. Then, as if a revelation struck him, Haruta turned and fled without hesitation, leaving the petrified Juzo behind. Haruta knew that Juzo had an uncanny ability to survive. If even Juzo was this terrified, then something truly terrifying was about to happen. Deciding he valued his life more than pride, Haruta abandoned any thought of fighting Alex and fled as far as he could. But just as Haruta had fled dozens of meters, a figure appeared in front of him, a white-haired man with a playful smile, holding a glowing white singularity in his hand. Alex's voice was teasing yet chilling. Leaving so soon? Stay a while, and let's play a game. The next moment, Haruta felt an eerie numbness in his limbs. Glancing down, he realized his arms and legs had been obliterated by the glowing singularity, reduced to nothing but dust. Not far away, Juzo, who had suffered the same fate, landed alongside Haruta in a massive pool Alex had conjured. The pool was 100 meters wide, 10 meters deep, and filled with seawater from the One Piece world. A few massive crocodiles swam ominously within. Alex's playful voice echoed again. You have 10 minutes. During that time, eliminate every living thing in this pool, except yourself, of course. Survive, and you live. Now, begin. In an instant, both Haruta and Juzo gathered what remained of their cursed energy, wielding their weapons with their mouths as they lunged toward one another. Only one could survive. And in that moment, it was clear, an ally could also be an enemy. Chapter 174. Two mutilated figures squirmed in the pool, writhing like worms. Despite losing their limbs, the cursed energy that remained allowed them to retain a fraction of their strength. Clenching weapons in their mouths, the two began slashing at each other. Blood flowed from their wounds, drawing the attention of the crocodiles swimming nearby. Haruta and Juzo exchanged a glance and tacitly decided to stop fighting each other, for now. They shifted their attention to the crocodiles, working together to kill the beasts first. Once the crocodiles were eliminated, they resumed their brutal fight. In the end, Haruta managed to emerge victorious, relying on his curse technique that always allowed him to narrowly escape danger. Floating weakly on the water's surface like a worm, Haruta, pale and desperate, looked up at Alex and pleaded. I've won. Please, let me go. His strength was completely drained, and his cursed energy was nearly exhausted. He could barely stay afloat, knowing that if he sank, he would drown. His panic was palpable. Alex nodded calmly. You won the game, so yes, you can live. Hearing Alex's promise, Haruta's face lit up with joy. As long as he escaped, he could survive. For a sorcerer, losing all 5 limbs wasn't an irreversible injury. He knew of a special grade cursed spirit, Mojito, whose idle transfiguration could restore him completely. But as time passed, he realized Alex wasn't making any effort to rescue him. A deep sense of unease began to creep in. Why aren't you pulling me out? I won the game fair and square. Alex nodded again, his smile unchanging, and replied matter-of-factly, of course. I said you could live. I never said I'd save you. If you drown on your own, well, that's hardly my fault. It was at this moment that Haruta, who had always seen killing as a game, finally understood, Alex had no intention of letting him live from the very start. Realizing his impending death, his face twisted with rage as he shouted. You lying bastard. I curse you, you'll never die a peaceful death. Before he could finish his curse, however, a fresh wave of pain silenced him. Alex had amplified Haruta's sensory perception by thousands of times. Now, even the slightest touch of water against his body felt like an excruciating flaying torture. Worse still, his skin began to disintegrate, bit by bit. As his screams grew weaker, fading into silence, Alex filled in the makeshift pool with a wave of his hand. He looked down, almost bored, and muttered, I said I'd let you live, but you had to go and curse me. At that point, you were just asking for it. Can't blame me for breaking my promise. With both Haruta and Juzo dead, Alex found no more cursed spirits or sorcerers to deal with. It left him feeling a bit disappointed, though he wasn't too concerned. Those cursed spirits weren't aimless wanderers. They had goals, even if they required sacrificing their lives to achieve them. Eventually, they'd show themselves again. Alex stopped mid-step, rubbed his chin thoughtfully, and mused aloud. Why do I feel like I'm the villain here? Maybe I shouldn't talk so much next time, just attack immediately. Can't give them any chance to retaliate. No, wait. Having fun is more important. The exchange event ended with Tokyo Jujutsu High achieving a decisive victory. Over the next few weeks, even Itadori Yuji joined the grueling training regimen. Surprisingly, the students from Kyoto Jujutsu High followed suit, unwilling to lag behind. However, Alex couldn't help but feel a little exasperated by one particular student, Nishimiya Momo, the twin-tailed, petite sorcerer. Determined to grow stronger, she constantly hovered around Alex, trying to get his attention in an almost sycophantic manner. Alex sighed. Look, I get it. You've got golden twin-tails and you're a perfectly legal loli, but let's be real, our sizes don't match. If I push too hard, you'll break. But Alex reconsidered. Even if she broke, he could instantly repair her. As a result, he stopped lecturing the golden twin-tailed, perfectly legal loli about working hard and not taking shortcuts. Instead, he began occasionally indulging her, providing emotional support and responding to her antics. Following his philosophy of, don't reject, don't pursue, don't take responsibility, Alex spent time with her while maintaining a casual attitude. After the exchange event, a week of training ensued. Then, Yuji Itadori and the other first-year students set out on a mission. Alex knew they would encounter 2 of the cursed womb, death paintings, Eso and Kachizu, and eventually defeat them. During this time, Megumi Fushiguro would also awaken his domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden. However, Alex wasn't interested in their mission. Instead, he focused on his own training in his room, constantly honing his abilities while anticipating the upcoming Shibuya incident. He planned to resolve everything during the Shibuya incident, fundamentally altering the rules of the Jujutsu Kaisen world. Afterward, he would leave to explore and adventure in other worlds. Several months passed, during which Alex upgraded many of his skills. Unlimited Void Experience +1. Unlimited Void Experience +1. Unlimited Void Experience +1. Congratulations! Your skill Limitless Void has leveled up. Unlimited Void LV5, 1/20,000 pull opponents into the inner side of Unlimited Void, forcing their brains to process endless streams of redundant perception and transmission data in order to stay alive. This renders their brains non-functional, leaving them standing helplessly until death. The host can now finally control Unlimited Void, lock onto specific targets with precision, extract memories from their minds, and even implant memories. Additionally, the host can use Unlimited Void to create an entirely realistic environment or world. With Unlimited Void upgraded again, all of its abilities received a significant boost. Previously, Alex's Unlimited Void could instantly cover half the universe. Now, it could encompass the entire universe without leaving any blind spots. This was a massive improvement for Alex. Although his other abilities were powerful, they often lacked range or had slower attack speeds, making them easier to avoid. By deploying Unlimited Void, all of his skills would become unavoidable within the domain, and he could instantly activate them anywhere within the field. In addition to these foundational enhancements, Unlimited Void gained a new ability, the power to create a completely realistic illusion, akin to a real-world environment. To test this, Alex pulled every living being on Earth into the inner side of Unlimited Void and created an illusory world within it. For an entire month, Earth's inhabitants lived in the illusion without detecting any flaws. Only after Alex released them did they notice a few insignificant inconsistencies. Beyond Unlimited Void, Alex's Mirror Dimension skill also received an upgrade. Mirror Dimension Experience +1. Mirror Dimension Experience +1. Mirror Dimension Experience +1. Congratulations! Your skill Mirror Dimension has leveled up. Mirror Dimension LV5, 1/20th,000 create a permanently sustainable dimensional space. The current size limit is approximately equal to the Milky Way galaxy. Compared to Unlimited Void, the upgrades for Mirror Dimension were purely quantitative. The size of the mirror space Alex could create expanded from the size of the solar system to that of the Milky Way galaxy. This upgrade also caused Alex's dimensional universe to expand twice its original size before finally stabilizing. Moreover, with the upgraded Mirror Dimension, Alex's control over his dimensional universe increased exponentially. Inside the mirror space, he was like a true god, capable of distorting any laws at will, even creating worlds out of nothing. One day, Alex stepped out of his room and stretched lazily. Suddenly, he noticed Mekamaru chatting casually with Maki Zenin on the distant training grounds. Rubbing his chin in thought, Alex muttered, the timing seems just about right. It's time for Kokichi to face Mahito and make the deal. After all this special training, Kokichi should be able to escape this time. In the original storyline, Kokichi Muta, in order to gain a proper body, made a deal with Mahito while standing in front of Maki. Unfortunately, Kokichi failed to escape and was killed by Mahito. However, with Alex's training, Kokichi's abilities had greatly improved. While he still likely wouldn't be able to kill Mahito, he should now be capable of escaping from both Mahito and Kenjaku, even counterattacking to some extent. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. One night, a massive curtain suddenly appeared in Shibuya, Tokyo. The curtain had a peculiar rule: it prevented regular humans from passing through but allowed jujutsu sorcerers to enter. Its strength was incredible, nearly unbreakable unless its core was destroyed. Unlike the original story, all Kyoto sorcerers had remained at the Tokyo Metropolitan Magic Technical College. Therefore, they wouldn't arrive late but would head to Shibuya together with the Tokyo sorcerers. Not wanting to waste time traveling, Alex opened a portal, instantly transporting everyone to Shibuya. Once there, the group split up to investigate the curtain's origin. Alex, however, descended directly into the subway tunnels. His final, fun, event in the Jujutsu Kaisen world had arrived. As he descended deeper, Alex encountered a cursed spirit gnawing on a human corpse. The creature resembled a grotesque, 2-meter-tall locust. Hearing Alex's footsteps, the cursed spirit turned and stammered, "Hey, what are you looking at? You're a JUJUTSU sorcerer." Uninterested in dealing with such a low-intelligence spirit, Alex casually slapped it into a bloody paste against the wall, then continued down the tunnel. Before long, Alex reached the third underground level. The moment he appeared, a new curtain formed around him. Alex instantly analyzed the curtain. It had been designed with incredibly high strength, sacrificing longevity and limiting its target to him alone. Its purpose was clear: to trap him in place. As Alex was confined within the curtain, several figures emerged from the darkness, cursed spirits and Kenjaku himself. Kenjaku produced 3 prison realm objects and placed them in 3 corners of the curtain, activating them. The prison realms merged with the curtain, significantly reinforcing its defensive properties. Seeing this, Kenjaku finally smiled. "Surprised, aren't you, Alex? All of this was prepared just for you." Cough, cough. As Kenjaku spoke, he suddenly coughed a few times. Alex could clearly see that Kenjaku's body was in an extremely weakened state. When the coughing fit subsided, a trace of blood dripped from the corner of Kenjaku's mouth. Wiping it away, he continued. "I've completely drained the potential of Suguru Geto's body to create 3 prison realms within just a few months. We also developed a specialized curtain designed solely for you. Its binding ability is extraordinary, so strong that even Satoru Gojo wouldn't be able to break it easily. With the 3 prison realms combined with this special curtain, we could easily seal someone like Gojo. Even though you're stronger than him, you won't be able to break free in a short amount of time. By the time you escape, our plan will already be complete. At that point, even if you break free, it'll be too late to stop us. Kenjaku and the cursed spirits erupted in laughter. They had worked tirelessly for months, researching and crafting this plan to seal Alex, and now it had finally succeeded. You all must be exhausted, Alex suddenly said, looking at Kenjaku and the cursed spirits with an expression of concern. His sudden empathy left them momentarily stunned. The cursed spirits, who had been overworked and sleepless, now sported dark circles under their eyes. As for Kenjaku, his human body looked so haggard that he could have easily passed as a giant panda. What do you want? Kenjaku asked cautiously, instinctively taking a step back. Alex shook his head, adopting a regretful expression. It's a pity. You've worked so hard, but all your efforts will be in vain. A sense of unease washed over the cursed spirits and Kenjaku, but they quickly brushed it aside, laughing once more. Ha ha ha. We've already succeeded. Once we've sealed you and used the final prison realm to trap Satoru Gojo, our plan will be complete. As they spoke, they dropped their calm facade, letting their true emotions surface. However, to their surprise, Alex's expression didn't change. Instead, his gaze grew even more sympathetic. This look of pity unsettled the cursed spirits, stoking their anger. Jogo's volcano head spewed flames as he roared, "Don't give me that look. I'm telling you, you're done for. Soon, humanity will fall under the control of cursed spirits. Even if you break free, you'll be up against a world full of cursed spirits. No matter how strong you are, you'll be worn down and defeated." Alex chuckled and shook his head. For the first time, he truly began to enjoy himself. Do you really think the combined might of this world's cursed spirits could last even a second against me? And more importantly, whoever said I was trapped? You think a few prison realms and a makeshift barrier can contain me? With that, Alex placed his hand on the barrier and pressed down lightly. A faint cracking sound echoed. Suddenly, the barrier, covered in its eerie red eyes, began to fracture. As Alex applied more pressure, the cracks rapidly spread, covering the entire barrier in just seconds. What? Kenjaku's face turned pale at the sight. Without hesitation, he threw the prison realm meant for Satoru Gojo onto the barrier to enhance its strength. Quick! Channel your cursed energy into the barrier, he shouted to the cursed spirits. We can't escape now. If he gets out, we're dead. Chapter 175. The 4th prison realm fused with the barrier restraining Alex, causing even more blood-red eyes to appear on its surface. Mahito, Kenjaku, Hanami, Jogo, and Choso poured their cursed energy into the barrier. With 5 special grade entities providing energy simultaneously, the barrier's power increased again. Blood-red patterns emerged alongside the eyes, further strengthening its defenses. The cracks Alex had pressed into the barrier slowly began to heal. However, before the cursed spirits could breathe a sigh of relief, Alex applied more force. With the sound of shattering glass, countless new cracks spread across the barrier at an even faster rate. Seeing this, the cursed spirits were filled with dread. Even if they joined forces, they were no match for Alex. If he broke free, he could kill them all effortlessly. At that moment, something unexpected occurred. A snake-like cursed spirit suddenly emerged from Kenjaku's shadow, swallowed him whole, and disappeared back into the shadows. Kenjaku had abandoned everyone else and fled on his own. The other cursed spirits' faces turned pale. Without Kenjaku's supplying cursed energy, the barrier could no longer withstand the immense force being exerted from within. It shattered completely. As the barrier broke apart, its fragments dissolving into cursed energy, Alex stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of Hanami. With a casual wave of his hand, an unstoppable repulsive force radiated outward from his palm, striking Hanami. Despite Hanami's body being as tough as steel, the overwhelming force obliterated him instantly. His flesh and bones shattered into tiny fragments, splattering against the walls like a grotesque painting. Alex chuckled. I usually respect fate. For example, in your original future, you were destined to be splattered against the wall. Now, that fate remains the same. In fact, you've died an hour earlier than you were supposed to. Don't underestimate that hour, maybe it'll give you a head start on reincarnation. You might even land a better life next time. Alex spoke with utmost sincerity, genuinely believing he had done Hanami a favor. Hanami. Jogo, who had been the closest to Hanami, was overcome with grief and rage. Consumed by fury, he lunged at Alex, flames surging around him. As he formed the necessary hand signs, he roared. Domain expansion, coffin of the Iron Mountain. Flames engulfed the area within dozens of meters, the outermost layer solidifying into rock to seal off the space. Inside, intense heat scorched everything, and the temperature around Alex, the primary target, reached thousands of degrees Celsius. Despite the searing heat, Alex remained unharmed. A massive repulsive force erupted from his body, radiating outward. Ordinarily, only another domain could counter a domain. However, Alex's repulsive force alone was enough to completely destroy Jogo's domain. Stepping forward, Alex appeared next to Jogo and smiled lightly. "Goodbye," he said. Alex pressed his palm against Jogo's head once again, just like their first encounter. But this time, Alex didn't hold back. Even though cursed spirits were composed of cursed energy rather than the physical atomic structure of matter, Alex manipulated the vectors of the cursed energy within Jogo, causing his body to collapse. The chaotic cursed energy rampaged through Jogo's body, and in an instant, he disintegrated into dust, dissipating into nothingness. Jogo, dead. Suddenly, the sharp sound of something slicing through the air came from behind Alex. Choso, seizing the opportunity while Alex was dealing with Jogo, launched a surprise attack, piercing blood, 100 convergence. Choso clasped his hands together, unleashing a thread of blood from between his fingers. The bloodline shot out faster than the speed of sound, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom that echoed throughout the underground subway level. Alex calmly raised his index finger, effortlessly halting the bloodline. Despite its ability to cut through skyscrapers, it split harmlessly around his body. When the bloodline dissipated, Alex casually curled his finger downward. An invisible slash of spatial energy sliced through the air and struck Choso, splitting him cleanly in two. Choso, dead. At that moment, a sinister laugh came from behind Alex, "Ha ha ha. You didn't maintain your infinity, and I managed to touch you. I've won." Mahito had somehow crawled along the ground and grabbed Alex's leg. His expression was maniacal, as though he had finally brought down the godlike figure towering above him. Aware of the "villains die from overconfidence" trope, Mahito wasted no time activating his cursed technique, idle transfiguration. But nothing happened. Seconds passed, and Mahito, now drenched in cold sweat, realized something was wrong. His idle transfiguration, which could manipulate souls and affect the body through them, had failed. He had intended to twist Alex's soul and transform him into his slave. But when he reached out to Alex's soul, he discovered something unfathomable, a vast, boundless ocean, an entire cosmos of existence. Even though Alex didn't resist, Mahito's insignificant power couldn't so much as scratch him. As dread consumed him, Mahito stiffly looked up and met Alex's piercing blue eyes. Alex raised his other foot and stomped down. A colossal repulsive force crushed Mahito to the ground, pinning him in place. With Alex's foot pressing down on his head, Mahito's skull exploded, and the rest of his body disintegrated under the residual force. However, Mahito didn't die immediately. His severed hand twitched, pushing his remains off the ground as his body rapidly regenerated. Thanks to his idle transfiguration, which could reshape his soul, Mahito theoretically possessed infinite regeneration as long as his soul remained intact. Mahito laughed smugly. He, Alex, I've been studying your curse techniques since you appeared. I've confirmed that you don't have the ability to attack the soul. That means you can't kill me." Seeing Mahito's self-satisfied expression, Alex didn't bother arguing. Instead, he slapped Mahito across the face again. But unlike before, this time Alex's slap pulled a death line from Mahito's body. At the same time, Alex amplified Mahito's pain sensitivity to its maximum. Aha! Unbearable agony erupted from every part of Mahito's being. He rolled on the ground, wailing and thrashing. The sheer intensity of his pain disrupted his focus, causing his cursed energy to spiral out of control. His body began to melt into a shapeless, gelatinous mass, spreading out across the floor like a puddle of sludge. Limbs and facial features melded grotesquely with the oozing sludge, with partially dissolved organs still faintly visible. Alex found the sight utterly repulsive. He conjured an imaginary sword, stabbing it into the mass of sludge to pin it in place. The sword's energy prevented the cursed spirit from further dissolving or reforming into a humanoid shape, steadily eroding the remains until they turned to ash. With Mahito's fate sealed, Alex no longer paid him any attention and vanished into thin air. Among the defeated cursed spirits, only Kenjaku, the curse user, had managed to escape using his cursed techniques. Alex's senses quickly picked up a surge of immense cursed energy in the distance. He immediately recognized its owner, Sukuna. Without hesitation, Alex disappeared from his spot, heading straight towards Sukuna's location. Inside a high-rise building, on one of the upper floors, Kenjaku appeared, feeding all the remaining Sukuna fingers he had collected to the exhausted Yuji Itadori. Ingesting more than a dozen fingers at once caused the cursed energy of Sukuna residing within Yuji to multiply several times over in a short period. Overwhelmed by the surge, Yuji couldn't adapt to the influx of power quickly enough, granting Sukuna temporary control over his body. As Sukuna manifested, his overwhelming presence and cursed energy froze everyone in the room. No one dared move a muscle. Kenjaku and the twin sisters, Mimiko and Nanako, watched in terror as Sukuna approached. The fear in their hearts intensified with every step he took. Although Kenjaku was an ancient and mysterious sorcerer who had lived for over 1,000 years, even he couldn't completely shake off the fear. While his body trembled uncontrollably, he barely managed to keep himself from collapsing outright. Sukuna stopped in front of the three and sneered. "Your heads are held too high." The words had barely left his mouth before he unleashed an invisible, slicing cursed technique. However, all three immediately prostrated themselves on the floor, narrowly avoiding harm. Satisfied, Sukuna nodded. He turned to the twin sisters and demanded. "Let's start with you. Do you have something to say to me?" Nanako, her head bowed to the floor, was drenched in cold sweat, which dripped onto the ground, forming a small puddle. Her lips trembled as she spoke, barely managing to voice her plea under Sukuna's crushing aura, "Please, kill Kenjaku. If you kill him, we'll tell you where another of your fingers is hidden." Her words had scarcely left her mouth when the faint sound of slicing air reached her ears. The next moment, she realized her sister had been decapitated by Sukuna. Nanako screamed in terror, desperately calling out her sister's name, but there was no response. Her sister was dead, beyond saving. Sukuna stood tall, coldly observing the tragedy he had caused, his gaze indifferent. "You thought you could bargain with me over a finger or two? How laughable." He activated his cursed technique once more, slicing Nanako's body into countless pieces and killing her in an instant. With the sisters eliminated, Sukuna turned his gaze toward Kenjaku and spoke with chilling calmness. "And you, what is it that you want?" Kenjaku, instead of stating a request, calmly rose to his feet. Facing Sukuna, whose expression was growing increasingly hostile, Kenjaku appeared composed and unshaken. A closer look would reveal that the ground beneath him was no longer solid but a swirling mass of shadows. His earlier act of bowing was nothing more than a ploy to buy time for his curse technique. Now that it was fully formed, he no longer had any reason to fear Sukuna. Kenjaku smiled faintly and said, "I don't have any requests. I'm simply here to restore you to your full form, Sukuna." Sukuna raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh. And what is your true goal?" Spreading his arms as if to embrace the world, Kenjaku replied. "This world has become far too dull. I want to return it to the golden age of JUJUTSU, the era of 1,000 years ago when cursed techniques flourished. I plan to unleash sealed cursed spirits to accelerate the world's evolution." A sharp slicing sound pierced the air. Sukuna's invisible slashing attack struck Kenjaku, tearing through his body. However, the wound only left a trail of blood before healing instantaneously. Sukuna yawned with feigned boredom. "Such a dull ambition. If that's all you have to offer, you might as well die now." Kenjaku was unfazed by Sukuna's sudden hostility and instead gave a cryptic smile. "As expected of Sukuna-sama, your attacks are so swift, even I can barely sense them. But before I achieve my goals, I'm afraid I can't afford to die. Farewell for now, Sukuna." Before Sukuna's next slashing attack could connect, Kenjaku's body sank into the swirling shadows, disappearing completely. Sukuna scanned the area, but no trace of Kenjaku's cursed energy remained. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he muttered, "TCH. Next time we meet, I'll make sure to kill you." As Sukuna prepared to leave, he suddenly stopped and leapt back, his face growing serious. His gaze locked onto a figure that had silently appeared before him, a white-haired, blue-eyed man. Sukuna hadn't even noticed his arrival. At first, Sukuna assumed the intruder might be Satoru Gojo. However, upon seeing the man's face more clearly, his expression contorted with rage as he roared, "It's you. Sukuna vividly remembered being humiliated when he had first awakened in this era. At the time, with only one finger's worth of power, he had been weak, and this man had repeatedly mocked, toyed with, and ridiculed him. He had sworn to kill this man if they ever met again. Now, finally facing Alex once more, Sukuna wasted no time. He unleashed a barrage of cursed techniques, cleave, dismantle, and open, raining down on Alex like a violent storm. But none of them could even graze Alex. Each attack was nullified by his infinity, stopping everything inches away from him. Instead of reacting to Sukuna's furious attacks, Alex ignored him entirely. His focus was on analyzing the spot where Kenjaku had disappeared. Using his route tracing ability, Alex reached into the void where Kenjaku's presence had vanished. His hand pierced through the shadowy ground, not damaging it but merging with it seamlessly. From within, he yanked out a figure, a monk-like man. It was Kenjaku. Kenjaku was momentarily stunned, his mind struggling to comprehend what had just happened. He had felt safe within his shadows, yet a hand had suddenly breached his domain and dragged him out. When he realized he was now facing Alex and a still enraged Sukuna, his face went pale, and cold sweat drenched his forehead. Frantically, he repeated a mantra in his mind, "This is bad, this is bad, this is bad." Facing both Sukuna and Alex simultaneously, even someone as cunning as Kenjaku knew escape was nearly impossible. As he prepared to activate his last resort, abandoning Suguru Geto's body and escaping with his brain, he suddenly felt a heavy hand press against his head. Alex smiled lightly and said, "Sorry, but it's your time to die." For Gojo's sake, I'll leave Geto's body intact." Before Kenjaku could react, a chaotic force obliterated his essence, eradicating his true form. Under Alex's manipulation of the reversed curse technique, Suguru Geto's brain regenerated from the mess of blood and tissue. Moments later, Suguru Geto opened his eyes, confusion flickering in his gaze as he looked around. His last memory was of being killed by Yuta Okatsu. He then heard Alex, who bore a striking resemblance to Gojo, mutter to himself, "Crap, I might have overdone it. I accidentally brought Geto back to life. Should I kill him and try again?" Though he didn't understand the full meaning of "brought back to life," Suguru Geto quickly protested. "That won't be necessary. I think things are fine as they are." In just a few seconds, Geto pieced together that this man had somehow revived him. Having regained his life, he had no desire to lose it again. As Alex and Geto casually exchanged words, Sukuna stood nearby, his expression growing darker by the second. He had seen enough. With a furious leap, Sukuna abandoned the scene, heading toward Megumi Fushigiro's location with deadly intent. Chapter 176. After only a few minutes of facing Alex, Sukuna realized he had no chance of defeating him in his current state. That unparalleled strength Alex displayed reminded Sukuna of the fear he had felt the first time he faced a special-grade curse as a fledgling sorcerer. "Damn it!" Sukuna growled, his frustration evident. "Why did this kind of monster suddenly appear? His power completely breaks the rules. His techniques are utterly incompatible with anything in this world, it's as if he's some mysterious powerhouse straight out of a shonen manga." Sukuna glanced back, noticing Alex wasn't pursuing him. His expression twisted in anger. Is he underestimating me? That arrogance of his will be the very reason he dies at my hands. Despite his fury at being looked down on, Sukuna had no intention of turning back to confront Alex head-on. He wasn't foolish. As the king of curses, who had ruled over the Jujutsu world 1,000 years ago, Sukuna was arrogant but also possessed immense patience. He knew when to bide his time and endure. Otherwise, he would have perished in his weaker days, never rising to his current power. Realizing he was no match for Alex, Sukuna immediately decided to move forward with his plan. He aimed to take full control of Megumi Fushigiro's body and begin the taming ritual for Maharaga. As long as he successfully tamed Maharaga and gained its power of adaptation, he could slowly adjust to Alex's overwhelming strength and eventually triumph. The plan was fraught with peril. Every step carried immense risk, one mistake would mean his end. But Sukuna was confident. He was, after all, Sukuna. Success was all but guaranteed. At this point, Yuji Itadori had already consumed 15 of Sukuna's fingers, meaning Sukuna's current strength had reached 3/4 of his peak. Empowered by the massive reserves of cursed energy within his vessel, Sukuna dashed toward Megumi's location, using the walls of nearby buildings to propel himself forward. His speed was astounding. In just a few minutes, he reached Megumi's position. Perhaps due to Alex's interference, Toji Fushiguro hadn't immediately forced Megumi to kill him. Instead, he was toying with his son, the scene resembling a strange mix of fatherly affection and cruelty. Toji, with his sharp senses, detected Sukuna's rapid approach. Realizing Sukuna's target was Megumi, his expression darkened. Without hesitation, he struck Megumi down and hurled him far away. Using his exceptional control, Toji ensured Megumi wouldn't be severely injured upon landing. Looking toward his son's retreating figure, a rare softness appeared in Toji's usually cold gaze. "In life, I failed you as a father," he murmured. "It seems in death, I can at least succeed once. Megumi, live well." As his words faded, Toji slightly tilted his head to avoid an invisible slash that nicked a few strands of his hair. Turning, he faced the approaching Sukuna. "The king of curses, is it?" Toji said calmly. "Let's see what you've got." Sukuna, observing Toji's state, sneered viciously. "Interesting. So, without cursed energy, you've managed to maintain yourself here this long. But that's all it amounts to. Flesh alone might handle the average threat, but it's useless against a domain." Aware of Toji's extraordinary abilities, Sukuna chose not to take any chances. He immediately activated his domain. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. An endless barrage of slashes rained down upon Toji. Despite the devastating power capable of annihilating everything within hundreds of meters, Toji managed to hold his ground for a few seconds. But ultimately, he was just flesh and blood, without cursed energy or cursed tools to aid him. His strength, though immense, wasn't enough. Sukuna killed him. Yet, in his final moments, Toji used his own bones as weapons. He hurled his arm bone with such precision and force that it pierced Sukuna's heart. Watching his heart quickly regenerate, Toji let out a faint sigh as he collapsed. "Is that all I could manage? If only I had my cursed tools, this wouldn't have ended so easily." With those words, his body was consumed by the relentless slashes, leaving nothing behind. Sukuna looked down at the arm bone embedded in his chest, a rare glimmer of admiration in his eyes. In hand-to-hand combat, Sukuna said, "You were truly the strongest." He charged forward again, pursuing Megumi Fushiguro. Compared to Sukuna, Megumi was far too slow. Even with Nu carrying him through the air, he couldn't escape. Sukuna slammed his foot into the side of a building, leaving a massive crater in the wall, and propelled himself toward Megumi at incredible speed. Before Megumi could react, Sukuna grabbed him by the neck, cutting off his air supply. Despite undergoing a month of intense training under Alex and experiencing significant growth in his strength, Megumi was still no match for Sukuna. The gap between them was immense, further widened by the fact that Alex hadn't directly enhanced Megumi's abilities. Having subdued Megumi, Sukuna channeled all his cursed energy into Yuji Itadori's thumb. He severed the thumb, which now held the majority of his cursed energy, and forcibly shoved it into Megumi's mouth. As Megumi continued to struggle violently, Sukuna sneered. "Don't worry, I'll make good use of your body." With most of his energy drained, Yuji's body collapsed to the ground, limp and powerless. Megumi, meanwhile, briefly lost consciousness and fell face-first toward the ground. Before his face could hit the ground, Megumi moved again. He stretched out his hand to support himself and managed to stand upright once more. Feeling the cursed technique of 10 shadows within his new body, Sukuna couldn't help but burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. Alex, give me a little more time, and I'll come kill you." Ignoring Yuji lying behind him, Sukuna summoned Maharaga. A dense shadow spread outward from Sukuna's own, and from it emerged a massive, pale creature with white skin and 2 pairs of pristine wings on its face. As the figure of Maharaga appeared, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the area. If ordinary people were present, they would likely collapse into unconsciousness, or even die, just from the sheer oppressive force. Maharaga tore off the bindings that restrained it, freeing itself completely. With a ferocious roar, it announced its return to the world as the most formidable monster of the 10 Shadows technique. However, before Maharaga could make a move, searing flames erupted from Sukuna's hands, engulfing the creature. This was Sukuna's strongest attack in his current state. Without any opportunity to adapt, Maharaga was gravely wounded, nearly on the verge of death. In mere moments, Sukuna had tamed the creature that Megumi had never been able to control. Though severely injured, Maharaga possessed incredible regenerative abilities. As long as it wasn't attacked further, its wounds would heal in no time. Within seconds, Maharaga had fully recovered. Seeing this, Sukuna laughed triumphantly. "Excellent. It's done. Now, it's time to settle the score with Alex. Oh. I'm right here. What are you planning to do? As Sukuna roared with laughter, a playful voice suddenly came from behind him. He suddenly leapt away, creating distance from Alex, who had appeared behind him without warning. Beads of cold sweat quickly formed on Sukuna's forehead as tension gripped him. Noticing Alex hadn't seized the earlier opportunity to ambush him, Sukuna's expression twisted into a snarl. You dare underestimate me again? For centuries, no one has ever dared to look down on me. That was your last chance to win, and you wasted it. Now, prepare to repent in hell. Maharaga, kill him. Sukuna commanded Maharaga to engage Alex, while he stayed back to provide support. Sukuna fully understood the source of Maharaga's adaptive ability, its wheel of Dharma behind its head. As long as the wheel gathered sufficient information, Maharaga could adapt to anything. Even if Maharaga were to be destroyed, the wheel would remain, preserving all the information it had collected. Sukuna could then use the wheel himself to gain immunity to Alex's techniques and ultimately defeat him. This information had been top secret even 1,000 years ago and was now completely lost to modern knowledge. When Sukuna realized Alex wasn't trying to defeat Maharaga with a single strike but was instead testing its limits, he grinned. Victory was already his. As Alex continued experimenting with gravitational forces and repulsion to gauge Maharaga's adaptability, the battle began attracting attention. All the sorcerers in Shibuya started converging on the scene. The fastest to arrive was Satoru Gojo, who first ensured Yuji Itadori's safety by moving him to a secure location before observing the fight. When Gojo noticed Alex feeding Maharaga new techniques, he grew increasingly anxious. Even someone as confident as Gojo dared not prolong a fight with Maharaga. The longer the battle dragged on, the more Maharaga would adapt, becoming exponentially stronger, an unstoppable force. In fact, a six-eyes sorcerer had been killed by Maharaga 100 years ago, a testament to the creature's terrifying power. Gojo could sense Alex's mindset. This was the arrogance and confidence unique to the strongest. Alex believed his power was so overwhelming that he could still win, even if Maharaga continued adapting. But this time was different. Throughout history, no one had ever witnessed Maharaga reaching its limits. Gojo immediately stepped in beside Alex, unleashing his hollow purple attack on Maharaga. However, Alex had already used hollow purple several times against Maharaga earlier. The creature now tore apart the imaginary mass capable of obliterating space itself, rendering Gojo's ultimate attack ineffective. Realizing even his strongest technique couldn't stop Maharaga, Gojo's expression darkened. He turned to Alex, urging him. Alex, stop playing around. Use your full strength to destroy Maharaga. If you let this continue, the entire country could be annihilated. By now, Maharaga had grown to an unimaginable level of strength. Not even Gojo could contend with it, let alone the other sorcerers. If the creature were allowed to evolve further, it could very well lead to the world's destruction. Alex, however, remained calm, chuckling as he unleashed an even stronger attack than before. Don't be so serious, grandson. Everything is still under control. Gojo, watching Maharaga grow more powerful with every moment, grew increasingly uneasy. He feared that Maharaga would soon surpass Alex's strength and spiral out of control. Despite his growing concern, Alex remained unfazed, continuing to test Maharaga's limits. For the first time, Gojo truly understood how others must feel watching him act recklessly. It was infuriating. Could Alex not think about the bigger picture for once? After Satoru Gojo arrived, other sorcerers began converging from all directions. They included sorcerers from both jujutsu high schools as well as independent jujutsu practitioners from society. When they reached the battlefield and saw the ongoing clash between Alex and Maharaga, they were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Every single attack caused destruction spanning hundreds of meters. If the battle weren't taking place mostly in the sky, the entire city of Tokyo would likely have been reduced to rubble by the residual shockwaves alone. Suddenly, a towering mecha flew in from a distance, landing near Aoi Tedu and the others. But before it could stabilize, a shockwave from the battle reached the mecha, instantly destroying it. From the debris emerged a figure hidden inside the machine. Even though they had never seen this person before, the sorcerers from Kyoto Jujutsu High immediately recognized the familiar cursed energy. Noritoshi Kamo exclaimed in shock. Mekamaru, is that you? The figure, Kokichi Muta, walked out from the rubble, smiling as he responded. Noritoshi, we finally meet. But call me by my real name, Kokichi Muta. Kokichi scanned the group from Kyoto and finally stopped on a short-haired girl with blue hair. His face softened as he smiled warmly and said, "Kasumi, I'm here." Hearing Kokichi's words, Kasumi Miwa could no longer hold back. She ran forward and embraced him tightly. This tragic couple, whose story ended in heartbreak in the original timeline, had finally achieved a happy reunion. But just then, another shockwave from the battle swept through the area, sending everyone flying. Whether they were students or grade 1 sorcerers, none of them could resist the force of the shockwave. Emerging from the rubble, Kokichi Muta, still shaken, remarked, "This is terrifying. Even the ultimate Mechamaru, which I spent years creating, couldn't withstand the residual shockwaves from their battle." Holding Kasumi Miwa protectively in his arms, he added, "This is too frightening. Do you think Alex can really defeat that monster?" Meanwhile, the distant battle raged on. Under Alex's deliberate attacks, Maharaga, who had never before reached its limits, was finally approaching them. Its power increments began to decrease until, at last, there was no further growth. However, at the same time, under the constraints Alex had placed upon himself, his attacks could barely harm Maharaga. They only left shallow scars on its body. The fact that Maharaga had limits surprised Alex. If he hadn't actively suppressed the residual shockwaves from their fight, the resulting destruction could have wiped out the Earth itself, rather than merely spanning hundreds of meters as the onlookers perceived. At this point, Maharaga's power had reached a level akin to that of a god, far exceeding the limits of the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Chapter 177. Seeing that Maharaga's strength had finally stopped growing, Sukuna stepped out from the shadows. He laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha. I can't believe you managed to push Maharaga to its limits. Truly incredible. I admit, you are strong, but you've already lost this battle." Under Sukuna's control, Maharaga's body turned into shadows and fused with the wheel. Sukuna then placed the wheel behind his own head, causing his cursed energy to grow exponentially. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, Sukuna spread his arms wide, standing in midair as he laughed maniacally. This power. Such immense strength, combined with my cursed techniques, I'm truly invincible now. Alex, your time has come." With the fusion complete, Sukuna's power skyrocketed, surpassing even Maharaga's peak and ascending to godlike levels. Fushiguro Megumi's body, under the immense cursed energy, began to mutate. Around his original face, a second face started to grow, and another pair of arms emerged beneath his first set. Sukuna had now transformed into the legendary figure of lore, a four-eyed, four-armed creature. Bringing all four hands together, Sukuna formed a complex hand seal and bellowed, "Domain expansion, malevolent shrine." Unlike his original domain, which spanned only a few hundred meters, this domain now enveloped the entirety of Tokyo and extended for hundreds of kilometers beyond. Everyone within the domain felt a suffocating dread, as though invisible blades were hovering above their heads, ready to strike at any moment. Ha 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 ha. Sukuna's laughter echoed wildly as he gazed down at Alex from the sky, exuding supreme arrogance. "I've become a god. It's time for you, a fake celestial, to meet your end." With countless eyes fixed on him, Sukuna casually waved a hand. A spatial slash, sharp enough to sever worlds, was effortlessly unleashed, hurtling toward Alex with blinding speed. The slash moved so fast that even Satoru Gojo couldn't react. Moreover, it carried a special cursed energy composition, an evolution designed by Maharaga to bypass Gojo's infinity, rendering it completely defenseless. In the blink of an eye, the spatial slash tore through the infinity and closed in on Alex. Sukuna's grin grew even more twisted, for once Alex was dead, Sukuna would truly reign as the ultimate, undefeatable being. The spatial slash struck Alex, carving a massive trench through the streets, slicing through buildings, and even splitting the sky and earth in two. The attack was so devastating that, had most of its power not been concentrated on Alex, the entirety of Tokyo's buildings taller than 3 meters would have been severed in half. But to everyone's shock, despite the ferocity of the attack, Alex remained unharmed. Amid the deep trench created by the spatial slash, there was a small, untouched area, an anomaly in the otherwise flawless destruction. At the center of that undamaged space stood Alex. His right hand was casually extended in front of him, effortlessly stopping an attack powerful enough to tear the world apart. Releasing a slight burst of energy, Alex dispelled the dust around him, and then looked mockingly at Sukuna, who was hovering in the sky. With a smirk, Alex spoke a line he had prepared long ago during his time in the Marvel Universe. "Sukuna. The king of curses. How laughable. You're just a weakling from a world without me. When we share the same world, you're nothing but a clown. Seeing Alex block his full-powered attack with only his physical body, Sukuna was in utter disbelief. This is impossible. Your power was only on par with Maharaga earlier. But now my power has doubled compared to Maharaga's peak. How can you block my spatial slash with just one hand? Alex didn't respond. Instead, he released the seals he had placed on himself. His cursed energy instantly transformed into a far higher level energy, a power nearing the limits of a single universe. Even without activating his third Treat Abyss state, Alex's unleashed strength now pushed close to the pinnacle of single universe level power. The energy radiating from his body warped and shattered the surrounding space. Sukuna immediately noticed his own control over space rapidly diminishing, until he could no longer manipulate it at all. Realizing the dire situation, Sukuna's confidence crumbled. Despair crept into his voice as he stammered. How is this possible? How can you possess such overwhelming power? In an instant, Alex crossed the vast space between them and appeared before Sukuna. Without hesitation, Alex reached out and grasped Sukuna's face. With a slight application of pressure, Sukuna's face crumbled, and his head exploded. Alex casually tossed Sukuna's broken body away. As Sukuna's remains fell, Alex hurled a brilliant white singularity toward him. A blinding light radiated from Sukuna's position, expanding outward. It was as if a supernova had erupted from the surface of the earth. An endless repulsive force seemed poised to annihilate the heavens, and countless minuscule spatial fractures rippled outward. If not for the Jujutsu sorcerer's quick retreat upon sensing the impending disaster, the explosion alone would have annihilated all of them. Satoru Gojo reached up and touched his cheek. A tiny fragment of shattered space had grazed him just moments ago. Against this type of attack, a shared origin with his limitless technique, his defenses were utterly ineffective. The fragment had breached his defenses and left a scar on his face. He opened his eyes and looked upward. At that moment, Gojo realized just how insignificant he was. The so-called invincible title he once claimed for himself now felt laughable. Like Sukuna, he was nothing more than a clown. The celestial being that was Alex was too powerful. It wasn't just like a mountain weighing down on everyone, it was as if an entire world had descended upon them. This level of power transcended their comprehension, completely breaking the world's limits and placing Alex in a dimension utterly apart from theirs. As Sukuna's body was directly struck by Alex's supernova-like attack, it disintegrated completely. His flesh and blood were pulverized into dust by the overwhelming repulsive force, leaving only his heart, protected as a core, intact. From the heart, Sukuna's body began to regenerate. In mere moments, he reappeared before everyone. At this point, Sukuna had become nearly unkillable. As long as even a fragment of his flesh retained vitality, he could infinitely regenerate. But while he could revive, each resurrection weakened him further. This time, Sukuna's power was clearly much lower than before. Sukuna, unable to comprehend what was happening, shouted in frustration, "Why? Why can your power still harm me when the wheel has already adapted to it?" At this moment, Alex stood high in the sky, looking down at the battered and desperate Sukuna below. As it turned out, power defined confidence. Without it, arrogance was simply inviting death. And now, Sukuna was tasting the bitter fruit of his arrogance. Alex spoke calmly. From my observations, Maharaga's adaptive ability interacts with the rules of this world. As long as it doesn't reach the world's limits, Maharaga can infinitely adapt to any power. But if I modify the rules of this world and remove Maharaga's adaptation ability, it's nothing more than a powerful Shikigami. Alex's tone was even, as though casually stating an observation, but Sukuna couldn't accept such a claim calmly. Modify the rules? That's impossible. Sukuna's face contorted in disbelief. The others shared his doubts. While Alex's title was Celestial God, they refused to believe he could truly perform acts that only gods could achieve. Modify the rules of the world? That was absurd. In the face of Sukuna's skepticism, Alex chuckled and replied. And that's why you're a clown. Changing the rules is easy. For instance, I could say that the gravity near you is now 10 million times stronger. With a mere thought, Alex altered the fundamental laws of the area, increasing the gravitational force around Sukuna by a factor of 10 million. Sukuna's body was immediately forced to the ground, crushed under the immense pressure. His form oscillated between collapse and regeneration, the cycle repeating endlessly. Within a radius of 3 meters around Sukuna, the ground sank violently, plummeting a kilometer into the earth before stopping. Deep beneath the surface, Sukuna managed to escape the area of enhanced gravity, suffering severe injuries in the process, and resurfaced above ground. He looked at the region of overwhelming gravity with lingering fear but tried to feign disdain as he scoffed, increasing gravity? That doesn't count as changing the rules. Alex raised an eyebrow, unimpressed by Sukuna's taunt, and continued to rewrite the laws of the world. Still deluding yourself? Fine, let's try something bigger. Do you know what happens when 1 + 1 is equal to 2 stops being true? Alex smiled faintly and elaborated. When 2 turns into 3, additional protons, neutrons, atoms, molecules, everything will exponentially multiply. The energy in the world will increase without limit, and eventually, the entire world will regress into primordial chaos, like the time before creation itself. The spectators of this battle immediately felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Satoru Gojo flew into the air, shouting toward Alex with urgency. Alex, what are you trying to do? Stop this immediately. Even though Gojo didn't entirely believe Alex could rewrite the fundamental rules of reality, the mere possibility terrified him. If Alex truly altered the basic mathematical logic of the universe, it wouldn't just destroy Earth, the entire world would collapse under the unending surge of energy. Alex, noticing Gojo's panic, waved a hand dismissively. Relax, I've got this under control. I won't let the universe get destroyed. Gojo. You don't look like you have this under control. And honestly, if humanity is wiped out, what difference does it make if the universe survives? At that moment, Gojo Satoru tried to approach Alex to stop him, but it was already too late. Suddenly, everyone present found themselves in a new world. Although the surroundings seemed identical, there was a strange unfamiliarity, as if the world they were seeing was merely a reflection in a mirror. Alex had pulled everyone into a mirrored dimension that he had just created. Smiling down at Sukuna, he said, well then, let's make the explosion a bit more intense, shall we? In an instant, the fundamental rules of the mirrored dimension were altered. The equation 1 + 1 is equal to 2 was rewritten to 1 + 1 is equal to 3. It began with a single point, which rapidly expanded, engulfing Sukuna in moments. At first, Sukuna managed to barely withstand the chaotic energy, but as the energy exponentially multiplied, he could no longer hold out. Within seconds, he was consumed entirely by the boundless energy, leaving not even a single cell intact. The energy continued to erupt endlessly. Under Alex's protection, the sorcerers from Jujutsu High could clearly see the terrifying vortex of destruction. First, Earth was completely annihilated. Then the entire solar system. Soon, even galaxies far beyond their vision were snuffed out, their stars vanishing one by one. Within a minute, the Milky Way ceased to exist. Within 5 minutes, nothing remained in the mirrored dimension. As the universe adapted to the new rule, 1 + 1 is equal to 3, the fabric of existence unraveled entirely. All that was left was an infinite vortex of chaotic energy that flowed through the void, destroying any possibility of creation. Perhaps, after countless eons, life based on the new rule might arise, but everything that once existed had already been obliterated. The sorcerers from Jujutsu High stood frozen, staring at the nothingness before them. In this mirrored universe, there was nothing left, no stars, no planets, only the small group under Alex's protection. When they finally came to their senses, Yuji Itadori roared at Alex in rage, Alex, what have you done? You've destroyed the entire universe. You're even more evil than Sukuna. Alex slapped Yuji across the face, snapping him back to reality. Once Yuji calmed down, Alex spoke leisurely, don't be so dramatic. I'm a good guy. And who told you I destroyed the universe? What you're seeing now is just a mirrored world I created. This mirror dimension is nothing but a reflection of the original universe. Everything here, except for you and me, is just a copy. Ah, I see. Yuji exclaimed, slamming a fist into his palm in realization. But then, he quickly came back to his senses and prepared to shout at Alex again, only to remember the slap earlier. Swallowing his anger, he timidly asked, but wait. Sukuna was using Megumi's body. Now that you've killed Sukuna, doesn't that mean Megumi died with him? What about Megumi? Alex smacked his own forehead. Thanks for reminding me, I almost forgot. Alright, come on out, Megumi. With a wave of his hand, Alex rewound the time and space where Sukuna had been destroyed. Sukuna's form reappeared, his confusion evident as he blinked and looked around. Before Sukuna could react, Alex appeared in front of him, reached into Megumi's body, and forcibly extracted Sukuna's essence. Then, with a flick of his hand, he obliterated it entirely. Sukuna was dead. Then alive again. And now, dead once more. Megumi awoke moments later, dazed and unaware of what had just happened. Yuji quickly filled him in. Megumi, like everyone else, stared at Alex and the shattered universe around them in utter disbelief. The question arose in his heart. Is this something a human can even do? Are you truly a god? Alex stroked his chin thoughtfully before nodding. To you, I might as well be. You could even call me god if you'd like. Gojo Satoru suddenly seemed to realize something and asked nervously, so, you're not really my great-great-grandfather, aren't you? Alex laughed. Of course not. The evidence that says I am. All fabricated by me when I altered reality. But hey, I'm still fine with being your ancestor in spirit. Gojo, no thanks. With that, Alex returned the Jujutsu High Sorcerers to their original universe. Chapter 178. After bringing everyone back to their original universe, Alex consumed a portion of his energy to stabilize the laws applied to the sorcerers of Jujutsu High, enabling them to continuously grow stronger using the Saitama training method. Of course, there was a limit to how much they could grow using this method. Their maximum potential was the Sky Father level. Once they reached that level, their strength would stabilize, and no amount of training could improve it further. As a playful twist, Alex set their time limit for reaching the Sky Father level to exactly 3 years, the same amount of time as Saitama's training regimen. Before leaving, Alex eradicated most members of the 3 great families. These useless remnants had dared to act against him in the past, sealing their fate. After bidding farewell to everyone, Alex opened a portal and stepped into a new world. With a single step, Alex transitioned into another world. He left the universe of Jujutsu Kaisen and entered a different one. Surrounding him was a dense forest, its primitive landscape preserved in its natural beauty. Thick foliage blocked most of the sunlight, dispersing the heat. The occasional breeze blew through the trees, creating a serene, cooling atmosphere. Even though it was noon in the peak of summer, it didn't feel overly stifling. The first thing Alex did upon arriving in this new world was seal much of his own power to experience more excitement and uncertainty. As a result, his perception was greatly diminished, and he had no way of immediately determining what kind of world he had entered. But he liked it this way. This was exactly what he wanted. As his powers grew, he had become increasingly close to omniscience and omnipresence. Even advanced technologies like nanotechnology, which once amazed him, now held no mysteries under his gaze. Amidst the rustling leaves and the chirping of cicadas, Alex calculated a direction and started moving forward. He could faintly hear noise ahead, a sign of human activity. Initially, Alex had planned to seal his powers down to the level of Captain America. However, that proved far too difficult. His strength grew with every passing second, producing the equivalent of an entire galaxy's power. Even with his efforts to suppress himself, his strength still surpassed that of several Hulks combined. Sighing, Alex muttered, being too powerful really is a burden. Many pleasures in life just don't hold any meaning for me anymore. No wonder mortals say immortality is a curse, it turns out they're right. After leaving the forest, Alex continued walking, gradually encountering scattered wheat fields. As he moved further, the fields became denser, and people began to appear. Judging from their clothing and appearance, Alex deduced that he had arrived in post-2010 China. Farmers worked busily in the fields, weeding or irrigating, each occupied with their tasks. However, Alex quickly attracted their attention. In this rural village, someone dressed as fashionably as Alex, clearly someone from a big city, was a rare sight. Thanks to his heightened hearing, Alex overheard the farmers whispering, another city guy. A few days ago, Zhang Chulan from the Zhang family came back, and he was dressed just like this young man. Another middle-aged man countered, nonsense. Zhang Chulan isn't a city guy, he's originally from our village. Besides, Zhang Chulan can't compare to this young man. His clothes aren't as nice, he's not as tall, and he doesn't look as handsome. Sigh, this young man has it all, except for that dyed hair of his. If not for that, I'd have already introduced him to my daughter. Another farmer chimed in, teasing. Give it a rest, old Lee. With your daughter being 4 feet 11 inches tall and weighing 180 pounds, let's not ruin someone else's life. Besides, even the young men in our village don't fancy her. What makes you think this handsome guy would? Sure enough, the two middle-aged farmers began bickering. Spending a small amount of energy, Alex conjured a handful of sunflower seeds and leaned against a nearby tree, watching the two argue. When their spat eventually died down, Alex let out a disappointed sigh before continuing on his way. What a pity, they didn't start a fight. This little incident reaffirmed Alex's belief that sealing his powers was the right decision. Being overwhelmingly powerful made life too convenient, often robbing him of the chance to savor the little moments along the journey. At the same time, he managed to gather some vital information from their conversation. The name Zhang Chulan was incredibly familiar to him. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the world of the outcast. In a secluded corner, Alex conjured a Ferrari sports car. Without worrying about damaging its undercarriage as it scraped against rocks and dirt roads, he casually drove it to the main road and eventually arrived at a small town. By the time Alex reached the town, the sky had darkened. Just as he was about to open a portal to his pocket dimension to relax for a bit, he caught a faint sound in the distance. Among the noises, he distinctly heard the name Zhang Chulan. Recalling the original storyline, Alex quickly deduced the timeline. This was the very beginning of the outcast. Closing the portal he had started to open, Alex leisurely strolled toward the distant abandoned construction site. He was already itching to meet the characters. At the abandoned construction site, 4 people stood amidst the rubble. They were Lu Yanyan, a young girl with bright yellow hair and a mischievous demeanor. Lu Liang, a short, bespectacled man with a scheming look. Xia He, a voluptuous woman with striking pink hair. And Zhang Chulan, tied up on the ground, writhing and struggling like a helpless caterpillar. At this moment, Lu Yanyan, full of pride, declared to Lu Liang, "I've captured Zhang Chulan. Now can I join you guys?" Her face radiated eagerness as she looked at Lu Liang. Having grown bored with her mundane life, she had run away from home to explore the world. Her first goal was to join the infamous Zensei, Quan Xing, a group she admired for their rebellious and carefree attitude. After meeting Lu Liang, he had promised her that if she helped them complete a mission, she could join Quan Xing. That's why she had gone out of her way to kidnap Zhang Chulan, believing it would secure her membership. But while Lu Yanyan was bubbling with excitement, Lu Liang's expression was one of mockery and annoyance. Adjusting his slipping glasses, Lu Liang smirked, "You, huh? Always going on about wanting to join Quan Xing. But how much do you even know about us?" Lu Yanyan blinked in confusion before replying, "I heard Quan Xing members can use their powers freely and live without any rules. It's so cool and individualistic." Lu Liang sighed in exasperation. "Well, you're not wrong, but clearly, you don't get it. In Quan Xing, there really aren't any rules. As long as you declare yourself a member, then, voila, you're part of Quan Xing." Lu Yanyan froze for a moment, her brain slowly piecing things together. Then she exploded in anger. "You jerk. You tricked me. And to think you made me go through all that nonsense." As the conversation continued, Xia He walked over to Zhang Chulan, removed the cloth gag from his mouth to let him speak, and then leaned in close, pressing herself against him while running her hands over his body. Zhang Chulan, being inexperienced with such interactions, instantly turned red, stammering incoherently as he tried to figure out what to say. But before anything further happened, Xia He suddenly stopped and turned her gaze in another direction. A few seconds later, both Lu Liang and Zhang Chulan followed suit, turning to look in the same direction as Xia He. Finally, even Lu Yanyan noticed the faint sound of approaching footsteps in the distance. The sound grew louder until a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Taking in the scene before him, the figure shouted angrily, "Stop! Let that boy go! Come at me instead!" Lu Liang and Lu Yanyan. As the figure drew closer, Lu Liang and Lu Yanyan both relaxed. There was no overwhelming aura of power emanating from him, no sense of oppression that would suggest a formidable presence. Other than his strikingly handsome appearance and unusual silver hair, he seemed completely ordinary. Lu Liang, deciding there was no threat, prepared to step forward and knock Alex unconscious. But before he could act, he noticed Xia He behaving strangely. She had completely abandoned Zhang Chulan and was now standing frozen, her face flushed as she stared intently at the approaching man. What unsettled Lu Liang even more was the peculiar expression in Xia He's eyes, an unmistakable mix of desire and dread. It was as if the man before her exuded both irresistible allure and a sense of mortal danger, like a deadly poison that drew her closer despite the obvious risk. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Lu Liang's forehead. For Xia He, one of Quan Xing's famed 4 sorcerers, to react with such fear and longing toward this stranger, what level of power must he possess? Though Lu Liang couldn't gauge Alex's true strength, he now knew this was someone far beyond his comprehension. However, the simple-minded Lu Yanyan failed to notice any of this. Completely unfazed, she briskly walked past Lu Liang and approached Alex. Even though Lu Liang had not entirely lost his sense of morality and wanted to stop her, she moved too quickly for him to intervene. And as much as he wanted to save her, he wasn't selfless enough to risk his life doing so. Under the watchful eyes of Zhang Chulan, Xia He, and Lu Liang, Lu Yanyan stood before Alex, placed her hands on her hips, and snapped. "This isn't a place for ordinary people like you. Leave now." Lu Liang could already envision her gruesome fate. Experts of Alex's caliber were usually arrogant and intolerant of disrespect. He fully expected Lu Yanyan to be slaughtered in the next moment. But to his astonishment, Alex showed no signs of anger at Lu Yanyan's outburst. Instead, he smiled warmly and replied, "Oh, a corpse herder, huh? That's a fascinating ability. Hello, I'm like you all, an outcast. I'm not some ordinary person." Despite Alex's calm demeanor and lack of malice, Lu Liang's anxiety only grew. His understanding of human psychology told him that Alex wasn't indifferent because he had a kind heart or a forgiving nature. No, it was because Alex didn't even regard Lu Yanyan as an equal. To him, she was nothing more than a harmless pet. No matter how angry or defiant she appeared, he perceived it as little more than a kitten throwing a tantrum, amusing, but ultimately inconsequential. When the power gap becomes insurmountable, anger from the weaker party becomes nothing more than a joke to the stronger one. Witnessing this exchange, Xia He and Lu Liang instinctively retreated, with Zhang Chulan squirming backward like a worm. However, Lu Yanyan still failed to notice anything amiss. She took a step back, a trace of caution in her voice as she asked. "You're an outcast too? What are you doing here? Let me tell you, this area has already been claimed by Quan Xing. If you don't want to get beaten up by us, you'd better leave." To the sheltered young girl, the harshest punishment she could imagine was a simple beating. She had been shielded by her elders for far too long, unaware of the true darkness lurking in the world. And she certainly didn't understand the true nature of Quan Xing. Alex shook his head and refused to leave, replying, "Actually, I'm a member of Quan Xing as well, so we're allies." Lu Yanyan blinked in surprise. "You're part of Quan Xing. That makes us companions." But Alex shook his head again, his gaze turning profound as he looked at Lu Yanyan. "You've joined Quan Xing, but how much do you actually know about it?" Having just been asked this same question by Lu Liang moments earlier, Lu Yanyan confidently responded, "Quan Xing is a group of people who act as they please, using their abilities however they like. And as long as you claim to be a member, you're part of Quan Xing." For the third time, Alex shook his head, his tone turning deep and serious. "No, you still don't understand. Let me enlighten you. Quan Xing was founded by Yang Zhu, a philosopher from the Warring States period, and was originally based on the principle of preserving one's nature and not being bound by external objects. In Yang Zhu's era, the doctrine emphasized not harming others. But over the course of thousands of years, Quan Xing's philosophy has drastically changed. Today, its teachings have devolved into total lawlessness and unrestrained behavior. As a result, Quan Xing has become a despised and reviled sect, considered evil by the world of outcasts. There's even an unwritten rule in this world. Quan Xing treats the world as it pleases, and in turn, those who are not part of Quan Xing can treat Quan Xing members however they wish. This means that when others discover you're part of Quan Xing, even if they assault you, torture you, dismember you, or execute you by 1,000 cuts, they won't face any consequences. Alex's grave tone and the darkness of night added an almost chilling weight to his words. Lu Yanyan felt as if an infinite terror was swallowing her whole. Her body trembled uncontrollably as horrifying images of herself being captured and tortured played repeatedly in her mind. So vivid was her imagination that she even felt phantom pains throughout her body. A few seconds later, her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground, trembling. A pale yellow liquid began to seep from beneath her skirt. The poor girl had been utterly terrified by Alex's words. Terrified out of her wits, Lu Yanyan prostrated herself on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably as she begged. "No, please don't kill me. I won't be part of Quan Xing anymore. I want to go home. I want to go home." While Alex had thoroughly enjoyed scaring her at first, her incessant crying began to wear on his nerves. Feigning a menacing demeanor, he barked, "Shut up, or I'll have Zhang Chulan take you by force." At this additional threat, Lu Yanyan finally stifled her sobs, reducing them to quiet sniffles. Meanwhile, Zhang Chulan could only roll his eyes internally, silently lamenting, can't you guys talk without dragging me into it? What does this have to do with me? Chapter 179. Faced with Alex's threat, Lu Yanyan no longer showed her previous arrogance. Instead, she pitifully begged, "No, I don't want that. Keep Zhang Chulan away from me. I don't want to be with such a lowly guy." Then, peeking at Alex through her fingers, her tone suddenly softened, and she shyly said, "If it's you, though, I guess I wouldn't mind." Hearing himself being insulted, Zhang Chulan immediately protested, squirming angrily on the ground as he yelled at Lu Yanyan. "Who are you calling a lowly guy? Even if I am, you're no better. Not long ago, you were the one coming on to me and trying to seduce me." However, Zhang Chulan's protests didn't faze Lu Yanyan at all. She glanced at him disdainfully and scoffed, "A virgin is still a virgin. So sensitive, how low can you get?" The veins on Zhang Chulan's forehead bulged, forming a tic-tac-toe symbol. Just as he was about to argue with her, Lu Yang stuffed a cloth into his mouth, muffling him completely. Observing the situation carefully and confirming that Alex didn't seem like the type of outcast who acted unpredictably, Lu Yang cautiously asked, "Sir, may I ask why you're here?" Alex waved him off casually. "Don't mind me. I'm just here as a spectator to see what you guys are up to." "Oh, and that woman over there, Xia He, right? Why did you stop?" "I was looking forward to a live performance." At Alex's words, Xia He's expression immediately turned dangerous. Though her ability revolved around desires and she occasionally lost control, allowing herself to take liberties with stronger individuals, she still considered herself a good girl. Aside from the incident with Zhang Lingyu, which was an exception, she had never crossed any real lines. Narrowing her eyes, she asked, "Which sect do you come from? How is it that someone as powerful as you has never been heard of before?" After a moment's thought, Alex's eyes lit up, and he replied in a deep voice. "Have you ever heard of the Taoist Master Hall?" Everyone present, including Zhang Chulan, reacted with visible shock. "Could it be, you're from there?" The reputation of the Taoist Master Hall was well known to everyone in the outcast community. Its long history and unparalleled status made it a legendary existence. And with a peerless master currently residing there, the Taoist Master Hall was undoubtedly regarded as the most powerful force in the community. Pushing up his glasses, Lu Yang gazed at Alex with a serious expression and asked again, "Are you really a member of the Taoist Master Hall?" Without hesitation, Alex nodded. "Yeah, you could say that." Everyone. What did that mean? Either you are, or you aren't. What's with, you could say that? Xia He's gaze turned even more dangerous, and she subtly activated her ability, attempting to manipulate Alex's desires. However, the moment her power reached out to him, she realized Alex's will was as immovable as a mythical mountain, towering and indomitable. It was as though an infinite mountain range stood before her, making her efforts utterly futile. Startled by this discovery, Xia He's gaze instantly shifted. Her once dangerous demeanor softened, and she looked at Alex with a polite and harmless expression, as if the earlier tension had never existed. Noticing Xia He's sudden change, Lu Yang became even more alarmed. He knew Xia He well enough to assume she had tried to make a move on Alex in secret. From her current docile behavior, it was obvious she had failed. Based on her reaction, Lu Yang could deduce that Alex's power had completely overwhelmed her, leaving her no room to resist. To crush someone like Xia He, one of the four sorcerers, so easily, this meant Alex's strength was immense. What was going on? Zhang Chulan had, of course, also heard of the Taoist Master Hall and knew its illustrious reputation. In fact, most of the techniques his grandfather had passed down to him, such as the Golden Light In and the Yang Five Thunder, were signature skills of the Taoist Master Hall. So, when he heard Alex claim he was affiliated with the Hall, Zhang Chulan immediately asked, "What do you mean? Are you really from the Hall?" Alex glanced at the squirming virgin on the ground with slight disdain, but he decided to continue for the fun of it. "Yes, I'm from the Taoist Master Hall. But at this point, no one in the hall would remember me." "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Chulan pressed further. Alex smiled mysteriously. "Do you know Zhang Daoling?" Xia He, slightly taken aback, asked. "Could it be that you're a descendant of Zhang Daoling?" Lu Yang and the others furrowed their brows, growing more serious. If Alex truly was a descendant of Zhang Daoling, then his status within the hall would undoubtedly be extraordinary. But why did he claim no one there remembered him? Alex adopted a solemn expression and said, "No, I'm not Zhang Daoling's descendant, I'm his senior uncle. 2,000 years ago, I ascended to another world, where I cultivated for 2 millennia and achieved unparalleled power. But once I reached the pinnacle of my cultivation, I realized how lonely I was. Everyone I had ever known was gone, and even the forces I created in that other world revered and feared me, but no one truly cared about me. In their eyes, I was a god, the invincible Zhang Qianbi, but not a fellow being with emotions like them. Overwhelmed by this emptiness, I left behind an avatar to say goodbye to my followers, paid a great price, and returned to this world to find my descendants. I only just descended into this world a few days ago. Lu Yanyan, Xia He, and Lu Liang. What was this nonsense? Did Alex think they were idiots? Who would actually believe such a ridiculous story? To their utter shock, Zhang Chulan suddenly burst into tears, deeply moved. Wah! So you've been alive for so long. That must have been so lonely for you. Don't worry. The Taoist Master Hall still exists and remains one of the strongest forces in the outcast world. If you're willing, I'll take you there and help you find your family. Lu Yanyan, Xia He, and Lu Liang were rendered speechless, collectively thinking, seriously? You're actually buying this? Zhang Chulan, is your brain broken? Before they could mock him, Zhang Chulan continued, if you save me now, I'll take you to find your family. Trust me, my grandfather Zhang Huai was a member of the hall. I won't lie to you. It was only then that Lu Yanyan, Xia He, and Lu Liang realized Zhang Chulan wasn't actually convinced that Alex was Zhang Daoling's senior uncle. He was clearly trying to use Alex to escape their clutches. After all, even though Alex seemed carefree and unserious, his demeanor revealed him to be an exceptionally powerful and hidden expert. Realizing the stakes, Lu Yanyan, Xia He, and Lu Liang quickly chimed in. Sir, we can take you to the hall ourselves. Alex interrupted their conversation, looking exasperated. Do you think I'm an idiot? As someone who has cultivated for thousands of years, the moment I entered this world, I used my divine sense to grasp all the information about it. Look, I even bought a smartphone and a laptop. Even without your help, I can easily return to the hall. The reason I haven't gone back yet is that the outside world is more entertaining. Once I've had my fun, I'll go back on my own. Zhang Chulan, Lu Yanyan, Xia He, and Lu Liang. Bro, it's not us treating you like a fool, it's you treating us like fools. Ascension. Breaking through worlds. A celestial being who's lived for over 2,000 years. There's no such thing as that shit in this world. And earlier, he was claiming to be a member of Chuanxing. How did he suddenly become the ancestor of the Taoist Master Hall? Still, faced with Alex's unfathomable strength, the group stayed silent and refrained from arguing. At this point, they could only regard Alex as some eccentric, mysterious powerhouse. Seeing the four of them standing frozen, Alex grew impatient and urged, what are you standing around for? Keep going. I'm not going to stop you. Lu Liang and the others, though reluctant, had no choice but to ignore Alex. Pushing Alex out of his mind, Lu Liang approached Zhang Chulan, questioning him about the whereabouts of Zhang Huai's inheritance. But Zhang Chulan, who was unaware of the Qi state origin flow art, genuinely knew nothing. Lu Liang didn't believe him. He grabbed Zhang Chulan and used his soul-reaching technique, pulling at his soul in an attempt to find any memories about the art. To Lu Liang, people could lie, but their souls couldn't. As Zhang Chulan screamed in pain from the soul extraction, a whistling sound came from the distance. Sensing danger, Lu Liang dodged aside just in time. A small stone grazed past his head and embedded itself in a nearby car, leaving a deep dent in the metal. Seeing the stone's power, Lu Liang broke out in a cold sweat. Furious, he shouted, who is it? Show yourself. From afar, two figures approached. One was a disheveled young woman with long, messy hair draped casually over her shoulders. The other was a tall man wearing glasses, with 3 small stones floating above his palm. It was obvious he was the one who threw the earlier stone. Lu Liang immediately recognized them. Su San, Feng Bao Bao. Seeing Feng Bao Bao arrive, Zhang Chulan squirmed desperately on the ground, trying to move closer to her. Bao Bao, save me. Su San stepped in, calmly scanning the scene before speaking in a measured tone. Chuanxing's Lu Liang is here, and even Xia He. Bao Bao, this isn't going to be easy this time. Feng Bao Bao, still in her disheveled state, casually said, no problem, I'll just kill them. What followed was the usual routine, both sides exchanged trash talk before the battle began. Having experienced many worlds, Alex was all too familiar with this process. He stood silently on the side, blending into the background like a bystander. After the trash talk ended, the two sides finally decided to start fighting. Lu Yanyan was the first to act, summoning several zombies from the ground. Just as she was about to launch an attack on Feng Baobao and Su San, she suddenly paused, as if recalling something. Her arrogance vanished, and she turned to the man acting as the background, Alex, and asked in a slightly timid voice. "Hey, you're not going to help their side, are you?" Alex, who had somehow produced a pack of sunflower seeds, chips, and other snacks, was just about to enjoy the show. But hearing Lu Yanyan's question, he noticed everyone's attention had shifted to him. "Relax," he said, "I already told you, I'm kind of part of Chuanqing. I'm not exactly overflowing with goodwill. Being too kind in this cruel world makes survival pretty hard." Hearing Alex's assurance, the three members of Chuanqing collectively sighed in relief. With that worry out of the way, Lu Yanyan immediately commanded her zombies to charge at the two. However, against Su San, her zombies were no match. Using his telekinesis, Su San hurled rocks that sent the zombies flying towards Xia He. Xia He easily crushed the rocks flying her way, then clashed with Feng Baobao, who charged at her wielding a kitchen knife. The fight between the two women was undeniably entertaining, especially when Feng Baobao's knife brushed past the edges of Xia He's snow-white attire. Alex couldn't help but clap and cheer. What a sight! Incredible! Meanwhile, Zhang Chulan had no time for Alex's amusement. Watching the flashes of movement in his field of vision, he couldn't help but exclaim. "Damn it, you guys are completely blowing my mind. That speed, is that something humans can even achieve?" As Feng Baobao and Xia He continued to battle, Su San kept part of his attention on them, ready to intervene and rescue Feng Baobao if necessary. Meanwhile, part of Su San's attention remained fixed on Alex, who was watching from the sidelines. He was deeply curious about Alex's true identity. Based on Alex's own words, he seemed to be part of Chuanqing. However, Su San had never seen Alex before, nor did he have any records of him, which suggested Alex might be a newcomer, possibly someone on the fringe. But Lu Yanyan's earlier reaction made him doubt that assumption. Judging by Chuanqing's tendency to defer to the strongest, Alex was undoubtedly a powerful figure. Otherwise, Xia He and Lu Liang wouldn't have cared so much about his stance. The moment Alex assured them he wouldn't interfere, they had clearly relaxed. This implied Alex's strength was at least on par with Xia He, one of the four sorcerers. More likely, Alex was even stronger than Xia He, which would explain why she seemed so wary of him. Yet, the dynamic between them felt strange. Why wasn't Alex, supposedly part of Chuanqing, teaming up with Xia He and the others? Why was he merely watching the fight? Even more puzzling, Xia He and her companions weren't upset about Alex's inaction, in fact, they seemed relieved. Su San found this baffling, but one thing was clear, Alex was an exceptionally dangerous individual, and he needed to be cautious around him. Suddenly, Su San's expression shifted as he used telekinesis to pull Feng Baobao back, preventing her from being injured by Xia He. With a sigh, he gave her a word of caution, "Baobao, you need to be more careful. You're up against Xia He." Seeing Feng Baobao and Xia He clash, Lu Yanyan grew even more excited. She shouted gleefully. "Ha ha ha, you're all so cool. Joining Chuanqing was the best decision ever." Lu Liang sighed in exasperation. "Obviously. Xia He is one of the four sorcerers of Chuanqing. Do you even understand how much weight that title carries?" Xia He ignored her two unreliable teammates, stepping on Zhang Chulan's weak point. Towering over him, she taunted Su San. "Aren't you going to come over? If not, how are you planning to take Zhang Chulan back?" Chapter 180. Faced with Xia He's provocation, Su San adjusted his glasses, feigning helplessness. "Ah, you're right. If we don't make a move, we really won't be able to save Zhang Chulan. I can't do it, so it's all on you." Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly as a small mound of earth began to rise and move toward Zhang Chulan. From within the mound, a pair of hands emerged, grabbing Zhang Chulan and attempting to pull him over to Feng Baobao and the others. However, just as the hands made contact with Zhang Chulan, Xia He noticed and instinctively struck out, sending the rescuer flying, ironically landing right in front of Feng Baobao and Su San. This turn of events drew everyone's attention to Xia He, who looked a bit awkward. "I should have grabbed instead of punching just now." But it was too late to regret. Zhang Chulan had already been rescued. Moments later, employees from Express Delivery Company emerged from the shadows and began pursuing Lu Liang and the others. As for Xia He, her strength was too overwhelming, and the agency members knew they couldn't handle her, so they simply left her alone. Xia He mounted her motorcycle but didn't leave immediately. Ignoring the surrounding agents, she walked over to Alex. Leaning forward seductively, she teased, "Sir, I still don't know your name." Alex was completely unfazed by Xia He's attempt at seduction. If this had happened right after he transmigrated, such tricks might have worked on him, given his notorious weakness for beauty. But now, as a seasoned expert, he wouldn't fall for something so trivial. With a calm demeanor, Alex replied. "You can call me Alex." Xia He had expected some kind of fabricated Zhang family name, but to her surprise, it wasn't even remotely related. Internally, she mocked him. Does he think I'm stupid? How could someone not of the Zhang family possibly be a core disciple of the Taoist Master Hall? But before she could speak, Alex seemed to read her thoughts and added. In my era, junior brother Zhang hadn't established the hall yet, so our sex rules were completely different. Seeing Alex's confident expression, Xia He didn't believe a word of it. From the moment Alex appeared, his behavior had been entirely unreliable. Xia He even began suspecting there might be something wrong with his mental state. But in Chuanxing, who didn't have issues? A little insanity was nothing unusual. To recruit Alex into Chuanxing, she pressed further. Alex, didn't you say you're a member of Chuanxing? Why not come with us? Return to Chuanxing. I'm sure everyone will be thrilled to have you. Alex rejected her without hesitation. No, I may be a part of Chuanxing, but I'm not like you. Xia He's eyes gleamed as she probed. Could it be that your ideals are still aligned with those of 1,000 years ago? But to her surprise, Alex shook his head again and chuckled. No. Before ascending, maybe I still thought that way. But if I still cling to those ideals after ascending, wouldn't that make the entire process pointless? So. Xia He gazed at Alex, awaiting his answer. For reasons unknown, she suddenly felt a chill in the air, not from the environment but from the sheer force of Alex's willpower, a terrifying pressure emanating from his presence. Alex's expression turned cold as he smiled and declared, "Now, I have only one principle, anyone who pisses me off, I'll kill them. No exceptions, no matter who it is." Hearing Alex's words, everyone's attention shifted to him. It wasn't the first time they'd encountered someone arrogant, but this level of arrogance was unprecedented. Su San couldn't help but laugh out loud. With a sarcastic tone, he retorted, "Oh, is that so? Then tell me, if the old Taoist master pisses you off, would you kill him too?" Alex glanced at Su San, his tone as calm as ever, "Of course. However, since he is from the hall, I'd consider giving him a chance to reflect on his actions. If he admits his mistakes, I might think about sparing him." The moment these words left his mouth, the entire scene fell silent. Even Xia He couldn't help but rev her motorcycle and move further away from Alex. Though the old Taoist master hadn't fought in years, everyone knew he was the strongest figure in the world of the outcast. For a moment, everyone was stunned, and then they began to laugh. Su San, while aware of Alex's considerable strength, had yet to witness him in action. Unsure of the exact extent of his power, Su San gave an order to the company members, "If you're part of Chuanxing, then stay here with us. Capture him." Hearing the command, the agents immediately launched an attack on Alex. Among them were secular disciples of the hall, their bodies glowing with golden light. They had already been furious when Alex claimed to be the founder of the Taoist Master Hall. Now, after hearing him dismiss every opponent, even the old master, they couldn't wait to strike him down. One of the sect's disciples charged at Alex, chanting scripture as he advanced, "Revered sect of heaven and earth, the root of all energy. Through myriad tribulations, I affirm my divine power. Above and below the three realms, the Tao stands supreme. My body is enveloped in golden light, shielding me from harm. You scoundrel, dare insult my Taoist Master Hall. Prepare to meet your end. A/N, bro is too much." Su San and Xia He both knew Alex wouldn't be hurt by these underlings, so they carefully observed his moves, hoping to deduce his sect and develop countermeasures. What they didn't expect was Alex calmly chanting the same scripture. "Revered sect of heaven and earth, the root of all energy. Through myriad tribulations, I affirm my divine power. Above and below the three realms, the Tao stands supreme. My body is enveloped in golden light, shielding me from harm." It was the golden light incantation. When Alex finished chanting, radiant golden light erupted from his body like a blazing sun, illuminating the surroundings for kilometers, making night as bright as day. If the golden light of the sex disciple was like a light bulb and Zhang Chulin's like a car headlight, then Alex's golden light was akin to the scorching midday sun. The former were differences in degree, the latter was a difference in dimension. The sex disciple charged at Alex, only to be sent flying moments later. Then came the rest of the company members, followed by Xia He, Zhang Chulan, Feng Bao, and the others. From the weakest agent to the strongest, Xia He, none could withstand the blazing sun-like power. They were all blown away by the overwhelming shockwave. When the dust finally settled, carried away by the evening breeze, the site of the ruined, abandoned building was replaced by a massive crater. Hovering above the crater, Alex radiated golden light, a vision of transcendence. Majestic, as though riding the wind into the heavens, his destination unknown. Graceful, as if detached from the mortal world, ascending to immortality. An immortal? He seemed to be nothing less. Su San, Xia He, Feng Bao, Zhang Chulan, and the others stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. What had just happened? What kind of ability was this? Could this truly be the golden light incantation? Was the golden light incantation even capable of such an astonishing effect? Everyone questioned it silently in their hearts and came to the same conclusion. Even the old Taoist master's golden light mantra might not reach such a level. Surely, only a mythical immortal could achieve such heights. Could he really be an immortal? The others could think of no better explanation. After the shockwave, everyone had been blown away, landing in the distance. Apart from Xia He and a few other top-tier fighters, the rest were severely injured and unable to move. Even Xia He and the stronger ones bore injuries, with cuts and scrapes scattered across their bodies. Alex strolled through the air, descending step by step as though walking on an invisible path. Originally, Alex hadn't known the golden light incantation, but the moment the disciples performed it before him, he immediately mastered it. And then came the scene everyone had just witnessed, golden light blazing like the sun, banishing all darkness and overwhelming every member of the company in an instant. Xia He stood at a distance, her pale knee marred by a noticeable scrape, a wound from being hurled into a rock during the shockwave. She hesitated, unsure whether to extend another invitation to Alex. Even if Alex didn't possess any other abilities, just that one golden light mantra would make him a peerless force, no weaker than the two legendary figures of the outcast community. If Alex joined Xuanxing, the faction would gain a formidable powerhouse, significantly boosting its influence. But now, Xia He was somewhat afraid of him, not for any specific reason, but in the same primal way animals fear fire. She, as a weaker individual, instinctively feared someone vastly more powerful. Moreover, while Alex's temperament didn't seem outright bloodthirsty, it was far from mild. After much deliberation, Xia He finally asked again, "Mr. Alex, are you sure you won't join Xuanxing? You know, in those so-called righteous sects, you'll never find the freedom you seek." Su Sen watched Alex nervously, dreading his potential agreement. He hadn't anticipated Alex being this strong. If someone like him joined Xuanxing, they would become even harder to contend with. What made matters worse was the company's recent attack on Alex. It was entirely possible that their actions had pushed him closer to Xuanxing. The situation was rapidly tilting against them. As Xia He repeated her invitation, Alex smiled and responded. "No, I won't join Xuanxing. You're too petty." "Petty?" Xia He muttered, confused by his choice of words. Alex elaborated. "A true powerhouse doesn't adapt to the world adapts to them. When you're strong enough, no matter where you go, people will conform to you, not the other way around. You're Xuanxing band together, proclaiming so-called freedom. But isn't it just a group of stray dogs huddling for warmth? Even if you have superficial freedom, the moment you truly anger the big players, they'll wipe you out. But I'm different. I am truly powerful. Wherever I go, I act without fear or restraint. Even if I were as unrestrained as you, casually using my abilities however I liked, no one would dare come for me. Why? Because they simply can't beat me. Just like now. I struck out against the delivery company, do you think they dare retaliate against me?" Alex turned his piercing gaze towards Su San, the golden light emanating from his body growing even more radiant. He asked with deliberate slowness. "Do you dare?" Su San quickly shook his head, replying nervously, No, I don't dare." Seeing Su San's reaction, Xia He finally grasped the fundamental difference between Alex and Xuanxing. Alex was also part of Xuanxing, but he was of a higher tier, a transcendent version of Chuanqing. He was destined to be unbound by any organization or system. He was his own master. He had no regard for the current Chuanqing. Realizing this, Xia He immediately understood that someone like Alex was impossible to recruit. Accepting the futility of her attempts, Xia He walked over to the rubble, dug out her motorcycle, and, after confirming it could still start, mounted it. As she turned to leave, she glanced back at Alex and said, "In that case, I hope your version of Chuanqing holds up. Just don't let the old Taoist master smack it out of existence with one blow." Before she could finish speaking, a streak of golden light pierced through the night and shot straight into her motorcycle's tire. With a startled cry, Xia He leapt off the bike just in time, narrowly avoiding crashing to the ground along with it. Looking at the now slightly disheveled Xia He, Alex smirked and raised a middle finger at her. "Little one, show some respect. It should be me, the elder, who has high expectations for you, not the other way around." Xia He dared not say another word. She abandoned the damaged motorcycle and sprinted away on foot. Alex then turned his attention to the company members. "So, do you all still want to fight?" The members shook their heads vigorously in unison. In the end, Lu Liang still managed to escape just as he had in the original timeline. Meanwhile, Lu Yanyan was abandoned by Lu Liang and captured by the company. The members of the company returned to their headquarters, while Alex made his way back to the hotel he had booked. Several days passed, during which Alex had been practicing his skills, focusing on increasing his proficiency. Today, he finally saw some results. Skill, Blue, Experience +1. Congratulations, your skill, Blue, has leveled up. Skill, Blue, LV6, 11/5000 create a powerful gravitational pull. After consuming large amounts of energy, you can slow the flow of time around you through immense gravity, create eternal black holes, and gain partial mastery over the fundamental rules of time. After upgrading, the power of Blue greatly increased. For example, Alex could now consume vast amounts of energy to create eternal black holes, and these black holes could now devour more than just physical matter. Things like souls and thoughts, which were once intangible, could also be absorbed. Moreover, he had gained partial control over the fundamental rules of time, deepening his understanding of time manipulation, much like the god of stories, Loki. If Alex were to return to the Marvel world now, he would be unaffected by Loki's time-stopping abilities and could move freely. Since the progress of Blue was the same as that of Red, when Blue leveled up, Red also upgraded. The upgrade of Red was nearly identical to that of Blue. The only difference was that the eternal black hole became a white hole, which allowed Alex to expel anything from it. This gave Alex the ability to create material by using less energy through the white hole. Skill, Red LV6, January 5000 generate repulsion from the center of Red, with the minimum power being twice that of Blue, and the maximum output being infinity. Can create eternal supernovae and partially master the profound mysteries of time. With both skills upgraded, Alex now had the confidence to face enemies who could manipulate time. He could now truly control time. Previously, his control had been weak due to the low level of his foundational abilities, and he could only manipulate time through gravity and repulsion, which were simply physical rules. Now, his ability to control time was on a completely different level. Several more days passed, and while Alex was enjoying some playful banter with Catwoman, Nami, Robin, and the other ladies, the door suddenly knocked. After enduring for days, the members of the express delivery company finally couldn't hold back and decided to pay Alex a visit. Chapter 181. Su-san and Su-si stood nervously at Alex's door for a long time before finally mustering the courage to knock. Since Alex had used his powerful golden light incantation to defeat dozens of company employees, experts had been sent to the massive crater he left behind to assess his strength based on the traces left at the scene. After meticulous calculations by several experts, they concluded that Alex's power was at least on par with the two heroes of the world, if not surpassing them. Whether he could rival the legendary old Taoist master remained uncertain. Additionally, using accounts from Zhang Chulan, Su San, and Feng Baobao, the experts analyzed Alex's personality. If Alex's previous behavior was genuine and not an act, he was neither inherently kind nor bloodthirsty. He seemed to embody the demeanor of an immortal who had stood at the pinnacle for far too long, a detached indifference toward everything, as if all things were merely fleeting breezes. He appeared to act only for his amusement, caring little for anything else. Because of this, the experts suggested that the express delivery company should take the initiative to apologize to Alex. Even if they couldn't recruit him, they needed to maintain a good relationship. Thus, after making thorough preparations, Su-san and Su-si came to visit Alex. When the door opened, the two men, despite their strength as capable outcasts, couldn't help but feel like ordinary people standing before someone of Alex's immense power. If the expert's analysis was wrong and Alex was indeed bloodthirsty, he could easily kill them if he wished. After a brief wait, the door opened, and they entered, only to be stunned by what they saw. Inside the luxurious room, besides Alex lounging lazily on a plush sofa, several women were present. Each woman had her unique charm, and all of them were exceptionally beautiful. If Feng Baobao were to clean herself up, she might compete with them, but in her current unkempt state, she looked more like a rustic farm girl in comparison. Su-si took the lead. After recovering from his initial shock, he stepped forward and said, "Mr. Alex, on behalf of the delivery company, we sincerely apologize for the offense we caused when we acted rashly against you. We've brought this as a token of our apology, a black card from the central bank with a balance of 10 million. Alex, enjoying a massage from the women, glanced lazily at the two men and chuckled, "Do you think money has any meaning to me?" He casually waved his hand, channeling energy from the dimensional universe, and performed matter-energy conversion, forming several gold bars before their eyes. The value of these gold bars alone exceeded hundreds of millions. This. Su-san and Su-si were shocked and speechless. What kind of technique was this? Did such power even exist in the world of outcasts? Despite their confusion, Alex showed no interest in explaining. He rose from the sofa, stopping his deep focus on training in the third tree, abyss state. Standing before them, Alex spoke calmly, "No need for this. Although this country isn't truly my place, it is still a country on Earth. Naturally, I won't be stingy with it. I'll accept the black card, and I'm willing to join the company, but on one condition." Su-si was overjoyed. He had given up on the idea of recruiting Alex after realizing his immense power and aloof personality, but now there was a glimmer of hope. Alex not only accepted their apology but was even willing to join the agency. Hiding his excitement, Su-si nodded and said, "Of course. As long as it doesn't violate the law, we'll do everything in our power to fulfill your request." Alex nodded slightly and said, "I'll join the agency, but only as a figurehead. I won't take orders from anyone. However, if you need help, and I happen to be in a good mood, I might lend a hand. And when the day comes for me to leave this world, I will leave the company with a gift. Trust me, the value of that gift will rival that of the so-called 8 secret arts." Upon hearing Alex's words, Su-si didn't hesitate for even a second and agreed immediately. Deal. Alex's demands posed no challenge to the company. Their initial intention was to have Alex as an honorary consultant without any expectations for him to intervene in their affairs, so long as he adhered to the law. Now, Alex not only promised occasional assistance when in a good mood but also offered to leave them a gift upon his departure, one as valuable as the fabled 8 secret arts. This was an absolute win for them. In the following days, Alex continued exploring scenic landscapes and diligently training his skills to accumulate experience. His third tree, Abyss, was nearing its next level. Once it reached level 4, Alex's power would double again, fully propelling him into the multiverse tier. At this level, even in universes like Marvel or DC, he would face almost no opponents, save for a handful of top-tier entities. Furthermore, with his portal ability, capable of traveling between worlds, Alex could ensure his safety no matter which multiverse he entered. One day, as Alex strolled leisurely down the street, his unparalleled good looks, beyond the limits of human aesthetics, drew the attention of countless women, both young and mature. These women hovered around him, pretending to casually walk, their eyes glued to him as if they wanted to devour him. Their gazes were so intense, so ravenous, that even Alex felt a rare chill down his spine. Noticing the envious and resentful looks from nearby men, Alex couldn't help but sigh. Unknowingly, I've become just like those people I used to dislike in my previous life, he thought. But then again, the feeling wasn't bad at all. Just then, Alex abruptly stopped and looked ahead. In the distance, an ugly, pale blue-skinned doll was carrying a squirming sack as it sprinted toward the outskirts. Alex sensed a familiar aura emanating from the sack. It belonged to Zhang Chulan. "Oh, the story is starting, huh? Guess I'll join the fun and meet my distant nephew." Alex knew Zhang Chulan had been taken by a lowly and an older woman and would soon meet Zhang Lingyu. After passing Zhang Lingyu's trial, Zhang Chulan would gain the qualifications to participate in the Ratante show. In this world, Alex had fabricated an identity for himself as a founder of the Taoist Master Hall. Naturally, he felt it was his duty to meet Zhang Lingyu, his many times removed junior. He also wanted to tweak the original storyline and make the outcast world more lively. With that thought, Alex took a step forward and vanished from where he stood. The people around him didn't even notice his disappearance. The scantily clad women who had been ogling him moments ago now looked around in confusion, muttering to themselves. What was I doing just now? Why am I even here? Their memories of Alex had been completely erased. In the remote woods on the outskirts, the pale blue doll stopped. A lowly and a glamorous woman emerged from the forest, walking up to the doll. Seeing the squirming sack, the lowly beamed with excitement. My doll is amazing. It managed to grab Zhang Chulan so quickly. But just as she finished speaking and was about to open the sack, Zhang Chulan burst out, wrapped in a golden light. His long hair was loose, cascading over his shoulders. If one didn't look closely, they might mistake him for a woman. Zhang Chulan, visibly angry, shouted. You damned heretics of the Quan Xing. Will you ever leave me alone? Hearing his words, the lowly and the elegant woman quickly clarified. We're not heretics from Quan Xing, nor do we mean you any harm. Our leader simply wants to meet you. Before Zhang Chulan could respond, the sound of 3 footsteps echoed in the distance. A handsome Taoist with white hair, a striking red mark at the center of his forehead, and dressed in traditional robes walked toward them. Behind him were 2 other Taoists, similarly clad. As Zhang Lingyu approached, he said in a calm, commanding voice. Zhang Chulan, you cannot leave with them. By the order of my master, we're taking you back with us. Zhang Chulan, annoyed by Zhang Lingyu's presumptuous tone, retorted, Hey, hey, hey. Don't I get a say in this? What the hell, man? The lowly pouted as well, muttering. They're stealing our job, stealing our job. Before she could continue, a hand quickly covered her mouth. The elegant woman whispered, Hush. These people aren't your average outsiders, be careful. Realizing the situation, the 2 women stepped back a few paces, signaling that they wouldn't interfere. Seeing that the 2 women were tactful enough to back off, Zhang Lingyu chose not to trouble them further. Instead, he turned back to Zhang Chulan and, in an authoritative tone, ordered. Zhang Chulan, come with me. Zhang Chulan, now furious at being bossed around yet again, exploded. You're insane, aren't you? I just want to go home and sleep. But Zhang Lingyu wasn't about to let him go so easily. At Zhang Lingyu's signal, the 2 Taoists behind him stepped forward and activated their golden light, attacking Zhang Chulan. The 2 engaged Zhang Chulan briefly before retreating back to Zhang Lingyu's side. One of them confirmed, there's no doubt. The technique he's using is indeed the golden light incantation from the Taoist master lineage. Zhang Lingyu nodded and took a step forward. You 2 stand back. I'll handle this myself. Seeing Zhang Lingyu finally move into action, Zhang Chulan, who had long been irked by his arrogance, charged at him furiously. Who do you think you are, acting all high and mighty? You want to fight? Let's fight. Zhang Lingyu smirked dismissively. You. Fight me? Don't make me laugh. He ignored Zhang Chulan's attack completely, allowing him to land a punch on his abdomen. The golden light protected Zhang Lingyu, leaving him completely unharmed. In a swift counterattack, Zhang Lingyu struck Zhang Chulan, shattering his golden light spell and sending him sprawling to the ground. Zhang Chulan struggled back to his feet and launched a flurry of attacks at Zhang Lingyu, but the gap in their abilities was insurmountable. No matter how hard Zhang Chulan tried, he couldn't even touch Zhang Lingyu. Looking at Zhang Chulan with disdain, Zhang Lingyu sneered. You're giving it your all, and this is all you've got. I don't know how your ancestors managed to steal the golden light spell, but as long as I'm here, I will never allow someone of dubious origins and such pitiful strength to disgrace the Taoist master's legacy. Just as Zhang Lingyu was about to channel the golden light spell into his fist to seriously injure Zhang Chulan, he suddenly realized that Zhang Chulan had disappeared without a trace. Even more unsettling, he hadn't sensed when or how Zhang Chulan had vanished. An eerie feeling washed over Zhang Lingyu. For Zhang Chulan to disappear so suddenly, there were only 2 possibilities. The first was that Zhang Chulan had been hiding his true strength all along, but this seemed highly unlikely. The second, more plausible explanation was that a powerful figure, someone far stronger than Zhang Lingyu, was nearby. Only such an individual could evade his perception and quietly whisk Zhang Chulan away. Realizing this, Zhang Lingyu immediately shouted, Who's there? Show yourself. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Instinctively, Zhang Lingyu tried to retreat to create distance, but his reaction was too slow. With a sharp slap, Zhang Lingyu was sent flying. He landed hard on the ground, his right cheek swollen red, his lips split and dripping blood. Staggering to his feet, Zhang Lingyu finally got a clear look at his attacker. The figure bore some resemblance to him, with white hair and white attire. However, the stranger's piercing blue eyes were profoundly deep, exuding an aura that set him apart. As Zhang Lingyu stared at him, his expression shifted dramatically. From the man's presence alone, he could sense a unique quality, a natural harmony with the world around him. This aura of oneness with nature was something Zhang Lingyu had only ever felt from one person before, Zhang Jiwei, the current Taoist master of Taoist Master Hall. Who is this man? Zhang Lingyu wondered, his mind racing. Then, recognition struck. He recalled the rumors of a mysterious young man claiming to be the founder of the sect. It had to be him. Before Zhang Lingyu could say anything, Alex spoke in a calm, almost disappointed tone. So, this is what the hall has come to. The current generation of disciples is this weak. Hearing Alex's words, the two Taoists behind Zhang Lingyu immediately protested. What are you talking about? Our junior master's strength isn't weak, even by the standards of senior practitioners. Among his peers, he's at the very top. Alex shook his head slightly, his expression one of disapproval. I wasn't referring to physical strength, he said. I was talking about the weakness of spirit. A disciple of the hall, driven by personal desires, attempting to harm others. When did the disciples of this sect become so narrow-minded? The two Taoists opened their mouths to argue further, but Zhang Lingyu raised a hand to stop them. That's enough. Chapter 182. The two Taoists were unaware, but Zhang Lingyu himself understood his actions well. His earlier heavy-handed attack on Zhang Chulan was indeed uncharacteristic of him. The truth was, Zhang Lingyu harbored jealousy toward Zhang Chulan. Since losing his purity to Xia he was unable to practice the Yang Five Thunders, a skill Zhang Chulan could master. This envy drove him to act out of character and strike so harshly. However, these thoughts were deeply buried within him, known to no one in the hall. Yet, the man before him seemed to know everything. Frowning, Zhang Lingyu asked solemnly. Who are you? This is an internal matter of the Taoist Master Hall and has nothing to do with outsiders. Looking at Zhang Lingyu, who maintained his cold and aloof demeanor, Alex laughed. Who am I? I'm your ancestor. An internal matter? How could the affairs of descendants be unrelated to their ancestor? Hearing Alex's arrogant claim, Zhang Lingyu and the other Taoists of the sect exclaimed in unison. How dare you? The hall cannot be insulted. The two Taoists behind Zhang Lingyu immediately prepared to attack Alex, but Zhang Lingyu raised his hand, stopping them. A dark expression crossed his face as he carefully scrutinized Alex. He looked around 20 years old, with white hair, blue eyes, immense strength, and claimed to be the founder of the Tianchi sect. There was no doubt, this was him. According to intelligence, this was the man impersonating the founder of the hall, brazenly boasting about defeating anyone who annoyed him, even threatening to take on the current Taoist master, Zhang Jiwei, without exception. Such arrogance was unimaginable. Everyone knew Zhang Jiwei was the strongest practitioner in the world. Yet, this man didn't seem to hold him in any regard. To make matters worse, Alex had the audacity to proclaim himself the founder of the hall, an insult that could not be forgiven. Recognizing Alex's identity, Zhang Lingyu immediately questioned him. I admit your strength is impressive, but don't you think you're being a bit too arrogant? Looking at you, you're barely 20. Yet you dare claim to be the founder of the Taoist Master Hall, tarnishing its reputation? And you even boast that you can defeat my teacher anytime you wish. Who gave you the courage to act like this? I've also heard rumors that you're a member of Chuanqing. Since when did Chuanqing have someone so lawless and reckless among them? Indeed, though Chuanqing members were known for their chaos and disregard for rules, even they had never openly challenged our sect. But Alex was the first to do so. Calmly, Alex responded. How am I being arrogant? I've never felt the need to explain myself. I am the founder of the Tianchi sect. Kid, the world is vast. Beyond this world, there are countless other worlds, like the ninja world, the pirate world, and even parallel universes in the multiverse. Just because you're ignorant of something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Your lack of knowledge is no excuse to challenge your ancestor. Because you are a disciple of the modern hall, I'll let this slide just this once. But if you dare cross the line again, I'll make sure you learn the hard way who's in charge. Ha ha ha. Zhang Lingyu burst out laughing in anger, utterly amused by Alex's audacity. He had never encountered someone so shameless. Who do you think you are? Do you really believe you're some kind of celestial being? Different worlds? Fine, let me test your strength today and see exactly what you're made of. With that, Zhang Lingyu charged toward Alex with determination. Unlike his earlier skirmish with Zhang Chulan, Zhang Lingyu unleashed his full power this time. He not only chanted the Golden Light Mantra, exhibiting the peak of his mastery, but also summoned the Yin Five Thunders. Though he found Alex's arrogance insufferable and unworthy of his claims, Zhang Lingyu acknowledged Alex's strength and did not dare underestimate him. Zhang Lingyu roared. Northern Abyssal Marsh. A torrent of dark, mud-like Yin lightning flowed from Zhang Lingyu's body, spreading across the ground and covering a vast area around him. The Yin lightning greedily absorbed the life force of everything within its radius, except its caster. Within moments, the two Taoists, the two girls, and Zhang Chulan felt their vitality rapidly draining. Their bodies became unbearably weak. Realizing the danger, they immediately struggled to escape, retreating from the range of the northern abyssal marsh. Once they were safely out of range, they turned back to observe the battle from a distance. At this moment, the younger one of the two girls asked Zhang Chulan, who do you think will win? Without hesitation, Zhang Chulan replied, of course, Alex will. Don't be fooled by Zhang Lingyu's arrogance. His strength is nowhere near Alex's. Hearing this, the elder sister muttered under her breath. When it comes to arrogance, no one tops that guy Alex. He claims to be the founder of the Taoist Hall and even brags about being able to defeat Zhang Jiwei, the strongest practitioner. Honestly, who in this world is more arrogant than him? The two Taoists nodded in agreement. Exactly. That guy is way too full of himself. Our young master will definitely teach him a lesson. Zhang Chulan didn't argue, as everything they said was true. Even he thought Alex was overly arrogant. Now, he just hoped Alex's strength lived up to his outrageous claims. The group continued to watch the battle ahead. Suddenly, the elder sister remarked, did you notice? Zhang Lingyu's Yin lightning seems to stop about 1 meter away from Alex. It doesn't get any closer. What kind of ability is that? The younger sister speculated. Not sure. Could it be an advanced application of the Golden Light Mantra? According to the information from Express Delivery, it was said that Alex had once used the Golden Light Mantra, and its power was extraordinary. The chubby Taoist among the two disagreed with their speculation. No, this is definitely not the Golden Light Mantra. Even the Grandmaster of the sect himself couldn't repel surrounding objects without releasing the Golden Light. You can think of it this way, the visible Golden Light is the essence of the Golden Light Mantra. I'm more inclined to believe that Alex is using some form of telekinesis, and its immense power is what's repelling the Yin lightning. In the distance, Zhang Lingyu stretched out his hand as the distorted Yin lightning attempted to coil around Alex and erode his body. Yet, when the lightning reached within 1 meter of Alex, it was blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to proceed further. After exhausting all his means of attack, Zhang Lingyu finally realized he was no match for Alex. Judging by Alex's youthful appearance, it was clear he was a few years younger than Zhang Lingyu. Yet his strength had reached an unbelievable level, which explained his audacious remarks. However, even so, Zhang Lingyu was not one to back down. He decided to provoke Alex with taunts. Is hiding inside this turtle shell all you know how to do? Didn't you claim to be the founder of the Taoist Hall? Then tell me, which of the Hall techniques do you know? His 3 consecutive questions revealed the anxiety brewing in his heart. Seeing Zhang Lingyu unable to break through Alex's defense, Zhang Chulan finally sighed in relief. If Alex won, he wouldn't be taken away by Zhang Lingyu. But as Zhang Lingyu suddenly employed reverse psychology to provoke Alex into dropping his defenses, Zhang Chulan began to panic. Worried that Alex would fall for the taunt, Zhang Chulan hurriedly called out, Alex, don't let him bait you. Stay in your current state. Even if you can't beat him, he won't be able to defeat us either. Alex turned to glance at Zhang Chulan, offering him an exaggeratedly friendly hand gesture. Come on, telling Alex not to show off. Impossible. Facing Zhang Lingyu again, Alex smirked and replied, all right, as you wish. Deliberately slowing down his speech, Alex began to recite a mantra loud enough for Zhang Lingyu to hear. The way of heaven and earth, the root of all chi. Through countless trials, I prove my divinity. Across the 3 realms, the Tao reigns supreme. My body shines with golden light, shielding me completely. The next moment, the blazing golden sun that had appeared in the dilapidated building before now re-emerged in the forest. A flood of violent golden light swept across everything in its path. First, it consumed Zhang Lingyu's Yin lightning. Then, it enveloped Zhang Lingyu himself. The light didn't spare the two sisters or the two Taoists. Even Zhang Chulan, sensing Alex was chanting the golden light mantra, tried to flee to safety. But he was still caught in the shockwave of the golden light and was sent flying. When the smoke finally cleared and calm was restored, Alex stood suspended in mid-air, gazing down at Zhang Lingyu, who was submerged in golden light. Being the closest to Alex, Zhang Lingyu had suffered the most. He felt at least 3 ribs fractured, dozens of injuries across his body, and his arms, having borne the brunt of the golden light, were now twisted and shattered in multiple places. Enduring the excruciating pain, Zhang Lingyu looked up at Alex in disbelief, muttering to himself. Impossible. This is impossible. How could this be the golden light mantra? Alex slowly approached Zhang Lingyu, raising his hand and slapping him across the face with enough force to send him flying. With disdain, Alex remarked, "Your Tao heart is fragile, succumbing to jealousy and bullying the weak. The Taoist hall has truly fallen into decline. I wonder how that old man Zhang Jiwei has been teaching you to produce such a disappointing disciple." If Alex had only insulted Zhang Lingyu after defeating him, Zhang Lingyu might have been unable to retort. But now that Alex had insulted Zhang Jiwei, how could Zhang Lingyu tolerate his teacher being humiliated? Unwilling to accept this, Zhang Lingyu retorted, "Your strength may indeed surpass my teacher's when he was your age, but how dare you insult him? Even though I don't know how you managed to obtain the golden light mantra, I will never acknowledge you as the founder of the Taoist hall, nor will I allow you to insult my teacher." Zhang Lingyu trembled as he struggled to his feet, attempting to summon Yin lightning to launch another attack on Alex. However, his body was severely injured, and only a few sparks of Yin lightning appeared, which alarmed the two Taoists behind him. They were terrified he might collapse or suddenly die from his wounds. Fearing that Zhang Lingyu's defiance would provoke Alex into killing him, the two Taoists, despite their fear, nervously stepped forward, placing themselves between Zhang Lingyu and Alex. One of the Taoists pleaded, "Senior, please forgive our junior uncle. He doesn't fully understand your strength and was merely trying to test it." The other quickly added, Yes. Senior, you must understand that in today's world, where immortals are no longer present, your words are simply too unbelievable. Even though our junior uncle is open-minded, it's impossible for him to believe such claims right away." "Exactly. Now that you've demonstrated your strength, I'm sure our junior uncle accepts your words." "Right, junior uncle." The chubby Taoist discreetly winked at Zhang Lingyu, urging him to back down and save his life for now. However, while Zhang Lingyu excelled in cultivation among his peers, his social skills were utterly lacking. He completely ignored the good intentions of the two Taoists. Brushing off their advice, Zhang Lingyu declared, "There's no need to say more. I will never believe that he is the founder of the Tianshi sect." Hearing this, the two Taoists were filled with despair. Both silently vowed that if they managed to survive this ordeal, they would beg the Grandmaster to put Zhang Lingyu through rigorous training, not just in cultivation, but in social and interpersonal skills as well. Seeing that Zhang Lingyu remained stubborn and unrepentant, Alex laughed mockingly. "As I said, the Taoist hall has truly fallen. Its disciples can't even assess the situation properly. When facing a formidable opponent, especially when it doesn't violate your principles, you should yield and wait for the storm to pass before making any other plans. Don't you realize your life is the most important thing? But you're not even worth saving. It seems I need to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Heavenly manifestation." With a casual utterance, Alex bent the rules of reality. He summoned lightning, shaping it through precise control into a humanoid figure. In an instant, a colossal, thunderous figure, 100 meters tall, formed in front of everyone. Its face bore a faint resemblance to Alex's own. Witnessing this, everyone present gasped uncontrollably. Holy crap! In this world, such a powerful and imposing manifestation was unheard of. Seeing Alex standing amidst the dazzling lightning, exuding the aura of an immortal, even the most skeptical couldn't deny the thought forming in their hearts. The two Taoists protecting Zhang Lingyu were trembling uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear. Alex casually moved them to a safer distance, then turned his gaze to Zhang Lingyu. Before Zhang Lingyu could speak, Alex roared. "Deluded fool, stubborn to the end. Let me enlighten you. Great Vajra Dragon. Divine Mantra. Boundless Buddhas. Vajra Palma Hum. With a gesture, Alex molded the lightning into the shape of a divine dragon and unleashed it upon Zhang Lingyu. The lightning dragon struck Zhang Lingyu, relentlessly destroying his body and soul. During this process, Alex heightened Zhang Lingyu's perception of pain while simultaneously healing his body and granting him temporary immortality. For 30 agonizing minutes, the punishment continued. By the time it ended, the once lush forest was reduced to a field of charred stumps and ash. From afar, the two Taoists collapsed to their knees, their faces blank with despair. One muttered. "Gone, all gone, he's done for." With the power Alex displayed, he might truly be the founder of the Taoist Hall. How could our junior uncle possibly survive such a terrifying attack? Even if Alex isn't the sect's founder, even if the Grandmaster himself intervened, there's no way to avenge him now. Chapter 183. The others stood dumbfounded, staring at the dissipating 100-meter-tall lightning manifestation in the distance. As they took in the surreal scene before them, they couldn't help but wonder. Is this a dream? Are the things around them real or merely illusions? If it were an illusion, it was far too vivid. And if it were real, how could such a powerful being exist in this world? Once the lightning manifestation vanished, the two Taoists finally dared to run toward Zhang Lingyu's position to check on his condition. To their astonishment, they found that despite being bombarded by the lightning, Zhang Lingyu was completely unharmed. Not a single scratch marred his body, and even his clothing remained intact, though he had fallen unconscious. Relieved, they sighed in unison. But soon after, they realized it must have been Alex's mysterious powers that had spared Zhang Lingyu's life. The larger Taoist immediately bowed to Alex and said, "Thank you, Senior, for showing mercy." Alex casually cleaned his ear and replied, "Well, since he's a descendant of Zhang Daoling's teachings, of course, I held back. But don't celebrate just yet. During my attack, I amplified this brat's pain perception tenfold. Even though it's just 10 times the normal level, it was enough to make him suffer beyond imagination. Every time his body was destroyed by the lightning, I repaired it and restarted the process, over and over until now. If he can awaken from this haze of agony and confusion, his cultivation and strength will grow tremendously. But if he succumbs to the pain and loses himself, he'll end up like a vegetable, unable to wake ever again." What? The large Taoist's face turned pale. He hadn't expected things to be far from over. He glanced at Alex, intending to plead for his help in waking Zhang Lingyu. After all, with Alex's strength, he could surely do it. But the Taoist hesitated, knowing full well that someone like Alex, whose will was resolute, could not be swayed by others' pleas. If Alex had decided to let Zhang Lingyu awaken on his own, no amount of begging would change that. Sighing heavily, the Taoist resolved to take Zhang Lingyu back to the sect and let the Grandmaster decide his fate. Deep down, he still hoped that Zhang Lingyu would awaken from this trial, stronger and wiser than before. By this point, after witnessing Alex's sheer power and extraordinary methods, the people present had started to believe that he might indeed be the sect's founder. The large Taoist hesitated for a moment before bowing again and asking, "Senior, may I ask which generation of sect's ancestors you belong to?" Alex frowned slightly, growing impatient. "Haven't I already told you? I am Zhang Daoling's senior uncle." The Taoist pressed further. "Then, what is your Daoist title, Senior? Once I return to the sect, I will report your title to the current Grandmaster. If you truly are Zhang Daoling's senior uncle, the ancient records will surely mention you. Once we verify the records, we will return to escort you back to the sect with the utmost respect." Even after seeing Alex display overwhelming power, the Taoist skepticism remained evident. But Alex didn't mind, after all, he wasn't truly the founder of the sect. As for a Daoist title, Alex smirked mysteriously and said, "You can call me the Great Love Immortal Venerable." Of course, the sect's ancient records held no mention of such a title. If the Taoist reported this back to the sect, Alex's ruse would undoubtedly be exposed. But Alex didn't care. In his eyes, time around the others slowed dramatically, eventually coming to a complete halt. Before him appeared an intangible, radiant river, flowing endlessly. Alex followed its current upstream, taking just a few steps before coming to a halt. When he reappeared, he was inside a quiet Daoist temple. In front of him sat a white-haired old Daoist, exuding an ethereal aura. The old man's eyes were filled with astonishment as he gazed at Alex. Trembling, Zhang Daoling whispered. Are you an immortal, sir?" Alex neither affirmed nor denied Zhang Daoling's question. Instead, he calmly declared, from today onward, I am your senior uncle. My Taoist title is the Great Love Immortal Venerable. Make sure my name is recorded in the history of the sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Alex's figure disappeared before Zhang Daoling, leaving behind a glowing golden energy orb that merged into Zhang Daoling's body. This energy orb had a single purpose: when Zhang Daoling faced death, it would project his soul into a random world for reincarnation. If an author within the vast sea of worlds picked up the story of Zhang Daoling's transmigration, it might just make for another excellent novel. After giving Zhang Daoling his reward and delivering his declaration, Alex returned to the modern era. Time around him remained frozen. With a slight thought, Alex allowed it to resume its flow. The Great Love Immortal Venerable, muttered the large Taoist as time resumed. For some reason, the name carried an immense sense of karmic weight. Strangely, despite the Taoist title containing the word love, he could also sense a faint scent of blood and carnage, as though it were born amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Suppressing his unease, the large Taoist clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Senior, I have remembered your title. If all goes well, it won't be long before we can confirm your identity. Please wait for us." Seeing Alex nod, the two Taoists quickly hoisted Zhang Lingyu and left without looking back. Meanwhile, Alex sensed numerous other extraordinary individuals gathering toward his location. But he didn't bother with what he deemed as insignificant ants. With a single step, he vanished from the spot. A little posturing can be entertaining, but too much can be harmful. Today's dose was just right. As Alex departed, the tension finally dissipated. The two girls and Zhang Chulan felt themselves relax completely. The younger girl, still trembling from the experience, whimpered. "That was terrifying. When I saw the manifestation of that lightning giant, I thought I was going to die in the aftermath." The elder girl gently stroked her head, soothing her fears. Meanwhile, Zhang Chulan, still shaken, couldn't help but wonder. Why did Senior Alex create a manifestation resembling a Buddha? Isn't he supposed to be a sect ancestor? Moments later, other extraordinary beings arrived at the scene, only to find traces of residual, terrifying lightning energy left behind. From this day onward, Alex's use of the 100-meter-tall lightning manifestation became known to the entire extraordinary world. Initially, despite the intelligence gathered by various factions through organizations like Express Delivery, they hadn't taken Alex seriously. To them, he was just an arrogant individual falsely claiming to be an ancestor of the Taoist Hall, a powerful extraordinary person, but nothing beyond that. After all, even strong extraordinary individuals were still vulnerable to being overwhelmed by numbers unless they reached the level of the Master of Taoist Hall, who was considered invincible. But after witnessing Alex's ability to summon a manifestation of such scale and power, everyone realized how foolish their assumptions had been. A being of Alex's caliber was likely on par with, if not surpassing, the old Tianxia. Such strength was not something that could be countered with numbers. In fact, many began to suspect that even the old Tianxia himself might not be able to defeat Alex. The title The Great Love Immortal Venerable, arrogant and audacious as it was, spread like wildfire across the world of outcasts. While countless factions scrambled to gather information on Alex's true identity, he remained indifferent. Unbothered by the growing storm, Alex quietly continued honing his skills in the comfort of a luxurious 5-star hotel. During the time Alex was focused on training his skills, Zhang Chulan was busy stirring up trouble elsewhere. He was invited to the Tenjikai headquarters as a guest, where Feng Zhenghao attempted to use a honey trap against him, sending Feng Xian to seduce Zhang Chulan. However, because Feng Xian wasn't sincere in her approach, a restriction left by Zhang Huai on Zhang Chulan's dick triggered a punishment, snapping him out of his lustful thoughts and leading him to reject Feng Xian's advances. Later, Feng Baobao stormed into the headquarters, defeating numerous Tenjikai members before engaging in battle with Jia Zhenyu. After defeating Jia Zhenyu, she was ambushed by him in a surprise attack and gravely injured. However, thanks to Feng Baobao's unique constitution, she was ultimately unharmed. Meanwhile, the Quan Sheng was also on the move. They extracted memories from Zhang Huai's corpse, uncovering that the person who killed him was none other than Feng Baobao. They also discovered the secret that her appearance hadn't changed in over a decade. However, none of this concerned Alex, who remained focused on refining his abilities. After nearly a month of relentless training, yet another skill of his leveled up. RCT EXP +1. RCT EXP +1. RCT EXP +1. Congratulations. Your skill RCT has leveled up. Reverse Curse Technique LV6, 12/5000 converts the negative energy of cursed energy into positive energy with powerful healing effects. It can reverse things to their optimal state, usable on both living and non-living entities. Through continuous over-limit reinforcement, it now has the ability to repair intangible and abstract laws of the world. The reversal technique was Alex's most crucial healing ability, granting him powers such as reversing physical aging, achieving immortality, resurrecting the dead, and enhancing objects. Now, at LV6, the skill underwent another evolution. It had reached the level where it could repair the intangible, ethereal rules of existence itself. As streams of knowledge flooded Alex's mind, he absorbed it all and immediately noticed something peculiar about this world. He realized that the fabric of this world was incomplete. Following an instinctive urge, Alex consumed a massive amount of energy to slightly alter the rules of this reality. The next moment, the unique energy of this world, known as chi, began to visibly increase in the air. By expending half of this world's total energy reserves, Alex permanently increased the world's chi reserves by 10%. This increase wasn't temporary, it was a permanent enhancement of the world's chi, allowing it to replenish naturally over time. This meant the world of Outcast had permanently ascended to a higher plane of existence. Alex was shocked as he perceived the results of his actions, fully grasping the terrifying potential of the newly upgraded RCT. This meant that as long as his power and energy reserves were sufficient, Alex could elevate any world to the level of a multiversal cosmos, or even to an omniversal existence. Upon discovering the changes caused by his RCT, Alex immediately channeled the majority of his internal energy into his dimensional universe. To his astonishment, the total energy output generated by the dimensional universe within a single time cycle visibly increased by 20%. This meant his energy collection rate had also risen by 20%. Overjoyed, Alex repeated this process over and over again. By the time the energy output of his dimensional universe had expanded to 10 times its original level, Alex stopped. At this point, further energy infusion no longer yielded any increase in energy production per time cycle. Though slightly disappointed, Alex understood that the LV6 RCT had its limitations. However, he also knew that as the skill continued to level up, its ceiling would infinitely expand, eventually reaching a state of true limitlessness. After enhancing the dimensional universe's energy output tenfold, Alex gazed up at the sky with a cryptic smile. As expected, this world still lacks enough fun. Alex continued supplying massive amounts of energy to fuse with the world's heavenly rules, gradually repairing the fabric of existence. After several days, the heavenly laws became more complete, leading to a widespread revival of spiritual energy across the world. The total amount of chi increased tenfold. The changes in the world did not go unnoticed by the outcasts who inhabited it. The stronger their powers, and the more sensitive they were to chi, the earlier they detected the shift. At the top of a mountain within the Taoist mansion, the old master stood on a cliff, unmoving amidst the fierce winds, calmly overlooking the world below. From the moment the world began to transform, he had sensed the changes. His cultivation, which had already reached its peak and had been stagnant for years, now surged forward like a rocket. His century-old foundation, built on immense depth and accumulation, was now free from any constraints. At this moment, his power had increased by at least several times compared to before the world's transformation. After noticing the dramatic transformation of the world, Zhang Jiwei recalled the young man who had appeared recently, claiming to be their sex ancestor. Like everyone else, he had initially dismissed Alex as an arrogant fraud. Zhang Jiwei had even considered taking the time to teach him a lesson, delivering a slap to remind him that there's always a higher sky. But as events unfolded, he realized things were not so simple. What shocked him most was when the others brought back Alex's title, the Great Love Immortal Sovereign. Digging into the ancient records of the mansion, Zhang Jiwei was dumbfounded to discover that this over-the-top title was actually mentioned in their archives. The realization left even the old master questioning his worldview. Could it be that immortals truly exist in this world? Now, with the dramatic changes in heaven and earth, the total chi having increased tenfold in mere days, and all of it coinciding with Alex's arrival, Zhang Jiwei was more convinced than ever. Alex might very well be the legendary ancestor of the Taoist Master Hall. A single coincidence might be mere chance, but when so many coincidences overlap, even the most unbelievable truths become undeniable. The old master was not the only one to notice the change. Other powerful outcasts also sensed it, recognizing that a grand era was unfolding before their eyes. The first major event of this new era would be the Rattante, hosted by the Taoist Hall, a tournament meant to decide the successor of the Hall Master. Meanwhile, other stories continued to unfold. Lu Liang handed Zhang Chulan the final moments of his grandfather's life, causing Zhang Chulan to misunderstand Feng Baobao. However, after receiving the truth from Su San and his father, Su Xiang, Zhang Chulan decided to accept the sect's invitation to participate in the tournament. He aimed to use this opportunity to question the old master about the secrets behind the Caution War. The Ratan Taisho tournament wasn't just attracting Zhang Chulan, all the major forces in the outcast world were sending their young elites to observe or participate. It was a rare event, the world of outcasts hadn't seen such excitement in years. The tournament was an event not to be missed. And Alex, having concluded his practice, left the 5-star hotel with a smile. He, too, was heading to the tournament. Chapter 184. Alex had just stepped out of the 5-star hotel when he noticed Su San and Su Si waiting for him outside, along with a group of Taoists. As soon as they saw him, they approached quickly. One of the Taoists stepped forward, bowed deeply, and said, "Founder, since the old master is busy handling the various matters of the tournament, and Uncle Tian Jinzhong is immobile, while junior uncle has been unconscious after being disciplined by you, it falls to me, Rong Shan, a direct disciple of the old master, to welcome you. I hope you won't mind." Alex, indifferent about whether someone came to escort him or not, simply nodded. He had initially intended to teleport directly to Mount Longhu but decided it might be interesting to experience the treatment befitting the founder of the Taoist Master Hall. "It's fine," Alex replied. Rong Shan let out a sigh of relief and gestured, "Founder, this way, please." They took a plane to Mount Longhu. To Alex's surprise, Zhang Chulan, who should have already departed, was also on board. Upon inquiring with Rong Shan, Alex learned that everyone had been waiting for his departure. Because he had delayed for a few days training his abilities, the entire schedule had been pushed back. Alex felt no guilt about delaying the group's plans. "Come on, making you wait for me is a blessing. Others dream of waiting on a powerhouse at the half-multiversal level but don't get the chance." On the plane, Su Si repeatedly seemed on the verge of speaking, clearly wanting to ask Alex something, but he held back every time. Alex, seated by the window, gazed out at the clouds and earth below. He knew exactly what Su Si wanted to ask and had no intention of hiding the truth. Most likely, it was about why the world's chi had suddenly increased tenfold and whether it had anything to do with him. But since Su Si wasn't asking outright, Alex had no plans to volunteer the information. If they asked him, it was an opportunity to show off. If he brought it up unprompted, it would just seem desperate. Still, if Su Si wouldn't ask, someone else would. Feng Baobao suddenly appeared beside Alex, tapped him on the shoulder, and leaned in close. She asked seriously, "Hey, the recent changes in the world, do they have something to do with you?" Seeing Feng Baobao boldly ask the question everyone else was dying to know, Su Si immediately rushed over, grabbed her by the collar, and pulled her back, apologizing profusely. "Immortal Lord, my apologies. Baobao didn't mean anything by it. If her question touched on any secrets, please just pretend you didn't hear it." Since the sect had confirmed Alex's identity as their founder, everyone had started to take his previously outrageous claims much more seriously. After several days of discussion and speculation, everyone stopped calling Alex Mr. Alex and started addressing him as Immortal Lord. Some curious minds speculated that Alex, the Immortal Lord, must have paid an enormous price to return to Earth from the celestial realm. Otherwise, why had no other immortals ever returned before? They believed Alex's purpose for returning wasn't simply to visit the younger generation of his sect. There had to be a deeper reason. Initially, most people didn't take these theories seriously. However, when they noticed that within less than a month of Alex's return, the total amount of chi on Earth had increased tenfold, the speculation started to feel much more credible. Now, most of the outcast community who were aware of Alex's existence believed that the dramatic rise in Earth's chi was directly related to him. Seeing everyone's eyes fixed on him, Alex remained calm and said, "That's right. The changes in chi are my doing. However, it's not what you think. My return to Earth wasn't for some secretive purpose. I only had one goal, to visit the younger generation of my sect. As for the chi changes, that was a side effect. I infused part of my power into this world and mended the laws of the heavenly Tao. That's why the chi levels increased so dramatically. To put it in terms you might find in novels, this world's tier has been elevated." Hearing Alex's explanation, the crowd fell silent. Although they couldn't fully grasp what he meant, it sounded incredibly impressive. Mending the heavenly Tao, infusing power into the world. These phrases, which seemed like they belonged in fantasy novels, were now being spoken before their very eyes. Rong Shan looked at Alex with admiration. Before meeting Alex, the person he revered most was his master, the old master. But now, he decided to shift his devotion. Compared to the old master, Alex, the celestial-level immortal, was far more inspiring. While everyone was silent, Zhang Chulan suddenly thought of something and asked. Immortal Lord, what exactly is your level of power right now? Can you tell us about it? Hearing Zhang Chulan's question, everyone froze for a moment, then turned to Alex with curiosity. Alex replied calmly. My level is far beyond your understanding. But perhaps some of you have heard of the Marvel Multiverse. Zhang Chulan immediately nodded. I know. That's Marvel. I'm a fan of Iron Man. Immortal Lord, why are you bringing up Marvel? Alex didn't answer his question directly but continued. If you know Marvel, then you're probably familiar with how fans categorize the power levels of its characters. For instance, beings like the Sorcerer Supreme, who can destroy planets, are considered Skyfather level. Those who dominate a single universe and can obliterate star systems are universe level. And those who can destroy entire universes and roam countless parallel ones are multiverse level. As for me, I've already set one foot into the multiverse level realm. You could call me a half-step peak multiverse level powerhouse. What? Even though they had already accepted Alex's identity, everyone was still stunned. What was going on? An immortal was already hard to believe, and now they were hearing concepts straight out of comic books brought into reality. Aside from the somewhat clueless Zhang Baobao and the Taoist monks like Rong Shan, most of the others had at least some understanding of Marvel and its power structures. That's why they were now beginning to grasp the magnitude of the information Alex had just revealed in his calm tone. This meant that if Alex wanted to, he could potentially destroy this universe with ease. Such overwhelming power left everyone unable to even imagine what kind of existence he truly was. It all felt surreal, like a dream. But Zhang Chulan, lacking self-restraint and tact, couldn't hold back and blurted out. Is this all real? Do you have any way to prove it? Seeing their stunned and incredulous expressions, Alex couldn't help but recall his past self, standing before a screen, full of envy while watching characters like Zhang Chulan wield supernatural abilities. Now, the tables had turned, and it was Zhang Chulan envying him. It felt fantastic. So, Alex decided to show off on a grand scale. With a sly, mysterious smile, he said. I had hoped to live among you as an ordinary immortal lord, but instead, I am met with doubt. Fine. I won't hold back anymore. I'll tell you the truth, I've been to the Marvel Multiverse. Before Zhang Chulan and the others could react further, Alex transported them into his personal dimensional universe. There, he revealed his collection for them to marvel at. Pointing at several floating Asgards scattered across an infinite cosmic expanse, Alex said, These are Asgards I relocated from different Marvel universes back when I was still relatively weak. I used them to enhance the completeness of the universes I created. Within them, Odin, Thor, and the others still live their lives. The surroundings shifted dramatically again. When Zhang Chulan and the others regained their senses, they found themselves on a paradisiacal island. Alex gestured toward numerous strange and wondrous items floating in the sky and explained. Those are the 6 Infinity Stones, along with Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet. In the Marvel Universe, their potential far exceeds what you saw in the movies, by magnitudes. The other items belong to the Collector, one of the Elders of the Universe. I claimed his collection as spoils of war. As Alex continued his tour, a group of beautiful women, including Catwoman and Nami, approached him, wrapping their arms around his. They curiously studied the newcomers. Alex paused briefly, intending to explain who Nami and the others were. But before he could, Zhang Chulan gasped in shock. Catwoman. Nami. As a die-hard virgin nerd who had never had a girlfriend, Zhang Chulan was intimately familiar with both anime and movies. Naturally, he recognized Catwoman and Nami at a glance, especially since they were dressed in their signature outfits from their original stories. Alex smirked and nodded. Indeed. I encountered them in different worlds. They now reside here, in the dimensional universe I personally created. After spending several hours exploring Alex's dimensional universe, Zhang Chulan and the others eventually returned to their world. Their faces were blank with disbelief as they kept mumbling to themselves, Am I dreaming? This must be a dream. The recent experiences were too bizarre, even novels wouldn't dare to describe them like this. While Alex was basking in his moment of grandeur, preparations for the Ratante show were nearing completion. The leading figures of various sects and factions had already arrived at the mansion, settling into their accommodations. In one of the classical courtyards, two centenarian elders sat opposite each other, sipping tea in silence. Neither spoke, as if waiting for the other to break the stillness first. Finally, Lu Xi, whose face bore a scar running across his right eye, spoke first. "Old Wang, what do you make of this so-called immortal?" Wang Ai smirked sarcastically, his expression cold and dismissive. "Heh, great immortal. More like a pretender. Or are you seriously believing someone could live for 1,000 years and return from this so-called immortal realm?" Lu Xi shook his head calmly and replied, "Of course not. But what do you make of the 100-zhang lightning giant that appeared at Mount Longhu?" Wang Ai's sinister grin widened as he scoffed, "Heh, likely some kind of illusion technique or an ancient secret art recorded in old texts. Even if it's real, so what? Times have changed. It's no longer the era where supernatural beings ruled the world. With the rise of technology, not even the old Taoist master could withstand a barrage of missiles. I propose we join forces to set a trap for this so-called great immortal. If his methods are mere illusions, we'll kill him outright. If his powers are real and he's truly formidable, we'll mobilize the military to encircle and overpower him, forcing him to divulge the secrets behind his techniques. I refuse to believe you're not tempted by the prospect of mastering a method capable of summoning a 100-zhang lightning giant." Lu Xi was undeniably intrigued, but he hesitated as he considered Alex's acknowledged identity and asked, "What about the old master?" Alex is officially recognized as the ancestral master of the Taoist Hall, and they've acknowledged his identity. If we act against him, it's bound to anger the old master. At the mention of the old master, Wang Ai's face darkened. Even someone as insidious as Wang Ai harbored great apprehension toward the old master. The unparalleled power and unmatched strength of the old master had left an indelible shadow on their generation. To ordinary people, a genius is already an extraordinary individual. But to the old master, a genius was merely someone qualified to stand at his door. After a moment of silence, Wang Ai continued. "Let's not forget that Alex is undoubtedly an impostor. If we expose his true identity, even the Grandmaster will thank us. And if we succeed in extracting the secret behind the 100-foot thunder giant from him, once we've mastered it after some time in hiding, even the Grandmaster won't be able to stop us. So, what do you say, will you join me?" Lu Xi fell silent, his expression twisted as he wrestled with the decision. Wang Ai remained unhurried, sipping his tea as he patiently awaited Lu Xi's answer. After several minutes, Lu Xi let out a heavy sigh. "Ah, forget it. I'm too old for this. I don't have the drive to take such risks anymore. I won't join your plan, but don't worry, I won't tell anyone about it either." With that, Lu Xi stood and left the old, rustic courtyard, leaving Wang Ai staring after him with an increasingly sinister look in his eyes. After flexing his powers for the group, Alex told Zhang Chulan and the others not to spread the word about him. He explained that he wanted to live like an ordinary person and interact with others without any special treatment. Faced with Alex's request, how could Zhang Chulan and the others dare to refuse? They quickly nodded in agreement, assuring him they wouldn't tell anyone. Rong Shan even vowed not to inform the Grandmaster himself. Seeing their earnest promises, Alex nodded in satisfaction and pretended to lift an imaginary sword from their heads. After disembarking from the plane, the group set off by car toward Mount Longhu. Once they arrived, they began the trek to the mansion on foot. As they walked, they passed through a small town. Suddenly, a voice echoed in their ears. "At last, we've arrived, the headquarters of one of the world's greatest sects, a sanctuary that has stood for 1,000 years, the mystical Mount Longhu." Zhang Chulan quickly turned to Alex, his face flushed. "Alex! How did you know what I was thinking just now?" Alex grinned. "Of course, reading your thoughts is child's play for me." "Then why did you say it out loud?" "Because it's fun." Embarrassed by having his melodramatic thoughts exposed, Zhang Chulan's face turned bright red as he crouched on the ground, drawing circles with his finger in frustration. As they continued their climb, Su Si began explaining the current state of Mount Longhu. These days, the lower half of Mount Longhu is managed by the Tourism Bureau. The mansion doesn't actually control much of the mountain anymore. Hearing this, Zhang Chulan rolled his eyes and quipped sarcastically. "Seriously? Is there any decent place left in this world that the Tourism Bureau hasn't taken over?" At that moment, a young Taoist priest in traditional robes approached Zhang Chulan and offered an answer to his rhetorical question. Chapter 185. The Taoist priest had long black hair tied up in a casual bun. He wore a clean Taoist robe, his handsome features exuding a natural charm. However, the dark circles under his eyes slightly diminished his aura, making him look a bit listless. The priest yawned lazily and said, "Not much to say. The state of Wudong Mountain is even worse than this." He glanced at the group and introduced himself, Wang Yi of the Wudong sect. "And you, sir, how should I address you?" Zhang Chulan replied with an innocent smile, "My name is Zhang Chulan." Wang Yi scrutinized him carefully, and his intuition as a sorcerer told him Zhang Chulan was far more complicated than he appeared. He muttered under his breath, Zhang Chulan." Suddenly, his gaze shifted sharply to the side. There stood a young man with white hair and striking blue eyes, casually observing the surrounding scenery. Though the young man's expression was calm and relaxed, Wang Yi couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. It was as if an all-powerful beast was sizing up the ants before him, pondering how to create chaos for its amusement. Wang Yi's brows furrowed. He immediately recognized who this was. The distinctive appearance left no room for doubt. This was Alex, the recently infamous figure whose name had spread throughout the world of the gifted as the ancestral founder of the Taoist sect. Initially, Wang Yi had been skeptical of Alex's identity. But seeing him now, he felt a grudging belief beginning to form. Instinctively, he prepared to retreat into his inner realm to divine information about Alex. However, just as the thought crossed his mind, the light in front of him dimmed. Looking up, he saw Alex standing directly before him, chin resting on his hand as he observed Wang Yi thoughtfully. Alex mused, the Feng Ho Chiman technique does have some potential. Were it not for the world's limitations suppressing its power, it could rival abilities at the Skyfather level in the Marvel Universe. However, Alex continued, it's still just a technique. Without proper cultivation of mind and life force, it's no more than a castle built on sand. Kid, don't even think about using your inner realm to divine information about me. If you do, the blazing sun will burst it apart. Wang Yi froze. He didn't fully understand what Alex meant by bursting apart, assuming instead that Alex meant the inner realm's fireball would burn him to ashes. Listening to advice is wise. Wang Yi abandoned his plan and instead asked Alex directly. Alex, are you truly the ancestral founder of the Taoist Hall? Recalling his own journey through time to meet the elderly Zhang Daoling, Alex nodded slightly. Probably. I suppose so. Wang Yi. What kind of answer is that? Either you are, or you aren't. What does, I suppose so, even mean? Just then, Su Xi's anxious voice broke the silence. Hey, has anyone seen Bao Bao? Where is she? Alex extended a hand, pointing in a direction. There, see? She seems to be having her fortune told. The group turned to look and saw Feng Bao Bao sitting in front of an elderly fortune teller, holding out her hand for him to examine. The fortune teller studied her hand briefly before exclaiming in shock. This is the mark of a celestial being. Young lady, your palm reveals that you are destined for great wealth, longevity, and prosperity. Feng Bao Bao's interest was piqued. She thought to herself, this old man must truly be a master to discern so much about my destiny. Celestial being, great wealth, and long life. That sounds just like me, she said with a serious expression. Then, she asked solemnly, old monk, you're spot on. I have no special talents, but I do know how to live a long time. A glint of cunning flashed in the old monk's eyes. Ah, such a gullible girl is rare these days. Adopting an air of profound mystery, he sighed and said, ah, very well. I hadn't intended for this item to see the light of day, but since we are fated to meet. The old monk took out a string of prayer beads with distinct Buddhist features, smiling mysteriously as he said, a heavenly artifact, the crimson glaze beads. This is a sacred treasure crafted by my grandmaster using the scales of a fire qilin. Not for 98,000, not for 9,800, but just 988. Feng Bao Bao stared intently at the crimson glaze beads. She eagerly pulled 10 red bills from her pocket, her face full of anticipation. I want it. I want it. I want it. At that moment, Su San approached the monk, stopping Feng Bao Bao and explaining to her that she was being deceived. The con artist monk sighed upon seeing this. He realized this deal was a bust. Just then, a figure with white hair and blue eyes walked up to him. The young man handed him a 20 yuan bill and asked, will 20 do? The con artist monk immediately handed the so-called crimson glaze beads to Alex, grabbed the 20 yuan bill, and ran off as if terrified Alex might change his mind. Su-san, seeing Alex had bought it, remarked, "Alex, you must know this is fake, right?" Alex gave a mysterious smile, letting an invisible energy flow into the crimson glaze beads, altering its essence. He replied casually, "No, it's real now." He tossed the crimson glaze beads to Feng Bao, who had been staring at it intently, and then turned to walk away. As the crimson glaze beads landed in Feng Bao's hands, they emitted a dazzling golden-red glow, radiating such brilliance that they temporarily outshone the sun itself. Feng Bao quickly placed the beads around her neck, and immediately she felt a mysterious energy flowing through her body, enhancing her constitution and strengthening her from the inside out. At the same time, a divine ability emerged in her mind. When activated, she could transform into a golden Buddha. Overjoyed, Feng Bao beamed with excitement, a rare expression of delight. She pouted slightly and said to Su-san with mock annoyance, "See, Su-san. I told you it was real, and you didn't believe me. Now you see how amazing I am." Su-san remained silent for a long moment, staring in disbelief at the crimson glaze beads around Feng Bao's neck. Just moments ago, he had been completely certain they were ordinary prayer beads. Yet now, those same beads had transformed into the genuine crimson glaze beads, radiating an unparalleled sacred aura. He trusted his initial judgment, but the reality before him was undeniable. That left only one explanation. The ordinary beads had been transformed into the real crimson glaze beads during the brief moment they were in Alex's hands. Hearing Su-san's explanation, Zhang Chulan and the others came over, stunned by what they had just learned. This was the very embodiment of the saying, when touched by the hands of an immortal, even the mundane becomes extraordinary. To ordinary people, even the smallest act of goodwill from an immortal was an immense blessing. Without hesitation, Zhang Chulan and Wang Yi rushed toward Alex, shouting, "Alex! Alex! We want one too. Please give us something." But Alex, ever the playful trickster, reveled in creating chaos for his own amusement. He lived by one principle: give freely when no one asks, but withhold it when begged. So, no matter how hard Zhang Chulan and Wang Yi pleaded, Alex didn't grant their request, leaving them utterly disappointed. As Alex, Su-san, and Su-si continued walking ahead, Wang Yi suddenly stopped and looked ahead. Turning to Zhang Chulan, he said, "Weren't you looking for the old Taoist master? He's right over there." Wang Yi pointed to a tall, elderly man with white hair and eyebrows, standing in front of a camera and striking a casual peace sign. The old man had a kind face and a youthful energy, exuding a unique sense of approachability. But Alex knew better. This old heavenly master wasn't always like this. In his younger days, he wasn't the old master, he was Zhang Jiwei, the arrogant Zhang. After the total amount of qi between heaven and earth increased tenfold, the old master, whose cultivation had already reached perfection, experienced another breakthrough. Now, his strength had likely reached an unprecedented realm. He had already sensed the qi of Wang Yi and Zhang Chulan and turned to approach them, intending to answer some of Zhang Chulan's lingering doubts. But suddenly, his movements halted. In his perception, someone appeared before him without leaving the slightest trace, a man with white hair and blue eyes, exuding an air of arrogance that surpassed even his own youthful vigor. This wasn't just arrogance toward others, it was a disdain for the entire world itself. The old master, with his profound cultivation, could keenly perceive this man's overwhelming confidence. Turning slightly, he glanced at Zhang Lingyu beside him. As expected, Zhang Lingyu's face had gone pale, his eyes filled with fear as he stared at the figure in the distance. However, as he continued to gaze, a strange transformation occurred, his face grew flush with determination. The old master nodded subtly. Zhang Lingyu's talent was undeniable, though his temperament needed tempering. His defeat at the hands of Alex had shattered his spirit. Yet now, from the ruins of his broken confidence, a more resilient will was beginning to emerge. He had overcome his fear, and his future cultivation would progress rapidly, unhindered by any barriers. When Wang Yi and Zhang Chulan approached to pay their respects, the old master stopped them. As the head of the sect, he adhered to tradition and hierarchy. Until he had formally greeted his elder, he could not accept the salutes of the younger generation. Thus, he bypassed the two of them and stood before Alex. Bowing deeply, he said, "Zhang Jiwei, the 65th Longhu Mountains Taoist Master Hall, pays respects to our ancestral master, Alex." His bow stunned everyone present. The ordinary onlookers, unaware of the deeper truths of the world, were simply puzzled. Why was this venerable old man, over a century in age, addressing a man seemingly in his 20s as ancestral master? Even if his status were extraordinary, could it truly justify the title of ancestral master? However, those privy to the secrets of the otherworldly community understood the gravity of this gesture. This bow symbolized the sect's full and official recognition of Alex's identity. It acknowledged him as the ancestral founder of their sect, confirming his claims of ascension and immortality. More significantly, it validated the existence of immortality and celestial beings, raising the ceiling of what was possible in their world. Immortality, invincibility, and eternal life were no longer mere myths. Observing the old master's respectful bow, Alex nodded, sensing the crowd's shock and emotional turmoil. He felt a surge of satisfaction. Yes, this performance was flawless, he'd give himself a perfect score. Feeling pleased, Alex reached out, placing his hand on the old master's head. Activating his reverse curse technique, he began enhancing the old man's abilities. He said, "Impressive. To cultivate to such a level under the limited spiritual energy of this world is no small feat even among countless realms, you would be considered a true genius. However, you've wasted too much time and energy over the years. Even with the recent surge in spiritual energy, it would be difficult for you to break through to the realm of true immortality. But, you are, after all, a descendant of my sect. I'm not one to neglect my own, so let me help you defy the heavens and rewrite your destiny. Now, I shall strip away the marks left by the river of time upon your body, dispel all postnatal impurities, reverse your constitution to its innate state, and help you step into the realm of eternal life." With the activation of RCT, Alex altered the old man's physical state, healing the hidden injuries accumulated over years of training and battles. An invisible force manipulated the flow of time around him, reversing its effects on his body. Before everyone's eyes, the old master's transformation was nothing short of miraculous. His wrinkles disappeared, leaving behind smooth, youthful skin. His once white hair and beard darkened, regaining their original vibrance. Even his stature changed, already towering at 190 centimeters, his height extended further, reaching nearly 2 meters. His aura grew profoundly intense, as if radiating a divine brilliance. A golden light enveloped his body, making him resemble a living statue of pure gold. An indescribable, overwhelming presence emanated from him, spreading across the area. Weak-willed individuals within a kilometer radius collapsed, their eyes rolling back as they fainted from the sheer pressure. The old master's essence had ascended, he had become an immortal, stepping into the legendary realm of eternal youth and life. If he existed within the Marvel Universe, such a state could only be described as that of a Sky Father. When the transformation concluded, a rejuvenated master stood before everyone. No longer the venerable elder they knew, he could now be referred to as the young Zhang Jiwei. Zhang Lingyu, witnessing the unimaginable, approached his master with trembling steps, his voice shaking as he asked. "Master, are you still, you?" Zhang Jiwei understood his disciple's concerns. Zhang Lingyu feared Alex had altered his mind or essence, making him someone entirely different. With a smile, Zhang Jiwei reached out and patted Zhang Lingyu on the head, saying, "Lingyu, I am still me. Only my exterior has changed, my essence remains untouched. You must learn to look beyond appearances and see the truth within." Hearing this familiar teaching, Zhang Lingyu was finally reassured. The wisdom and spirit of his master were unaltered. With relief, he asked, "Master, how do you feel now?" Zhang Jiwei closed his eyes, concentrating for a moment before responding with astonishment. "Good. Very good. I've never felt this good in my life." Every meridian in his body had expanded 1,000-fold, every cell now possessing infinite regenerative properties. Even the energy, qi, within him had undergone a fundamental transformation, becoming something far greater. Complex emotions filled Zhang Jiwei's expression as he reflected. The path to immortality, which he had sought for a lifetime, had been granted so effortlessly. Chapter 186. Sensing the boundless vitality coursing through his body, like the surging waters of a mighty river, and marveling at the incredible advancement of his life force cultivation, Zhang Jiwei deeply bowed to Alex and said, "Thank you, Grandmaster, for your blessings." Alex waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, "No need. You were born with such talent, it was simply suppressed by the limitations of this world. All I did was help you unleash your full potential. However, even now, this is not your true limit. I hope you will continue to strive, refine your life force, surpass the likes of the Golden Light Incantation and the Yang Five Thunders, and carve out your own path. My expectations for you are quite high. If possible, I hope you can reach the pinnacle of the Skyfather level. And, if you could step into the realm of a single universe level being, that would be even better. Seeing Zhang Jiwei's confusion at Alex's words, Zhang Chulon quickly repeated Alex's previous explanation, helping the old celestial master understand what the Skyfather and single universe levels represented. To think such powerful beings truly exist. Even a single universe level being must possess strength far beyond that of an immortal, right? Contemplating this, Zhang Jiwei once again bowed to Alex and asked. Then, Grandmaster, may I ask what level your own cultivation has reached? Alex glanced at the system panel, where his third tree, Abyss skill, was on the verge of leveling up again. Smiling, he replied. Almost multiverse level, I'd say. At this revelation, everyone present finally understood, they were standing in the presence of a being who could easily destroy an entire universe. Ignoring their shock, Alex seemed to recall something and continued. As for the changes in yourself, announce to the world that you had a sudden epiphany and broke through in your cultivation. Don't mention me. It seems someone has taken an interest in me. We wouldn't want to scare off those little mice, now, would we? Hearing Alex's cryptic remark, the others were puzzled, but Zhang Jiwei immediately understood the implication. Could it be Wang AI? Still, with the Grandmaster's orders, even Zhang Jiwei dared not disobey. He promptly replied. Rest assured, Grandmaster. I understand. Although Wang AI had been his friend for over a century, if Wang AI chose to court disaster, Zhang Jiwei knew he couldn't stop him. Now, all he could do was hope that Wang AI would resist the temptation posed by the Grandmaster's displayed abilities and refrain from provoking him. If not, Zhang Jiwei could only help Wang AI collect his remains. Later, Zhang Chulon approached Zhang Jiwei to inquire about the truth behind the Caution War. However, Zhang Jiwei declined to answer, stating that the war was closely tied to the Taoist master's succession system. He added that if Zhang Chulon could become the Taoist master, the answers would naturally be revealed to him. Frustrated, Zhang Chulon had no choice but to leave. When he spotted Alex nearby, casually playing with foam bao bao, his eyes lit up. Rushing over, he asked. Immortal Master, do you know what really happened during the Caution War? Alex responded matter-of-factly. At that time, I hadn't returned to this world yet. How could I possibly know what happened? Zhang Chulon nodded with some disappointment. Maybe, after all, you weren't even there. However, Alex continued. But for someone like me, nothing that has ever happened in this world remains a secret. Even if I don't know, I could reverse time and investigate. Hearing this, Zhang Chulon's hope reignited. He quickly asked. Then, Immortal Master, could you tell me what really happened during the war? Alex deliberately dangled the mystery. It's not impossible. Please, Immortal Master, tell me. This is really important to me. But suddenly, Alex's tone shifted. However, I think the unknown is far more interesting, don't you agree? So, I won't actively look into the truth behind the war. Zhang Chulon immediately realized he had been played by Alex. No, perhaps it wasn't exactly teasing, Alex simply found it amusing. To Alex, Zhang Chulon's anxious expression was amusing, the unknown rebellion was amusing, and the prospect of endless changes and mysteries was just as amusing. As long as the world wasn't a stagnant pool of still water, clear and lifeless, everything was fine. If anyone else had mocked him like this, Zhang Chulon would have cursed them out long ago. But faced with Alex, he didn't dare. Instead, he forced a smile and said. The Immortal Master truly has refined taste. Alex chuckled, then smacked Zhang Chulon on the head with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. Don't curse me in your heart. I can hear that too. Zhang Chulon. Ah, Immortal Master, I was wrong. Stop hitting me, please. The group continued toward the back mountain. The environment around them grew increasingly untamed, with no signs of human construction. As they emerged from the forest, a steep cliff loomed ahead, blocking their path. The only way across was a series of ropes stretched between the cliffs. Below them yawned a deep, seemingly bottomless chasm. As the group approached, a young Taoist greeted them and explained. To reach the back mountain, this is the only path. If you have no other means, you'll have to cross here. Zhang Chulon stared at the rope spanning the chasm, swallowing nervously. He hesitated to step forward. Good grief, he thought, just a short while ago, I was an ordinary college student. How did my life turn into a wuxia drama? Why does the Taoist master's estate keep setting up such useless things? A voice suddenly echoed from behind him, expressing his exact thoughts. He turned to see a group of 3 approaching, 2 men and 1 woman. One man was casually eating instant noodles as he walked, the woman fanned him diligently, while a 3rd man in a suit kept his distance, clearly pretending not to know them. When they reached the cliff, the noodle-eating man said to the woman beside him. "Hey sis, hold on tight. We're crossing over." The woman immediately clung to him. "Got it, big bro, love you, moi." With that, the 3 of them leaped into the air toward the other side. But as the noodle-eating man landed and turned to greet Su-san and Su-si on the far side, he realized something was wrong. He was still standing on the original side of the cliff. It was as though his leap to the other side had been an illusion, and he had somehow returned to his starting point. Looking across the chasm, he saw that his sister had indeed made it to the other side. This confirmed that he had crossed the gap, it wasn't a delusion. But something had happened to send him back. At that moment, Alex stepped up beside him, pointed at the empty cup of noodles he had discarded on the ground, and smacked him on the head. "Don't litter. Pick it up." The man opened his mouth to protest, but when he turned and saw Alex's face, he remembered the rumors circulating in the world of the gifted. His anger vanished instantly, replaced by a beaming smile. "Apologies, brother. I'll pick it up right away." He hurriedly picked up the discarded cup and glanced nervously at Alex. Seeing that Alex was no longer paying attention to him, he breathed a sigh of relief and leaped across again. This time, he made it to the other side without issue. Before he could say anything, his sister and brother grabbed him and pulled him away, running until they were far from the cliff. When they finally stopped, the noodle-eating man asked his sister. "Hey sis, what just happened? Why did I suddenly end up back where I started? And did you get the feeling that guy just now looked really familiar? Doesn't he remind you of the figure from the recent rumors in the outcast community?" The younger sister and younger brother gasped for breath. Eventually, it was the sister who answered the man's question. "Brother, that man was terrifying. All he did was glance at you, and it was as if you lost your soul. Your time seemed to rewind, bringing you back to the spot where you first leapt toward the cliff." The younger brother chimed in. "Such a horrifying ability can only belong to one person, the famous Alex, the great love immortal, who's been making waves in the outcast world recently. The power to manipulate time like that is something only a being of his caliber could achieve. Not even the old master could bend time like that." Hearing his siblings' words, the man grew even more uneasy. Moments ago, all he had noticed was a brief flicker before he found himself back where he started. But from what his sister said, time had continued to pass while he remained unaware. He immediately said, "We should keep our distance from that immortal. He's too terrifying." Both siblings nodded fervently. "Funny, we were just thinking the same thing." Back at the cliff, Zhang Chulan asked Alex what had just happened. Alex replied. "For someone of my level, manipulating the flow of time and space is normal. So, reversing time? Also perfectly normal." Zhang Chulan had no words and could only nod repeatedly. "Normal, normal. Totally normal. Anyone who says otherwise will have to deal with me." Later, a family of 3 also crossed the cliff. It seemed they weren't the first, as several other gifted individuals soon followed, each successfully reaching the opposite side. Even though Zhang Chulan was terrified, he had no choice but to proceed. He didn't want to lose his eligibility for the tournament before even arriving. As Zhang Chulan crawled along the ropes like a caterpillar, Alex leisurely walked through the air, standing as if on an invisible bridge. Zhang Chulan shamelessly pleaded. "Immortal Master, could you help me out and carry me across?" Seeing Zhang Chulan's request, Alex's face lit up with a mischievous grin, the kind only a true troublemaker could muster. "Are you sure?" Alex asked. Noticing the strange smile, Zhang Chulan immediately shook his head. Never mind, never mind. I'll go across on my own." He suddenly realized that letting Alex carry him across might be more dangerous than climbing the ropes himself. When everyone finally reached the other side, something unexpected happened. Possibly due to a butterfly effect caused by Alex's presence, the character Jia Jingliang, who was supposed to appear, never showed up. As the group steadied themselves, 2 figures with white hair approached from the distance. They stopped nearby. The 2 were Feng Xian and Feng Xingtong from the Tenjikai. After some polite exchanges with Zhang Chulan and the others, Feng Xian suddenly turned to Alex and said. "So, this is the famous Alex, the immortal. Are you really the ancestor of the Taoist master estate? Hearing her address him, Alex immediately realized her intentions. With a sly smile, he said. Let me guess, Feng Zhenghao sent you to try and charm me into joining the Tenjikai. But he's underestimated me. Do you think I, Alex, would be swayed by a mere beauty? It would take at least 10. Seeing Alex expose her intentions so directly, Feng Xian stopped pretending. She approached Alex, hugged him, and said. How about this? Join the Tenjikai, and we'll make sure you have a new beauty every day. And, of course, I'm yours too. For Feng Xian, Alex's value was so immense that she was willing to sacrifice her dignity. After all, recruiting an immortal into the Tenjikai would make it the most powerful faction in the outcast world. At that point, families like the Wang clan or the four great clans would be nothing more than ants. The crises currently facing the Tenjikai would disappear, and her father wouldn't have to constantly struggle to keep everything together. Faced with such a simplistic temptation, Alex shook his head and said. Tisk, TSK. You can't be serious. You didn't actually think 10 beauties would be enough to sway me, did you? I was joking. But let's flip the script. How about this, you join me instead? Join my Multiversal Travelers Alliance. Hearing Alex's words, not just Feng Xian, but everyone present, looked bewildered. Multiversal Travelers Alliance? What is that supposed to mean? Alex smiled and turned to Zhang Chulan. Zhang Chulan, why don't you explain it? You're probably already on the right track, it's exactly what it sounds like. What the heck? Is this real? Zhang Chulan felt goosebumps spread across his entire body. He couldn't contain his excitement, flailing his arms and pacing erratically. Wait a second, is this really what I think it is? Seeing Alex nod in confirmation again, Zhang Chulan completely lost it, laughing maniacally and moving like a madman. Feng Xian massaged her temples in frustration. Once Zhang Chulan calmed down a bit, she asked. So, what exactly does the Multiversal Travelers Alliance mean? Zhang Chulan took a deep breath and explained. If we take it at face value, it's an alliance of travelers who can cross between different universes. This means this organization can venture into countless worlds for exploration and adventure. But, Immortal Master, my most beloved and respected lord, could you explain what you mean by traveler? Alex waved his hand dismissively. Calm down. It's just the multiverse, nothing too crazy. Zhang Chulan's explanation is pretty spot on. The Multiversal Travelers Alliance I'm creating is a powerful organization spanning countless worlds. Our main focus will be creating travelers, giving people the opportunity to experience different lives and adventures across various dimensions. Once his suspicions were confirmed, Zhang Chulan didn't hesitate for even a second. I'm in. I'm in. Immortal Master, from now on, you're my eternal leader, no, my eternal godfather. Alex frowned. Who's your godfather? Don't push your luck. Just call me boss. Hearing this, Zhang Chulan grinned from ear to ear and shouted enthusiastically. Boss is invincible. Long live the boss. By now, even Feng Baobao, who didn't read novels, understood what the Multiversal Travelers Alliance was all about. Without hesitation, she chimed in. I'm joining too. Count me in. In the end, Alex promised that when the time came for him to leave this universe, he would take them all with him. Suddenly, Feng Xingtong asked. If we leave this world, will we ever have the chance to come back? Chapter 187. Alex glanced at his portal skill, which was about to level up. At level 5, the portal could establish long-lasting gates within different universes of the same world. Surely, at level 6, it would allow the creation of stable portals between entirely different worlds. Confidently, Alex said. Don't worry. Of course, you'll be able to come back anytime you want. Alex's assurance completely eliminated everyone's concerns. Even Su Si, the head of the express delivery company, hesitated for a moment before resigning his position. He wanted to join Alex's Multiversal Travelers Alliance. This was no ordinary opportunity, it was a multiverse-level organization. Missing out on this might mean missing out forever. Afterward, everyone dispersed to attend to their own matters, leaving Alex, Zhang Chulan, Feng Xingtong, and Feng Baobao to continue forward. As they walked, Feng Xingtong began explaining Zhang Chulan's opponents in the tournament. Eventually, they stopped in front of two people locked in a standoff. Ahead of them, a man with blue hair wearing a suit jacket faced off against Zhang Lingyu. Feng Xingtong introduced the scene to Zhang Chulan. Your real opponents are these two. One is Zhuge Qing, the heir of the Wu Hou family, and the other is your old acquaintance, Zhang Lingyu. Seeing the two ahead, Zhang Chulan couldn't muster any confidence in defeating them. So, once again, he turned to Alex and pleaded. Boss, come on. I'm already one of your employees. Can't you give me a little help here? Alex refused without hesitation. No. If you win easily with my help, then the tournament would be too boring. This is a show I've been looking forward to for a long time. I'm not going to let you ruin it. Though Zhang Chulan had anticipated this response, he still sighed in disappointment. If Alex were willing to help, Zhang Chulan would have absolute confidence in winning. But now, he had no choice but to rely on himself. Still, aside from winning, Zhang Chulan discovered another possible path to uncover the truth, making Alex laugh. If he could amuse Alex, satisfy his sense of humor, and lift his spirits, there was a chance Alex might reveal the secret of the Caution War. Zhang Chulan firmly believed that what seemed like a profound and unfathomable mystery to him was, in Alex's eyes, nothing more than a trivial ripple in the vast river of time. As Alex and his group approached, Zhang Lingyu and Zhuge Qing simultaneously paused their actions, turning to look at them. When Zhang Lingyu saw Alex, his expression drastically changed. He immediately stepped forward, bowed deeply, and respectfully said. Zhang Lingyu greets the Grandmaster. Previously, I was disrespectful, but I didn't expect the Patriarch to not hold a grudge. Instead, you allowed my life and cultivation to improve significantly. I am profoundly grateful. Seeing Zhang Lingyu's reverence, Alex chuckled and replied. Actually, I did hold a grudge. I put you into a state of stupor. If you hadn't reached an epiphany on your own, you might have remained in that sleep indefinitely, with your soul eventually fading away. So, in the end, your breakthrough was the result of your own efforts. I merely gave you a little push. Despite Alex's words, Zhang Lingyu bowed again and said, Still, I must thank you, Grandmaster. Without your test, I would never have been able to overcome the confusion in my heart and truly understand myself. Alex waved his hand dismissively. Alright, think about it however you want. Standing nearby, Zhang Chulan looked at Zhang Lingyu with a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. This guy was so arrogant when dealing with him, but in front of Alex, he was, well, a total bootlicker. Zhang Chulan hadn't expected someone as seemingly proud as Zhang Lingyu to treat people so differently. But Zhang Chulan also understood, Alex was no ordinary person. First, he was Zhang Lingyu's patriarch, making any amount of respect entirely justified. Second, Alex's strength was nothing short of awe-inspiring, overwhelming power that transcended the world, the universe, and even reason itself. In short, Zhang Lingyu desperately wanted to improve. Even though Zhuge Qing had never seen Alex's face before, he instantly recognized who Alex was. He stepped forward alongside Zhang Lingyu, bowed deeply, and introduced himself. Zhuge Qing, heir of the Wu Hou family, greets the great benevolent immortal Alex. Alex nodded slightly and said. No need for formalities, just kneel and bow. Zhuge Qing thought he must have misheard, but a quick glance at everyone else's expressions confirmed that he hadn't. Just as he was about to actually kneel, Alex continued with a smirk. Relax, I was just joking. Kid, you don't mind, right? Zhuge Qing quickly responded. Not at all, not at all. Having the chance to bow before the great benevolent immortal would be an honor, many would envy the karmic connection. Zhuge Qing didn't dare look directly at Alex, only stealing glances from the corners of his eyes. He realized that Alex was nothing like what he had imagined. This benevolent immortal wasn't the stern elder he had pictured. At that moment, a chubby man in a pink shirt came running from a distance. Sliding on his knees when he got close, he knelt before Alex and bowed repeatedly, saying, Great benevolent immortal. I have admired you for so long. May I ask, do you see any potential in me? Is there a chance you would accept me as a disciple? Feng Xingtong, wide-eyed, dragged the man up and scolded him to stop pestering Alex. Sanlong, you're utterly shameless. Kneeling like that the moment you meet the boss, anyone would think he's not the patriarch of the Taoist Master Hall but your actual ancestor. Sanlong didn't mind Feng Xingtong's sarcasm. Instead, he keenly picked up on a key detail from Feng's words, Boss, why do you call the benevolent immortal Alex boss? Could it be that the benevolent immortal has started a company in the mortal world? Can I join? Feng Xingtong realized he had misspoken and awkwardly tried to change the subject. He didn't dare make promises to Tsunglong. After all, even his own position in Alex's Multiverse Traveler Alliance wasn't secured yet. At that moment, Alex laughed and said, "After the tournament ends, I'll hold an interview event at the Taoist Mansion. Anyone who meets the qualifications is welcome to attend. But my standards are high. Apart from those I personally appreciate, only the most exceptional beings will pass the test. So don't get your hopes up too much." Tsunglong's face lit up. As long as there was an interview, he believed he could pass. While his combat abilities weren't impressive, his skills in gathering intelligence and information were unmatched in the world of the outcast. He was confident this talent alone could earn him a place in Alex's organization. Alex's words didn't just excite Tsunglong, the surrounding crowd was equally thrilled. Although they hadn't witnessed Alex's abilities firsthand, a patriarch acknowledged by the Taoist Hall and rumored to have lived for millennia was undeniably formidable. Joining Alex's company would be almost equivalent to entering a prestigious sect. One by one, people exclaimed. "After the tournament, we will definitely come to support the benevolent immortal." Suddenly, a commotion broke out. The crowd instinctively parted, making way for several figures approaching from a distance. Someone gasped, "It's some of the 10 elders. But who is that leading them? He looks no older than his 20s, why is he at the forefront?" Among them, a few elderly beings studied the leader closely. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed in shock. "Wait a second, what's going on? That man looks exactly like the Taoist master in his youth." The other elders also noticed and were equally stunned. Could it be, is he a descendant of the Taoist master? That's not right. We've never heard of the master starting a family. I have a bold theory, one of them hesitated before continuing. Could it be that the heavenly master has reached an entirely new, unfathomable level, just like the benevolent immortal Alex, achieving immortality? At this suggestion, everyone fell silent and turned to look at the Taoist master, awaiting his explanation. The Taoist master stroked his now jet-black beard, smiled, and said, "That's right. Due to the recent transformation of heaven and earth, the total amount of spiritual energy has increased tenfold. As a result, my power has grown significantly, allowing me to regain my youth." When the Taoist master confirmed the seemingly unbelievable theory, the crowd erupted into excited discussion. If Alex's return after his ascension had felt surreal, like a dream, then the Taoist master's apparent rejuvenation brought the idea of immortality firmly into reality. It was no longer just a myth or the fantasy of ancient people, it was real and attainable. The Taoist master, accompanied by several of the 10 elders, approached Alex. Bowing deeply, he said, "We greet the benevolent immortal Alex." Alex nodded slightly in acknowledgement and replied, "Rise." Suddenly, Alex turned his gaze toward a short, chubby man among the 10 elders. This must be Wang Ai. Alex could sense a dense malice emanating from him. If his assumptions were correct, Wang Ai would make a move against him once the tournament concluded. What remained uncertain was what kind of method Wang Ai would use. Alex glanced at him briefly before averting his eyes. Although Wang Ai was sinister, he was also cautious. If he became suspicious and decided not to act, the fun would be ruined. Without proper build-up, simply slapping the Wang family into oblivion would be far too dull. Noticing that everyone except the Taoist master was eyeing him curiously, Alex waved his hand dismissively and said to the heavenly master, "Zhang Jiwei, go handle your responsibilities. I don't want to be disturbed by too many people." The Taoist master bowed deeply again and replied, "As you command." He then led the other 10 elders to the stage and announced the official start of the tournament. The participants began drawing lots to determine their upcoming opponents. Meanwhile, the Taoist master and a few elders returned to Alex, who had moved to a quieter location away from the crowd. This time, the Taoist master pushed an elderly man forward and bowed deeply once more. "Patriarch, this is my junior brother, Tian Jinzhong. Decades ago, he was grievously harmed by treachery and is now crippled. I humbly ask you to restore his body in light of his decades of tireless dedication to the Taoist Master Hall." Alex lightly tapped the air, and the RCT activated on Tian Jinzhong. His body underwent rapid transformation, his limbs regrew, and his injuries healed completely. In just a few moments, Tian Jinzhong was fully restored. Alex then voiced his curiosity. Among the 8 arts, the Hands of Creation has the ability to shape both flesh and soul. If a practitioner of the Hands of Creation were present, they could have easily restored Tian Jinzhong's body. So why didn't you use the Hands of Creation to heal him? The Taoist master explained. Since the chaos of the Caution War, the hands of creation has been lost. No one today can wield it. Alex shook his head. From what I know, the Lu family's soul illumination technique is part of the hands of creation. Once the soul illumination technique fully awakens, it will manifest as the complete hands of creation. Any practitioner of the hands of creation can easily shape flesh and soul at will, making it possible to restore Tian Jinzhong's body effortlessly. Before the heavenly master could respond, Lu Xiai, a man with a scar running across his face, was stunned. What? The soul illumination technique can awaken into the hands of creation? Apologies, Immortal, I lost my composure. I only knew that the soul illumination technique was a part of the hands of creation. Ever since my Lu family inherited the soul illumination technique, no one has ever awakened it into the full hands of creation. Hearing this revelation, Lu Xi's respect for the soul illumination technique deepened. He also recalled his grandson, Lu Liang, and resolved to bring him back after the tournament to explore this potential. After expressing his gratitude to Alex, Tian Jinzhong left with the Taoist master and the others to oversee the tournament. Alex altered his appearance to avoid attracting unnecessary attention and went to the spectator stands to watch the matches while continuing to practice his skills. The first match featured Feng Baobao against Zhang Kai, Guan Ling'er, and Lu Fan. Having been taught a harsh lesson by Feng Baobao in the past, the trio immediately surrendered upon seeing her as their opponent, allowing her to secure an easy victory. Subsequently, Zhang Lingyu and others also won their matches with minimal effort. When it was Zhang Chulin's turn, his protagonist aura came into play, lowering his opponent's intelligence and causing them to turn on each other. In the end, a blue-haired young man emerged victorious from the infighting. Zhang Chulan then cunningly convinced the young man to meditate in the arena to recover his energy, promising not to attack during his rest. However, Zhang Chulan broke his promise, attacking while the young man meditated and defeating him easily. Zhang Chulin's underhanded tactics earned him the nickname, Shameless Zhang, which quickly spread following this battle. After Zhang Chulin's match, it was Zhuge Qing's turn. Facing 3 random opponents, Zhuge Qing also achieved an effortless victory. At the same time that Zhuge Qing won, Alex, seated in the spectator stands, suddenly raised an eyebrow. One of his skills had just leveled up again, this time, it was a skill of even greater significance than the others. Third Tree Abyss EXP +1. Third Tree Abyss EXP +1. Third Tree Abyss EXP +1. Congratulations. Your skill, Third Tree Abyss, has leveled up. Third Tree Abyss LV4, January 5000. You have transcended the abyss, merging magical technology with the soul and integrating all the abilities of the unknown wings. You now wield the power of the phase, providing extraordinary amplification to the user. Attacks ignore immortality. With the upgrade of the Third Tree Abyss, Alex's power officially ascended to the level of the multiversal levels of power. Chapter 188. With the upgrade of the Third Tree Abyss, Alex's power officially stepped into the multiverse level. At the same time, after absorbing the new information that emerged in his mind, Alex understood the changes in the Third Tree Abyss. There were no flashy transformations, just pure numerical enhancements. Previously, the Third Tree Abyss LV3 increased his power by 50 times. Now, at LV4, it amplified his power by 200 times. This was a comprehensive enhancement, energy, soul, strength, and willpower all increased by 200 times. When these amplifications interacted, they created a geometric escalation in his overall power. Alex decided to test this by unsealing himself completely and entering the Third Tree Abyss state. However, he immediately stopped after a brief attempt. He could feel how fragile this world was. The world was utterly incapable of bearing his full power. If he fully unleashed it, it would be akin to pouring an extremely dense mass of water into a small balloon. While the balloon might stretch to accommodate it initially, the sheer density of the water would inevitably cause it to burst. If Alex were to release his full power here, the entire outcast reality would be torn apart by the overwhelming force. Though the destruction of this world wouldn't harm Alex, its inhabitants would all perish. Alex wasn't a heartless monster. While he found amusement in many things, he didn't view all life as insignificant ants. Thus, he resealed himself again to prevent his immense power from breaking the fragile balance of this world. When Alex briefly unleashed his power, everyone in the world felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. This oppression didn't target their bodies or souls but struck at a deeper, empathetic level. It was as if the world itself was weeping, a primal cry from the mother that birthed and nurtured them. This evoked a profound terror and despair within everyone. However, as Alex sealed himself again, this oppressive feeling quickly faded. If not for the fact that everyone had experienced it simultaneously, many might have dismissed it as a mere illusion or a sign of illness. In a hidden corner, Zhang Chulan was digging a pit with Feng Baobao, intending to bury tomorrow's opponent so they couldn't participate in the competition. This way, he could win tomorrow's match effortlessly. At that moment, both Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao froze, clutching their chests and looking up at the sky. The sky remained clear, showing nothing unusual, yet both felt an inexplicable disturbance. When the unease in their hearts finally subsided, Zhang Chulan immediately asked Feng Baobao, "Sister Bao, did you just feel something strange?" Feng Baobao nodded, her expression still as blank as ever. But upon closer observation, one could detect subtle changes in her demeanor. She was more serious than usual. Feng Baobao said, "Just now, my heart started pounding, like a close family member was crying out to me." She was terrified, utterly hopeless. "I know this family member is incredibly important to me, more important than my own life. But I don't know who she is or how to help her." Zhang Chulan replied, "I felt the same thing. It seems like something's happened. Let's go find the old master and ask him about it." On his way to find the old master, Zhang Chulan noticed many people heading in the same direction, including some familiar faces like Zhang Lingyu, Zhuge Qin, Feng Xian, and even contestants who had been participating in the tournament. It wasn't until Feng Xingtong explained that Zhang Chulan realized everyone had experienced the same unsettling heart palpitation. Because of this shared phenomenon, the tournament was temporarily halted. Only after uncovering the source of the unease would the competition resume. When they all gathered before the old master, Zhang Lingyu, as his disciple, was the first to speak. "Master, what just happened? Why did we all feel that strange, simultaneous unease?" The old Taoist master stroked his now black, radiant beard and replied in a booming voice, "That, even I am unsure. Wait here while I consult the ancestor." Zhang Lingyu and the others bowed respectfully in unison. "Thank you, master. Thank you, Taoist master." The old Taoist master then radiated a brilliant golden light, his entire being transforming into a streak of light and shooting into the sky. Those left behind watched in awe, exclaiming, "Whoa, the old master is looking more and more like an immortal." Exactly. With his current abilities, he'd definitely be worshipped as a celestial in ancient times. If the old master is like this, I can't even imagine the abilities of the master's ancestor, the great love immortal, Alex. How I wish I could meet him. As they gazed at the horizon where the old master had disappeared, their eyes were filled with admiration. Alex wasn't far from the crowd, so the old master quickly arrived at his side. Landing gracefully, the old master bowed deeply and said, "Ancestor, just moments ago, everyone on mountain, both cultivators and ordinary people, felt a profound unease. Could you explain the source of this disturbance?" Alex, having resealed his overwhelming power, immediately understood the cause of the heart palpitations. It had been his attempt to unleash his full strength in this world, nearly causing it to collapse. He replied calmly, "No need to worry. Earlier, I simply tried to release my power fully in this world. However, this world isn't strong enough to contain it. If I were to completely unseal my strength, the entire world would be destroyed." The world's consciousness, sensing the threat of annihilation, transmitted its fear and despair to all living beings it nurtures, including you. Rest assured, I have resealed my power, and this world is no longer in danger. Hearing Alex's explanation, even the old master, with all his wisdom and experience, was momentarily stunned. Could it truly be possible for a single person's power to burst an entire world? But the old master knew his perception couldn't be mistaken at his level. The global unease, the despair, it had all stemmed from Alex's attempt to unseal his power. After a moment of silence, the old master bowed deeply again and said, "I understand now. I'll explain this to everyone." As the old master was about to leave, Alex sealed the surrounding space, freezing him in place. "No, you're not to tell them the truth. Keep this knowledge to yourself." Alex's voice carried a playful undertone. "Don't forget," he added with a sly grin, "I'm still fishing for fun." The old master immediately understood Alex's intention. He was looking forward to the trouble involving the Wang family. Comprehending the situation, he respectfully said, "I understand, master. I'll inform them that the earlier anomaly was a residual effect caused by the recent increase in the energy of heaven and earth." Alex nodded approvingly and said, "Excellent." The old Taoist master once again transformed into a streak of light and returned to the crowd. As soon as he appeared, everyone eagerly asked, "Old Master, did the Immortal Lord explain the cause of the anomaly?" The Old Master raised a hand to quiet the crowd. They immediately fell silent, waiting for his explanation. He took a moment to choose his words and then said in a serious tone. The earlier anomaly was caused by an increase in the total energy of heaven and earth. It was simply a residual effect and will not happen again. So, everyone can focus on your matches without concern. In the world of cultivators, the Old Master held immense authority. Since this explanation came from the Immortal Lord himself, no one doubted it, including the Wang family. They collectively responded. So that's it. Thank you, Taoist Master. After hearing the explanation, most of the crowd dispersed, but a small group made their way toward the Old Master. Leading this group was a sly-looking old man, Wang Ai, followed by a rebellious-looking young man. Despite standing before the Old Master, the young man showed no sign of respect. Instead, he openly scrutinized the Taoist Master's youthful appearance. Noticing the old Taoist Master's slight frown, Wang Ai feigned a scolding tone, "Binger, don't be disrespectful to the Old Master." Following Wang Ai's rebuke, Wang Bing behaved slightly better, but his attitude remained flippant, showing no respect for his elder. Wang Ai's excessive indulgence toward his grandson was apparent. He only pretended to scold him to save face but quickly dismissed the offense. The Old Master maintained a neutral expression, but internally, he was displeased. Although he wasn't rigid like some of the older generation, seeing a junior act so brazenly, even openly scrutinizing him, was unpleasant. Even a stranger wouldn't act this way, let alone a junior. At that moment, the Old Master couldn't help but wonder if Alex had anticipated this behavior from the Wang family and intended to use them as entertainment. Wang Ai, oblivious to the Master's thoughts or his impending doom, carefully considered his words before speaking. "Old Master, may I ask where the Immortal Lord is currently? As juniors, we have yet to pay our respects to him, which seems improper. If the Immortal Lord is not occupied, the Wang family would like to visit him after the tournament concludes." The Old Master's expression remained impassive as he looked at Wang Ai. At his current level, he could perceive people's innermost thoughts, akin to the ability of telepathy. Though Wang Ai wore a smile, his heart was brimming with thick desires and murderous intent. It was clear, Wang Ai wanted to learn Alex's location, not to pay respects but to ambush him. Even so, the Old Master did not conceal the information. He directly informed Wang Ai of Alex's location, even thoughtfully describing Alex's path during the tournament. After witnessing just a fraction of Alex's power, the Old Master had no doubt that no so-called high-tech weapon could harm him in the slightest. Hearing Alex's whereabouts, Wang Ai's smile grew even wider. He discovered that Alex's route would pass through a desolate wilderness, an ideal place for an ambush. This was perfect. In the wilderness, Wang Ai could deploy even more weapons to attack Alex. After learning Alex's route, Wang Ai immediately bid farewell to the Old Master. "Now that I know the Immortal Lord's path, I'll take my leave for now. After all, Binger has a match coming up." As Wang Ai and his entourage departed, the Old Master shook his head. He already knew the fate awaiting the Wang family. To dare plot against the Immortal Lord, such audacity. The Wang family, one of the four great families of outcasts, would soon become nothing more than a fleeting memory, like clouds dispersing into the wind. At the back of Longhu Mountain, the tournament continued to unfold intensely. The current match was one of the most important in the tournament, Wang Yi of Wudong against Zhuge Qing, a descendant of the Zhuge family. This was also a battle between the strongest sorcerers of the younger generation. At the beginning of the match, Zhuge Qing used the Wuhou Chimen technique to dominate the fight, completely suppressing Wang Yi. Yet, even as he found himself at a disadvantage, Wang Yi remained calm. After being struck by Zhuge Qing's Kuan character, Earthen Will Move, a wound appeared on Wang Yi's face, with blood trickling down. He touched the wound and smiled. "Thank you, Zhuge Qing. If you hadn't held back just now, that move would have crippled me." Zhuge Qing, his eyes half closed as usual, replied coolly, "No need for thanks. We're not fighting to the death, of course, I'd hold back. But, Wang Daozhang, do you really look down on me so much? You're a sorcerer too, aren't you? Yet you refuse to use sorcery to fight me, relying instead on martial arts. Honestly, you haven't even used half of your true strength." Wang Yi sighed in mock resignation. "Ugh, I knew it. Being friends with someone as smart as you means having all your secrets exposed." Taking a few steps forward, he continued, "Well then, since we're both sorcerers, let's settle this the sorcerer's way. Wang Ye's demeanor shifted. Zhuge Qing noticed this and attempted to attack, but Wang Yi countered with even stronger techniques, quickly reversing the situation. Zhuge Qing soon found himself at a severe disadvantage. As the battle progressed, it wasn't just Zhuge Qing but also the audience who noticed something unusual about Wang Yi. His techniques defied the basic logic of sorcery, they didn't adhere to the fundamental principles of mutual generation and restraint. Eventually, Zhuge Qing was defeated, and Wang Ye's abilities were revealed to all. He had mastered the Feng Ho Qimen, one of the 8 great arts. Thus, aside from Zhang Chulan, another inheritor of one of the 8 techniques had emerged. Another day passed. Although several matches took place, none were as spectacular as the one between Wang Yi and Zhuge Qing. Feng Xingtong waited in the contestants' rest area for his match to begin. His opponent was Wang Bing of the Wang family. Feng Xingtong was supremely confident about this battle. Not long ago, he had used his technique to bind an old outcast spirit. With that power at his disposal, victory was all but assured. Chapter 189. Even though the spirit was restrained, when facing others, he was undoubtedly one of the strongest in the world. Feng Xingtong believed that aside from the old Taoist master, none of the other 10 elders could match this spirit of his. So, barring any surprises, he was confident that tomorrow's battle was already in the bag. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking up, he was startled to see that it was none other than his boss, the immortal lord, Alex. Feng Xingtong, puzzled, asked. "Boss, why are you here?" Alex tossed an energy orb at Feng Xingtong, explaining, "This is a fragment of my power. During your fight with Wang Bing, if you find yourself losing, activate it. It will guarantee your victory." Feng Xingtong was stunned but didn't question why Alex was suddenly concerned about his match. As a subordinate, he understood his role well. Whatever his boss instructed, he would execute without asking questions. He nodded repeatedly, saying, "Don't worry, boss. With your help, I'll definitely win." Soon, the previous match ended, and it was time for Feng Xingtong to face Wang Bing. The two began by clashing in hand-to-hand combat, where Wang Bing, a direct descendant of the Wang family, clearly held the upper hand. Realizing he was outmatched in physical combat, Feng Xingtong seized an opportunity during a collision to put some distance between them. He then extended his hand, emitting black energy as he prepared to use his spirit against Wang Bing. To his surprise, as he activated his technique, Wang Bing mirrored his actions, his own hands also releasing black energy. Feng Xingtong exclaimed in surprise. "Huh! I didn't expect you to know sorcery too. Well then, watch me show off." A stream of black energy surged from Feng Xingtong's palm, materializing into a massive serpent-like shadow in midair. This serpent shadow was far larger than in the original storyline, a direct result of the changes brought about by the transformation of heaven and earth. Due to this transformation, the spirit had also broken through his limits. His current strength was now several times greater than before. The soul was now so massive that even though Feng Xingtong had mastered his technique specifically designed to control spirits, he could only barely manage to manipulate him. He could no longer summon or command the spirit as easily as in the original storyline. Controlling the soul, Feng Xingtong shouted, "Lend me your power." The next moment, the soul flew toward Feng Xingtong. But just as it was about to merge with him, it suddenly halted in midair, unable to proceed further. Feng Xingtong, confused, asked, "What's going on? Why won't you come down?" At this moment, he noticed that Wang Bing's eyes were also glowing with white spiritual light, a clear sign that the same technique had been activated. Feng Xingtong then sensed a powerful force acting on the soul, trying to wrest it away. Alarmed, he immediately fought back. The force acting on the soul was undoubtedly from Wang Bing, who laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha ha. High-quality spirits like this are hard to come by nowadays. Feng Xingtong, don't be so stingy. Hand this spirit over to me. Once I consume it, my strength will soar. Don't worry, my Wang family won't mistreat you in the future." There was no way Feng Xingtong would agree to this. Setting aside personal interests, if the soul was taken from him and devoured by Wang Bing, his family would certainly never forgive him. Even from a moral standpoint, Feng Xingtong could not allow the pure and simple soul to meet such a cruel fate. Feng Xingtong shouted angrily. "Don't even think about it." The two of them used the same technique to tug at the soul. From the start, Feng Xingtong was at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Wang Bing pulled out a vengeful spirit and swallowed it, instantly boosting his strength. With his power enhanced, Wang Bing completely overpowered Feng Xingtong and began dragging the soul toward himself. In the original storyline, faced with such a situation, Feng Xingtong had no choice but to forcibly stimulate his body's acupoints, temporarily increasing his strength. At the cost of severe injuries, he managed to snatch the soul back from Wang Bing. But now, with Alex's intervention, he had another option. Feng Xingtong activated the barely noticeable energy hidden within his body. When his intent connected with that energy, his expression changed dramatically. The previously dim energy abruptly expanded, transforming into a radiant sun that floated within his core. Despite the energy's destructive potential, capable of annihilating him countless times, Alex's meticulous setup ensured that it didn't harm him in the slightest. The radiant energy broke apart into a viscous, liquid-like form. Part of it flowed through Feng Xingtong's meridians, shielding him from its immense power. The other part took control of his body, moving with precise purpose. To the onlookers, Feng Xingtong's body froze briefly before undergoing a dramatic transformation. His previously cheerful and lively demeanor was replaced by an imposing and sharp aura. His energy surged exponentially, increasing hundreds or even thousands of times over. When his energy finally stabilized, the sheer force radiating from him caused Wang Bing and the surrounding spectators to tremble uncontrollably, unable to move. Feng Xingtong made a small gesture, and the soul, now resembling a harmless snake, was effortlessly pulled toward him and tossed out of the arena. Rather than being upset, the soul appeared relieved. As a spirit over 1,000 years old, his heightened perception allowed him to sense Feng Xingtong's current terrifying power. At that moment, Feng Xingtong was undoubtedly the most fearsome being he had ever encountered. Even legendary figures like the legendary Zhang Sanfeng from ancient times seemed weaker in comparison. While the soul didn't know why Feng Xingtong had suddenly become so powerful, he had no desire to investigate. There were only two possible explanations. The first was that Feng Xingtong had secretly been a hidden master all along, though this seemed unlikely. The second, more plausible explanation was that Feng Xingtong was backed by an unimaginably powerful entity. Just a fragment of that entity's influence, planted within Feng Xingtong, was enough to make him unrivaled. The soul strongly suspected the latter and even had a likely suspect, the recently returned immortal lord, Alex. This level of manipulation was beyond even the old Taoist master. Only an immortal being like Alex could achieve such a feat so effortlessly. Within the arena, Feng Xingtong unleashed an overwhelming pressure, forcing everyone present to the ground, unable to move. Even the 10 elders, except for the old Taoist master, were crushed under the weight of his aura, lying prone on the ground in disgrace. As for Feng Xingtong's opponent, Wang Bing, his condition was even worse. The pressure alone inflicted severe injuries, leaving him bleeding from all 7 orifices, with some of his internal organs ruptured. Wang Bing's injuries were so critical that, without immediate medical attention, he would surely die. But with even the 10 elders immobilized under Feng Xingtong's pressure, only the old Taoist master could intervene to save him. However, the old Taoist master keenly understood that all of this was Alex's doing. Knowing this, how could he possibly interfere? Wang Bing lay sprawled on the ground, most of his bones crushed under the immense pressure. His pitiful state was a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Terror filled his face as he looked at Feng Xingtong, who was slowly walking toward him. Struggling to speak, he gasped, "What are you doing, Feng Xingtong? Don't come any closer. I admit." Before he could finish the word defeat, the pressure intensified, silencing him completely. Meanwhile, in the spectator seats, Wang Ai, seeing his beloved grandson in danger, desperately struggled to rise. He turned to the unfazed Taoist master and shouted, "Taoist master! What are you doing? Step in already." The Taoist master, however, refused without hesitation. "Wang Bing hasn't surrendered yet. The match continues." Wang Ai was furious. "If something happens to my grandson, the Wang family will rain fury upon Mount Longhu. Can you bear the consequences?" The Taoist master sneered, glancing at him dismissively. His contempt was plain, needing no words to clarify. His expression all but declared. The Wang family? What a joke. As it stood, the Taoist master alone possessed the strength to annihilate stars. And as for Alex, who now controlled Feng Xingtong, even a mere fraction of his power could destroy the universe. Why would such beings ever concern themselves with the likes of the Wang family? They hadn't before, and they certainly wouldn't now. Under Alex's control, Feng Xingtong stopped before Wang Bing, towering over him as he watched his feeble attempts to struggle. In Alex's previous life, he had always detested Wang Bing. And now, even before Alex had taken action against the Wong family, they had the audacity to come after him. Initially, Alex had no intention of crushing insignificant pests like Wong Bing. But when such pests jump in front of you repeatedly, what choice do you have but to squash them? Alex didn't waste words on Wong Bing. To him, someone as insignificant as Wong Bing wasn't worth the effort. When Alex realized that Wong Bing's injuries were so severe he would die without immediate treatment, he generously healed him. Then, Alex's faint presence within Feng Xingtong's body dissipated. When Feng Xingtong regained control of himself, he was horrified to find Wong Bing alive, but reduced to a grotesque state. His face went pale as he stumbled backward. From the lingering information Alex left in his mind, Feng Xingtong learned that Wong Bing could now live for another 100 years. During that time, no matter how grievous the injury, his body would instantly heal. However, even this miraculous healing couldn't restore what had been lost. Not even the legendary Shuang Quan Shou technique could regrow his shattered limbs. Wong Bing was finished, permanently crippled. As soon as the oppressive aura disappeared, Wang Ai leaped down from the high platform, charging straight at Feng Xingtong. His aura was filled with brutal violence and naked killing intent, clearly intent on murdering Feng Xingtong to avenge his grandson. Caught off guard, none of the other 10 elders had time to react to his sudden outburst, except the Taoist master. However, just as the master was about to intervene, he seemed to sense something. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he calmly sat back down. Just as Wang Ai was about to strike Feng Xingtong, the oppressive aura returned, even stronger than before. It slammed into Wang Ai like a towering mountain, pinning him to the ground. By pure coincidence, or perhaps not, Wang Ai's fall left him kneeling directly before Feng Xingtong. The sight was stark, a centenarian elder kneeling before a young man, with his maimed grandson's mangled body lying just behind him, groaning in agony. The scene was so absurd that someone in the audience couldn't help but burst into laughter. Their laughter spread quickly, and soon the entire spectator area was filled with unrestrained laughter. The Wang family, it seemed, was destined to become infamous after this match. However, the laughter abruptly stopped, as though someone had gripped their throats. They stared in stunned silence as Feng Xingtong casually lifted his foot and placed it directly on Wang Ai's head. If Wang Ai's kneeling could have been passed off as an accident, this act was nothing short of deliberate humiliation. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Feng Xingtong's power was a mystery, but it was clear that he now had the strength to dominate even a member of the 10 elders. Unlike Feng Xingtong, the spectators were mostly ordinary outcasts or weaker families, even those with connections wouldn't dare provoke the mighty Wang family. Laughing further could easily bring doom upon them. As Wang Ai knelt in humiliation under Feng Xingtong's foot, his heart was consumed with rage, his logic drowning in a sea of anger. If he had the chance, he would have lunged at Feng Xingtong again, desperate to kill him. But whatever method Feng Xingtong, or rather, Alex, was using kept Wang Ai firmly immobilized, unable to resist or act. He could only endure the humiliation. When Wang Ai's fury reached its peak, he suddenly heard Feng Xingtong speak in a voice so soft that only he could hear. "Old fool, I hear you were planning to come after me. No need. I'll grant your wish. After the tournament, I'll pay a visit to the Wang family myself. Be ready, I expect you to put up a good fight." Wang Ai's pupils contracted sharply. As a seasoned schemer, he immediately realized that the one humiliating him wasn't Feng Xingtong at all, it was the legendary Alex, the great love immortal. Setting aside his confusion about how his plans had been exposed, Wang Ai, blinded by rage, gritted his teeth and snarled. "Alex! Do you truly believe yourself to be an invincible immortal, unmatched in this world?" Facing Wang Ai's angry question, Alex responded indifferently. "Why not?" Without further explanation, he raised his foot and kicked Wang Ai with overwhelming force, sending him flying across the arena. The kick inflicted serious injuries, ensuring Wang Ai could no longer pose a threat to Feng Xingtong. However, Alex deliberately held back enough to leave Wang Ai alive, he intended to save him as a source of amusement for the future. After this, the sliver of energy Alex had left within Feng Xingtong's body finally dissipated completely. The unexpected events from the day before sent shockwaves through the world. Major factions now realized that a new era was dawning in the realm of outcasts, or more aptly now, cultivators. The tensions between the Taoist Hall and the Wang family were escalating rapidly, and now a mysterious force backing Feng Xingtong was also entering the fray. Despite this brewing storm, the conflict remained largely an internal matter between the Taoist Hall and the Wang family. As such, other factions stayed uninvolved, their territories calm and unaffected. The tournament continued as planned. However, one noticeable change stood out. Wang Ai, one of the 10 elders, was no longer present at the judges' panel. His absence, much like the removal of an appendix, went entirely unnoticed. The competition carried on without a hitch, organized and seamless as ever. The first match of the day featured Zhang Chulan squaring off against Feng Baobao. Given Feng Baobao's previous statement about her mission being to assist Zhang Chulan by eliminating his obstacles, this particular match drew significant attention from spectators. Chapter 190. This match confirmed the truth of Feng Baobao's earlier statement. Her sole purpose in participating was to assist Zhang Chulan, clearing the path of all obstacles for him. Unsurprisingly, Feng Baobao lost to Zhang Chulan in this match. Moreover, the way she lost was so obviously staged that it couldn't have been more fake. From this moment on, Zhang Chulan earned the infamous title of Shameless Zhang. He became widely recognized as the weakest, luckiest, and most shameless participant among all the contestants. Next came the battle between Zhang Lingyu and Feng Xingtong. Without Alex's interference or that trump card spirit of his, Feng Xingtong predictably lost to Zhang Lingyu. The day passed quickly, and the finals began the next day. This match was the most anticipated of the tournament, drawing even those who had not attended previous rounds to witness the final showdown. No one believed Zhang Chulan could win. In the eyes of the audience, Shameless Zhang had relied solely on luck to make it this far, with his actual strength being pitifully weak. On the other hand, Zhang Lingyu, as the personal disciple of the Taoist master, possessed immense power and skill. For the spectators, this was a match without suspense. They were certain Zhang Chulan's luck had finally run out, and he would be thoroughly exposed when faced with Zhang Lingyu. However, unlike the original story, Zhang Lingyu's strength had significantly increased after overcoming Alex's trial. Even though Zhang Chulan displayed shocking abilities, he was still no match for Zhang Lingyu. Yet, despite Zhang Lingyu's superior strength, he couldn't escape the schemes of his master. Before the match, the Grandmaster had Zhang Lingyu join him for a meal, during which he secretly added immortal pills to the food, special pills that, while non-toxic, would cause full-body paralysis and immobility if the consumer activated their energy at full power. In a competition, such a condition was enough to determine the outcome. Thus, Zhang Lingyu, unknowingly betrayed by his master, found himself collapsing mid-match, inexplicably losing the fight. This result enraged the audience, who cried foul and accused the organizers of rigging the event. However, once the Grandmaster personally intervened, all voices of dissent were silenced, and the result was finalized. Zhang Chulan was declared the winner. With the conclusion of the tournament, participants began dispersing, each returning to their respective homes. The next day, at the competition grounds, Lu Jin attempted to present the Tongtian record, the championship prize, to Zhang Chulan. However, Zhang Chulan refused to accept it. At the Grandmaster's suggestion, the Tongtian record was instead handed to the runner-up, Zhang Lingyu. Time passed, and night fell once again. Zhang Chulan rejected the idea of undertaking the Taoist master's path, forfeiting the chance to uncover the truth behind the Caution War. Meanwhile, at the base of the mountain, Chuanqing members arrived to attack the Taoist master's mansion. The Grandmaster, noticing the commotion in the distance, frowned slightly before rising. He decided it was time to stretch his muscles after decades of inactivity. However, just as he stepped out the door, he saw Alex appear before him, smiling faintly. "Ji Wei," Alex said, "go find Tian Jinzong. Chuanqing's target is him. As for the rest of these Chuanqing members, leave them to me. This is too much fun for me to let anyone else have a piece of it." The Grandmaster was momentarily stunned but quickly nodded, heading in the direction of Tian Jinzong. Since the ancestor wishes to stretch his muscles, the Grandmaster said, then Ji Wei will stay out of it. Alex slowly descended the mountain and was quickly confronted by a group of Chuanqing followers. These were low-ranking Chuanqing members, most of whom were weak in power. Ironically, it was their weakness that made them fearless. Lacking awareness of the danger, they charged at Alex without hesitation. One Chuanqing member, wielding a sharp blade, transformed into a streak of light and rushed toward Alex, leaving afterimages in his wake. Alex recognized him as the same man who had once attempted to use his speed to defeat the Grandmaster. Now, he was trying the same tactic against him. However, unlike the Grandmaster, who subdued opponents with wisdom and restraint, Alex believed in overwhelming force. While the Chuanqing followers glowed with all kinds of radiant energy, Alex showed no extraordinary traits. Apart from his striking appearance, he seemed utterly ordinary. The next moment, as the glowing Chuanqing member collided with Alex, a sharp crack resounded. Alex's hand struck with precision, shattering the man's skull with a single slap. The remains were stopped by an invisible barrier, ensuring not a single drop of blood touched Alex. Seeing the grisly fate of their comrade, the other Chuanqing members faltered for a moment. But they quickly regrouped, rallying for another charge. One leader, attempting to boost morale, shouted, "Don't be afraid. What great Alex! He's just a mortal in the end. Look at him, nothing like an immortal. And there are so many of us, and only one of him. Even if each of us spits, we'll drown him. Attack together and take him down." Just as this leader was enthusiastically rallying his forces, he noticed the strange expressions on their faces. They were all staring at something behind him. The light around him dimmed. Realizing what was happening, he stiffly turned his head. Behind him stood a tall figure with white hair and piercing blue eyes, staring down at him. Before he could beg for mercy, Alex's hand struck again, smashing his head like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered onto the nearby Chuanqing members. Despite their leader's gruesome death, the remaining followers showed no fear. Alex's attacks, while lethal, didn't seem overwhelmingly powerful. His movements were deliberate, precise, just enough to kill each target. To the others, it appeared slow, as if they could dodge it. They also believed in their numbers. Even if Alex was strong, how could he possibly withstand their sheer mass of attackers? And so, like a tidal wave, the Chuanqing followers charged at Alex, attempting to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. At first, their momentum was impressive, brimming with confidence in their superiority. But one by one, heads exploded like watermelons. With each kill, their momentum faltered, and their bravado faded. No matter who approached Alex, man or woman, young or old, weak or strong, they met the same fate. He raised his hand, struck, and their heads shattered. Gradually, the followers began to realize something was wrong. What had seemed like a simple slap now appeared terrifying and unstoppable. More heads burst, and a sense of dread began to creep into the hearts of some of the Chuanqing members. Somehow, his simple motion of raising his hand to slap now felt like the scythe of death itself to them. No matter who stood before him, Alex used the same motion, a single slap. Under this slap, all were equal, and all would meet death. A portion of the smarter members of the organization stopped advancing, hesitating instead. Some even began retreating, trying to distance themselves from Alex. Their cautious actions caught the attention of others, triggering a chain reaction. More and more people started falling back, unwilling to confront him. It didn't take long before Alex had wiped out everyone standing before him with shocking efficiency. The remaining members kept their distance, retreating cautiously, or outright fleeing. One of the more cowardly member, after making eye contact with Alex, let out a broken scream. "He's doing this on purpose. He could have wiped us all out in an instant, but he's holding back his power, pretending to be harmless, just to lure us in to die." These words were like a spark in dry grass, setting off panic. All the outcasts immediately turned tail and began to flee. As they fled, one of them cursed under his breath. "Damn it! That bastard is playing us. He knows he can't catch all of us, so he's baiting us into throwing ourselves at him. Damn it! I swear, I'll kill him one day." But just as the words left his mouth, a bone-chilling sensation washed over him. Before he could react, his head exploded like the others before him, spraying a grotesque mix of red and white onto the nearest deviants. The others, horrified, turned to look. There Alex stood, casually raising his hand for another slap. But this time, no one was near him, there was nothing in his immediate surroundings. The members' hearts sank as a terrifying realization dawned on them. They glanced back while running, and sure enough, Alex raised his hand again. Alex struck forward with another slap, even though nothing was in front of him. Smack! The familiar sound echoed. The fleeing outcasts froze in horror as one of their comrades, running alongside them, suddenly had his head explode. His body collapsed to the ground, leaving a jagged red streak behind as it rolled forward. Then it began, a horrifying symphony of slaps and explosions. Each slap reverberated with dreadful precision, and with every sound, another life was extinguished. Even the disciples of the sect watching from afar felt chills run down their spines. Sometimes, the rhythm of the slaps resembled the melody of famous songs, at other times, it seemed like a chaotic classical tune. The beats were erratic and unpredictable, yet no one dared to laugh. Every note, every beat, was accompanied by the death of another outcast. Run! Run as far as you can, someone screamed in desperation. Exactly. His ability must have a limited range. As long as we get far away from this demon, we'll survive. At this point, the remaining outcasts completely abandoned any thoughts of killing Alex. All they wanted was to stay alive. But their fate was sealed. Alex's ability now manipulated fundamental principles, causing their heads to explode from the very root. It did indeed have a range. If they could somehow break through dimensions and escape this universe, they might survive. However, they had dreams of being protagonists but lacked the fate of one. There was no way for them to escape this world. All they could do was pray that the next to die wouldn't be themselves, buying them a few more moments of life. But that was all they could hope for. They were destined to perish. Alex continued slapping with a steady rhythm. By the time 2 songs worth of beats had ended, the surrounding area was coated with a grotesque mix of white and red fluids. Under the moonlight, this macabre scene of sticky fluids blending with the grass created an eerie, haunting picture. Apart from a few patches of untainted ground scattered around, the only untouched spot was within 1 meter of Alex himself, who is relishing under the illumination of the moon. Beyond that, the area closest to him was the most saturated, the thick fluids forming a grotesque carpet at his feet. Flexing his hands as though shaking off non-existent fatigue, Alex glanced at a young Taoist disciple of the sect and smiled. The disciple, utterly terrified, collapsed to the ground, trembling. Alex's smile only grew wider. To slay hundreds of outcasts in such a simple and brutal fashion, Alex was satisfied. He righteously thought to himself. Punishing evil and upholding justice is our duty. In the distant forest, the deranged Lu Jin was battling the 4 sorcerers, minus Ya He, as well as Yuan Tao and Han Dan. Because of the 4 sorcerers' power to manipulate emotions, Lu Jin was on the verge of losing control. However, he had already found a way to counteract it, by completely surrendering himself to the abyss of rage. In this state, he would ignore any emotional provocations, with only one thought dominating his mind: killing everyone around him. But before he could fully descend into madness, a chorus of anguished wails suddenly echoed from afar. The cries were filled with boundless terror, as though some unspeakable monstrosity was pursuing the wailers. What was more alarming was that the sound was growing closer by the second. Judging by its speed, it would reach them very soon. The combatants instinctively paused, their attention drawn to the approaching cacophony. Moments later, dozens of figures burst into view, running frantically toward them. The 4 sorcerers of Chuanqing quickly recognized that these were members of their faction. But why were they fleeing so desperately? They attempted to question them, but these fleeing members, who normally treated the 4 sorcerers with the utmost reverence, completely ignored their inquiries. Some even lashed out at them in blind panic. Frowning, the 4 sorcerers dodged their attacks, but before they could react further, they witnessed something utterly horrifying: the heads of these once intact faction members suddenly burst apart. The scene unfolded so abruptly that they barely managed to avoid the splattering carnage. Nevertheless, their clothes were still stained with the grisly remains. There was no time to clean the filth off themselves. The heads of more members continued to explode one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the ground was soaked with unidentifiable white-red fluids. A nauseating stench permeated the air. Everyone present, whether it was the 4 sorcerers, Yuan Tao, or Lu Jin, stood in stunned disbelief as they watched the horrifying scene unfold. In unison, they muttered. What, in the world, is happening? Within moments, every fleeing member in their line of sight had met the same gruesome fate. Not one survived. As they remained frozen in shock, the sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. Steadily, the sound grew louder, drawing nearer with each passing second. Chapter 191. As they stood frozen in shock, footsteps suddenly echoed from the distance, gradually approaching. Under the hazy moonlight, a figure with white hair and blue eyes emerged, bathed in its glow. The figure walked out of the forest, eyes cold and indifferent, surveying the group. Under this figure's gaze, the rage in Lu Jin's heart instantly subsided, while the 4 sorcerers instinctively took a step back. It was obvious, they recognized this figure. It was none other than the immortal Alex. Alex stepped onto the grass, the sound of his footsteps blending with the soft rustle. He approached Lu Jin, smiling faintly as he asked. Lu Jin, what's going on here? Lu Jin froze for a moment but quickly recovered. He bowed deeply and respectfully reported, Immortal, these 3 are Shen Chong, Do Mei, and Gao Ning, 3 of the 4 sorcerers of Chuanqing. They are among the most powerful figures in Chuanqing and notorious villains in the world of outcasts. They use their unique abilities to torment others, driving their victims into despair and ruin, leaving them in a state worse than death. Therefore, I humbly request the great love immortal to act and eliminate them. Alex nodded slightly and said. I see. I, the great love immortal, am known throughout the immortal realm for my righteous deeds. It's well known that I treat every friend as an equal, just as I welcome them into the banner of the human emperor. I will never allow villains like these four to continue living in this world. Today, they must die. Lu Jin, hearing Alex's words, felt a strange unease, as if there was a disconnect between Alex's self-proclaimed righteousness and his actual demeanor. However, without concrete evidence and given Alex's seniority, Lu Jin dismissed the thought, bowing once more as he said. Having someone as noble as the great love immortal in our world is a blessing. I implore you to act. Alex nodded again. Naturally. As Alex turned his gaze toward them, the four sorcerers felt an overwhelming chill rise up their spines, as if a reaper stood behind them, scythe in hand, ready to harvest their souls at Alex's command. They had heard countless tales of Alex's prowess, his colossal thunder form, his miraculous healing of the crippled Tian Jinzhong, and more. They couldn't deny Alex's power. If they fought him, there was a high chance they wouldn't survive. Shen Chong adjusted his glasses and was the first to speak. Immortal, we apologize for disturbing your peace. How about this, we offer our sincere apologies and retreat immediately. Would you be willing to spare us? Alex didn't respond. Gao Ning frowned slightly and added. Immortal, even for someone as powerful as you, killing all four of us would take considerable effort. Why not let us leave? We swear never to set foot on Mount Longhu again. Alex remained silent, his hands casually in his pockets, as he slowly advanced toward the four sorcerers. Do Mei's expression grew grim as she pleaded, Immortal, please show mercy and spare our lives. They say that laying down the butcher's knife brings instant enlightenment. We realize now that we may have made mistakes in the past, but from this moment on, we only wish to become good people. This time, Alex replied directly to Do Mei, become good people. Villains are villains, and good people are good people. There's no such thing as laying down the butcher's knife and becoming enlightened in my world. That's Buddhist nonsense. I only believe in killing evildoers to protect the innocent. If you want mercy, I'll grant you this, I won't destroy your souls. After you endure countless punishments in the underworld and atone for your sins, you'll still have the chance to be reincarnated. How does that sound? The four sorcerers' expressions changed drastically. The perpetual smile on Gao Ning's face disappeared, replaced by severity and ferocity. Immortal, can't you spare us this once? If you insist on taking action, even if we can't defeat you, we can still take a chunk of flesh from you. And losing a piece of yourself, no matter how powerful you are, won't be pleasant. Shen Chong and Do Mei activated their auras, aligning their abilities with Gao Ning's. Yuan Tao and his disciple also activated their spiritual artifacts, preparing to fight Alex together. They believed that by joining forces, even if they would inevitably die, they could at least inflict some damage on Alex, enough to make him remember them forever. Yuan Tao laughed boldly. Ha ha ha. I'm an old man already knocking on death's door, yet I never imagined I'd get the chance to fight someone like the great love immortal in this lifetime. No matter whether you are a true immortal or a false one, being recognized by Mount Longhu proves your strength. Fighting you will let me give a grand performance, my final blaze of glory. As his words fell, he suddenly noticed that Alex had disappeared from his original spot. At the same time, he sensed a towering figure appear beside him. Then, Alex's disdainful voice rang out. A blaze of glory? You? Do you even deserve such a thing? And who gave you the audacity to believe that an ant's last struggle could bite off a piece of a god? Have you considered another possibility? That gods are too vast, too enigmatic, their very essence exuding a primal dominance that ants cannot comprehend. When ants approach gods, when they glimpse the power of gods, they are overwhelmed by incomprehensible truths that shatter their worldview and soul, plunging them into madness. As Alex's words concluded, he moved. Staying true to his principle of one attack per person, in this world, he struck with his hand shrouded in white spiritual light, pressing down abruptly. Boom! The earth shifted violently, the ground upheaving as massive chunks of dirt exploded into the air. The tremor spread across the entire rear mountain like an earthquake. But it wasn't an earthquake or any other natural disaster, it was simply the aftermath of Alex's strike. Where Yuan Tao had stood, there was now only a bottomless pit, its edges marked with a trace of crimson glinting ominously under the moonlight. Although it wasn't winter, and the night breeze was mild, the four sorcerers felt an unbearable chill seep into their bones. Not a single one of them had been able to catch Alex's movements. All they saw was a blur as Alex vanished, reappeared beside Yuan Tao, and delivered a strike that erased him entirely. Recalling the violent tremor that had just rocked the ground and staring at the gaping pit beside Alex, they all swallowed hard in unison. They now understood why Alex was hailed as an immortal. His power had clearly surpassed the limits of any exorcist. Even so, their willpower held firm. They were not prepared to surrender. Gao Ning activated the 12 emotional labyrinth array, attempting to disrupt Alex's 12 meridians and destabilize his emotions. But when he unleashed his ability, he realized something shocking: Alex's 12 meridians weren't visible. Instead, a colossal, sky-piercing wall appeared before him, stretching endlessly in all directions. Using the 12 emotional labyrinth array, Gao Ning quickly deduced the truth: the wall wasn't a barrier, it was one of Alex's 12 meridians. This is impossible. He had seen some of the strongest meridians before, and they were only as wide as a finger. Although inflexible, they could still bend under extreme force. But now, this towering wall that stretched endlessly in every direction, how could that possibly be part of a 12-meridian system? At the same time, Domei continued releasing her pollen, directing it toward Alex. Seeing Alex make no effort to block the pollen and even letting it land on him, a subtle smile crept across Domei's face. Alex had fallen into her trap. However, after a few seconds, tens of seconds, then minutes passed, she realized something was wrong. Alex remained entirely unaffected. It was as if the pollen she had painstakingly prepared was nothing more than ordinary flower pollen, incapable of causing him any harm. What she didn't know was that long before Alex became as strong as he was now, his infinity had already allowed him to recognize and nullify toxins like her pollen. If the technique allowed such substances near him, it only meant that to Alex, they were as insignificant as specks of dust in the air, completely incapable of influencing him. Shenchong, seeing his two companions' expressions change drastically and realizing their abilities were utterly useless against Alex, immediately withdrew the energy from his fists and dared not move forward. Suddenly, he noticed the disciple staring at the pit near Alex and seized the opportunity to provoke him. "Fool! That man killed your master. Are you just going to stand there, or will you avenge him?" The disciple, hearing Shenchong's words, shifted his gaze from Yuan Tao's grave to Alex. With childlike rage, he bellowed, "You wicked monster! I'll kill you to avenge my master." With that, he charged at Alex, only to be sent flying back by a single slap. However, unlike when he rushed in, what returned was only half of his body. The rest lay limp near Alex before disintegrating into dust within Alex's distorted energy field. The disciple, though mentally impaired, had followed Yuan Tao for years, aiding him in harming countless innocents. While his actions may not have been his own intent but rather a product of Yuan Tao's teachings, his murderous deeds meant he was no less deserving of death. Watching Alex eliminate the man without hesitation, Lu Jin, who had been quietly observing Alex's display of power, clapped his hands and shouted excitedly, "Well done, immortal. That's the way. Only 3 more left, don't let them escape." Seeing that none of their abilities could even touch Alex, let alone injure him, the 4 sorcerers immediately abandoned any thoughts of a last-ditch effort and silently agreed to flee in 3 different directions. By now, they had no hope of defeating Alex. Their only chance, slim as it was, lay in escape. While the odds of success were negligible, even delaying Alex for a short time before their inevitable death seemed worth the attempt. To their surprise, Alex made no move to pursue them, letting them flee as they wished. When they reached the foot of the mountain and still saw no sign of pursuit, they dared to believe they had escaped for good. Even so, they continued running until they reached an inn dozens of miles away from the Heavenly Master's estate. Only then did they stop to catch their breath and regroup. Shenchong, panting heavily, said to the others, "Phew. I don't know why, but immortal Alex let us go. We actually survived." Gao Ning, also gasping for air, spoke between breaths, "Right. Damn it, how can someone be that powerful? That so-called simple slap and that terrifying white energy field were beyond anything we've ever seen. When I stood before him, it didn't feel like I was facing a person. It felt like I was standing against the very force of heaven and earth itself." As the only female among them, Domei appeared to hold up better. Although equally exhausted, she managed to suppress her heavy breathing. Taking a couple of deep breaths, she spoke calmly. We shouldn't return to the Taoist hall again. I'm even considering laying low for a few years until that Alex returns to the celestial realm. The current world is far too dangerous, I'd rather not get involved. Just then, the three of them simultaneously felt an overwhelming sense of danger. They exchanged panicked glances and shouted together. No, it's... But before they could react, dazzling lightning descended from the sky. Without harming the structure of the inn in the slightest, the lightning ignored the building as though it didn't exist and struck them directly. Under the might of the celestial thunder, they didn't last even a second. Their bodies, along with their clothing, were reduced to dust and completely vanished. When they thought they had narrowly escaped death, they were suddenly hunted down by the Reaper. In the joy of their supposed survival, they realized they were already in hell. Alex's cruel sense of humor knew no bounds. Moreover, their souls couldn't endure the celestial thunder either, meaning they were obliterated and couldn't even reincarnate. Alex had broken his word after all. The next morning, when the innkeeper came to inspect the room, they would find the mysterious disappearance of the three guests. All that was left in their place were 3 small piles of charred ashes. Back at the Taoist Hall mansion rear mountain, Lu Jin noticed 3 of the 4 sorcerers vanish without a trace. He couldn't help but ask. Celestial Master, with your power, you could have easily killed them. So why did you let them go? Alex glanced at him, smiling faintly. Because it's too boring. Killing them outright would have been too dull. Letting them live a little longer before killing them makes it far more interesting. But... Lu Jin tried to protest, but Alex cut him off mid-sentence. They're doomed anyway. I've said so. Do you doubt me? Lu Jin stole a glance at the remains, now barely recognizable. Shaking his head quickly, he replied, Of course not. Of course not. Alex waved dismissively and began walking down the mountain. As he did, he instructed Lu Jin. Good. Otherwise, I'd have to knock some sense into you. By the way, tell Jiwei and Zhang Chulan that I'm heading to the Wang family. And let the hall release an announcement to the world, the Multiverse Travelers Alliance is hiring. Anyone can join, and their lives will be guaranteed. Also, make sure the recruitment plan is in place by the time I return from the Wang family. Lu Jin wanted to ask something, such as what the Multiverse Travelers Alliance even was, but Alex's figure had already vanished before his eyes. He was clearly heading toward the Wang family. Wait, Wang family. Realization struck Lu Jin as he pieced together what Alex intended to do. Stammering slightly, he stood still for a moment before deciding against pursuing him. The Wang family truly deserved annihilation. Chapter 192. After leaving the Taoist Hall, Alex didn't hurry to his destination. He first stayed at an inn near the base of Mount Longhu for a few days. During this time, he wandered leisurely through the scenic spots of the mountain, enjoying the experience as an ordinary tourist before finally setting off. The Wang family wasn't significant enough to disrupt his plans or make him abandon his leisurely tour just to deal with them hastily. For Alex, these so-called pests were secondary, enjoying life was what truly mattered. With his current level of power, unless he encountered an equal or superior being, he had already achieved a state of invincibility and immortality. Back in his weaker days, his desire for strength stemmed from a longing for a better life and enjoyment. If, after reaching such heights, he abandoned that initial desire and continued to chase power for power's sake, he'd lose his essence. At that point, he would no longer be the master of his strength but a slave to it. It was a simple truth, yet countless people throughout history, despite knowing it, fell into this trap. Moreover, Alex didn't just linger at Mount Longhu for leisure. Another reason was to allow the Wang family time to prepare and gather their strength. If he were to launch a surprise attack and they failed to unleash their full power, it would rob him of much of the fun. After checking out of the inn, Alex began walking toward the Wang family's location. It didn't take long for him to notice multiple concealed gazes fixed upon him. Even though these observers tried their best to stay hidden, and despite Alex sealing most of his power to its bare minimum, the residual energy radiating from him was still overwhelming for the weaker individuals in this world. Effortlessly, Alex located them one by one and swatted them down like flies. Using nothing more than the sheer power of his physical body, he obliterated them. With strength dozens of times greater than the Hulk, he could easily level mountains and part seas. In this world, his might was like an attack from another dimension. Alex didn't even need to touch their bodies. A simple wave of his hand generated explosive shockwaves through the air, and the resulting force crushed them into oblivion. Once he eliminated all of them, Alex resumed his journey. The Wang family, clearly shaken, switched to modern technological surveillance to monitor him. Drones hovered several hundred meters above him, trailing his every step. Their high-definition cameras captured his every move, transmitting the footage to a remote location. But these drones posed no threat to Alex. When he first arrived in the Marvel Universe, he had already faced off against Colonel Stryker's advanced military forces. Compared to the Marvel Universe's drones, the Wong family's devices were like children's toys. With a flick of his hand, Alex sent out a few energy pulses, effortlessly destroying the drones. As he moved forward, the environment grew increasingly desolate. With no people around, the Wong family's tactics became more audacious. Suddenly, Alex raised his hand, halting in his tracks. When the projectile reached him, he caught it effortlessly between two fingers, a 12.7 by 99 mm bullet. Looking toward the source, Alex spotted a fully armed assassin lying on a distant hillside. Through binoculars, the assassin stared at Alex in stunned disbelief. In front of the assassin lay a finely crafted Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. This Barrett sniper rifle was clearly different from ordinary models. Its body was engraved with various intricate runes, as was the bullet Alex had just caught between his fingers. The assassin gulped nervously as he watched Alex stop the bullet with just 2 fingers. Without hesitation, he picked up his custom Barrett and began retreating. This was no ordinary sniper rifle. Its power far surpassed that of standard Barrett models. The runes inscribed on both the gun and its bullets granted additional armor-piercing and speed-enhancing properties. The weapon could penetrate even a 2-meter-thick concrete wall with ease. And yet, this monster of a man had stopped its bullet with just 2 fingers. The assassin had never encountered such a terrifying individual. Forget it. No matter how high the reward for this mission, he wanted no part of it. After all, the most important quality for an assassin wasn't overwhelming strength or efficiency in killing, it was knowing their own limits. Self-awareness is the key to surviving dangerous missions, allowing assassins to continue enjoying life. After all, aside from a few psychotic killers who revel in bloodlust, most assassins are in this line of work for one reason: money. The assassin retrieved 2 talismans and slapped them onto his body. These were Daoist Swift talismans, rumored to have been crafted by a high-level practitioner. He had paid an enormous price to acquire 2 of them, keeping them for emergencies like this. Now was the perfect moment to use them. With the talisman's enhancement, the assassin fled at incredible speed, further aided by the lightweight movement skill he had refined over decades of training. Although his combat abilities were average, his assassination skills with firearms and his mastery of escape techniques were unparalleled, earning him the codename Shadow in the assassin world. Under the talisman's boost, he felt as though he had reached his peak speed. Even a speeding car wouldn't be able to match him, let alone that terrifying monster. But just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a cold sensation on his forehead, and his consciousness was instantly plunged into eternal darkness. Alex had casually flicked the bullet between his fingers. It tore through the air with terrifying speed, piercing the assassin's skull in an instant. The bullet moved so fast that the assassin's head didn't explode. It left only a small, clean hole before continuing its trajectory, embedding itself several dozen meters deep into a distant rock. Expressionless, Alex resumed his journey. He hadn't expected the Wong family to hire assassins to target him instead of deploying their own forces. In a way, it was a wise decision. For a family like the Wongs, money was just numbers on a ledger. Hiring assassins to attack Alex cost them nothing significant. It could potentially exhaust his energy and cause him trouble, forcing him to divide his attention. They knew full well that assassins couldn't kill Alex. Hiring them was merely part of their strategy to use every available means. As Alex approached the Wong family's territory, he encountered assassins with increasing frequency. He eventually stopped on a bridge, his instinct sensing danger despite having sealed his 6 eyes ability. Beneath the bridge, dozens of high-intensity explosives were concealed. From all directions, eyes were locked onto him. These assassins had one simple plan: if Alex stepped onto the bridge, they would detonate the explosives and then confirm whether he had survived. If he was dead, their job would be done. If not, they would strike immediately to finish off the presumably injured Alex. Alex chuckled. As someone who enjoyed toying with his opponents, he naturally wouldn't avoid the trap. Pretending to be unaware, he casually strolled onto the bridge. Seeing Alex step onto the bridge, an assassin hidden in a nearby thicket smirked and pressed the detonator. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed for dozens of kilometers. Flames erupted, and shards of rock scattered in all directions. The powerful blast split the bridge in half, sending its remains crashing into the river below, creating massive splashes. Relieved, one of the assassins exhaled deeply. With nearly 10 tons of explosives planted under the bridge, such a massive blast at close range must have killed that monster. The pressure they had endured over the past few days was unimaginable. At first, they had been enticed by the astronomical bounty of $2 billion and accepted the mission to attack Alex. They had heard the stories about him but never believed them. They didn't think Alex could truly be the immortal master of legend. So, despite knowing their target was the infamous Alex, who had recently shaken the world of the supernatural, they had taken the job without hesitation. $2 billion, enough money to live a life of luxury forever, was a temptation no assassin could refuse. Of course, they hadn't rashly accepted the mission. Before committing, they conducted thorough research on Alex, meticulously studying all the available information about him. After reviewing the data, they believed they had a chance to succeed. From what they gathered, Alex's known capabilities were limited to his 100-meter thunder manifestation and that terrifying palm strike. While these alone were enough to place him at the pinnacle of the supernatural world, they still thought they could kill him. After all, no matter how powerful a person is, there are always moments when their guard is down. And outcasts, no matter how extraordinary, still have mortal bodies. If they could land a clean shot, be it a bullet or poison, they could kill the so-called immortal master. But reality did not unfold as they had anticipated. From the first sniper to the recent barrage of machine gun fire, none of their attacks had been effective. It was as if Alex was surrounded by a transparent shield, constantly active, deflecting all harmful attacks, even poison gas. Moreover, after each failed attack, no matter where the attackers were hiding, Alex would locate them and eliminate them with terrifying precision, using a variety of techniques. Those horrifying white singularities, black voids, and his sheer physical prowess were abilities Alex had never revealed before. Upon realizing how unfathomable his power truly was, the assassins wanted to withdraw. But in the world of assassins, once a mission is accepted, the rules are absolute. The mission is only considered failed if the target or the assassin dies. If the target remains alive after a month, the assassin network itself will dispatch someone to kill the failed assassin. This alone was bad enough, but the situation was further complicated by the involvement of the Wong family. As one of the 4 most powerful clans in the supernatural world, the Wong family wielded immense influence. Their reach was inescapable. Even if the assassins paid a steep price to withdraw, the Wong family would not let them off the hook. Adding to their desperation, the bounty on Alex's head was raised to a staggering $5 billion. Faced with this temptation and the Wong family's threat, they resolved to make one final attempt, success or death. Thus, the ambush on the bridge was born. One assassin spoke confidently. "He's definitely dead. With an explosion of this magnitude, there's no way anyone could survive. If he somehow does, then maybe he really is the immortal master of legend." A female assassin added with conviction, "Even if he survives the explosion, he'll be gravely injured. Don't forget, in addition to nearly 10 tons of explosives, we also placed a variety of poisons in the area. The toxins will spread with the blast, saturating the entire vicinity. These poisons are so lethal that a single breath is enough to kill someone. There's no way Alex can escape this." Although they said this with confidence, a lingering unease gnawed at their hearts. Before this ambush, every time they had acted against Alex, they believed success was assured, only for him to emerge unscathed while their comrades were systematically slaughtered. Now, even though they were certain that Alex couldn't possibly have survived the explosion, they dared not be overconfident. Plans were already in place for a follow-up attack in case he somehow survived, albeit gravely injured. As the smoke began to clear, the assassins' hearts pounded uncontrollably in anticipation of the results. This kind of involuntary reaction was utterly unprofessional for killers, but Alex had pushed them to their psychological limits. He had instilled in them a deep sense of invincibility, making them question the very possibility of defeating him. Where once they were calm and calculating assassins, now they were desperate gamblers, throwing everything they had into one last reckless bet. Finally, the smoke dissipated, revealing the scene hidden within. What they saw made their hearts sink. The bridge was utterly destroyed, its remnants submerged in the waters below. But at the center, where the explosion had been most concentrated, stood a figure suspended in midair. A man with long, flowing white hair and piercing blue eyes. His hair swayed in the fierce wind, and his otherworldly gaze looked down upon them from above. Despite enduring such a massive explosion, Alex remained unscathed, not a single mark on his skin, not even a speck of dust on his clothes. He stood in the void, apart from the world, an untouchable figure. And at this moment, the mortals beneath him were only the assassins. Run! The thought erupted simultaneously in every assassin's mind. Any intention of attacking him evaporated. A massive explosion capable of obliterating everything had failed to harm him. What hope did mere mortals like them have against such a being? The psychological pressure Alex had placed on them throughout their encounters finally reached a breaking point. Their nerves snapped, leaving only panic and despair. One assassin turned and fled, shouting in panic, "Immortal Master! He really is the Immortal Master! Master, I understand now. The reason we can't beat him is because he's divine." Another assassin screamed in hysterics, "No! I want to live. I've spent half my life building up a fortune of billions. I just married a wife 20 years younger than me. I can't die here." High above, Alex watched the assassins scatter in all directions, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He had been looking forward to a thrilling fight. But this? This was it. Fine. If you won't give me a proper fight, then you have no further purpose. Raising a hand, Alex executed the opening move of Feng Ho Chimen, a mystical technique of this world. In the blink of an eye, an unimaginably vast geomantic compass materialized beneath him, expanding outward at incredible speed. Chapter 193. In the next instant, an unimaginably massive geomantic compass began expanding rapidly beneath Alex's feet. Within moments, it encompassed an area spanning several kilometers, trapping every assassin still trying to flee. Alex raised 2 fingers, sweeping them upward in a deliberate motion, and spoke calmly, "Kun hexagram, Earth Chariot." Boom! The ground trembled violently, rolling and undulating as though it had become a turbulent river. Before their very eyes, the earth shifted. Centered around Alex, a wall, 10 meters thick, began to rise from the ground, encircling an area several kilometers in diameter. The wall continued to grow higher and higher until it stood hundreds of meters tall, forming an impenetrable barrier that sealed all the assassins inside. One assassin, trembling uncontrollably, muttered, What is this?" Another assassin, equally shocked, gritted his teeth and approached the towering wall. Wrapping his fist in chi, he struck it with full force. However, the result was disheartening. A punch capable of easily shattering reinforced concrete left no visible damage on the wall. Instead, the recoil injured the assassin's hand, splitting his knuckles open and causing blood to drip freely. Desperation filled his eyes as he cursed, "Damn it! What kind of technique is this? My punches can penetrate 20 centimeters of steel, yet they can't even scratch this wall." Another assassin stepped forward and said grimly, "Let me try." He concentrated his chi into the blade of a dagger. This was no ordinary weapon, it had been forged by a master artisan, sharp enough to slice through iron like butter. With chi infusing the blade, it could even pierce mystical defensive techniques like the diamond body. The assassin thrust the dagger into the wall with all his strength. The blade penetrated only 1 centimeter before stopping completely. And then, to their horror, the wall began to push the dagger out as if rejecting it, restoring itself to its original, smooth surface in seconds. The area looked as though it had never been touched. The assassin stared in disbelief, muttering, "My dagger, made of cold iron, barely pierced 1 centimeter. And this wall, it can regenerate itself? How are we supposed to break through this?" Despair spread like wildfire among the group. "This is it," another assassin said, his voice trembling. "This wall's height is hundreds of meters, and its thickness must be equally staggering. There's no way we can destroy it. That Alex, he really must be the so-called Immortal Master. How else could something like this exist?" One of the most powerful assassins among them tried his luck. With a single finger, he managed to dig 5 centimeters into the wall, far more than the previous attempts, but it was still meaningless. The rate at which the wall regenerated far outpaced the damage he could inflict. The assassin leader sighed heavily. He knew escape was impossible. The only reason they were still alive was because Alex, the tiger, was toying with them, the mice. His face twisted into a snarl as he looked at Alex, who stood motionless in the distance, waiting for them to make their move. This is the Immortal Master. We've lost. Completely. To die at the hands of someone like him, at least it's a death worthy of our station. But even if we have no chance of survival, we are assassins. We can't give up hope until the very end. He shouted to the others, his voice filled with determination. All together. Even if it costs us our lives, let's make him pay something for taking them. The others clenched their fists and nodded grimly. Right. We're not going down without a fight. The assassins moved as one, their figures blurring as they raced toward Alex. Their superhuman speed allowed them to cross several kilometers in under a minute. As they reached Alex, they roared. Alex, prepare to die. When the assassins charged toward him, Alex admired their courage. However, with a calm demeanor, he decided to imitate the techniques of the Feng Ho Chiman by using the 24 vertebrae in his spine as the axis to manipulate the geomantic compass. Unlike the traditional Feng Ho Chiman, where the geomantic compass remains consistent regardless of how it is adjusted, Alex broke all the rules. He overturned the order of the heavens themselves, causing the compass to undergo earth-shattering changes as he manipulated it. All other directional positions on the compass rapidly shrank, while the leap position expanded uncontrollably. Finally, the other positions disappeared entirely, leaving only the leap position to dominate the entire world. The leap position governs fire. When it was the sole remaining position, the temperature surged rapidly. Golden flames erupted around Alex, burning everything in their path. Li hexagram, meteoric glow. If Wang Ye's Li hexagram, meteoric glow was akin to a cluster of fiery sparks, Alex's version was a rain of massive fireballs, each several meters in diameter. From thousands of meters above, the fireballs began to plummet. Accelerated by gravity, their speed increased until they roared through the air like thunder. The assassins, who moments ago had resolved to make a final stand against Alex, were now completely overwhelmed. They exchanged looks of despair, their earlier fighting spirit extinguished as they stared blankly at the sky filled with massive fireballs. Fight? Fight with what? How do we even fight something like this? Was this even something a human could do? Summoning meteors with bare hands? And then, they realized, were they even still in the geomantic compass? Why had all other positions vanished, leaving only the Li fire position? They couldn't comprehend it, but Alex had no intention of offering an explanation. Within seconds, the meteors landed. The immense heat and the devastating shockwaves obliterated everything within the geomantic compass. All the assassins perished instantly upon impact. Not a single one survived. The aftermath of the destruction was contained by the towering walls of the geomantic compass, preventing the devastation from spilling outward. From a distance, one of the Wang family's scouts watched the scene unfold. The massive earthen walls suddenly spewed thick black smoke that rose hundreds of meters into the sky. The smoke then dispersed, forming a towering mushroom cloud over 1,000 meters high. The scout, holding his pen, froze, unsure how to report what he had just witnessed. After a moment of hesitation, he began to write. Alex first used earth energy to create walls hundreds of meters tall, trapping the assassins within. Then, he manipulated the geomantic compass to summon meteors, instantly wiping out every assassin. He stopped writing. No words seemed adequate to convey the apocalyptic scene he had just witnessed. Suddenly, he threw the pen and paper aside and began running in the opposite direction of the Wang family. Report this? What for? Would it even matter? The Wang family was doomed. He was sure of it. All he could do now was sever all ties with them immediately, his only chance of survival. After the explosion subsided, the towering earthen walls naturally weathered and collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust hundreds of meters high. Minutes later, Alex emerged from the haze, walking calmly toward the Wang family's estate. This time, his pace quickened significantly. He had sensed the Wang family's panic. They were scattering, clearly realizing their chances of survival were almost non-existent. But would Alex let them escape? No. During his journey to the Wang family's stronghold, Alex had learned of their many heinous acts. The atrocities committed by the Wang family's heirs alone were countless, not to mention the sinister deeds of their elderly clan leaders. With a single step, Alex vanished from his position, reappearing instantly at the gates of the Wang family estate. His eyes pierced through the walls, locking onto his targets, Wang Ai, the head of the Wang family, and the clan elders. They were seated in grand armchairs, their cold and venomous gazes fixed on him. Wang Ai stood up and addressed Alex in a deep voice. Great immortal Alex, I don't understand why you would act against my Wang family. We have never provoked you. Alex sneered. Never provoked me? At Mount Longhu, did you think I wouldn't hear your secret plotting? His tone grew sharper. The only reason you didn't bring all your forces to take me down is because you've now realized you can't win. Truly worthy of the Wang family, masters of recognizing when to cower and grovel the moment they sense defeat. Wang Ai's expression darkened further. When Alex had suddenly descended the mountain and headed straight for the Wang family, Wang Ai had suspected someone had leaked their plans. Never did he expect that Alex had overheard their scheme himself. Damn it! How could he have known that Alex could hear conversations taking place kilometers away from the competition site? Was this the power of a true immortal? After a brief silence, Wang Ai retrieved a brand new phone and handed it to Alex. His voice turned ingratiating. "Honored immortal, it was merely a joke at the time. Our Wang family has always held Mount Longhu in the highest regard. As the founder of Mount Longhu, you are naturally our elder. How could we dare act against you? Besides, this situation has already reached the ears of the chairman of the express delivery. That esteemed figure does not wish to see both sides suffer losses." Alex scoffed. "Both sides suffer? With just your Wang family?" Wang Ai and the elders behind him remained silent, tacitly acknowledging Alex's words. The Wang family was indeed no match for the power Alex had just displayed. But so what? In this world, survival wasn't just about strength. It was about connections, alliances, and navigating the rules of society. Even if Alex was a great immortal, how could he dare defy the commands of the express delivery company? The force behind them was no ordinary organization, it was a behemoth. Alex smirked as he sensed Wang Ai's thoughts. Yes, in this world, people relied on connections and rules. Even figures as powerful as the old Taoist master in the original storyline were bound by these constraints. But not Alex. First, this world was not his original world. Second, his power far surpassed the limits of this world. He could distort or rewrite the very rules of existence at will. Why would he care about the so-called laws governing extraordinary individuals? Alex didn't reject the offer to take the phone. He accepted it and answered the call. On the other end, a deep, composed voice came through. "Is this the esteemed immortal Alex? This is the chairman of the express delivery. I've recently been informed of the conflict between the Wang family and yourself, so I'm reaching out to mediate." Hearing no response from Alex, the chairman's brow furrowed. He knew this wasn't going to be easy. But he was a man of principle. His mission was to maintain the balance of the extraordinary community. Though Alex's cold silence was daunting, he refused to back down. He pressed on. "Immortal Alex, you are a figure of immense strength and renown. The Wang family's actions against you are undeniably wrong, and I will ensure they offer a formal apology. However, I implore you to spare the Wang family. Despite their faults, they have played a crucial role in the balance of the outcast world. Without them, that balance may collapse." Finally, Alex spoke, his tone resolute and unyielding. "I refuse." Before Zhao Fengxiu could respond, Alex continued, "The Wang family is a cancer within the outcast community. Their issues run far deeper than you realize, and I have no intention of explaining it to you. Investigate it yourself after this is over. As for the balance of the world, I will handle that after I deal with the Wang family. You need not concern yourself with it." Alex bore no ill will toward the chairman, a genuinely good man dedicated to his cause. He didn't wish to make things harder for him. Having said his piece, Alex ended the call and ignored the phone when it rang again. Tossing it aside casually, he turned and walked toward Wang Ai. Wang Ai, watching Alex dismiss Zhao Fengxiu's plea and advance toward him, finally panicked. "You dare defy the commands of the express company?" Alex didn't respond. "Perhaps you don't understand what the express company represents. They are backed by the Great Dragon. Opposing them means opposing the Great Dragon itself." Alex still didn't reply. At that moment, Wang Ai knew, Alex had made up his mind to destroy the Wang family. No longer concealing the malice in his eyes, Wang Ai turned to the elders standing behind him and roared, "Brothers and sisters, the Wang family is at the brink of life and death. Let us join forces and kill this man." The elders responded in unison. "As you command, Patriarch." They charged at Alex, unleashing the Wang family's secret techniques, divine painting and the spirit control art, two of the most powerful abilities in the outcast world. Even possessing just one of these techniques could elevate an ordinary individual to the pinnacle of the extraordinary community. Now, with multiple elders wielding both arts and pouring their lifetimes of cultivation into the attack, their combined might could overwhelm nearly anyone in this world, except Alex. Alex narrowed his eyes slightly, and an intense, radiant white spiritual energy erupted from his body. It expanded outward at blinding speed, creating a repelling force akin to a supernova that swept across thousands of meters. The spirits controlled by the spirit control art and the beasts manifested by the divine painting were obliterated in an instant. Next, the repelling force struck the elders at the front lines, reducing them to nothingness, followed by the complete annihilation of the Wong family's ancestral grounds and all its structures. When silence finally returned, only Wong Ai, deliberately spared by Alex, staggered out from the ruins. He stared at the shattered remains of the Wong family's ancestral land, tears streaming down his face in grief and rage. He pointed at Alex and roared in fury. "Damn you! You will die! You will die! I have already scattered most of the Wong family's forces. When they regather and grow stronger, they will avenge us. My descendants will use the cruelest methods to kill you." Chapter 194. Alex casually picked at his ear as Wong Ai hurled insults at him. He remained silent throughout the tirade, allowing Wong Ai to vent for several minutes until his voice finally gave out. When Wong Ai eventually fell silent, his hatred still burning in his eyes, Alex flashed a bright smile and said, "Any regrets? Being ignorant of your limits comes with a price. Look at this, you dared to challenge the immortal lord, and now you're facing the consequences. A family with a legacy spanning hundreds of years, wiped out just like that. What a tragedy." At this moment, Wong Ai's body was covered in blood. Alex had deliberately spared his life but hadn't shielded him from injuries. Wong Ai's limbs were severed, his three main energy centers, upper, middle, and lower, were shattered, his soul was damaged, and his wounds were so severe that no ordinary person could have survived. However, as a deeply cultivated outcast individual, Wong Ai's vitality was extraordinary. Despite his ruined powers, he still clung to life. With timely medical attention, he might even recover someday. Hearing Alex's words, Wong Ai's barely stabilized emotions flared up again. "Damn bastard. You call yourself an immortal lord? You're just a trickster with some flashy methods. There's no such thing as immortals or an immortal realm in this world. And as for destroying the Wong family, you're delusional. Our influence stretches across the globe. Even abroad, there are descendants and legacies of the Wong family. And don't think I didn't anticipate your revenge, I already dispersed most of our clan members long ago. Mark my words, the Wong family will rise again in the future, and will kill you, the so-called immortal lord, and obliterate Taoist Master Hall." Alex flicked the dirt from his fingers, sending it directly onto Wong Ai's face. He replied calmly. "Oh. So the Wong family still has such a vast bloodline. Thanks for reminding me, I almost forgot. Well then, let's play a little game, shall we?" Hearing Alex mention a game, Wong Ai felt a deep unease creep into his heart. Despite this, he forced a defiant tone and said, "Heh, what kind of game? I'll play along." Alex's lips curled into a mysterious smile. With a snap of his fingers, a member of the Wong family suddenly appeared by his side. Wong Ai's expression immediately darkened when he saw who it was, one of his illegitimate children. This illegitimate son had been hidden overseas, kept secret even from Wong Ai's own wife and legitimate children. How had Alex not only found him but also transported him here in an instant? Realizing the implications, Wong Ai's arrogance disappeared, and his entire body began to tremble. He couldn't help but wonder if Alex possessed some sort of divine ability to trace bloodlines. If that were true, then today might truly mark the complete annihilation of the Wong family. The illegitimate son, upon being transported, initially appeared bewildered. When he saw Wong Ai, confusion flickered across his face before he tentatively asked in a small voice, "Father? Is that you?" Suddenly, the illegitimate son felt something beneath his foot. Looking down, he saw a severed hand lying there, still oozing blood from its stump. Although he was Wong Ai's son, the illegitimate child had lived a pampered and sheltered life. He knew little of the world of outcast individuals and had never encountered such gruesome scenes. Instantly, he screamed in terror. "Ah!" As he took in his surroundings, the broken corpses, the collapsed buildings, and the man standing nearby with a cold, detached gaze, his panic only intensified. Scrambling to Wong Ai's side, he cried out, "Father! What happened? Why am I here all of a sudden? What's going on?" Wong Ai's face darkened. He clenched his jaw tightly and said nothing. At this moment, Alex spoke. "Well, Wong Ai, and Little Wong. I trust you're both acquainted. Now, let's begin the game." Alex conjured a long, illusory blade and handed it to the illegitimate son. With a chilling smile, he said, "Take this weapon and kill your father. If you don't, I'll kill you instead. Alright, the game begins now. The rule is simple, only one of you will survive. The illegitimate son instinctively gripped the blade, his eyes reddened with panic. His gaze darted back and forth between Alex and Wang Ai, realizing that this was no joke or movie set. It was real. Though only an illegitimate child, he had heard fragments of stories about the extraordinary world. Now it was clear to him, his irresponsible father's enemy had come seeking revenge and dragged him into the chaos. As this thought crossed his mind, he considered the lack of real familial affection between himself and Wang Ai. Resolving to save his own life, he raised the blade and charged at his father. Father, your enemies are not my enemies. I'm sorry, but I have to sacrifice you to survive. But just as the blade was about to strike Wang Ai, a massive black tiger, formed entirely of smoke, appeared out of nowhere. Without hesitation, it clamped its jaws around the illegitimate son's neck, severing his head in a single bite. Even gravely injured, Wang Ai could still manipulate spirits using his family's secret technique. How could he, the head of the Wang family, allow himself to be killed by a mere mortal? The moment his illegitimate son raised the blade, Wang Ai had already decided to strike first. Without hesitation, he ended the boy's life. Watching the entire scene of father killing son, Alex's smile grew even broader. With mockery dripping from his voice, he said, "Excellent. Truly fitting for the head of the Wang family, decisive and ruthless, even toward your own child." Wang Ai, struggling to hold on to his last breaths, replied hoarsely. "Heh, just an illegitimate son. I, Wang Ai, have one thing in abundance, illegitimate children. Let's see how many you can find. And even if all my sons are dead, there are still my grandsons, and great-grandsons. Let's see if you can track them all down." Glaring at Alex with venomous hatred, Wang Ai refused to beg for mercy. Instead, he defiantly provoked him further. Alex, still smiling, responded with chilling delight, "Very good. Let's continue, one by one." Alex casually gestured, summoning yet another member of the Wang family into the scene. Despite his overwhelming power, Alex wasn't one to kill indiscriminately. However, the Wang family was an exception. He discovered that every single member of their clan carried a history of heinous crimes, be it murder, assault, or worse. To Alex, their deaths were justified. One by one, Alex transported the Wang family members to the scene, forcing them to make a choice, either kill Wang Ai and save themselves, or take their own lives to let Wang Ai survive. To Alex's surprise, not a single one chose self-sacrifice. Without exception, every family member met their end at Wang Ai's hands, even his closest sons and his beloved grandchildren. The slaughter continued. Alex had plenty of time to play this grim game with Wang Ai. After hours of carnage, hundreds of lifeless bodies surrounded them. The relentless killings left Wang Ai numb. The once calculating and ruthless patriarch was now a hollow shell, his eyes vacant, his actions reduced to the mechanical reflex of killing. Suddenly, he stopped. Noticing that Alex hadn't summoned another victim, Wang Ai's spirit flickered to life. He laughed maniacally, his voice tinged with desperation, "Ha! You've finally reached your limit. You can't summon any more of my descendants. You have a limit, don't you? You have a limit." Seeing Wang Ai's crazed delight, Alex, concerned the man might perish from sheer overexcitement, offered a calm, mocking reply, "No, old Wang, you've misunderstood. Look around you. Every descendant of yours is already here, every single one. Even those distant relatives who've committed atrocities have been dealt with. You have no family left. And, might I remind you, you're the one who killed them all." Surprised? Delighted? What? Wang Ai froze in place, his mind reeling. His gaze turned hollow once more before he suddenly screamed at Alex, "No. You're lying. The Wang family could never be destroyed." Driven by blind rage and despair, Wang Ai dragged his broken body toward Alex, his mangled limbs barely functional. He crawled like a feral beast, intent on sinking his teeth into his tormentor. But Alex had no intention of continuing the game. He had entertained himself enough and had other matters to attend to. A brilliant white energy gathered at Alex's fingertips, forming a tiny singularity. The concentrated energy radiated an overwhelming, destructive force. With a flick of his hand, Alex unleashed the white singularity, directing it at Wang Ai. The resulting explosion unleashed a boundless wave of force, consuming everything within a kilometer's radius. When the blinding light faded, all that remained was a massive crater. One of the four great families of the outcast world, the Wong family, had been completely annihilated. For other powers, the Wong family had been an insurmountable giant. But to Alex, they were nothing more than ants, easily crushed. Their eradication was a trivial task, barely worth his attention. As news of the Wong family's destruction spread like wildfire among the extraordinary factions, Alex had already set his sights on his next destination, Mount Longhu. Unhurried, he traveled leisurely, taking time to enjoy the scenery while refining his teleportation skills. After long hours of practice, the skills experience bar was nearly full, and an upgrade was imminent. This upgrade was crucial to Alex's plan to create a Multiverse Traversers alliance. Once the teleportation skill reached level 6, it would allow him to create stable, long-lasting portals between worlds, a cornerstone for establishing an interdimensional organization. While Alex secluded himself in quiet preparation, the news of the Wong family's destruction sent shockwaves through the extraordinary world. Some of the more capable factions even managed to obtain photographs of the ruins that had once been the Wong family's stronghold. The head of the Lu family, Lu Ci, sat silently in his ancestral chair, staring at the photos in his hand. The images depicted the aftermath of what had once been the Wong family's stronghold, a massive crater, a kilometer in diameter, marking the place where the estate once stood. Other photos showed the ruins of battlefields where Alex had fought assassins and even snapshots of Wong family members vanishing without a trace. Gazing at the evidence of his old friend's demise, Lu Ci sighed softly. Yet, he had no intention of seeking revenge for Wong Ai. Instead, his heart was filled with a mix of melancholy and relief. He felt fortunate for having refused Wong Ai's earlier proposal to join forces against Alex. Had he agreed, the Lu family would likely have shared the same fate as the Wongs, erased from history. At Taoist Hall, Feng Xingtong, Zhang Chulan, and the others were still waiting for Alex to return. None of them had forgotten Alex's promise to let them join the organization he was creating. The prospect of joining the Multiverse Traversers Alliance was like stepping into the plot of a novel. They couldn't afford to miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even after weeks had passed since Alex's disappearance, they stubbornly remained at the mansion, unwilling to leave. Even the typically carefree Feng Baobao stayed put, determined not to miss his return. One day, a disciple came rushing into the mansion, clutching several photos, and hurried into the room of the old Taoist master. This immediately caught everyone's attention. When the disciple emerged from the room, the group quickly surrounded him, demanding to know what had happened. Without hesitation, the disciple explained, "Lord Alex has annihilated the entire Wong family. Every direct member of their bloodline has been eradicated by him." In addition, employees of the express company discovered a trove of evidence in the hands of the Wong family's branch members, exposing their numerous crimes. As a result, the Wong family is now a pariah in the outcast world. Everyone in the community is praising Lord Alex's actions as righteous and just. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then Zhang Chulan, leveraging his close relationship with the old master, entered his room and glanced at the photos on the table. His eyes were immediately drawn to the massive crater where the Wong family's estate had once stood. Surprisingly, Zhang Chulan wasn't shocked by Alex's actions. The destruction of the Wong family seemed all too easy for someone like the Celestial Lord. What truly excited Zhang Chulan, however, was what this meant: with the Wong family gone, Alex would surely return soon. And that meant one thing: they'd finally be able to explore other worlds. The One Piece world, the Naruto world, the Marvel universe, the DC universe. Just imagining traveling to these fantastical realms, meeting iconic characters, and experiencing legendary events firsthand filled Zhang Chulan with excitement. He could barely contain his anticipation for Alex's return. In a dilapidated courtyard, scattered figures from the Chuanqing organization sat quietly, each holding a few photos. Lu Liang stared at the images of the enormous crater where the Wong family's estate once stood. He drew a sharp breath, recalling his first meeting with Alex alongside Xia He. Back then, he never imagined they had encountered a being as extraordinary as the Celestial Lord. Looking at the kilometer-wide crater and the battlefield ruins stretching several kilometers, Lu Liang finally accepted the truth: Alex wasn't just anyone. He was truly a Celestial Lord. At that moment, a man stood up, drawing the attention of everyone in Chuanqing. Sanshi Tujinfang cleared his throat and said in a solemn tone, "Starting today, I officially withdraw from Chuanqing. During the battle at Mount Longhu, our organization was decimated by the Celestial Lord. Now, aside from a few remnants, all that's left are broken and scattered individuals. I have no desire to stay in Chuanqing any longer." One day, we might suffer the same fate as the Wong family, hunted down and destroyed by the Celestial Lord. With that, he said no more and left the courtyard. Seeing this, Lu Liang's eyes flickered, and he silently followed. One by one, the remaining Chuanqing members sighed, rose, and departed. The centuries-old Chuanqing organization was no more. And its demise came not through war, betrayal, or internal strife, but from the sheer fear of a single individual. Chapter 195. Aside from the Taoist master's mansion, the Lu family, and the remnants of Chuanqing, other major supernatural factions such as the Lu and Gao families also received news of the Wang family's destruction. Yet, none of them responded, not even the employees of express delivery. The power Alex displayed in this incident was beyond anyone's imagination, comparable to a walking nuclear weapon. Such strength deterred even national authorities from intervening. Thus, the matter quietly came to an end. In a small inn at the foot of Mount Longhu, Alex was tirelessly opening portal after portal, striving to increase his skill proficiency. The system interface continually refreshed with updates. Portal XP +1. Portal XP +1. Portal XP +1. Suddenly, amidst the repetitive notifications, a new message appeared. Congratulations, your skill, portal, has leveled up. A surge of knowledge flooded Alex's mind. His brain quickly processed and assimilated the information. Moments later, Alex grasped the new capabilities of his upgraded skill. Portal LV6, 1/50,000 expends energy to create a portal to any chosen world. These portals can now remain open indefinitely, as long as energy reserves are maintained. Unlike the previous level, where portals could only open to random worlds, level 6 allowed Alex to designate specific destinations. Furthermore, the portals could remain active for extended periods, enabling long-term connectivity between different worlds. With this newfound power, Alex envisioned linking the worlds he had visited to form a multiverse travelers alliance. Following the upgrade, Alex checked out of the inn and returned to the mansion. With their help, he hosted a recruitment event at Mount Longhu. Representatives from nearly every supernatural organization attended, including the 3 major families and express delivery. The turnout was massive, with even high-ranking leaders from various factions arriving to apply. Despite the overwhelming interest, Alex selected only a handful of candidates, primarily individuals with proven integrity from the original storyline. Once the recruitment was complete, Alex began constructing a multiverse network using his portals. He linked the worlds he had previously visited, establishing permanent portals in each one. Every world now had access to portals connecting to all the others. With this, a grand multiverse network was born, with countless worlds interconnected to form the Multiverse Travelers Alliance. This achievement allowed characters like Luffy and his crew to freely return to the One Piece world to reunite with friends, while Zhang Chulan and others explored new worlds and marveled at their wonders. In no time, individuals from various worlds began traveling across dimensions, fostering cultural exchanges and sparking fascinating collisions between civilizations and power systems. After completing the multiverse network, Alex opened another portal and vanished from the outcast world. He was off to explore new adventures in another realm. As he stood at the crossroads of endless possibilities, Alex hesitated briefly, pondering his next destination. Countless worlds called out to him, each with its allure. But after some thought, he settled on the Harry Potter world. Despite being a magical world, the magic of Harry Potter was uniquely different from that of other worlds. It lacked overwhelming destructive power but excelled in other subtle ways, functioning almost like a form of will manipulation. This particular quality reminded Alex of chaos magic from the Marvel Universe, wielded by the Scarlet Witch. Like chaos magic, Harry Potter world's magic wasn't bound to rigid effects. Instead, its essence lay in reshaping reality itself. The Scarlet Witch's most famous use of chaos magic was when she uttered, "No more mutants," wiping out the X gene from the universe and erasing the existence of mutants altogether. Inspired by this, Alex decided to delve into the mysteries of chaos magic in the Harry Potter world. He sought to use chaos magic as a foundation to integrate and refine his numerous abilities. Although Alex was already immensely powerful, the sheer number of his skills made his power somewhat scattered and unstable. By merging similar abilities, he aimed to create new, more potent ones. This would not only raise the upper limit of his strength but also purify and stabilize it, making him a more formidable force. As Alex opened the portal to the Harry Potter world and prepared to step through, he was suddenly met with an intense repelling force. It was the instinctive rejection of the world's will. Alex paused for a moment, then used his 6 eyes to analyze the rejection. He quickly discovered what made the Harry Potter universe unique. If worlds like Outcast or One Piece were fully developed, the Harry Potter world was like a growing seed, a world still in its early stages, floating in the chaotic sea, and showing signs of immense potential. Judging by the quality of this world seed, Alex speculated that once the Harry Potter world matured, it might even rival the Marvel Universe. This realization excited Alex. At his current level, few things could stir his heart, but a young, untapped world brimming with potential. That was a rarity. If he could grow even stronger, Alex could potentially gain the ability to devour entire worlds. By absorbing the Harry Potter world in its nascent stage, he wouldn't just gain chaos magic but also inherit the entire world's energy. As the Harry Potter world evolved and leveled up, Alex's power would rise exponentially, with no limits until he reached a being like the one above all. However, there was a problem. The Harry Potter world instinctively rejected beings above the single-universe level. Even single-universe entities who entered would have their powers severely diminished, losing their abilities from other worlds. While Alex could force his way into the Harry Potter world, the strain on the world would be catastrophic. The only reason Outcast/Hidori no Shida could bear his presence was due to Alex sealing his power and tricking the world's rules. But the Harry Potter world, with its higher potential, could detect his hidden strength, rendering self-sealing ineffective. Fortunately, Alex came up with another solution, creating an external avatar. By splitting off a fragment of his soul, he could infiltrate the Harry Potter world. Once inside, he could subtly manipulate the storyline, disrupt the rules, and gradually absorb the world. Determined, Alex returned to his dimensional hub and informed his allies that he would be retreating into seclusion for a while. Afterward, he secluded himself in his seaside villa, cutting off a fragment of his soul and sending it into the Harry Potter world. Meanwhile, his main body remained behind, methodically training and refining his abilities. The fragment of Alex's soul, imbued with extraordinary rank, traversed the chaotic sea, bypassed the rules of the Harry Potter world, and descended into its realm. When Alex opened his eyes again, he found himself in a rundown courtyard. His new body appeared small and childlike, an 11-year-old, the perfect age to enter Hogwarts. Using his mastery over space and time, Alex had ensured that despite his main body being barred from entering, this fragment could seamlessly integrate into the Harry Potter timeline. He even fabricated a detailed identity for his soul fragment to blend into the world. Just then, a gentle voice called out nearby. "Alex, are you here? Don't wander off. There's a letter for you." Alex jogged over to a middle-aged woman and grinned. "Thank you, Aunt Laurie." Noticing the commotion, several other orphans gathered around, surrounding Alex. One of them shouted excitedly. "Alex, open it. Let's see what's written inside." Alex carefully opened the envelope and pulled out a piece of parchment, which read, "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, First Class Order of Merlin, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Dear Mr. Alex. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Sincerely. Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress." One of the older, more literate orphans shook their head after glancing at the letter. "This has to be fake. I've never heard of any Hogwarts, let alone a school of magic." The other orphans shared the sentiment, laughing it off before dispersing, losing interest in Alex and his mysterious letter. Alex paid no mind to their skepticism. Just as he was about to compose a reply, the orphanage director, Aunt Laurie, approached him with paper and a pen. She smiled warmly and said, "Writing a reply, Alex? Don't worry about what they think. This letter is real. I remember hearing about something similar decades ago. A boy named Tom received the same letter. At the time, the director was my mother, and she told me all about it. I thought it was just a story, but now I know it's true. Alex, don't waste this opportunity. You're destined to become a great wizard." Indeed, Alex had intentionally chosen to place himself in Wool's orphanage, the very same Muggle orphanage where Tom Riddle, the future Voldemort, had grown up. He knew this location would catch Dumbledore's attention and provide more chances to alter the storylines of this world. After finishing his reply, Alex handed it to the waiting owl. He fed the bird a piece of dried meat and then smiled, a smile uncannily reminiscent of young Tom Riddle's. "Of course, Aunt Laurie. I'll become a great wizard." Time passed quickly. A few days later, Alex was in his room, quietly absorbing the chaotic magic energy that lingered in the air to enhance his own magical reserves. A sudden knock at the door interrupted him. He paused, turning toward the sound, and opened the door to find none other than Minerva McGonagall standing there, her expression serious and her gaze sharp as she scrutinized him. Alex immediately understood what was on her mind. She had undoubtedly been reminded of Tom Riddle upon arriving at Wool's orphanage, exactly the reaction Alex had been hoping for. Feigning the innocence of a child, Alex looked up at her with wide eyes and asked in a sweet, polite voice. "Are you Professor Minerva McGonagall?" Seeing Alex's polite and calm response, Minerva McGonagall let out a soft sigh of relief. She mentally chastised herself for overreacting. There were only ever two Dark Lords, and not just anyone could follow in their footsteps. Her usually stern demeanor softened as she offered him a warm, reassuring smile. "Mr. Alex, I am Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts. You'll need to purchase some school supplies, and I've been assigned to assist you in the process." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall," Alex replied sincerely. After receiving Aunt Laurie's permission, Alex and Professor McGonagall headed to Diagon Alley, where they began purchasing all the necessary items for his first year at Hogwarts. The process went smoothly, without the kind of dramatic incidents many fictional travelers often encountered. Even at Ollivander's, Alex found his wand after only 2 attempts, a smooth and unremarkable experience. During their time together, Professor McGonagall noticed that Alex appeared to be a perfectly ordinary child. He displayed no extraordinary talents or abilities and was not chosen by a particularly unique wand, unlike Tom Riddle. This put her mind completely at ease. After they finished shopping, Professor McGonagall quickly departed to assist other students, leaving Alex to return to the orphanage. Once back at Wool's orphanage, Alex walked through the iron gates, and with a casual wave of his hand, the heavy gates slowly creaked shut behind him. He neither used a wand nor uttered an incantation. Wandless, wordless magic came as naturally to Alex as breathing, his mastery far exceeding that of even seasoned aurors. 2 months later, Alex bid farewell to Aunt Laurie and prepared to leave the orphanage. Before departing, he quietly left a sealed envelope containing £1 million in Aunt Laurie's room. It was a fortune in this era. Though Alex's life at Wool's orphanage had been brief and carefully constructed, Aunt Laurie's care during this time was genuine, reminding Alex of his mother in his previous life. The money, earned through subtle use of chaos magic, was a small token of gratitude. After all, he knew he would likely never return. Boarding a bus, Alex made his way to the train station. At King's Cross, he stood near platform 9 3/4 and spotted a couple with kind expressions looking confused, accompanied by a young girl with bushy hair. The girl's puzzled expression immediately gave her away. Alex recognized her at once, it was Hermione Granger. Knowing he was destined to interact with characters from the original story to alter the timeline, Alex approached with a friendly smile that radiated warmth and confidence. "Excuse me," he said gently, "are you looking for platform 9 3/4? I can help." Chapter 196. "Hello, are you looking for platform 9 3/4? Alex's voice caught the attention of 3 people, and they turned to see a handsome young boy standing nearby. The boy appeared to be Hermione's age and was of mixed descent. What was particularly striking was his extraordinary appearance. His refined, almost ethereal features were unlike anything they had ever seen. Upon noticing the trolley Alex was pushing, Mr. Granger immediately realized that Alex must also be a student at Hogwarts, just like his daughter. He asked. "Oh, yes. Young wizard, could you help us? We've been looking for platform 9 3/4 but can't seem to find it." Alex pointed to a nearby brick pillar and said, "This pillar here, sir, it's the entrance to platform 9 3/4. Only wizards can pass through it." Then, turning to Hermione, he gave a warm smile and said, "This lovely young lady must be the new student. Would you like to come with me? I can show you how to get through." The Grangers were overjoyed and said gratefully, "Thank you so much, young wizard. We'll leave Hermione in your capable hands." Alex and Hermione walked up to the pillar. With a quick glance at Hermione, Alex dashed toward it and disappeared. Hermione hesitated for only a moment before steeling herself and following. On the other side, they found themselves standing at platform 9 3/4. The platform was bustling with activity. Apart from a few staff members, most of the people present were Hogwarts students. On the track stood an old-fashioned train, its engine marked with the number 5972. Seeing Hermione's momentary daze, Alex gently reminded her. "We should get moving. It's getting late, and if we delay any longer, we might miss the train." Snapped out of her trance, Hermione quickly nodded and followed Alex onto the train. Since they were already together, the two of them chose the same compartment. After they stowed their luggage, Hermione turned to Alex and said gratefully, "Thank you so much, Senior. You've been a great help. If it weren't for you, I might have been late." Alex smiled warmly and corrected her, "You're welcome, but I'm not a senior. I'm actually a first year, just like you." Hermione looked at him in surprise. "You're a first year too. But you seem so familiar with Platform 9 3/4. "That's because I love reading. I've read about Platform 9 3/4 in books, so I already knew what to expect." Hearing that Alex enjoyed reading, Hermione lit up with excitement. The nervousness she'd been feeling in this unfamiliar environment melted away, and she began chattering animatedly. "That's wonderful. Reading is such a good habit. I love reading too. During the holidays, I read all of the first-year textbooks for Hogwarts and even practiced some of the spells. By the way, do you know any spells?" "I know a few," Alex replied modestly, though inwardly he could feel the immense chaos magic coursing through him. Despite being restricted by the rules of this world and unable to bring external powers with him, Alex's knowledge and experience remained unaffected. In just 2 months, he had already gathered a substantial amount of chaos magic and mastered all the spells mentioned in the original story. Still, he wasn't entirely sure if he could stand toe-to-toe with Dumbledore just yet. Hermione, sitting across from Alex, had no idea that her new companion was already plotting how to surpass Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of the past few centuries. Upon learning that Alex also knew some spells, Hermione eagerly wanted to discuss magic with him. However, before she could begin, a slightly chubby boy appeared at the door of their compartment, looking distressed. "Excuse me," he said hesitantly, "have you seen my toad?" Hermione blinked in confusion. "Toad? What's that?" "It's my pet," the boy explained in a small voice, looking timid. "It's gone missing, and I'm looking for it. Have you seen it?" Alex carefully studied the newcomer, a rather ordinary-looking, chubby boy. As a fan of Harry Potter, Alex immediately recognized who this boy was. Neville Longbottom. The forums often discussed how the prophecy of the Chosen One could have referred to either Harry Potter or this very boy standing in front of him. Knowing the original storyline, Alex was well aware of what would happen next. Kind-hearted Hermione would help Neville search for his toad, and during their search, she would meet Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. To disrupt the original plot, Alex spoke up before Hermione could. "I'll help you find it. Accio Toad." As Alex cast the summoning charm, the sound of a croaking toad grew closer. Moments later, a toad flew into view and hovered in front of Alex. Seeing his beloved toad, Neville quickly grabbed it and cradled it in his arms. He thanked Alex profusely. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Just then, a commotion arose outside the compartment. 3 people appeared, blocking the doorway. Leading them was a blond boy, wiping slime off his forehead with a handkerchief while glaring angrily at Neville's toad. Draco Malfoy sneered at Neville and spat, "So that's who it is, the disgrace of a pure-blood family, cowardly Neville. Hand over that disgusting toad of yours. It just had the audacity to crash into my forehead and leave this revolting slime. I'm going to kill it." Neville, terrified but protective, held his toad close and stammered. "Malfoy, I am sorry, but I can't give you Trevor. He's my friend." Draco's anger flared at Neville's defiance. "How dare you, you pathetic coward. I'll kill it today. Crabbe, Goyle, grab that filthy toad and bring it to me. I'll toss it out and let the train wheels crush it." At Draco's command, his 2 hulking companions began tugging at Neville. Outnumbered, Neville stood no chance against them. Just as Trevor was about to be snatched away, Hermione intervened. She raised her wand, pointing it at Malfoy and his lackeys, and shouted. "Stop it right now." In the wizarding world, a wand was as threatening as a loaded gun. Startled, Crabbe and Goyle immediately froze. Draco, however, was unimpressed. He tilted his chin arrogantly and looked Hermione up and down. "And who are you?" "I've never seen you before," he sneered. Hermione responded firmly. "I'm Hermione Granger. Leave now. You're not welcome here." Hearing her surname, Draco's sneer grew even more disdainful. "Granger? There's no Granger among the sacred 28 pure-blood families. I thought you might be someone important, but you're just a filthy mudblood. How dare a mudblood like you act so arrogantly?" Step aside, or I'll have my father turn you into a toad and feed you to a snake. Although Hermione didn't know exactly what mudblood meant, Malfoy's tone made it clear it wasn't anything good. After being threatened by Malfoy, Hermione quickly realized that his father must hold considerable power in the wizarding world. Fear began to creep in. After all, she was just an 11-year-old girl venturing into a mysterious magical world alone. Even so, despite her fear, Hermione stood her ground. As a kind-hearted person, she bravely stood between Malfoy and Neville, determined to protect him. This only made Malfoy more irritated. A mudblood daring to defy him? He barked another command at his two lackeys, teach them a lesson. The two exchanged glances, cracking their knuckles as they stepped toward Hermione and Neville. Just as the situation was about to escalate, a calm but commanding voice rang out from inside the compartment, "That's enough. Leave. You're disturbing my reading." The voice wasn't loud, but for some reason, it carried a weight that cut through the commotion, drawing everyone's attention. The group turned to see a jet-black-haired, dark-eyed boy sitting in the corner, legs crossed, leaning casually against the wall with a book in hand. Apparently annoyed by the noise, he snapped his book shut and glanced at the group with mild impatience. Though he hadn't raised his voice or spoken harshly, the sheer authority in his presence silenced everyone in the room. Even Malfoy felt an inexplicable sense of pressure, stronger than the one he felt from his father. The boy's aura was so commanding that Malfoy instinctively assumed he must belong to one of the oldest pure-blood wizarding families. After all, how could a Muggleborn possess such presence? Cautiously, Malfoy asked, "May I know your name?" The boy, Alex, finally turned his attention to Malfoy, his lips curling into an amused smile. He said lightly, "No need to probe. I'm from the Muggle world, not one of your ancient families. Now, can you leave?" "What?" Malfoy was utterly shocked. Alex was a Muggleborn. As the realization sank in, Malfoy's disbelief quickly gave way to rage. How dare a lowly mudblood intimidate him? If word of this spread, he couldn't imagine the ridicule he'd face from his peers. His face twisted with anger, and he prepared to lash out. But just as he opened his mouth, he froze. A wand was pointed directly at him. Malfoy sneered, trying to mask his unease. "You're just a first year, and a filthy mudblood at that. What spells could you possibly know? Crab, Goyle, show them what happens when lowborns cross purebloods." As the words left his mouth, Malfoy suddenly found himself, and his two goons, floating in the air. Before they could react, they were flung out of the compartment at breakneck speed. 3 beams of light shot out from the room, and the trio was left hanging upside down in the hallway, unable to move. In his confusion, Malfoy replayed the scene in his mind and suddenly realized what had just happened. Silent casting? How is that possible? Isn't he also just a first year? Inside the train compartment, Hermione sat back down across from Alex, clearly excited after seeing him effortlessly defeat Malfoy with magic. She asked eagerly, "Alex, what spell did you just use?" "I recognize the first one as the levitation charm, but I've never seen the second one before." Alex reopened the magical novel in his hand and replied calmly. "Eve root statum, knockback jinx. It's a spell you learn in higher years, so it's normal you don't know it yet." Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. "You've already learned higher year spells?" She had thought that pre-studying all the first-year spells made her an exceptional student, but now she realized that someone she just randomly met had already mastered advanced magic. It seemed she still had much to improve. Meanwhile, Neville, who had been sitting quietly, hesitated for a moment before gathering the courage to speak. "Thank you both for helping me get rid of Malfoy. We'll be at Hogwarts soon. Do you have a house in mind?" Hermione was about to answer but suddenly turned to Alex and asked, "Alex, which house do you want to join?" Alex turned a page in his book and replied nonchalantly, "Probably Ravenclaw. Their common room is at the top of a tower with the best views. Plus, Ravenclaw students value knowledge and their common room is quieter than the others, making it more conducive to studying." Hermione's eyes lit up, and she turned to Neville, saying, "I want to go to Ravenclaw too." While Hermione and Neville chatted, Alex continued reading, sparing part of his focus to monitor the changes in his body. After stopping Hermione from searching for the toad and preventing the trio's first meeting, the world's constraints on Alex weakened slightly. This confirmed Alex's hypothesis: as long as he kept altering the storyline, he could gradually modify the world's rules, eventually allowing him to consume the Harry Potter world entirely. Earlier, when he encountered Malfoy, a thought had flashed through Alex's mind: What if he eliminated some of the story's key characters? Would it drastically rewrite the plot? But just as that thought arose, Alex quickly dismissed it. His instincts warned him that if he acted on such an idea, his fragment of a soul would immediately be rejected by the world's rules. Worse still, his original body might be permanently barred from ever entering the Harry Potter world again. That realization made Alex sigh softly. Indeed, the path must be taken step by step. Meanwhile, outside the train, the three dangling figures of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle suddenly shivered as a strange chill ran through them. The train soon arrived at its destination, and the students disembarked one by one. As Alex stepped off the train, he noticed an 11.5-foot-tall giant standing at the platform. Moments later, a bespectacled boy and a red-haired boy approached the giant, engaging him in conversation. Alex had no intention of greeting Hagrid or Harry Potter. This wasn't the right time to make changes to the story, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Chapter 197. Hagrid, holding a lantern in his right hand, led the group through winding paths to the edge of a vast lake. Dozens of small boats were moored at the shore. Students grouped in fours boarded the boats, rowing toward Hogwarts Castle. Under the bright moonlight, the ancient castle in the distance glittered with lights. The traditional oil lamps on the boats illuminated the lake, creating an enigmatic and breathtaking scene. Alex's lips curved into a slight smile as he admired the beautiful scenery before him. Upon reaching the shore, the students walked through corridors and up staircases until they arrived at a door. Standing before them was a graceful elderly woman dressed in a green gown and wearing a witch's hat, Professor McGonagall, who had previously accompanied Alex to purchase his school supplies. Professor McGonagall explained the upcoming sorting ceremony, the house point system, and the house cup awarded at the end of the school year. After finishing her speech, she turned and left. The moment she departed, Draco Malfoy eagerly approached Harry Potter, attempting to introduce himself and establish a friendship. Just as Draco introduced his name, a soft chuckle sounded nearby, instantly souring his mood. He turned to see a red-haired boy he immediately recognized as a member of the impoverished Weasley family. Draco was about to make a cutting remark when a familiar figure caught his attention out of the corner of his eye. Turning fully, he saw Hermione curiously observing him and Alex, who was engrossed in a book, seemingly ignoring him entirely. Draco's memory of Alex was still vivid. After all, Alex had suspended him and his two lackeys in mid-air for 2 hours with magic. Even when a conductor on the Hogwarts Express tried to help, none of the adult wizard spells could undo the enchantment Alex had cast. This discovery left Draco utterly shocked. He realized Alex's magical talent was extraordinary. Even the Dark Lord from over a decade ago couldn't perform such feats at this age. Draco, as a member of a prestigious pureblood family, had received elite education from an early age. He wasn't foolish. Recognizing Alex's potential, he abandoned any thoughts of revenge and instead sought to establish a friendly relationship with him. Though Alex wasn't paying attention to him at the moment, Draco didn't want to leave another bad impression. He decided to ignore Ron and extended his hand to Harry instead. "Hello, I'm Draco Malfoy." "It's a pleasure to meet you," Draco said. Since Draco hadn't made any rude comments about Ron, Harry didn't hesitate. He reached out and shook Draco's hand, replying, "Harry Potter. Nice to meet you." After introducing himself to Harry, Draco didn't linger. He moved aside but couldn't help feeling a lingering sense of unease as he stood near Alex. After the earlier encounter, Draco suspected it would take some time before he could interact with Alex without trepidation. Once Draco left, Ron leaned in and whispered to Harry, "Harry, you should be careful of Malfoy. He's not a good person." Harry was somewhat confused. "Why? I think he seems pretty decent." "You need to understand, most pureblood families aren't exactly good people, especially the Slytherins. Most of their elders were former Death Eaters, and they're as bad as they come." Since Draco didn't behave as maliciously in front of Harry as he did in the original storyline, Harry didn't fully believe Ron's words. Instead, he retorted, "Ron, the actions of their elders have nothing to do with us. When you don't understand a person, it's not good to judge them with malice." Seeing that Harry didn't agree with his view and even rebutted him, Ron clicked his tongue in annoyance and stopped discussing Draco further. At the same time, Alex, who was reading his wizard novel, felt that his influence on the original storyline had suddenly increased significantly. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't done much, yet there was an unexpected surprise. "This is great." A moment later, Professor McGonagall returned and led the group toward the Great Hall. Inside the massive hall, there were 4 long tables, each representing one of the 4 houses. The students stopped in front of a hat, waiting for the sorting ceremony to begin. Before it started, an elderly man with a full head of hair and beard stood up. He was none other than the most powerful white wizard of the time, Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore addressed the students. I have a few announcements to make. First years, listen up. It is strictly prohibited for any student to enter the Forbidden Forest. That is off limits. Also, the corridor on the third floor to the right is also a restricted area. Unlike the usual headmasters who would speak for an hour, Dumbledore was swift and efficient, finishing his speech in just a few sentences. Professor McGonagall then continued. The sorting ceremony will now begin. Students whose names are called, please step forward. I will place the hat on your head, and it will determine which house you belong to. First up, Hannah Abbott. A rather unremarkable little witch stepped forward. After a moment, the sorting hat shouted. Hufflepuff. One by one, the other students came forward for the sorting ceremony. Soon, Alex heard a familiar name. Hermione Granger. Hermione looked visibly nervous. She walked slowly forward, sat on the stool, and placed the hat on her head. After a moment, the sorting hat called out. Ravenclaw. As soon as the sorting hat declared Hermione's house, Alex felt his connection to his own body surge once more. Hermione hadn't joined Gryffindor, meaning there would be no bond between her, Harry, and Ron, and the world's plot would shift significantly. Next was Draco. As soon as the sorting hat touched his hair, it immediately shouted. Slytherin. One by one, the little wizards were sorted into different houses, and soon it was Harry Potter's turn. As soon as the name, Harry Potter, was called, all the students immediately quieted down, hoping that Harry would be sorted into their own house. After the Dark Lord's disappearance, it had been rumored throughout the wizarding world that Harry Potter had defeated him, which made Harry a figure almost like a savior in the magical community, an iconic figure above all others. When the sorting hat was placed on Harry's head, it hesitated greatly about where Harry should belong. Well, this is tricky. This is really difficult. You have great courage, and you are not bad-hearted, and you're exceptionally talented. You really want to prove yourself, but where should I place you? At this moment, Harry did not harbor the same bias against Slytherin as in the original storyline, and he did not repeatedly wish to avoid Slytherin. Therefore, the sorting hat was torn between placing Harry in Slytherin or Gryffindor. Just then, it suddenly heard a voice in its mind, and immediately it declared. Gryffindor. In the audience, Alex looked at Dumbledore with deep, thoughtful eyes, quickly picking up on a subtle magical fluctuation that had just passed through the air. Clearly, Dumbledore had just subtly influenced the sorting hat, which was why the hat had decisively placed Harry in Gryffindor. If Harry had been placed in Slytherin, the storyline would have deviated significantly from the original, and Alex might have been able to directly take control of the Harry Potter world. But he couldn't do that. The first reason was still due to the constraints of the world's rules. The second reason was that he had sensed something was off about Dumbledore's strength. It seemed that the world's rules had detected his intrusion and had significantly boosted Dumbledore's power. Judging from Dumbledore's current aura, his strength was nearing that of a god, and with a casual spell, he could likely destroy a city. While the increasing difficulty of the world's rules didn't concern Alex too much, as he didn't believe he would fail, he couldn't help but smile and say a phrase from his past life. This is exhilarating. After Harry Potter, one after another, the little wizards were sorted, and soon it was Alex's turn. Alex stepped forward, glancing at the dirty sorting hat with some distaste, then pulled out his wand and cast a spell on the hat. A faint glow appeared at the tip of his wand, and under its light, the sorting hat's once dirty and shabby surface visibly cleaned up, almost as if it had been cared for over the years, shining with a new luster. Seeing this, Professor McGonagall screamed in shock. Alex, what are you doing? Alex calmly responded. Professor, the sorting hat is too dirty. I don't want to wear such a filthy hat. No, that's not what I meant. How did you use magic to influence the sorting hat? Professor McGonagall's eyes widened, and the fine wrinkles on her face trembled in disbelief as she stared at the scene before her. The sorting hat was no ordinary hat, it was enchanted by the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Due to the magic placed on it, the sorting hat had gained a level of intelligence comparable to that of humans. Moreover, due to the enchantments, the sorting hat also possessed powerful magical resistance. The magic wielded by the 4 founders was so immense that even the spell of a skilled auror couldn't affect the sorting hat, let alone a young wizard who hadn't even started school yet. All the professors on stage were watching this closely. Upon noticing what Alex had just done, Dumbledore furrowed his brows and fixed his gaze on Alex. Before the start of the school year, he had two students he was particularly concerned about. One was naturally the prophesied savior, Harry Potter, and the other was Alex. While Harry was the subject of the prophecy, Dumbledore was particularly attentive to Alex because of Alex's mysterious background. Alex, like Voldemort, who had once been Dumbledore's proud student, came from a place connected to Voldemort, and the two shared many similarities. Both were handsome, both came from the same orphanage, both were courteous, and in fact, Alex's appearance and demeanor were even more outstanding than Voldemort's. In Alex, Dumbledore saw traces of Voldemort, but he also saw more brilliant qualities. From the first time Dumbledore saw Alex, he had an intuition that Alex would either become a greater white wizard than himself or rise to surpass Grindelwald and Voldemort, becoming the most powerful Dark Lord. In any case, Alex was destined for greatness, not mediocrity. In addition to Dumbledore, Snape was also observing Alex. He, too, saw traces of that person in Alex. This made his expression slightly grim as his eyes flickered back and forth between Harry and Alex. There could never be a second Voldemort, Lily's son must not be harmed. Neither of them paid much attention to the stares they received. Just now, when Hermione had been placed in Ravenclaw, significantly altering the storyline, Alex's connection to his original self had deepened. Though he couldn't directly use the power of his original self yet, his abilities in the areas where his original self had power would now be greatly enhanced. For example, spells like the Levitation Charm or Wingardium Leviosa, due to his control over repulsion and gravity, would allow him to surpass even Dumbledore in this aspect of magical strength. The young wizards in the audience, witnessing Alex's actions, began to discuss among themselves. Because they didn't know the many hidden secrets about the Sorting Hat, they assumed that any magic could easily clean the hat. The ones who had already been sorted now regretted not cleaning the hat during their own sorting, saying, "I wish I had used magic to clean the Sorting Hat when I was being sorted. It was so filthy, I could even smell a bad odor." Exactly, the Sorting Hat must have been used for so many years and interacted with so many little wizards. I saw so much dandruff and oil on it. It was just disgusting. Who is he? He's such a clever little wizard. I think his name is Alex. He's pretty handsome, innit? While the young wizards were discussing among themselves, Alex placed the Sorting Hat on his head. He was not afraid of the Sorting Hat reading his memories, as he had long perfected his mind defense spells and constructed numerous false memories on the surface of his consciousness. These memories portrayed him as a studious young wizard, and if the Sorting Hat were to read them, it would likely place him in Ravenclaw. However, after the significant increase in his power and after altering the storyline again, Alex decided to change his earlier plan. Since his strength was now sufficient, it would be a waste not to have a bit of fun with this situation. He quickly altered his shallow memories once more. Finally, the clean and tidy Sorting Hat was placed on Alex's head. On the stage, Dumbledore stared at Alex intently, genuinely hoping that Alex wouldn't be placed in Slytherin. If that happened, Dumbledore would really have to start suspecting that Alex might be the next Dark Lord. Once the Sorting Hat was placed on Alex's head, it immediately began to read his memories and kept murmuring, "Thank you, young wizard, for making me clean again. Damn it, even though Dumbledore could have done this too, it's me who became clean again, and yet they all ignored my opinion, letting me remain filthy for centuries. Based on my judgment, your magic can affect me in a way no other wizard can. You must be an exceptional young wizard. So, what do you think of Slytherin?" Before Alex could respond, the Sorting Hat suddenly stopped. It had just read the memory Alex had altered. The cold, dark walls, the salty, wet rain, the ruins of houses, and indescribable shadows moving under the night sky, with the blood-red glow in the moonlight too striking to ignore. Then, a figure sat high above, his face cold. At his feet lay a mountain of corpses. The Sorting Hat felt something was wrong with the magic it had been using, and it thought it might be hallucinating. But after verifying, it realized that the images before it were indeed part of this young wizard's memory. It began to tremble violently, panicked to leave Alex's head, and shouted in a frenzy. Azkaban! He must go to Azkaban. Chapter 198. The Sorting Hat was panicking, shaking its body and trying to leave Alex's head. Finally, it succeeded and fell to the ground, wriggling towards Professor McGonagall. Once she picked it up, the hat completely relaxed. The Sorting Hat glared fiercely at Alex, claiming what it had seen as the truth. He is a criminal, a demon who kills without hesitation. He has killed hundreds of people in the Muggle world and used their bodies, souls, and blood in an attempt to summon demons using ancient summoning magic. Dumbledore, you must capture him and send him to Azkaban. He cannot become the third Dark Lord. Believe me, if he grows up, he will be 1,000 times more terrifying than the Dark Lord." As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd was left stunned. The young wizards around Alex immediately stepped back, trying to distance themselves from him. Even the older students were no exception. The professors on the stage immediately stood up, wands drawn, ready to point them at Alex. But after realizing that Alex was just an 11-year-old child, they looked confused, unsure whether to subdue him immediately. The most confused of them all was Dumbledore, the most powerful white wizard of the century. He had been wondering whether this child would be placed in Slytherin and potentially become the third Dark Lord. He hadn't expected the Sorting Hat to give him such a huge surprise, or rather, shock. Forget about the future, according to the Sorting Hat, this child was already the Dark Lord. Professor Quirrell, sitting at the far edge of the stage, shifted from confusion to sharp focus, glaring at Alex with a sinister expression. When Alex noticed and turned to look at him, Quirrell quickly returned to his previous harmless demeanor. Alex realized that Quirrell had likely been possessed by Voldemort, and it was clear that Voldemort had already noticed him. However, compared to Dumbledore in his prime, Alex didn't regard Voldemort as much of a threat. In fact, he was planning to solve all of Voldemort's Horcruxes in a short time, significantly altering the plot. Seeing the suspicion directed towards him, before Dumbledore could pass judgment, Hermione stepped forward from the crowd and loudly defended Alex. Alex is definitely not that kind of person. He is kind, friendly, harmonious, and always ready to help others. He is absolutely not a ruthless killer. Hearing Hermione's defense, Dumbledore remained silent for a moment before speaking gently. "Miss Granger, please don't be in a rush. This may be a misunderstanding. Alex, do you have any explanation for this?" Under everyone's gaze, Alex remained calm. He smiled and said, "This is a mind-sealing spell. My mind-sealing spell has reached an extremely profound level, allowing me to create nearly realistic false memories in my mind. Just now, I constructed a scene from a dark fantasy Muggle movie in my mind, and that's what frightened the Sorting Hat." Upon hearing Alex's explanation, Dumbledore let out a sigh of relief. Even he wouldn't believe that a newly enrolled student could be a cold-blooded killer. However, Dumbledore wasn't easily convinced by Alex's words. He subtly used legilimency to attempt to read Alex's memories, but Alex, realizing what he was doing, did nothing to stop him and allowed Dumbledore to view the false memories he had constructed. Of course, Dumbledore couldn't glimpse any of Alex's real memories. Dumbledore had no intention of probing Alex's true memories. Once he had accessed the false ones, he quickly found numerous inconsistencies and confirmed that Alex's story was true. He then spoke to reassure everyone. "Mr. Alex is correct. The information the Sorting Hat just read was from the false memories he constructed. There is no need for concern." Once it was clear that Alex wasn't a murderer, but a misunderstanding, everyone finally relaxed. However, they still looked at Alex with astonishment, for they knew that a young wizard who could master such a sophisticated mind-sealing spell before even starting school must have extraordinary talent. Among them, Draco Malfoy's gaze towards Alex gradually became more intense. He was convinced that Alex was a genius far beyond the Dark Lord. He was certain that Alex would become the next great figure, and what he had to do was follow him and help him grow while he was still young, earning favor and growing alongside him. After the commotion ended, the Sorting Hat was placed back on Alex's head. Realizing that it had just read false memories, the Sorting Hat muttered irritably, "Oh, young wizard, please don't joke with me like that. After all, I'm a hat that's hundreds of years old. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Now, remove your mind-sealing spell and let me see the real you. Don't worry, don't be afraid. I will help you choose the most suitable house." Alex followed the instructions and removed one layer of his mind-sealing spell, revealing the second layer. Of course, he didn't only use one layer of the spell, instead, he created a labyrinth of false memories in his mind, an endless one. Anyone with malicious intent who tried to pry into his memories would get lost in the maze and remain trapped there forever. At this point, Alex had sealed most of the knowledge maze, allowing the Sorting Hat to only access the specific knowledge maze he had constructed, which was designed to ensure he would be placed in Ravenclaw. Sure enough, as the Sorting Hat explored the false memories Alex had created, it muttered, You possess incredible talent, and your willpower is remarkable. You have your own ambitions and dreams. But what surprises me is that your ambition and dreams are related to knowledge. You seek to master all the magical knowledge. So, you are more suited for Ravenclaw. The Sorting Hat's sorting ceremony went just as Alex expected. He had planned to use magic to influence its judgment if things didn't go smoothly, but now, everything was proceeding without any trouble. Once Alex's sorting was done, the rest of the ceremony continued smoothly without any further disruptions. After all the young wizards were sorted, Dumbledore stood up on the podium and announced. "The feast begins now." As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, a vast amount of food appeared on the 4 long tables. Alex picked up a roasted chicken leg and tasted it. It was quite good, nothing like the unpleasant descriptions often found in fanfiction. Once the feast was over, Penelope Clearwater, the Ravenclaw prefect, led the students toward the top of Hogwarts Castle. "Ravenclaw students, follow me, please." The group slowly made their way upwards until they reached the very top tower of Hogwarts Castle, where they stopped in front of a bronze door. Penelope turned to the group and said, "At Ravenclaw, we value wisdom above all. To enter the Ravenclaw common room, you must correctly answer the logic riddle posed by the eagle-shaped bronze knocker. I'll demonstrate, and after that, you'll have to answer it yourself to gain entry." Penelope walked up to the eagle-shaped bronze knocker, and it immediately asked, "How many angels can stand on the head of a pin?" 7. The bronze door slowly opened, and the students walked inside, 4 students per room. It was worth mentioning that because there was one extra student, that person had to live alone in a separate room. Alex certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity, and he used a few clever tricks to secure this spot. The next day, the first-year students officially began their classes. Alex got up early, used magic to clean himself, and walked toward the potions classroom. The potions class was shared with Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Once everyone was seated, a figure with long, loose hair, resembling a bat, entered the room. Professor Snape didn't introduce himself but immediately got to the point. "This class doesn't require you to foolishly wave your wands or recite spells. So, I assume not many of you will understand how to appreciate the deep science and intricate craftsmanship involved in brewing potions. There's no denying that although Snape had many flaws, as a master of potions and a professor at Hogwarts, his teaching ability was absolutely outstanding. He explained the various potion recipes and the integration and conflict of the different ingredients in a clear yet profound manner. Some of his insights even gave Alex a lot of inspiration." Suddenly, Alex thought of the complex relationship between Snape and Harry. Because Harry's mother, Lily, was Snape's secret love, he treated Harry with special care. On the other hand, because Harry's father, James Potter, had bullied Snape at school, Snape despised Harry. Kind-hearted Alex decided to change this situation, and a new idea immediately came to him. Thus, he temporarily ignored Snape's lecture at the podium, took out a piece of parchment, and began scribbling, trying to create a completely new potion. Just as the potion was about to be finished, Hermione beside Alex nudged him and whispered, "Alex, Professor Snape is looking at you." Alex slowly raised his head after hearing Hermione's whisper, only to find Professor Snape staring at him with a cold gaze. What Alex didn't expect was that he was now receiving the same treatment as Harry Potter, the protagonist of the story. Snape spoke coldly. "By the way, some of you may have come to Hogwarts already knowing quite a few spells, including some that even older students struggle to master. But that doesn't mean you can disregard the mysterious subject of potions and ignore my lectures. Mr. Alex, I've heard that before coming to Hogwarts, you already had an extremely deep understanding of the mind-sealing spell. I wonder, what kind of expertise do you have in potions?" When Snape mentioned Alex's name, everyone turned their attention to him. During the sorting ceremony, Alex had stunned everyone with his performance, and they all knew that a monster had arrived in the first year. Not only did Alex possess a profound mastery of the mind-sealing spell before attending Hogwarts, but he was also an orphan from the Muggle world. This meant that he had never been exposed to magic before, and he had managed to achieve a level of expertise in mind-sealing magic in just 2 months over the summer, something that took most people decades of effort to accomplish. This wasn't just talent, it was monstrous, extraordinary. Now, hearing Snape's question, everyone was eager to see if this prodigy would have any expertise in potions. As Snape slowly walked toward Alex, Alex remained calm, waiting for Snape to ask his question. Sure enough, Snape's question caused Alex's expression to turn somewhat odd. Wasn't this the same question Snape asked Harry Potter in the original storyline? Snape's gaze grew colder as he asked. "Tell me, Mr. Alex, the talented new student, what happens if I add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort?" With Alex's perfect memory, he had already memorized all the textbooks from 1st to 7th year, even including knowledge that not even Aurors were taught. So, even if Snape asked him questions from 7th year, Alex could answer. There was no need to mention a question that had appeared in the original story. Alex gave a standard, elegant smile and replied. Professor Snape, powdered daffodil root and mugwort create a powerful sleeping potion, known as the Draught of the Living Hell. Snape was slightly surprised by Alex's answer but continued with his questioning. Mr. Alex, if I wanted a piece of bezoar, do you know where I would find one? A bezoar is a stone that can be found in the stomach of a goat and can cure most poisons. Snape raised an eyebrow but didn't stop. He asked again. What's the difference between the boat-shaped aconite and wolfsbane? They are the same plant, collectively known as aconite. Upon hearing Alex correctly answer every question, Snape appeared surprised. He asked several more questions, and Alex answered them all, some of which even went beyond the textbook content and into material for higher years. Noticing this, even Snape couldn't find a single mistake. However, despite this, being biased towards Slytherin, Snape had no intention of giving Alex extra points. But just as Snape was about to return to his desk, he suddenly noticed the various herb names Alex had written down and gave them a curious glance. It only took a few glances for Snape to be captivated. The properties of these herbs intertwined with one another. If one could make a potion using these ingredients, it would undoubtedly create a potion with a certain effect. And this was a potion that Snape had never seen before. This meant that Alex had just invented a new potion. Snape's eyes slightly lit up as he looked at Alex and asked. Mr. Alex, what were you just doing? Alex replied, Professor Snape, inspired by earlier thoughts, I've been trying to create an entirely new potion. Upon hearing Alex's words, the surrounding students immediately began whispering among themselves. They hadn't expected Alex to try creating a completely new potion. However, most of them believed Alex couldn't possibly succeed. Some students even quietly mocked him for being overconfident, but before their discussion could go on for long, Snape's reaction left them speechless. Snape's eyes grew even brighter, and in a rare turn of events, he actually encouraged Alex. Not bad, you have a solid foundation in potion making. This potion is only one step away from being perfected. 10 points to Ravenclaw. Then he asked, so, can you tell me what effect your potion has? Chapter 199. Based on the potion's formula, Snape could only determine that this potion had a similar effect to Polyjuice potion, capable of altering a person's physical form. However, he could not fully grasp its specific effects. Even so, he could tell from the formula that the potion was already quite refined, just one step away from completion. To possess such a deep foundation in potion making as a first-year student, Snape felt like he was witnessing the rise of a future potions master. Hearing Snape's question, Alex didn't intentionally keep everyone in suspense. Instead, he revealed a mysterious smile and shared the potion's effect with the group. From my research, I've discovered that a wizard's innate talent is linked to a special bloodline factor within their lineage. The higher the concentration of this bloodline factor in the body, the stronger the wizard's magical talent. Of course, that's only one aspect. Another factor influencing a wizard's talent is the soul. Since the soul is too enigmatic and difficult to influence, while the bloodline is relatively easier to affect, I came up with the idea of creating a special potion that could trace a wizard's bloodline back to its origins, allowing for a reversion to an ancestral state. If successful, this would mean that a young wizard's talent could become the sum of their own innate talent and that of their ancestors. With such a potion, every wizard could potentially become a magical genius. Even squibs could regain their magical abilities. And, if muggles carried latent wizard genes, they too might awaken their magical potential. Snape froze in place, falling into silence, unable to believe what he had just heard. A potion that could restore ancestral bloodlines, modify innate talents, allow squibs to perform magic, and potentially awaken magic in muggles. As a potions master, he was well aware of the implications of such a potion. Even the other young wizards present could grasp the enormity of what Alex was suggesting. If Alex's potion was as miraculous as he described, it would revolutionize the wizarding world. His invention would become a groundbreaking creation, the most sought-after potion in magical history. With this invention alone, Alex could become the greatest wizard of the era, potentially even surpassing Dumbledore. Snape's body trembled slightly as he questioned Alex again, Mr. Alex, are you certain about what you've just said? Does this potion truly have the effects you claim? Alex calmly nodded but then shook his head slightly, adding. It does achieve the effect of restoring bloodlines, but the potion is still incomplete. According to my calculations, while drinking it would greatly enhance a wizard's talent, it would also come with various side effects. Snape nodded in understanding. Of course, such a powerful potion would naturally come with significant side effects. If it truly had no side effects, this potion would be as monumental an invention as the Philosopher's Stone. Alex, as a first-year student, no matter how fortunate he was, couldn't possibly create something of that magnitude, could he? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Snape even momentarily forgot about his upcoming first encounter with Harry Potter. Instead, he asked Alex once more. "Mr. Alex, what would be the cost of using this potion?" A mysterious smile grew on Alex's face as every student in the room focused their attention on him. The bloodline restoration can only trace the maternal side and only for one generation. In other words, the wizard's bloodline can only merge with their mother's bloodline and cannot be combined with that of other ancestors. Moreover, after consuming the bloodline restoration potion, the wizard's appearance would also be affected, and for a long time, they would look exactly like their mother. Hearing Alex's initial words, Snape felt slightly disappointed, but as he heard the second half, an inexplicable thought came to him. The usually cold and distant man suddenly grabbed Alex's hands tightly, his voice trembling as he asked, "You mean, when a wizard drinks the ancestral restoration potion, they will take on their mother's appearance for a long time?" Alex could clearly feel Snape's hands trembling and understood the reason behind it. Of course, it was because Snape thought of Harry's mother, Lily. If Harry could drink the ancestral restoration potion, he would take on Lily's appearance for an extended period. Even if it wasn't truly Lily, being able to see her likeness again would be a rare comfort for Snape. Alex nodded. "Yes, that's correct. The ancestral restoration potion has some similarities to Polyjuice potion, but unlike Polyjuice, it doesn't require parts of the target's body and cannot transform the drinker into just anyone's appearance. It can only transform them into their mother. What's harder to accept is that the potion's effect lasts a very long time. At a minimum, it takes a year to return to normal, and in some cases, the change could last a lifetime. However, I've already begun researching an antidote. I believe I can develop one within a certain time frame. That said, once the antidote is taken, the ancestral restoration potion's enhancement to the user's talent will also disappear." As Alex finished, Snape suddenly exclaimed, "No. This isn't a drawback, this is the potion's greatest advantage." But then he noticed the strange looks the surrounding young wizards were giving him. Realizing his slip, he coughed awkwardly and added, "I mean, the potion not only enhances magical talent but also acts as an upgraded version of Polyjuice potion. If these effects are separated, they would result in two entirely different revolutionary inventions. Mr. Alex, you're impressive, truly impressive. Now, how far along is the potion?" "The potion itself is complete," Alex replied calmly. "I'm only working on the antidote now." "That's wonderful!" Snape exclaimed, grabbing the parchment on Alex's desk. He read it carefully, memorizing the herbs and brewing process before returning to the podium. He turned to the class and announced loudly, "Mr. Alex has developed a groundbreaking potion. Ravenclaw earns 50 points." After leaving the potions classroom, Hermione was practically glued to Alex, bombarding him with questions. "Alex, did you really invent the ancestral restoration potion?" Alex smiled modestly. "Just a lucky discovery." Hermione, however, knew he was being humble. Judging by Professor Snape's reaction, she could tell just how revolutionary Alex's potion was. Even Snape, who was notoriously hard to impress, had been shocked by its effects. That someone her age could invent a potion of such magnitude left Hermione in awe. "Alex, you're absolutely amazing," she said sincerely. As they headed toward the Transfiguration classroom, Alex shrugged. "It's nothing. Just standard practice." When they arrived at the classroom, it was empty except for a graceful tabby cat sitting on the podium, watching the students intently. The moment Hermione spotted the cat, she was immediately enchanted by how cute it was. She rushed forward to pet it, but just as she stepped closer, Alex grabbed her arm. Confused, Hermione turned to him, only to see Alex looking at the cat and saying, "Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall." The elegant cat paused before transforming back into her human form. Professor McGonagall looked at Alex curiously and asked, "How did you know that the cat was me?" Alex replied, "I once bought many books from the wizarding world at a bookstore. Among them, there was one that introduced the fascinating magic of animagus. Moreover, the classroom was empty, and you are known to be a very meticulous lady, so I guessed that the cat must be you." Hearing Alex's explanation, Professor McGonagall gave him an approving look and said calmly, "Well done. 10 points to Ravenclaw." As they returned to their seats, Hermione quickly asked Alex, Alex, what is an animagus? It's an advanced transformation technique that requires magical energy to practice. Once a wizard masters it, they can transform into an animal while retaining their rational mind, unaffected by the animal's brain capacity. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. I see. Her admiration for Alex grew even stronger. She had never encountered anyone so outstanding. If everything went as expected, Alex would likely perfect the ancestral restoration potion and become a wizard who surpassed Dumbledore during his school years. It was truly unbelievable. The first transfiguration class did not involve any actual transformations. Instead, it was mostly theoretical knowledge about the subject. Even so, Alex, with a playful attitude toward the learning process, still managed to win 30 points for Ravenclaw during the class discussions. Hermione also contributed 10 points for their house. By the end of the first day, Ravenclaw was far ahead of the other 3 houses in house points. Meanwhile, Alex's name had spread across Hogwarts. Everyone knew about Professor Snape's high praise of Alex, believing he had the potential to surpass Dumbledore and become one of the greatest wizards. If it had been anyone else making such a claim, the students might not have believed it. But this was Professor Snape, a man known for his partiality toward Slytherin and his reluctance to award points to other houses. For Snape to speak so highly of Alex only added to the legitimacy of the claim. Even some professors found it hard to believe. What could a first-year student possibly have done to make Snape conclude that he would surpass Dumbledore? At lunchtime, Alex and Hermione went to the Great Hall to eat. Thanks to the house elves, students could change their meals if they didn't like the dishes served, as long as they didn't waste food. Because Alex's true power was too overwhelming, even after self-sealing most of it, the small fraction that leaked out allowed him to maintain a fasting-like state. As a result, meals didn't taste as delicious to him as they once had. However, since his current body was still that of a mortal, despite possessing immense chaotic magical energy, he still had a normal appetite and was enjoying his meal thoroughly. While Alex was eating, his brows suddenly furrowed as he looked to the side. He saw a group of Slytherin students who did not appear in the original storyline walking toward him, their arrogant gazes fixed on him. One of them spoke directly. Alex, what trick did you use to fool Professor Snape? Come clean now. Another added, exactly. You're just a filthy mudblood. How could a first-year student invent a potion? Even the Dark Lord couldn't do that. The rest of the group chimed in, and finally, the leader sneered, a lowly mudblood like you couldn't possibly create a potion as advanced as the ancestral restoration potion. Admit it, you must have stolen the formula from some potions master. Seeing Alex being harassed by the Slytherins, Hermione immediately stood up and retorted, that's not true. Alex invented the ancestral restoration potion himself. However, Hermione, being outnumbered, was quickly overwhelmed by the Slytherins' insults and had no choice but to sit down. At this moment, Alex finished the chicken leg in his hand, set it down, and was about to teach the Slytherins a lesson when Draco Malfoy suddenly appeared. Standing in front of the group, Malfoy shouted loudly, I, Draco Malfoy, guarantee on behalf of the Malfoy family that Alex invented the ancestral restoration potion himself. He didn't steal it, so stop this nonsense. Hearing Malfoy's words, the Slytherin students hesitated, their expressions turning wary. Unlike Alex, who was from a Muggle background, the Malfoy family wielded significant influence in the wizarding world and had numerous connections within the Ministry of Magic. While they dared to target Muggleborns like Alex and Hermione, they wouldn't dare cross someone from the Malfoy family. Reluctantly, the leader of the Slytherins said coldly, We're leaving. But just as they turned to leave, a calm but icy voice rang out behind them, Who said you could leave? Alex was seen wiping his hands clean with a napkin, then pulling out his wand and pointing it at them. The Slytherin leader scowled even more and sneered, Ha, we were giving Malfoy some face. Who do you think you are, you filthy mudblood? What do you plan to do, stop us? Or perhaps you want to duel us? One of the students behind the leader shouted, Damn mudblood. How dare you point your wand at us? We'll make sure you regret it. Malfoy, seeing the situation spiraling out of control again, attempted to mediate, but the Slytherin leader ignored him entirely. The leader said coldly, Malfoy, it's not that we don't respect you, but this mudblood dared to insult a member of a pure-blood family. He must be taught a lesson he'll never forget. If you continue to defend him, you'll be branded a traitor to the pure-blood families. Malfoy hesitated, visibly conflicted after being burdened with such a heavy accusation. At that moment, Alex stepped out from behind Malfoy and said with disdain. Chapter 200. The so-called pureblood families are nothing more than decaying remnants. They might have been glorious once, but now they are long fallen. The glory of modern families comes from wizards themselves, not from some so-called bloodline or the honor of their ancestors. Hearing Alex's words, the surrounding Slytherins' expressions changed drastically. They all glared at him furiously and shouted. "Are you insulting pureblood families? Do you know what you're doing? Kneel down and apologize. Take back what you just said, or the great pureblood families will show you the true meaning of cruelty." Faced with their threats, Alex responded with nothing more than a cold smile. Seeing Alex remain so arrogant, not only failing to recognize his supposed error but even further provoking them, the Slytherins completely lost their tempers. Without hesitation, they drew their wands and began casting spells at Alex, each releasing different forms of magic in his direction. Among these spells were even high-level attack magic, such as Confringo, which only upper-year students were taught. However, since they were still in school, they maintained a shred of restraint, aiming their attacks at Alex's limbs rather than his vital areas. As the dozens of spells hurtled toward him, everyone nearby was frozen in fear. Standing beside Alex, Hermione looked at the incoming barrage of spells with terror in her eyes. She tried to grab Alex and pull him aside to avoid the attack, but quickly realized she couldn't budge him at all. However, because she didn't immediately move away, she had the opportunity to witness something utterly incredible. Just as the spells were about to hit, Alex calmly raised his plain-looking wand. In the next moment, it emitted a brilliant magical glow. A seemingly thin Protego charm materialized before him, floating like a solid wall. It enveloped both Alex and Hermione, shielding them entirely. The barrage of spells from the Slytherins struck the charm but failed to make it budge, let alone break through. The Slytherins, seeing that dozens of their combined spells had been completely blocked by Alex, shouted in disbelief, insisting he must have used some kind of magical artifact. But before they could continue debating how Alex had stopped their attack, he waved his wand once more. The light from his wand struck them, and in the next moment, something bizarre began happening to their bodies. Their forms started to shrink, the chaotic magical energy within them faded, and their bodies began undergoing strange transformations. When it was over, they had all been turned into small, slimy, yellowish-brown creatures resembling slimes. Alex cast a levitation charm on the group of slimes, casually lifting them into the air. He then directed them toward the bathrooms and controlled them to start cleaning the filth in the toilets by absorbing it. At that moment, Hermione whispered nervously. "Alex, what kind of spell was that? And, where did they go?" Alex laughed heartily, clearly enjoying himself, and explained. "This is an advanced transfiguration spell that can turn humans into magical creatures while allowing them to retain their intelligence. I transformed them into slimes designed to devour waste, and now they're in the bathrooms, hard at work." Alex made no effort to lower his voice, so everyone nearby clearly heard what he had just done and what had become of those Slytherin students. The onlookers instinctively took a step back from Alex, even the prankster duo Fred and George Weasley. They realized that compared to Alex's mischief, their pranks were mere child's play. Alex was the true king of mischief. Hogwarts, as vast as it seemed, was still just a castle. News of Alex transforming Slytherin students into slimes and sending them to clean the bathrooms spread quickly. By the end of lunch break, both Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were already aware of the incident. In his office, Dumbledore sat with a furrowed brow. He hadn't expected that, so soon after the term began, his attention would be diverted from the boy who lived, Harry Potter, to another student entirely, Alex. When Dumbledore first met Alex, he sensed echoes of a young Tom Riddle, graceful, gifted, and brimming with potential. This resemblance worried him deeply, as he feared Alex might follow the same dark path and become a third Voldemort. But soon, Dumbledore realized he had been mistaken. If Voldemort was proud and dismissive of others, he at least masked his disdain when he was young and vulnerable. Alex, however, exuded an air of superiority, as though he regarded himself as fundamentally above everyone else. Dumbledore noticed that Alex approached most interactions with a playful, almost detached attitude, as if he saw the world as a source of amusement. Although Alex hadn't displayed any malice thus far, Dumbledore feared that if he ever did, his actions would be far darker and more destructive than Voldemort's. Determined to prevent this, Dumbledore resolved to pay closer attention to Alex and guide him toward a better path, ensuring the wizarding world would never see the rise of a third Dark Lord. As Dumbledore pondered how to guide Alex, the door to his office suddenly swung open. In walked Professor McGonagall, her usually composed demeanor replaced with a peculiar expression, an odd mix of joy, exasperation, and frustration. Curious about what could have caused McGonagall to lose her composure, Dumbledore watched as she approached him and, in a rushed tone, recounted everything Alex had done during lunch. When she finished, Dumbledore's face mirrored McGonagall's earlier expression, a blend of excitement and helplessness. He didn't know whether to laugh or sigh. After taking a moment to regain his composure, Dumbledore asked McGonagall for clarification. "Are you certain, Minerva, that Alex managed to instantly transform dozens of students into slime straight out of a fantasy novel, and that, upon returning to their normal forms, they retained their intelligence?" Professor McGonagall nodded emphatically. She understood why Dumbledore needed confirmation. When she first heard about this incident, she too had repeatedly asked for clarification. It was simply too incredible to believe. While transfiguration could indeed turn a person into an animal, the amount of magical power required was immense, far beyond what most adult wizards could achieve. Yet Alex had managed to instantly transform dozens of students into animals. Such a feat was something only she or Dumbledore might be able to accomplish at Hogwarts. But what truly left them speechless wasn't Alex's raw magical talent, extraordinary as it was. It was the fact that he had transformed the students into magical creatures, slimes, no less, straight out of fantasy novels. Even Animagus, the pinnacle of transfiguration magic, only allowed wizards to shift into ordinary animals. Transforming someone into a magical creature, let alone a fictional one, was supposed to be impossible. More importantly, Alex's actions had upended the fundamental rules of transfiguration. For transfiguration to work, a wizard needed an intimate understanding of the creature they were attempting to conjure. Since slimes didn't exist in the magical world, Alex couldn't possibly know them well enough to execute the spell. How had he bypassed this rule? Or had he actually encountered a slime before? If so, were the creatures described in fantasy novels not entirely fictitious? What McGonagall could deduce, Dumbledore certainly could as well, and likely even more. His expression grew serious as he stood and gazed out of the window, watching the students outside during their flying lesson. Among them was Alex, blending in as if nothing unusual had happened. Dumbledore murmured gravely, "It seems I'll need to have a proper conversation with our young prodigy." At that moment, Snape entered the headmaster's office. His face bore an uncharacteristically wide smile. "Headmaster Dumbledore," he announced, "Alex has developed a groundbreaking potion." While Dumbledore and the professors discussed Alex, he was out on the lawn with the other first years, attending their flying lesson. The students were lined up in two neat rows, listening to Madame Rolanda Hooch. "Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Madame Rolanda Hooch, your flying instructor. Today, we begin our first flying lesson." Madame Hooch's appearance hinted at her connection to magical creatures. Her golden, hawk-like eyes had sharp, piercing pupils, resembling those of a bird of prey. She continued, "What are you waiting for? Stand to the left of your broomsticks, quickly now. Hold your right hand over the broom and say, 'Up.'" Alex stood beside Hermione, but unlike the other students, he didn't follow Madame Hooch's instructions. Instead, he casually beckoned with his finger, and his broomstick immediately rose into the air. It hovered around him, spiraling playfully before landing gently in his hand. Even then, the broom didn't remain still. Like a contented cat, it nuzzled against Alex's hand as though it had a mind of its own, displaying a remarkable attachment to its owner. Madame Hooch, noticing this peculiar scene, strode swiftly toward Alex with an expression of astonishment. "What's your name, young wizard?" she asked, her sharp, golden eyes fixed on him. "Alex," he replied. Madame Rolanda Hooch raised an eyebrow and asked, "Mr. Alex, could you explain why your broomstick behaves this way?" Alex calmly explained, "It's due to a clemency. I extracted a portion of human instinct and stored it within the broomstick using a memory encapsulation technique. This gives the broomstick a semblance of intelligence for a short time. This magic is also known as the enchantment spell. As the name suggests, it's a spell that grants basic intelligence to any object." Madame Hooch's eyes widened in disbelief. Stammering, she said, "Mr. Alex, could you repeat that?" Slightly exasperated, Alex repeated his explanation. Once she fully understood, Madame Hooch exclaimed, "Merlin's beard, this is no less revolutionary than advanced transfiguration. Did you invent the enchantment spell yourself?" "Yes," Alex replied nonchalantly. "During the summer, I created a few new spells. The enchantment spell happens to be one of the better ones." "Fu." Madame Hooch could hardly believe her ears. Since when had inventing spells become so casual? Noticing that the surrounding students were surprised but not as shocked as she was, Madame Hooch furrowed her brow and explained the significance of Alex's invention. But the students replied in unison. Of course, Professor Hooch, we understand how groundbreaking this is. But we're used to it by now. Before flying class, Alex demonstrated a self-invented potion in potions class. At lunch, he showed us a new transfiguration spell that could turn wizards into mythical magical creatures. Compared to those, the enchantment spell is impressive, but it's nothing new for Alex. Madame Hooch was stunned. Unable to continue the lesson, she hopped on her broomstick and flew straight to the headmaster's office. Before leaving, she called out. I must inform Headmaster Dumbledore about this immediately. You're free to practice, but remember not to fly too high. Understood, Professor Hooch, the students responded cheerfully. With Madame Hooch gone, the students surrounded Alex, bombarding him with questions about how to learn his spells. Alex didn't mind sharing his knowledge. With his current abilities, he could always create more powerful spells. Besides, the effectiveness of any spell ultimately depended on the wizard's innate power. For instance, Grindelwald's Fiendfire could annihilate a city, while a first-year wizard's Fiendfire might only produce a flicker of flame. Similarly, in Alex's eyes, spell power was directly tied to a wizard's strength. Patiently, he broke down the principles of the enchantment spell, step by step, for the students. However, their limited knowledge and magical aptitude made it impossible for them to grasp the spell, no matter how thoroughly Alex explained. By the end of the flying lesson, none of the students had managed to replicate the spell. What they initially thought was an extraordinary invention now felt completely out of reach. They finally realized just how groundbreaking Alex's spell was. His ability to create the enchantment spell from scratch while they couldn't even comprehend it, even with his guidance, left them in awe. From that moment on, every student who attended the flying lesson developed unwavering admiration for Alex, akin to the devotion of Death Eaters to Voldemort. As the lesson ended and Alex prepared to return to his dormitory, he suddenly noticed an elderly man with silvery white hair standing before him. Chapter 201. The elderly man with white hair standing before Alex was none other than Albus Dumbledore. After Madame Rolanda Hooch rushed to the headmaster's office to inform him of Alex's latest magical innovation, Dumbledore could no longer contain his curiosity and decided to seek out the gifted young wizard himself. Dumbledore regarded Alex with a complex expression, a mixture of admiration and concern. After taking a moment to collect his thoughts, he finally spoke, Mr. Alex, would you be willing to have a chat with an old man like me? Alex, understanding full well why Dumbledore had come, assumed it was about the spells and potions he had recently invented. He replied calmly, of course, Headmaster Dumbledore. As soon as Alex agreed, a phoenix suddenly appeared beside him. Before he could react, he felt a faint, almost imperceptible dizziness. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a room adorned with portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses. In the room, besides Dumbledore, who had brought him there, were Professors Rolanda Hooch, Minerva McGonagall, Severus Snape, and Harry Potter. Alex's sharp eyes caught something unusual. He turned to look at Harry, only to discover that the famous boy who lived was now a girl. When Harry, or rather, Harriet, noticed Alex's gaze, she gave him a strained smile. Standing beside her, however, was Professor Snape, whose radiant and genuine smile contrasted starkly with Harriet's awkward demeanor. Alex was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Snape to act so quickly. In less than a day, the professor had managed to gather the ingredients for the ancestral potion and even convince Harry to drink it, turning him into Harriet Potter. As Alex and Dumbledore entered, all eyes turned to Alex. Their expressions were complicated, as if they were looking at a rising star whose brilliance was unprecedented. Dumbledore was the first to break the silence. Mr. Alex, I've been informed by several professors that you've recently invented some spells and a potion. These include the enchantment spell, the enhanced transfiguration spell, and the ancestral potion. Are these truly your own creations? Without hesitation, Alex answered, yes, they are all my inventions. During the 2 months of summer vacation, I read a significant amount of magical literature and created these spells and potions. Why do you ask, Headmaster Dumbledore? Do you doubt that they are my creations? Dumbledore nodded slightly and said frankly, I must apologize, Mr. Alex. Please forgive our skepticism. It's just that the feats you've achieved are beyond extraordinary. In the history of magic, there has never been a young wizard like you. So, I must ask if you could provide some form of proof, perhaps by explaining the inspiration and purpose behind your inventions. Alex raised an eyebrow in confusion and replied, inspiration. I'm sorry, Headmaster Dumbledore, but I didn't really have any specific inspiration for inventing these spells. I simply thought they would be fun. When I first encountered magic, I remembered the magical creatures like slimes mentioned in Muggle fantasy novels. This led me to purchase books on transfiguration. After learning the basics, I modified the spell to create a specialized version that allows objects or beings to transform into magical creatures. When I discovered that the power of modern wizards comes from their bloodline, I purchased books on potion making and developed the initial version of the ancestral potion based on my own body. Of course, since the potion was designed using my own physiology, it didn't have any side effects on me. However, for others, it can only restore the maternal bloodline, and it comes with the unintended side effect of transforming the person's appearance to match their mother's. As the school year approached, I realized that while the magical household spells in the wizarding world are well developed, they still require wizards to actively focus on controlling things like brooms sweeping the floor or utensils preparing meals, and the effects are often short-lived. So, I invented the enchantment spell, which allows for the creation of intelligent magical furniture capable of operating independently for extended periods. Finally, Alex personally demonstrated the workings of the enchantment spell in front of the professors. With this, the professors were fully convinced that these powerful spells were indeed his creations. Professor Snape was the first to express his support for Alex. I knew it. Mr. Alex is absolutely extraordinary. He is a genius wizard who surpasses even Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall glanced at the blue slime transformed from a book and nodded in agreement. I concur. I believe that Mr. Alex's invention of these spells merits the Order of Merlin, first class. Any one of these innovations would be considered groundbreaking. Professor Rolanda Hooch added. Exactly. Professor McGonagall is right. The enchantment spell alone could revolutionize Quidditch. I can't even imagine how incredible it would feel to fly on a broom with intelligence that works seamlessly with its rider. Finally, Dumbledore also nodded and said, indeed. I will write to the Order of Merlin committee to nominate Alex for the first-class Order of Merlin. He is entirely deserving of this honor. Professor Hooch then suddenly had a realization. With all of us endorsing him, Alex might actually become the youngest recipient of the first-class Order of Merlin. Wouldn't he? Dumbledore nodded but then shook his head. True, but compared to Alex's inventions, the Order of Merlin itself seems almost insignificant. The greatness of Alex's creations cannot be fully expressed with just a first-class Order of Merlin. The other professors nodded in unison. That's absolutely true. While the professors were discussing, Harriet Potter stood nearby, her mouth hanging open in shock as she stared at Alex. We're both first-year students, so how are you this amazing? I haven't even mastered a single spell, and you're already being awarded the Order of Merlin, first class. Wait. Suddenly, Harriet's eyes widened in realization as she stared at Alex. So, the ancestral potion Snape made me drink, that was your invention? Give me back my manhood. After leaving the headmaster's office, Alex allowed a small smile to surface. Just moments earlier, he had realized that he had significantly altered the story once again. Because of this change, his influence on the world had grown even stronger. Now, he could even sense the presence of his true self and draw a faint trace of power from it. While his avatar was busy altering the plot within the Harry Potter world, the Alex outside was also hard at work. During this time, he continued perfecting the structural framework of the Multiverse Travelers Alliance, eventually seamlessly connecting several worlds he had visited before. Moreover, he didn't stop honing his abilities. Now, yet another skill had leveled up. Mystic Eyes of Death Perception Experience +1. Mystic Eyes of Death Perception Experience +1. Mystic Eyes of Death Perception Experience +1. Congratulations. Your skill Mystic Eyes of Death Perception has leveled up. Mystic Eyes of Death Perception LV5, 8/20, You can now see an uncertain number of lines of death on nearly all entities whose death you can comprehend. Cutting along these lines inflicts unavoidable, irreparable damage. Root Experience +1. Root Experience +1. Root Experience +1. Congratulations. Your skill root has leveled up. Root LV4, 12/5, You can perceive, manipulate, and connect with the world's root. Now, you can control the intermediate level fundamental rules of the world. With the upgrade of Mystic Eyes of Death Perception, Alex could now perceive and even sever the concept of death within a certain range. For example, in one world, he could kill the concept of humanity. If he did so, there would no longer be any humans in that world, they would either perish outright or mutate into unrecognizable monstrosities. In any case, they would cease to be human. With the root skill upgrade, Alex's grasp of causality manipulation deepened significantly. Now, he could effortlessly sever and rewrite the cause and effect chains within an entire world. Apart from the 2 skill upgrades, Alex also gained a new skill through absorbing vast amounts of energy, further enhancing the Steve template. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. Character template fusion rate, 80%. You have unlocked a new skill, Game Rules LV1. Game Rules LV1, 1/100. You can now impose Minecraft's rules onto the rules of another world. Current effective range, 1000 meters. After absorbing the information, Alex understood the nature of this new skill. He teleported to a secluded corner of a dimensional universe and activated the Game Rules skill. Instantly, mysterious and magical changes unfolded in the surrounding area. Alex struck the ground beneath him. As pixelated textures spread outward like ripples, the block was shattered, and a smaller block fragment was absorbed into his body. At that moment, Alex felt a new space open up inside him, and a familiar interface appeared before his eyes. It was the interface of Minecraft. Alex immediately realized what his new skill could do. It allowed the once virtual game to invade reality. He could now play Minecraft in the real world. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he noticed something. A glint of delight flashed across his face. He had discovered that Minecraft's rules had a remarkably high priority, even surpassing the natural laws of the Harry Potter world. Not even the Wizarding world's magical framework could resist the invasion of Minecraft's rules. This meant he could use the power of the Steve template within the Harry Potter world. Without hesitation, Alex began training with his newly acquired skill. After several hours of practice, Game Rules had reached LV3. Its range had expanded 100-fold, now able to affect an area with a radius of 100 kilometers. In the Harry Potter world, following Dumbledore's letter to the Merlin Knights Committee, the entire wizarding community underwent an earth-shaking transformation in a very short time. The rise of the Soul Enchantment spell, the specialized Transfiguration spell, and the Ancestral Restoration potion spread like wildfire among wizards. Each of these creations, on its own, was a groundbreaking invention capable of fundamentally altering the status quo of the wizarding world. Yet, their simultaneous emergence was like a nuclear bomb exploding in a small pond, sending shockwaves across the magical community. And at the heart of it all, there was one name, Alex. When wizards first learned that all 3 of these revolutionary creations came from a single individual, they realized that a wizard with the potential to surpass Dumbledore himself had appeared. But when they discovered that the inventor of these groundbreaking spells and potions was merely a first-year student, most laughed, dismissing it as a hoax. However, when it became clear that the source of this information was the Merlin Knights and the testimony of the greatest wizard of the age, Dumbledore, their skepticism turned to disbelief. Finally, when the professors of Hogwarts stood united in support of this young wizard, the magical community could no longer deny the truth. They realized that a future wizard, destined to eclipse Dumbledore and perhaps rival the legendary Merlin himself, had emerged. Even more shocking was that this prodigy hailed from the Muggle world. While Alex's name echoed far beyond the walls of Hogwarts, the young wizard himself, hailed by the media as the one destined to surpass Dumbledore, continued attending classes unperturbed. During another flying lesson, Alex tested the limits of his abilities. After upgrading his Game Rules skill to level 3, he could now extend Minecraft's rules to a radius of 1 kilometer around him. Though the oppressive magical framework of the Harry Potter world reduced the effective range to just 10 meters, it was more than enough for Alex. When he activated Game Rules, subtle changes occurred around him. Though everything seemed the same at first glance, Alex could now see the world broken down into Minecraft-style blocks. Hermione, standing closest to him, immediately noticed something strange. She watched as Alex, holding what appeared to be an ordinary wooden pickaxe, struck the ground and left deep cracks. Curious, she asked, "Alex, what are you doing? Is this one of your new spells?" Alex placed a block of dirt onto the ground and replied, "Yes, it's a new spell. At the moment, it's still in its infancy, so only I can use it. However, I can give you a medium that contains a fragment of its power, something like a crude wand. With it, you'll be able to use part of this spell's abilities." Alex handed the wooden pickaxe to Hermione, who swung it at the ground. As cracks spread across the dirt block, a weightless dirt cube materialized in her hands. Hermione quickly realized she could place it back onto the ground, creating a perfect 1 cubic meter block of dirt. Excited by the discovery, Alex and Hermione began collecting dirt blocks and using them to construct a small house. Thanks to the Game Rules effect, the dirt blocks were unaffected by gravity, allowing them to build without worrying about structural integrity. In no time, they had completed a small, functional house. Their activity soon drew the attention of other students, who watched in awe. Seeing their enthusiasm, Alex gave each of them a wooden pickaxe imbued with the spell's power, inviting them to join in the construction. With everyone working together, the simple house quickly expanded into a towering castle that stood dozens of meters tall, crafted entirely from dirt blocks. Of course, this unusual scene didn't go unnoticed by the professors. Eventually, even Dumbledore arrived to investigate the commotion. Operating to Alex's side, Dumbledore gazed at the blocky castle with wide-eyed amazement. Merlin's beard. "What on earth is this?" he exclaimed. "Alex, have you created another new spell?" Alex repeated what he had explained to Hermione earlier. After hearing the explanation, Dumbledore fell silent for a long time. The sheer brilliance of Alex's talents left him stunned. In just a few days, this young wizard had developed yet another groundbreaking spell. Judging by its capabilities, it was a creation that could easily rival Transfiguration itself. Chapter 202. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore asked, "Mr. Alex, what is the name of this spell?" Alex thought for a moment and replied, "My world. It's called My World. This spell can freely alter the environment and transform it into whatever form you desire. That's why I named it My World." My World? Dumbledore repeated the name thoughtfully and then asked the most crucial question. "How difficult is this spell to learn? Can it be widely taught?" These two factors would determine whether My World could rival Transfiguration as a groundbreaking spell. If the spell's difficulty was relatively low, allowing every wizard to master it as they could Transfiguration, it would undoubtedly become a revolutionary new spell equal to, if not superior to, Transfiguration. However, if the spell's complexity prevented widespread adoption, it would merely become a niche tool akin to ancient magic, powerful yet impractical. Alex rubbed his chin, pondering whether chaos magic from this world could replicate the effects of My World. After some thought, he concluded that it was indeed possible. Chaos magic inherently possesses immense flexibility. As long as he could refine the casting gestures and mana flow, it would be feasible to simulate a simplified version of My World. However, that would be the limit. To create a more powerful version of My World, he would need to alter some of this world's fundamental rules. Alex couldn't yet accomplish that, but he believed it was only a matter of time. Once he destroyed all of Voldemort's Horcruxes, he would likely have the ability to manipulate parts of the rules governing the Harry Potter world. Thus, Alex responded. "Currently, this is a unique spell that only I can cast. It's still in its infancy, but with some refinement, it will eventually become usable by other wizards. Given some time, I'll fully develop the My World spell, and by then, almost every wizard will be able to use it." Dumbledore fell silent again. After a moment, he finally said, "I think I'll need to nominate you for more awards. A single first-class Order of Merlin is far from sufficient to recognize your contributions to the wizarding world." A week later, Alex completed the development of the My World spell. The spell only had two basic functions, extracting blocks and placing blocks. Yet even with just these two functions, it created an unparalleled impact on the wizarding world. After the spell was made public, countless wizards began to study and use My World. Soon, numerous massive structures, defying the laws of physics, began to appear. Even among wizards, there were those with boundless imagination. For instance, Ron's father, Arthur Weasley, used his creativity to design a variety of new structures built entirely from blocks. In a short period, he became the wizarding world's foremost architectural expert. Thanks to Arthur Weasley's innovative designs, the once impoverished Weasley family quickly grew wealthy, amassing a considerable fortune in a very short time. Though Alex was aware of the commotion outside, he paid it no mind. He even declined invitations to numerous balls and events hosted by various magical organizations. Alex didn't care if other wizards used his spell. Nor did he care about fame or galleons. After all, this world was destined to become his world, and he would ascend as the dimensional god of the Harry Potter universe. Creating a spell for his future subjects wasn't an act of generosity, it was merely a casual indulgence on Alex's part. That day was the Halloween feast. Carved pumpkin lanterns floated in midair, their flickering lights casting ghostly shadows on the walls through the carved faces. Thunder rumbled outside the great hall, but the atmosphere inside was jubilant. It was one of the rare communal feasts at Hogwarts, a joyous Halloween celebration. Young wizards from all four houses sat at their respective long tables, indulging in the variety of delicious foods on offer. Cheeses, fruits, and juices were arrayed across the tables, freely available for the students. Whenever a dish was emptied, house elves would promptly replenish it. This truly was an unlimited buffet. Alex sat at the Ravenclaw table, nibbling on the various delicacies in front of him. The food was delicious, but most of it consisted of desserts. After just a few bites, he grew tired of the sweetness and didn't feel like eating anymore. So, he picked up a book and resumed reading. As Alex read, the situation around him became rather unusual. Though he sat at the Ravenclaw table, students from all three other houses had inexplicably gathered around him, leaving their own tables to sit at his. Among them were notable characters like Draco Malfoy and his two cronies from Slytherin, Hermione, Harry, and Ron from Gryffindor, along with Ron's brothers, Fred and George Weasley. In addition to these familiar faces, upper-year students had also joined the gathering. The majority of the group, however, were Slytherins. Even students who Alex had previously turned into slimes to clean the toilets had made their way over. Unlike the other houses, Slytherins had a tendency to admire power. Although many had clashed with Alex initially, once he demonstrated his strength and value, they quickly changed their attitudes, showing him reverence. Slytherin girls, in particular, were determined to displace Hermione from Alex's side, vying to sit closer to him. Even upper-year Slytherin girls were no exception. At this moment, they resembled a pack of hungry wolves circling Alex, the unsuspecting lamb. Because so many students had abandoned their own house tables to be near Alex, the Great Hall presented an odd sight. The Ravenclaw table was overcrowded, with students packed shoulder to shoulder, while the other three house tables had significantly fewer occupants. The Slytherin table, in particular, was almost deserted, with only a handful of students remaining. At the head table, Dumbledore gazed down at the scene with a helpless expression. He had reprimanded the students multiple times, but no matter how stern his scolding, they would only briefly return to their own seats, only to gravitate back to Alex once he finished speaking. In the eyes of his peers, Alex had already become a godlike figure, akin to a second Merlin. Even as the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore couldn't force the students to abandon someone they regarded as their Merlin. Alongside his helplessness, a trace of worry clouded Dumbledore's eyes as he looked in Alex's direction. The students had formed a wizarding group centered around Alex, which they called the Alex Fan Club. This group wasn't founded by Alex himself but by none other than Draco Malfoy. Its sole purpose was to follow Alex. The existence of the Alex Fan Club deeply concerned Dumbledore. Alex's influence within this group had already surpassed the sway Voldemort held over the Death Eaters. If Alex ever decided to become the third Dark Lord, the resulting catastrophe would dwarf the eras of both Voldemort and Grindelwald. It wouldn't just be a disaster for the British wizarding world, it would be a calamity for magical societies worldwide. That said, Dumbledore found some solace in the fact that Alex showed no interest in the restricted section of the library and only invented positive, constructive spells, never offensive or destructive ones. It was highly unlikely that Alex would become the third Dark Lord. As Dumbledore pondered how best to guide Alex and ensure he stayed on the right path, the doors to the Great Hall suddenly burst open. Professor Quirrell, his head wrapped in a scarf, came rushing in, looking frantic. He ran into the hall, shouting, "Troll in the dungeon! Troll in the dungeon!" Then, gasping for breath, he added, "Thought you ought to know," before collapsing to the ground. Before Dumbledore could ask more questions, Professor Quirrell's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. A troll. As soon as the young wizards realized the situation, panic broke out. All the students stood up simultaneously, rushing to leave the Great Hall and seek refuge. Dumbledore frowned deeply and was about to shout to restore order. However, to his surprise, before he could say a word, the students collectively stopped and turned to look in the same direction, immediately falling silent. Following their gazes, Dumbledore looked toward Alex. Even in the midst of this chaos, Alex sat calmly, leisurely reading his book. His demeanor was so tranquil and composed, it was as if he existed in a completely different world, unaffected by the surrounding panic. Of course, Dumbledore couldn't help but think that it would be more appropriate if Alex was reading a book on magical theory rather than a biographical novel. The reason the students calmed down so quickly was simple: they saw Alex. The Alex Fan Club, eager to emulate him, immediately mirrored his calm behavior. This collective calmness spread like a ripple, as humans are naturally social creatures influenced by the emotions of those around them. As a result, even those who weren't part of the fan club gradually settled down. Seeing this, Dumbledore abandoned the shout stuck in his throat and instead said calmly, "Everyone, please remain calm. There's no need to panic. Prefects, guide your housemates back to your dormitories. Professors, follow me to the dungeon. Just as Dumbledore finished speaking, Alex closed his book, stood up, and began walking out of the hall. The other students, following Alex's lead, began heading toward their dormitories. However, before they could make much progress, a sharp scream pierced the air. Ah! A huge snake, and so many trolls. Alex, save me. The scream came from a Slytherin girl. Whether she was truly terrified or feigning fear was unclear, but as she cried out and trembled, she managed to expertly shove Hermione aside and wrap herself around Alex. Alex was momentarily speechless. The girl, a sixth-year Slytherin, was 16 years old and towered over him by at least 2 heads. At the moment, his face was entirely buried in her chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. This avatar of his, while powered by chaotic magic, didn't have great physical strength. As a result, he couldn't immediately break free from the girl's grip and found himself being taken advantage of. Quickly regaining his composure, Alex pulled out his wand and cast a levitation charm, gently moving the girl aside. Ignoring her resentful gaze, he walked to the window to assess the situation. Outside, he saw a massive basilisk and several towering trolls rapidly approaching the castle. Using his keen perception, Alex immediately determined their target. It was him. With a simple divination spell, Alex immediately understood the reason behind the attack. Ever since he had begun demonstrating his extraordinary talents in the wizarding world, Voldemort, hidden in the shadows, had been watching. As Alex continued to invent one groundbreaking spell after another, Voldemort started to panic. It became clear to Voldemort that if Alex were allowed to grow unchecked, he might surpass even Dumbledore and become an even greater force for good. At that point, even if Voldemort were fully resurrected, he wouldn't stand a chance. His plans would crumble, for Alex would become an insurmountable mountain blocking his path to domination. Thus, Voldemort made his decision: Alex must be eliminated while he was still weak. The trolls and the basilisk unleashed today were part of Voldemort's plan to kill Alex. It must be said that Voldemort's plan had already succeeded to a great extent. Dumbledore and the professors had been lured to the dungeons by the commotion, leaving Alex without immediate backup. If Alex were merely an exceptionally gifted young wizard, he might indeed have been overwhelmed by the attacking monsters. But Voldemort's plan was doomed to fail. Alex was far more than a gifted wizard, he was a traveler from another world, with an essence rooted in the power of a multiverse-level entity. As the young wizards around him panicked, Alex calmly stepped onto the windowsill. Ignoring their gasps and cries of alarm, he leapt into the air. As he fell toward the ground, Alex retrieved a prepared bucket of water. Just before landing, he poured the water onto the ground, creating a perfect water block. The moment Alex landed on the water block, a mystical rule of the world activated: he was completely immune to fall damage. This was a basic trick from Minecraft, infinite water. Now, Alex had seamlessly applied it in the world of Harry Potter. Meanwhile, back in the Great Hall, as soon as the students and professors left, the unconscious Professor Quirrell stirred. When he stood up, his face twisted into a grotesque expression. It was no longer Quirrell's face. The fragment of Voldemort's soul had taken over his body entirely. Now fully in control, Voldemort used Quirrell's body to sprint out of the Great Hall and onto the Hogwarts grounds. Once outside, he immediately cast spells to direct the basilisk and trolls toward the castle. Ever since Alex began to demonstrate his prodigious talent, Voldemort had been unable to sleep or eat in peace. Alex's potential terrified him. With enough time, Voldemort realized, even in his prime, he wouldn't be a match for Alex. As a genius himself, Voldemort deeply understood how overwhelming a true prodigy could be to an ordinary wizard. Unfortunately for Voldemort, he was now the ordinary wizard, while Alex had become the prodigy. Voldemort could not accept this. He would not allow it. Today would be the day Alex died. Watching Alex leap from the window, Voldemort couldn't suppress a triumphant grin. Still just a foolish young wizard, he thought. Too reckless, too inexperienced. He's as good as dead. Chapter 203. Voldemort could roughly guess why Alex had acted the way he did. Undoubtedly, it was to protect his classmates behind him, ensuring they wouldn't get hurt. Yet, it was precisely this compassion that Voldemort believed would doom him. Hiss. The raspy sound of Parseltongue echoed as Voldemort commanded the basilisk and used the Imperious Curse to control several trolls, sending them charging toward Alex. He was determined to kill Alex immediately, leaving no room for accidents. As the trolls and basilisk rushed toward Alex, Voldemort's excitement surged. To kill a prodigy more gifted than himself, a young wizard who might one day rival Merlin, filled him with exhilaration. His very soul and body trembled with anticipation. Die, die. This world cannot have a wizard more brilliant than me. First you, Alex, Voldemort thought, and then Dumbledore. Soon, I, Voldemort, will rule the wizarding world. Under Voldemort's intense gaze, the basilisk locked its eyes on Alex, aiming to petrify him, while the trolls raised their massive clubs, ready to crush him into pulp. Such a deadly assault would have required even Voldemort at his peak to tread cautiously, let alone a first-year like Alex. Although Alex's combat abilities far surpassed those of his peers, Voldemort was certain he could not possibly reach such a level. Alex is as good as dead. But the next moment, Voldemort's confidence evaporated. His smug expression disappeared, replaced with shock and disbelief. What is this? Voldemort murmured, as though witnessing the impossible. After Alex jumped out of the window, the gathered students screamed. The drop was roughly 20 meters. A fall from such a height would undoubtedly reduce anyone to a splattered mess. Even though they knew Alex must have had a plan, the sight of him leaping still left them trembling, as if they were the ones falling. However, relief washed over them when they saw Alex land safely, clearly relying on some ingenious method. But when they realized how Alex had avoided injury, they collectively froze. Hermione was the first to break the silence, whispering hesitantly, "Did I see that right?" Alex summoned a block of water midair, and when he fell into it, all his momentum just vanished. Harry nodded in astonishment. "Yes. I saw it too. But, that doesn't make any sense, it defies all the laws of physics." Malfoy sneered from the side. "Physics? Ugh, another Muggle concept. There are no laws of physics in the wizarding world. Our magic bends and twists all of them. Obviously, Alex has invented a new spell that negates fall damage." Though Harry didn't argue, Malfoy's words stung. Still, she had to admit he was likely right, Alex must have created yet another groundbreaking spell. For other wizards, inventing a spell was an extraordinarily difficult feat, requiring immense time and effort to produce even a mediocre spell. But for Alex? It was as simple as a flash of inspiration. He could effortlessly craft powerful spells, as seen with his artificial intelligence charm and custom transfiguration. Alex was different. Alex was a genius. This thought left Harry feeling bitter. When she first entered the wizarding world, everyone called her the chosen one. But even after drinking the ancestral potion to multiply her magical talent, she still couldn't come close to Alex. What kind of chosen one am I, she thought bitterly. Alex is the real savior of the wizarding world. Her thoughts were interrupted when she noticed the basilisk and trolls speeding toward Alex, ready to attack. Before she could worry, a deafening roar erupted. The sound waves radiated outward from Alex's position, stunning everyone, including Harry. Then, to their astonishment, a figure even larger than the basilisk and trolls began to rise from beneath Alex's feet. As the trolls and basilisk charged, Alex raised his wand. With a silent, wordless spell, his custom transfiguration activated. The ground beneath him began to tremble and rise, taking shape. What emerged was the outline of a creature, one far more massive than the trolls or the basilisk. Unlike the dragons of this world, however, this creature was gargantuan, 10 meters tall and 60 meters long. Its sheer size and presence dwarfed everything around it. A dragon! Malfoy and the others screamed in unison. None of them could believe that Alex had managed to use transfiguration to conjure such a colossal dragon. Even Professor McGonagall, a master of the craft, couldn't achieve something on this scale. Could it be that Alex's mastery of transfiguration has already surpassed Professor McGonagall's? Malfoy muttered in disbelief. However, Hermione quickly denied their assumption. "No, that's not a dragon, not the kind described in textbooks," Hermione exclaimed. "Even the largest Hungarian horntail is only about 16 meters long. But Alex's dragon is far larger than that. This isn't an ordinary dragon, it's the kind of magic dragon you'd read about in fantasy novels. A creature of extraordinary intelligence capable of casting spells. My goodness, this is insane. Could custom transfiguration really achieve something like this?" Hermione's analytical mind broke down the situation based on her extensive knowledge. Yet, even with the evidence before her eyes, she could scarcely believe it. It was already astonishing enough to transform someone into a magical creature. But to transform dirt into a legendary magic dragon? That was nothing short of miraculous. Even transforming an ordinary dragon was an unimaginably difficult feat, one that even Professor McGonagall couldn't accomplish. To conjure a magic dragon would be exponentially harder, something likely beyond even the greatest white wizard of the age, Albus Dumbledore. It won't be long now, Hermione thought to herself. It won't be long before the title of the strongest white wizard changes hands. Alex, a mere first year, will soon be recognized as the greatest wizard of our time. Hermione couldn't imagine Dumbledore finding any way to defeat the massive creature standing before her. With that realization, she no longer worried about Alex. Instead, she turned her attention to the basilisk and trolls ahead, curious about how they would respond to a 60-meter-long magic dragon. The answer? They had no chance at all. From the moment the magic dragon appeared, their fates were sealed. Death awaited them. Even the basilisk and trolls seemed to realize this. Faced with the overwhelming threat of death, they broke free from Voldemort's control, skidded to a stop, and turned tail to flee. They needed to get as far away as possible from the mountain-like dragon if they wanted even a sliver of survival. But the moment they attacked Alex, their deaths had already been decided. Alex could have let them run 50 meters, only to annihilate them at 49. And that was exactly what Alex did. As the basilisk and trolls fled several hundred meters away, Alex channeled his vast, chaotic magical energy into the magic dragon beneath him. The next moment, blazing dragonfire erupted like a force of nature, engulfing everything in its path. The dragonfire spanned hundreds of meters in an instant, consuming the basilisk and trolls entirely. Their supposed magical resistance offered no protection, they were incinerated in less than a second, reduced to nothing but ash. With the basilisk and trolls obliterated, Alex directed the magic dragon's gaze toward Professor Quirrell. Quirrell stood frozen, staring at the charred ruins left by the dragonfire. His body trembled uncontrollably. Only when the dragon's enormous head lowered near him did he snap out of his daze. As the dragon's glowing eyes locked onto him, Quirrell tilted his head upward to see Alex standing tall atop the dragon. Realizing that he had been discovered, Voldemort, who was controlling Quirrell's body, quickly made a decision. He knew that in his current state, he was no match for Alex. Confronting Alex head-on would be suicide. For now, he had to retreat. The identity of Professor Quirrell was still useful. He couldn't afford to abandon it, not yet. So he forced a stiff smile and said to Alex, "Mr. Alex, I'm so glad you're unharmed. When I realized the basilisk was attacking, I rushed out immediately to try to help, but when I arrived, I saw that you didn't need me at all. You are truly an outstanding young wizard. I believe you will surpass Dumbledore and become the next Merlin." After finishing his words, he carefully observed Alex's reaction. However, his expression quickly turned grim. Alex was looking at him with a faint smile, saying nothing, as if mocking him with an expression that said, "Go ahead, keep acting." Seeing Alex's reaction, Voldemort immediately realized he had been exposed. Without hesitation, he raised his wand and shouted, "Avada Kedavra." The thick green light of the killing curse shot toward Alex. Voldemort's face twisted in desperation. He knew there was no escaping now, and his only hope of survival was to kill Alex. The killing curse, cast with incredible power, could instantly kill a troll, even with Voldemort in his weakened state. If it hit Alex, it might cause him some trouble. But would he lose? Absolutely not. Boom! A massive claw, larger than a house, rose into the air and slammed down forcefully. The killing curse, capable of easily killing a troll and gravely injuring dragons, dissipated harmlessly as it struck the scales of Alex's magic dragon. It was like a pebble tossed into the ocean, a tiny ripple unable to disturb the vast, turbulent sea. The giant claw shattered the killing curse and continued its descent, crushing Professor Quirrell into pulp. After defeating Quirrell, Alex waited patiently, but nothing else happened. Mocking, he said, "Voldemort, you thought you could escape in front of me? Dream on." The dragon's claw, now surrounded by blazing dragonfire, slammed down again onto Quirrell's remains. The scorching flames instantly incinerated Quirrell's body. Just before this, a pale, ghostly figure shot out from Quirrell's body and attempted to flee. However, before it could get far, Alex effortlessly stopped it, leaving the soul fragment floating before him. At this moment, the commotion outside drew the attention of the professors, who rushed to the scene. When they saw the ghostly remnant of a soul, they gasped in shock. "Voldemort! How is he here?" At the same time, the professors noticed the colossal magic dragon under Alex's feet. Even those who weren't proficient in transfiguration immediately understood the magnitude of the feat before them. Professor McGonagall, an expert in transfiguration, was the most astonished. She exclaimed. My goodness, Alex, is this creature your creation through custom transfiguration? Alex nodded calmly. Yes. He then explained the events leading up to the encounter. Despite the gravity of the situation, the professors did not reprimand Alex for killing Quirrell. To them, any Death Eater was deserving of such a fate. Dumbledore stepped forward, concern written across his face, and said, Mr. Alex, I know you're incredibly talented, but you're still so young. The next time you face a situation like this, leave it to us old fools. Compared to us in the twilight of our years, you, standing in the dawn of your potential, represent far greater possibilities. I wouldn't want the future second Merlin to perish so prematurely. Although Alex believed that, apart from the world's rules themselves, nothing in the Harry Potter world could harm him, he nodded respectfully and said, Understood, Headmaster Dumbledore. After Alex defeated Voldemort, the original plot of the Harry Potter story changed drastically, with the alterations rivaling even Alex's earlier interference, such as preventing Hermione from joining Gryffindor. However, Alex was surprised when he attempted to collect all the Horcruxes to completely eliminate Voldemort and further rewrite the plot, only to find that none of the Horcruxes were in their original locations. Faced with this unexpected development, Alex immediately contacted his true form to investigate what had happened to the Harry Potter world. Moments later, Alex received an explanation from his true form about the sudden shift in the storyline. It turned out that his interference had alerted the world's rules. Sensing the threat he posed, the world's rules reacted to prevent themselves from being enslaved or consumed. To avoid being overtaken, the rules had moved Voldemort's Horcruxes and rewritten the plot proactively. By rewriting the storyline themselves, the world's rules ensured that Alex's modifications would not increase the world's weight or importance. This also allowed the rules to temporarily stave off their impending doom. Even so, the ability of the world's rules to rewrite the story was limited. To continue evolving and progressing toward becoming a more powerful world, the rules could not completely overwrite their foundational narrative. As a result, much of the storyline would still unfold as originally intended, albeit in a form that had been heavily edited by the rules themselves. Alex now faced a new challenge, navigating the modified narrative, outsmarting and defeating the enhanced enemies that the world's rules had strengthened, and continuing to alter the story. Only by doing so could he increase the world's weight and solidify his influence over it. This world truly has the potential to rival Marvel in scale. The will of the Harry Potter world's rules is already formidable. If this world were to fully ascend to Marvel's level, its rules might very well become the next one above all, Alex mused to himself in admiration. He wondered what chaos the world's rules would stir up next to prevent him from consuming them. But Alex remained unfazed. His current power had already reached the limits of this world, equaling or even surpassing Dumbledore, the strongest wizard in existence. Now, his goal was clear, to steadily increase his influence within this world by making small but significant changes to the narrative, amplifying his presence and tipping the balance in his favor. With the cooperation of his true form outside the world, he would eventually consume it entirely. The first step in his plan was to harness the chaotic magic of the Harry Potter world to consolidate the fragmented chaos-based abilities of his true form.